You have a media day like this, you're going to have people that are going to be basically beating that. You know, when there's like a Super Bowl media, like that week before, there's always like the media, the podiums and stuff like that. And you always have like one podium that is surrounded by about 80 reporters and another one that has like two people there. CU is going to be the one that gets all the attention. And here's the deal. All of this is great. And I think it matters. And I think that, when they come out with this new NCAA video game that people are very excited about, and, CU is all over the previews to this, like that does not exist without Prime.
Do you believe?
But I also wonder what happens here. Do you know where most places have CU ranked in the Big 12 preseason power rankings? Around 11th. And you get this attention, and Deion and CU certainly got a ton of positive attention last year, no doubt about it. But at some point, you're going to have to cross over into the attention matching the result. This conference maybe not as top-heavy as the Pac-12 was last year. Pac-12 had a whole bunch of good teams. I mean, you kind of go through that list of, USC wasn't even a good one, but they had this explosive offense. Washington was in the national title game. Oregon State was a really, really good football team. Oregon and Utah were Oregon and Utah. Even Wazoo for a good portion of that year, good season. Like, they were really good. And I don't want people to underestimate what the Big 12 is going to be. The Big 12 has turned itself into a respectable conference when their big dogs years ago, at least a big portion of the conference, in CU, Texas A&M, Nebraska, Missouri, they all left. You wondered what that conference would become, and you wondered how respected it could be with a much smaller amount of teams than most other power conferences. But they still had Texas and Oklahoma. They had sort of the blue blood nostalgic programs that were riding high at the top of that conference. But now with both of those teams gone, leaving to the SEC, I think some people will make the mistake of looking at this conference and saying, you know what, with those two teams gone, this is going to be pretty smooth sailing all the way to a couple of championships and getting back in the top 25 and putting yourself in a position for a Big 12 championship that'll turn into a college football playoff appearance. And I think that is foolish. The teams might not be as top-heavy, which means you might not have the same types of schools that you're talking about, like number 4, number 5 in the country. But you go out and you play, like you still got Utah, but go out and play Kansas State. And look at how difficult they are physically to go up against. Go out and play in Iowa State. It's got a really good head coach in Matt Campbell. Like, this is not going to be an easy ride here. The Broncos and the Buffs both sit here before the season starts at over/under 5.5 wins. You hit the over, you're bowl eligible. You don't, you miss. And if that were to happen, I think there's going to be a lot more of, I'd say a panic button that's probably going to be lit up. So let me take you through the scenario here. And this is why I think this is so important. We already have this lingering feeling in the back of our heads that maybe Prime is not here for long. Hopefully he is, but I don't think anybody would be shocked at the idea 2 years from now, Deion takes another job. CU has been a stepping stone, but in the case of Deion, if you can be a stepping stone but raise the program before you head out, it's a much different thing. But let's say this happens. For all of these publications that have them at maybe 11th in the power rankings, and you have what you believe to be the best quarterback in the country on this team. You have what you believe to be the best player overall in the country. And it doesn't result in a pretty big number in the win column. Two things can happen. Number one, you start to think to yourself, okay, if you can't win, at least get to a decent number. And by decent, I'm talking like at least 7, maybe 8 wins. If you can't get to that with that high of upper echelon talent, then what's it going to take? And if Deion couldn't do that with his kids, and let's be clear, when he talks about his kids, who does he say? It's Shedeur, it's Shiloh, and who else? Travis Hunter, who's not his kid, but he calls him one of his sons. They are going to leave after this year. And let's say the success doesn't come. Does Deion start to feel like, all right, well, I had a difficult enough time winning with these guys that I thought were super talented. Does that clock tick even faster? Like, I think it's very, very important to make sure this season is one that you can be proud of. And is just bowl eligibility, is 6 wins something? I think it's got to be maybe a win or two more than that. You know, do I care all that much about winning an actual bowl game? Not really, because they don't matter all that much. They become like a step above a preseason game, but a step below a regular season game.
Basically, upcoming season for CU is the opposite of what we're saying about the Broncos season, where they can still look bad, but you need to see that there are pieces in place.
Correct.
Bo Nix can be the guy. But I'm telling you, as a CU fan, I'm absolutely with you. They need to make a bowl game, period. And for me, personally, I want to see a bowl win, man. Well, I don't even care if it's the Scrubby Bubbles Toilet Bowl. Can we just win a bowl game? It's more about the fact that you can I guess now in the college football playoff era, these random bowl games don't matter as much, but it's more about the pride and being able to say you finally snapped the bowl streak. Do you know the last time the Buffs won a bowl game?
I think it was McChesney still on the team, right?
It was his senior year.
Yeah, it's a long, long time.
2004.
And I'll say this, and I agree with you, Nelly. Here's the thing, though. I've always said that there's 2 parts to being a college coach. And the second might be more important than the first in the grand scheme of things, and it's something that an NFL coach does not deal with. You know, part of the reason why I think if you're a head coach in football and if you think that a college job is better than an NFL job, I think you're crazy. You know, the money in college football might be better overall, but you have so many more responsibilities because you aren't just responsible for the roster that you have, you're responsible for the roster construction. And coaches work hand in hand in the NFL with their GMs in free agency and the draft. But it's a much different thing when you're talking about, I am actively recruiting a free agency base with no salary cap. Like, there is nothing that can stop you from getting the top 20 players in the country other than competition. But there is no, like, all professional sports, they have some sort of, with the exception of baseball, some sort of limitation on what you can do. It's why this offseason the Nuggets couldn't go out and sign, DeMar DeRozan. They have a salary cap they have to work around. And the NFL, you can't just cut Russell Wilson and go out and spend $200 million on another quarterback. You have a salary cap. There's no cap in college football. And the responsibilities this year fall on what failed last year. And here's what that is. You got the best quarterback in the country. He had about a half a second to throw it last year. It is Deion's responsibility now over the course of this offseason to find an offensive line good enough to give Shedeur time to make a play happen. It is now Deion's responsibility to take last year, which was a very, very bad defense, porous in the run game, had trouble getting pressure on quarterbacks, to fix their front seven. If you don't, I'm telling you, you aren't going to stand much of a chance in this conference, as you didn't last year. Could you take care of the worst teams? Sure. But play Utah and not be better up front on both sides. See what happens. Play Kansas State. See what happens. Play Iowa State. See what happens. Play Cincinnati. See what happens. And I'm not sitting here telling you like the Big 12 is the biggest and most physical conference in the world, but I am going to tell you that I think the Pac-12 was the softest. Like the Big 12 is miles away from the SEC and miles away from the Big 10. But they are more physical than the Pac-12 was. And so that's his responsibility now. I get it. He took over a roster that was the worst in college football 2 years ago. But one of the big reasons why he became a head coach was because of his prowess in getting talent immediately on a roster. And he did a really good job last year. You saw it. Look at just the skill position talent from last year and tell me it wasn't leaps and bounds ahead of what it was before. Quarterback play, wide receivers, running backs, they were all incredibly talented, and they weren't able to be fully showcased because the offensive line was awful. And I've heard this from every Deion defender in the world, that his responsibility is not necessarily to be the X's and O's guys. That's the other guys' responsibilities. That's the offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator. That's what they're there to do. But you also fired your offensive coordinator like halfway through your first season. So then your responsibility is picking the right guys to do it. No, I said this from the very beginning. My concern with Deion was never about recruiting. That was the strength. And I think that is actually more important in college football than the actual X's and O's are. Talent will beat non-talent in college football. Not necessarily true in the NFL because it's a closer sort of margin of difference. But if you're not going to be the X's and O's, then you got to have the talent that's just going to overwhelm the other team. And then once you get into games where maybe talent is more equal, that's where the X's and O's stuff matters. But I think there's a lot of pressure on this football program heading into year 2. And a lot for Deion to show me a proof of concept. You know, the marketing part, like if you were to create a new business or a new product, and you're like, all right, I got this brand new, I got this new phone, okay? And you go on a marketing campaign, and Nelly, it crushes. Or how about this? We see this a lot. People make a movie. You ever seen a movie where you saw the trailer to it, and you're like, this looks incredible. And then you watch the movie, and it was awful?
Every good scene was in the trailer. You saw them already.
Exactly. Like, the trailer to this CU movie has been A++ as good as possible. The beginning of the movie started a bit slow.
What's up, boss? You believe now?
Now, it's time to push that to another gear. The do you believe now? I don't want to hear that after game 2. I want to hear that after game 10. That's the responsibility for Deion and the CU Buffs this year. 303 504 0925. Schomp Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. All right, just curious what you guys think of this. So this is the, I guess, post-draft, post-free agency power rankings that CBS Sports has in the NBA. And I want to ask just a couple of questions. Before I even give you this list, where do you think is a fair place to put the Denver Nuggets right now at this moment? Just think on it in your head and let me know what you think that is. I don't think it's going to be the same as you had going into last year. Based on losing one of your starting five, you got a good bench player in Dario Saric now. You still have an empty roster spot that maybe you could move up a couple of spots if that goes the right way. But where do you have them at? Because I'll just give you a few of the notables here. So we start at the very bottom of the list. The very bottom, last place, 30th. That is the Brooklyn Nets. Jump up a little bit higher, and you'll see the San Antonio Spurs have gone up to 22nd. Another year with Victor Wembanyama, made a couple of signings in the offseason, should be a little bit better. That all makes sense. The biggest team that dropped from last year, dropping 14 spots in CBS Sports Power Rankings, is the LA Clippers, who are now at 19th in the league. Now, lose Paul George, can't trust Kawhi to stay healthy, probably going to lose Westbrook. You still have Harden, but how much does that help? Like, all of that seems to make sense. Clippers would take a dip. At number 18 is the LA Lakers. I think it's another fair estimate. Was a play-in team last year. Couldn't make it past 5 games in the first round of the NBA playoffs. Makes total sense. At number 17 is the Phoenix Suns. This one a little bit more surprising. Right up on them. Not enough depth or three-point shooting. Too many stale offensive possessions. We've pretty much seen what this top-heavy team is. Mike Budenholzer likely isn't going to change that. You know, Phoenix is going to do whatever they can with that new owner, there's Ishbia, to make sure they aren't 17th. But they're just a weirdly put-together team. They're the kind that went with, let me just make a fantasy roster and they'll just figure it out. Not how that works. Need to have guys with defined roles, and I still don't think they know what their roles are. Who's the star? Is it Booker or is it Durant? How many touches does Bradley Beal get a game? Like, I think they're still parsing their way through that. That sounds totally fair. 15th is the Warriors. So, just to recap, Clippers, Lakers, Suns, Warriors are all from 15th to 19th, with the Miami Heat smacked in between at 16. That is, I think, what we've considered the biggest threats to the Nuggets over the past 3 to 4 years. Those teams I've just mentioned all in a row. And now they're barely cracking, not even cracking, the top half of what this league is. So you start to wonder, okay, who is at the top of the list? Listen to some of these names. At number 11 is the Pelicans. Number 10, the Cavs. Number 9, the Grizzlies. I think this one's interesting because the Grizzlies with Ja Morant were a much different team. He came back from the suspension. They started winning a whole bunch of games, and then he got hurt, and they were terrible again. I don't think Memphis is a team that you can just sort of cast off to the side. So now you're getting in the top 8. 8 is the Bucks. 7 is the Sixers. And at number 6 is the Nuggets. It's down 3 spots from what they had them last year. And here's what they said. Losing Kentavious Caldwell-Pope hurts big time, but Denver still has enough to be counted among the top contenders, if only on the fringes, with the best player in the league still leading the way. So the teams they have above them, at 5 is the Mavs, at 4 is the T-Wolves, at 3 the Knicks, 2 the Thunder, and 1 the Celtics. I think this is totally fair. The Nuggets, I think, to a lot of the people in the league, and I think a lot of people here, including myself, they have to prove they're at least as good last year after losing KCP. I mean, KCP was a glue guy, could knock down shots, played great defense, who embraced his role on the team as maybe the fifth starter, didn't care about how many touches he got on offense, just went out there and did his job. Christian Braun is certainly going to be that same guy. He is not going to have an ego about what his role is in the starting five. But all I'm telling you is, the loss of KCP just did one thing. You know, the past couple of years, you've been playing this game of, yeah, you lost Bruce Brown, but the starting five is still intact. We've kind of had this feeling that as long as that starting five is healthy, they have a very, very good shot at a championship, and now you've taken off one of those pieces and removed a key role bench player in the process. I think especially if they can fill this extra roster spot with somebody who is a veteran that you can rely upon, somebody like we've been throwing out the name Russell Westbrook for a while around here, I think that would really ease a lot of those tensions and fears. But at number 6, totally fair to me. You want to say that the teams ahead of them, the Mavericks, yeah, they were just in the Western Conference Finals, and they got Klay Thompson over the course of the offseason. I think they got better. T-Wolves, they just beat you last year. So until then, I think it's totally fair to have them above you. And then the Thunder, you're betting on more improvements from a very, very young roster on top of adding guys like Alex Caruso, Isaiah Hartenstein in the offseason. They got a little bit deeper. I think that's also fair. Do I think they're the second best team in the league right now? I could quibble on that, but they're close enough. For the first time in the last 2 years, the Nuggets aren't in pole position in the Western Conference. I know there was teams before they won the championship 2 years ago. There were people who didn't believe in the Nuggets, and they had to prove it to them. But in my head, I felt like they were better than everybody else in the Western Conference. They were the number one team in the West. They looked the part. They had the best player in the world. I had no problem buying into that hype. Last year was the same thing. I thought despite where they finished in the conference, I still thought they were better than anybody else in a 7-game series. Turned out not to be the case. And for the first time this year, I think you enter a season where the Nuggets have they have teams that they're chasing as opposed to being the chased. Now, one very important detail to this, and you can see how fragile this is going to be. And I actually can't wait to watch Summer League this year to see, especially a guy like Julian Strawther, and how he's going to react to another offseason, getting a little bit more experience under his belt and seeing what he can do in the middle of a game, even if it's against more inferior competition than what the NBA typically has in front of him. Are you able to dominate? Like, guys you have expectations for heading into Summer League, your goal should be like, they should look different. They should be able to dominate the opponents in front of them if you're expecting them to do that, in a postseason game against Anthony Edwards later in the year. Well, let's see how much you can take care of maybe bubble roster guys in the middle of Summer League. And Julian Strawther is one of the guys that I think has to prove that. But a very key detail to this season is health. I mean, last year when the postseason hit, you didn't have necessarily guys missing games, but guys were very clearly trying to play through injury. And if this team has just, I think, one injury to one of their main, I'll call it core 4 guys, between Jokic and Murray and Gordon and Porter, that's going to be a tough one to overcome. Because the Sarge signing is great because his role is to come off the bench and give you some scoring. Hopefully what they do with this final roster spot, whether it's Russell Westbrook or Gary Trent Jr. or whoever it is, the role of that guy is going to be to come off the bench and give you some scoring and give you a spark. If they have to be thrust in the starting lineup, then you're talking about, okay, you took a step down from the starting rotation with KCP, and the bench is similar to what it was last year. That's the one thing that can't happen. But as far as on the surface, all of these teams being ranked, these 5 teams being ranked above the Nuggets, I think it's totally fair. They're in a position now where they kind of had to earn that trust back based on how last season finished and losing somebody from your starting 5 and not having a absolute slam dunk immediate upgrade replacement. That's what it seemed like the Mavs did. Like, they got Klay Thompson, they got better. There's no question. Are the Nuggets going to be better without KCP and trading that for a Christian Brown starting lineup, Dario Saric, and player to be named later guy? Perhaps. But it's just not known at the moment. 303-504-0925. Shunt Mazda text line if you guys want in. Wanted to play something real quick for you. So this was a podcast, Stephen A. and Udonis Haslem, talking about Jokic versus Embiid. Everything they said in this clip sounds like they would take Jokic, and then they say they take Embiid at the end, but I want you to hear the reasoning. Listen.
We can look at Joker and we can say he ain't in shape. I ain't never seen him up tired.
Right.
I ain't never seen him not being able to finish the game. I've never seen him out there limping up and down the court like he can't keep up. I've never seen that
He's
from
healthy,
the Joker.
though. And Embiid is like, I think Embiid worries so much about injury that his priority is to get to the playoffs healthy enough to play because he's that scared he won't be available. That's what I think is the issue with Embiid. I don't know this. I've never talked to him about this. I'll ask him about it the next time I see him. But I think that's the issue with Embiid. But as a player, as a talent, look, I love Jokic. Mm-hmm. There is no big man in the world that I want more than Embiid if Embiid is healthy.
Oh, hell no.
If
7
Embiid
days
is
a week
healthy,
and twice on Sunday.
there's no big man in today's game that I want more than him if he's healthy.
No, this is like taking Shaq, but saying I wish he had a jump shot.
That's right.
I ain't taking nothing away from Embiid. I'm taking Embiid.
That's right.
I'm just saying that little piece right there. If he had that, that'd be perfection.
See, here's the thing, though. And maybe they're right in all of that. Like, we know Jokic's limitations. And honestly, Embiid doesn't have all that much. He knocks down shots. He's very athletic. He can get to the rim. He can get a jumper. He can... I don't think his post game is as good as it should be for a guy his size, but still he can score in the post. He's obviously a very, very good defender. But health matters in sports. Like, it's a big thing. It's a big deal. You have a guy who's good, really, really good, but can only play half the games. You have no reliability in that player. And I'm not even saying it's their fault. You know, some of our favorite players throughout sports history were guys who were just constantly injured dudes. Like, you guys remember Bob Sanders from the Colts? Amazing safety. Couldn't stay on the field. Everybody loved Bob Sanders. Nobody questioned his talent. But when you can't stay healthy, it's tough. Like Derrick Rose, after that first knee injury, like amazing, oh my God type of player. Couldn't stay healthy. And this stuff matters. Like, I will take, and I'm not saying that Jokic is a lesser player in this, but I'm just saying in principle, I will take a lesser player if I know they're reliable and they're going to be there every day. I told you, the number one thing if I was a coach that I would care about is consistency. And yes, you need to have players who are incredibly talented. Newsflash, Jokic is the best player in the world, and he's consistent, and he's healthy all the time.
You know that GIF that's going around, it's been going around for years, the kombucha girl, where she takes that sip. And
Yes.
then that's basically what I was doing during this podcast, where at first I went, oh, okay, so they're saying that Jokic is, even if he doesn't look like he's in shape, he has the stamina, he can get it done on the court. And I go, okay. And then they say, but we still take Embiid. Maybe he just needs to be healthy. I'm like, what?
It's
What are we doing?
you love. Here's what it is. They love the idea of what the player can be. Like so many times in sports, you get wrapped up in the potential of players. Like I think that this guy is good. Like I was totally guilty of that with Jerry Jeudy for years. I watched Jerry Jeudy and I'm like, there is no reason why that guy is not a superstar. Like none. I've never seen somebody's feet move like that in person, where it's just his ability to make cuts and stop on a dime and get open in practice were like incredible. And then games would start and it would just disappear. You wouldn't see it. But you fall in love with the potential of what somebody can be. And I can't ignore the fact that Embiid can't stay healthy. Like, if you have to go into a season every single year and say this, here's our plan to keep this player healthy, that's a bad starting point. All right, we need to sit him out in back-to-back games. If you have a long road trip, then he's got to sit out this and this one. And then if we're doing that and then flying back home, and then there's going to be jet lag, we can't do that. Like, if that's the way that you're planning before the season starts, the guy's not reliable. And again, it's not even his fault. Injuries happen. But if I can't count on you to be there in the biggest moments, then what am I supposed to do? You know, for different reasons, the Avs are dealing with the exact same question with one of their best players. They're looking at Val and being like, I don't know if I can even play you if I can't trust you like this. Because the potential outcomes of that are disastrous. So, yeah, we get to, the 2 seed? And then the playoffs start and then you're just gone? You know, for the Avs, it's like he's on hiatus. For the Sixers, it's like, oh, your knee hurts again? Okay, let's bring in Al Horford or whoever. You know what I mean? Like, it's just going to end in disappointment. You know, and the one thing that nobody ever talks about with Jokic, and this is where Jokic, I would say this quality of his, you know what? I'll say it when we come back. There's one quality of Jokic that I would put in the all-time category, okay? I wasn't watching basketball in 1950. But I do know this. You would be hard-pressed to find anybody in NBA history that can do this aspect of the game as well as Jokic. We'll get to it next. Nelly, you're a music guy. Can I make a declaration? Kind of over the weekend. He's a weirdo.
Yeah, I'll say I was a big fan when he first hit the scene maybe 10 years ago, and he had some of those songs from 50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah.
But as he started to get into all that weird performance art stuff and was showing up with his face all bandaged because he was pretending to be a new person, I don't know. And then the Super Bowl halftime show, he kind of jumped the shark for me.
You know what? I don't know what happens to people when they get a certain level of fame and it's just like they go off the deep end. Like The Weeknd's one of them. You know, Jared Leto was another. Remember? So he was in, is it 30 Seconds to Mars?
30 Seconds to Mars, yeah.
And then he started doing movies and he was really like Dallas Buyers Club. He was great. And now he's got like a cult or something. Is that what I read?
Well, he got super into being method for Joker, for his role as the Joker in the Suicide Squad. And
Which
you remember,
was awful.
he was playing pranks on his fellow cast members and was sending them box filled with like poop and dead rats or whatever.
See, that's the kind of thing when you start doing stuff like that and it doesn't work, like you go a little bit, it's not good for you. There's actually a really good documentary if you guys haven't seen this. So if you heard of the movie Man on the Moon, so it's Jim Carrey playing the role of Andy Kaufman. There's a documentary on Netflix that Jim Carrey is convinced that Andy Kaufman was in control of his body for the time of that filming. And they had a documentary crew that was following him during this. It was insane. It's a really good documentary, actually. But, again, that method acting thing or whatever you want to call it, he alleges that wasn't method acting. That was his body was taken over by the ghost of Andy Kaufman or whatever.
I can't remember who it is. It's some really critically acclaimed actor or actress, maybe Meryl Streep or someone, who essentially said that they don't do method acting because, you know, in order to be a method actor, you really live the role in real life that you're going to play. And
Yeah.
this person said, well, the point of acting is that you don't have to actually live that role in real life because you can
Right.
act as that person. So they said method acting is not for me because it defeats the purpose of acting. So take that, Daniel Day-Lewis.
Well, and that's it. See, I get in trouble with Daniel Day-Lewis because he's a really good actor. And I think at times he's like over the top. Everybody talks about There Will Be Blood, and I'm like, yeah, it's a good movie, but I just can't. Some of those scenes in There Will Be Blood.
I drink your milkshake.
Well, it's just like that style, that tone. It's just like, that doesn't sound like the way that anybody ever would talk. Oh, yes. Well, I went to the bar. And it's like, it sounds more like Broadway than it does actual acting. Anyway. So, the one thing that I think just quickly Jokic has that is I would put against anybody in the history of the NBA. I would say if there's one quality this man possesses that is as good or better than anybody who has ever been in that league, it's between the ears. I think he has one of the highest, if not the highest, basketball IQs that has ever existed. Always know exactly where he needs to be, where his teammates need to be, where the defense is going to be, and can think of how to do that in a split second. And there's only been a few guys that I've seen, at least in my lifetime, that looked like that. I'll tell you right now, one of them is LeBron. LeBron's IQ is off the charts, basketball-wise. And I think Jokic is in that same category. And a texter says, Brett, it sure feels like the Avs and Nuggets windows have slammed shut for different reasons. Avs, injury, and a guy who can't kick his demons. The Nuggets, mismanagement of the roster by the GM and coach. I totally disagree. I don't think either of these have slammed shut.
I don't look at windows.
You know, the Avs is, you're right, they're different. They're certainly different. But the Nuggets, they aren't far off. Again, if you tell me, if they go out and they grab Russell Westbrook, and you tell me, basically the trade here was you traded KCP for a combo of Dario Saric and Russell Westbrook, well, part of the reason why you lost last year, you've improved. You've gotten better and deep. You've gotten better off the bench, and you've gotten deeper as a team. And then the next questions are, okay, can you rely upon a guy like Christian Braun to play as well as KCP? Well, I know he can defend as well, but can he knock down some shots? And then it's like, can Peyton Watson take another step? Can Julian Strother be a guy who's a full rotational player for you? Can you count on any De'Ron Holmes minutes throughout the course of the year? They're far from out of championship contention. Far from it. They're still a team that's feared. You have the best player in the world on this team. And as far as the Avs go, I mean, look, man, the Avs still are one of the most talented teams in all of the NHL, even without Val. You give me a combination of McKinnon, Mikko, and Makar as far as the top three, and tell me which teams beat it. There's going to be very, very few. And let's say, again, I mentioned this yesterday, but let's live in make-believe world for a second, where both Landeskog, he comes back from his injury, and he can play at, let's say, to a 90% level of what he was before. And let's say that they're stuck with Val, and they're forced to just eat the contract and play him. Well, he's a good player. Is that really the worst option in the world if people can just get over their initial feelings? Then you got a lineup that's Landeskog, McKinnon, Mikko, Lehkonen, Middlestat, Val, Druin, Colton, O'Connor. Your fourth line, take your pick of the guys, Miles Wood, and you can't tell me that's not a roster that would compete for a championship. It absolutely is. In fact, it would be amazing. But it's just the unknowns right now. I don't think any window is slammed shut for either team at all.
I don't believe in windows.
I do believe in windows, but in this case, I believe they're still both wide open. 303-504-0925. This Saturday is the 4th annual Colorado Whiskey Fest at Douglas County Fairgrounds in Castle Rock. Come out and enjoy the tastes of some of America's finest whiskey and bourbon, featuring many of Colorado's finest. Tickets are still available, whiskeyfestcolorado.com, and make sure to say hi to Mike Sanford. He'll be there between noon and 2. And you can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. At Safeway's Pharmacy, we can provide you with essential travel health advice and immunizations before your next summer vacation. Get started in-store or online at Safeway.com. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next. Victor, we will be joined by Mike Sanford in an hour and 20 minutes as he is out in Vegas for both Big 12 and Mountain West Media Days. I do believe that what we're calling Tupac now, which is the Pac-2, they're also there having a... Did you hear about this, what the Pac-2 is doing for their Media Days?
They're calling the Tupac?
Well, that's what we're going to call it now.
What
I heard
is-
Dempsey and Company say it the other day.
Instead of the Pac-2, they're the 2-pack.
Yes, so Tupac. They're having a happy hour instead of a media day. So all the media gets to go in for a happy hour and then just talk to the coaches and players that way, which I actually think is probably the right way to handle it. You don't want just two tables set up for the two teams that are there.
Two things. I thought this was all a big joke. I thought for sure those two teams would be absorbed into another conference by now.
Nope.
How is this possible? How do you move on with two teams? Who does this?
Dude, imagine this has got to feel like you're like the 40-year-old virgin or something like that, like Steve Carell, right? It's just like all your friends are getting married around you and you're just like, oh, well, it's fine. I'll find a wife eventually. And then it just, nope, it's not happening, actually. Nobody wants you.
It's amazing that they're still existing as a conference, right? It's almost a farce. That's number one. Number two, God, Sanford goes to all these things. He's definitely job hopping. He is out there on the search.
Yep. You think Sanford's going there trying to bring us information? He's interviewing for jobs. Okay, that's what he's doing out there.
Combine, went to the what was that thing in Alabama that he went to? The Senior Bowl.
Senior Bowl.
He's going to this. I mean, what's next?
But here's the situation. This is where CU thrives, isn't it? This is off-season hype time. This is time for all of your best and brightest and most loud voices to step in front of a microphone. And, Deion's going to crush this. Shedor's probably going to get a whole bunch of attention, too. You've been to the Super Bowl Media Days, Vic, where they had those different podiums set up, and some guys have 100 people around their podium, and other guys have, 2 people. You know what I'm talking about? Like, it's star quarterback, and then it's, here's the backup tight end for another team. And it's like, all right, here's the separation. Like, they're going to be the 100-people podium. That's what they're going to have.
I've done that podium thing, and usually the better story is the podium with nobody there. Those are the better stories that people miss out on all the time. Quick broadcasting tip. When you go to those events, go to the person that's surrounded by no one. You will get so much more.
Well, it's more of like a one-on-one. Yeah. It's more like a one-on-one than just a scrum.
But the pressure of having to put a microphone in front of Shedeur Sanders, you got to do it. Sucks.
Here's my question. I'm sure they'll be asked about this during media days. Do you know where most publications have them in the Big 12 power rankings before this season starts?
10 or 11.
Yes. Right there, hovering around that 11 spot. That won't be good enough for what they need this year. Not even close.
We talked about this.
Yeah.
See, I was thinking about it. Prime has it. He sort of has this thing licked. He knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. He talks a big game because he's Prime, because it's what he does. If you don't like it, tough. And if you don't arrive at the expectations, and the expectations are always ridiculous. Like last year, God, they won the first 4. They were talking, championship hunt, right? The expectations were crazy.
What's up, boss? You believe now?
And if you don't arrive at those expectations, then the narrative turns to, well, did we improve or not?
Yep.
Did we improve last year or not? Look, we won 4 games. Is that an improvement? What's your problem? Yeah, but the way you were talking in those first 4 games, you made it sound like you were going to run the table.
Well, that clip right there that Nelly just dropped on us. Do it again, Nelly.
What's up, boss? You believe now?
Was that after?
Do you believe?
Was that after game 1 or game 2?
That's after the TCU game. I think he referred to Ed Werder. Do you know Ed Werder?
Yes, of course.
So I guess Ed Werder and Deion did not have the greatest of relationships when Deion played for the Cowboys, when he worked in Dallas. And he just pointed him out.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Because you're so right about this. So after the first few games of the year, hype is out of control. Game day, big noon kickoff. They're all coming to Boulder. They're hyping these games up. See you undefeated 3 games into it. You beat the team that went to the national championship game in week 1 the year prior. You beat Nebraska the week after that. You beat the rivalry game against CSU, albeit a little ugly in double OT, but you get the win. So it's out of control. And he throws out the do you believes and we're coming and all that different stuff. And then you lose 8 of your last 9. And then it becomes exactly what you said, Vic. Well, we did improve. What did you expect from us? The team was awful when I took over. Like, he doesn't say that, but that's exactly the implication that's there. And Joel Klatt, I heard him, we played the audio from a couple weeks ago. He goes on Cowherd Show, and he goes, would you think a 400% improvement is good for a football team? And it's like, well, come on, man. They started at 1 win. I mean, it's not like they went from 3 to 12, okay? That's not what they did. It's a nice little spin.
It's a great spin, and he does it so well up there. And you know what? Either way this year, the spin's coming.
Yes.
Either way. Because, well, the preseason ranking is 10 or 11. If they finish 8th, look at our improvement.
See, but here's the thing.
Look at what we did.
Here's what he can't spin. They claim to have the best quarterback in the league, right? Best quarterback in the country. They claim to have the best all-around player in the country. And they might be right on both fronts. You know what you're not going to have next year, Vic? How many teams go from best quarterback and best player in the country to, again, when those guys leave, having the best quarterback and best player in the country? Almost even Bama in their heyday almost could never claim that. Like, this is as important of a year to establish, is Prime capable of putting things together or not? And I know after, 2 years after taking over one of the worst rosters in college football, it's a very difficult way to say that. And I'm not saying they got to get to 11 wins. But you have to establish that this team is absolutely on the right trajectory. You have to. And I think the way that they can do that the most, if you show me offensive line play is night and day from last year, then cool. If you show me your front 7 defensively is a lot better than it was last year, and they stop the run and they can get pressure on the quarterback, cool. But I was saying this earlier in the appetizer. The Big 12 is miles away physicality-wise than the SEC and the Big 10. Miles away. But it's better than the Pac-12 was. Physically. And you got out-physicaled in the Pac-12 last year. Try and play that game with, Kansas State, who all they do is they get guys who eat steak and corn for about 18 years and then put 320 pounds on the offensive line.
Well, that's the only problem I have with all this, the preseason hype this year. We saw last year they improved. Yes, they improved, and then they fell flat on their face. Did not make a bowl game. It's pretty simple this year. It's pretty simple, and we've talked about it. If you can't qualify for a bowl game and win at least 6, if you can't get to 6, it is, in my humble opinion, and I'll ask you if it's yours, it's an outright disaster.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, but we won 5. We won more than last year. 4, 5, what more do you want? Correct?
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm going to keep hearkening back to this, but I think it's important. And Vic, I think we've discussed this before, but just to emphasize this, how many quarterbacks were taken in the first 12 picks last year?
6.
Will Shedeur be drafted in the top 12 this following season?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
How many of those quarterbacks finished with a losing record? None is the answer. 0.
I was going to say, what was the worst record of those top 6?
Believe it or not,
what did
Caleb
Mays
Williams.
have?
Caleb Williams was the worst one. He was 7-5 at the end of the regular season. That was the worst record.
And they beat CU.
Yeah. You are, in my opinion, you are not allowed to be a sub 500 team with what you're calling is the best quarterback in the country. It's not allowed. Can't happen.
My expectations, somebody asks, pretty simple. And I just said it. Listen to the show. Get to a bowl game. Win at least 6.
I don't even know if that's enough. I think they got to get to at least 7 or 8. I mean, if this is the talent that we're talking about. And look, for Deion, there's one thing that I think is unquestioned with him. He does the talking, and that translates, I think, directly into getting some high-price recruits. But here's what can happen. And I heard this last year, and I'm like, you can't do this, guys. He scours the transfer portal, and he gets really good players in the transfer portal, right? And then because he does that, people leave in the transfer portal. And they say, well, he's basically starting over with a new roster every year. And I go, well, that's college football now, and that's especially what Deion does. Like, every year is going to be a brand new roster for Deion. Every single year. Like, you're going to
that's
have...
the adjustment.
Exactly.
A lot of teams are going to make that adjustment, though. It's not just here. It's the portal era. You're going to have to recreate and reinvent yourself every season. And coaching is going to be so important. So important. Being able to adopt new personnel, bring them in, teach them your system, and go from there. But, we talked about this, though, Brett. You can do that, I think, with skill positions. You can do that with skill position players, right? Yeah, you get a receiver, you get a running back, you teach them the system. I think where you need development and you need some degree of, you need a solid 2 or 3 years to teach a system is in the trenches.
Yep.
In the trenches.
Has to be. Let me ask you this. If I had a syringe in my hand, and I know that Deion's he's a teetotaler, but if I take his arm, give him one of these, put the syringe in, and it's true serum, and I go, how many games do you think you win this year? What do you think his honest answer is? New conference, Big 12. I say, how many wins do you expect this team to get this year? What do you think his answer is, truthfully?
His honest answer?
Like, he's going to say we're competing for a Big 12 title, and, like, he's going to do that whole thing. But, I mean, honestly, in the back of his head, what does he think the number is of wins that they're going to get?
What Prime has is something I wish I possessed, and most of us do. He has the gift of ultimate optimism. And he is one of those guys that believes he's going to win every time he sets foot on the field. He just does.
So you think that's true belief? Like Von Miller, when he says, no, Drew Lock's like one of the best quarterbacks I've ever seen, is he being honest, or is that just like, no, I'm being the Von personality guy?
No, I believe it's authentic.
Okay.
I believe it's authentic. I think it's just the way he's wired. It's why he is as successful as he's been in life.
Fair.
It's the way he's wired. That and an amazing athletic history.
Right.
But he's a successful thinker as he is a successful athlete. So I would say he estimates he's going to win 9-10 games.
Yeah, you're probably right. And that's where you have the expectation. You have at least talented players. But I think you're so right on this, Vic. Their season is going to come down to the trenches. It's going to be, did you improve your offensive line? Truly. Did you truly improve the defensive front seven? Are you capable of stopping a running attack on anybody?
Well, let me throw this out to CU fans who listen to the show, and some of you think we're haters. We're not. I'm just placing simple expectations. We place expectations on every team. This is what we do. I have expectations for the Broncos, the Nuggets, the Avs, Rockies. We have expectations. And the expectations for the CU Buffs are pretty simple. You've beefed up in the portal. You're 1 year into it. You mentioned Travis Hunter and the quarterback. The expectation should be a bowl game. And if you can't get to a bowl game in today's era, where all you have to do is roll out of bed to get to a bowl game, it's a disaster. Do you agree or disagree?
Totally agree. Totally.
Texters, callers, do you agree or disagree? If you cannot reach a bowl game, it's an outright disaster.
Because here's the thing, Vic. Let's say that they don't. No, we'll come back with this. Let's say that they don't. And next year they finish the season 5-7. They win one more game than they did the year previous. When do the real expectations for Deion then kick in? Because here's part of the problem. They're going to be without Shedeur and without Travis Hunter the following year. You can't get to a bowl game this year, then when does that temperature turn up of like, I need to see some result that backs the talk? I need to see some.
This shouldn't even be a conversation. I mean, CU is a program, and you could say what you want after Coach McCartney. He was the greatest coach in the CU program history. Other coaches made bowl games in their sleep. Gary Barnett made bowl games in his sleep.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
So let's get back to that in just a second. 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. Yeah, go ahead, Vic.
Brett.
What you got?
Who is and excuse my ignorance here. Who is Mr. Beast?
He's, from what I understand, he's a YouTuber that makes a whole bunch of money, and then he uses that money for sometimes charitable things, other times big stupid games. I don't know. That's the
Okay.
best I got for you. Why?
I just didn't know who he was. And he's got 300 million YouTube followers. That's a pretty big audience.
It's a massive, gigantic audience.
Yeah, it is.
You know, just like the population of America is following him on YouTube, which is insane.
Except us.
Yes, except us.
Since I didn't know who he was.
Is
That's
that all,
on me.
that's all you wanted?
I just wondered who he was.
Yeah, he's just, I don't know. He gets a lot of like, I've seen at least a couple of things where like he uses all this money that he gets from YouTube and then he'll buy like, he gave a whole bunch of African villages like fresh water and people like
that's
were hating
cool.
on him for it. And I'm like, that's a really nice thing to do. Why would you be mad at that guy for that? It's a nice thing. Anyway, is that all you had? Just wondering who he was?
Yeah, because I saw his name pop up several times and I thought it was something different. When
Cool,
you hear
Carl.
Mr. Beast. When you hear Mr. Beast, you're not thinking charitable endeavors.
And also, if you hear Mr. Beast, you're not thinking of the guy who's probably on your screen when you see him. You're probably thinking of like
really?
some bodybuilder guy. It's not like that at all. Big nerdy looking dude.
So it's not Marshawn Lynch.
No, not Marshawn Lynch. He doesn't go beast mode. No. And I don't think he's ever said run through a bleeper's face. I don't think he's ever said that in his life. Just quickly, one last thing on this. And we'll talk more about this with Mike Sanford in an hour. But here's the question I have, Vic. What if they don't? What if this does become a 5-7 season for CU? And then Shador leaves. And then Travis Hunter leaves. And then all these guys leave. What do you
Prime will leave.
Yeah, that's Mr. Beast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. They're really happy.
Did you say then Prime will leave? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Yeah.
I actually think that's possible too.
Oh no, it will. If he doesn't arrive at a bowl game this year and all that pressure and his top two players are out here. Yeah.
Because he'll probably be thinking, and a texter says, and look, maybe this is a fair assessment. Maybe this is a fair way to look at it. Is why does everybody forget where CU was at 2 years ago?
What does that matter? Do you know how many teams make improvements, rapid improvement in 1 year? Who was the team this year that went to the bowl game and the year before had one win? It was this year. And I can't, was it like Tulsa? Somebody like that. Tulane? Was it Tulane?
Tulane, yeah. Tulane was really good.
Listen, you reinvented the entire roster. You can't use that excuse. You cannot say, well, look where they were 2 years ago. Well, they were a completely different roster 2 years ago.
South Florida.
You reinvented the roster.
South Florida went from 1-11 to a bowl game last year.
So you're saying it can't happen? South Florida did it. They did it in 1 year. I don't want to hear this crap that look where they were 2 years ago. Because what they were 2 years ago is gone.
And I think, you know what, that was fair last season because you were trying to completely overhaul a roster and get things going immediately in year one. But you've had now a second year here. And again, this is where all of the barking that comes with this ties into, well, if you're going to do that, then the expectation has to be there that something else is going to happen. You know, if Anthony Edwards keeps barking like this, Vic, and that team gets bounced in the first round next year in the postseason, you're telling me that he's not going to catch heat? Like, you can't be talking this much and say how much better we've gotten and blah, 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 and then have a similar result to last year.
You know, there's a fine line. You brought that up. There's a fine line between Anthony Edwards, who at least, you know, he talked the talk and he walked the walk. His team improved, and he was really good.
Sure.
There's a fine line between that and Patrick Beverly.
Yes.
You don't want to be Patrick Beverly.
Exactly. Like, Patrick Beverly does the most barking of anybody maybe in the league.
And doesn't do anything on the court.
Exactly right. All right, so speaking of basketball, saw this on CBS Sports, okay? It was the post-draft, post-free agency power rankings in the NBA. And a couple of interesting tidbits from this. So, just in your head, as I'm throwing this out there, you tell me where you just think in your head what sounds like the right number right now. If you were to power rank the NBA, where the Nuggets would sit at this moment right now. So as you're thinking about that, I'm going to give you some teams. So dead last is the Brooklyn Nets. They're 30th. Scroll up a little bit more. At number 19, dropping 14 spots from CBS's last power ranking they did as the season ended. At 19 is the LA Clippers.
Wow.
Losing Paul George, probably losing Russell Westbrook. Now that team is just Kawhi Leonard, James Harden, and a whole bunch of pieces. They have them as the 19th ranked team in the NBA. Said there's a world in which Kawhi Leonard and James Harden are healthy all year and Derrick Jones Jr. replaces or even impresses on the Paul George defensive element, but it's a fantasy world. This team simply rehired the aging captains of an already sinking ship. That's their write-up on the Clippers. So they're at 19th. At 18 is the Lakers, the other team in LA, which I think is fair, Vic. I mean, they were a play-in team last year, bounced in 5 games in the first round. I know the hype that surrounds them, but that sounds about right, being somewhere near the middle of the pack.
God, how badly do they want to get rid of that D'Angelo Russell contract?
Horribly, and they can't.
He is holding them hostage.
How about this one, though? So Clippers at 19, Lakers at 18. Do you know who's at 17? They have the Suns. Phoenix.
Wow. This is on ESPN?
CBS Sports. Not enough.
Who wrote it?
Brad Botkin. He says, not enough depth of three-point shooting, too many stale offensive possessions. We've pretty much seen what this top-heavy team is. Mike Budenholzer isn't likely to change that. So has them at 17.
I disagree with the Suns. I disagree with that.
I kind of do too. That sounds low.
I think the Suns will be a top 10 team in the league.
At 15, they have the Warriors.
That I agree with. The Warriors are sinking.
So I just was like, think about this for a second, as you guys are still mulling on maybe where the Nuggets should land. So the 15th, 17th, 18th, and 19th ranked teams right now, according to CBS Sports, Warriors, Suns, Lakers, Clippers. Weren't those the four most feared teams that we've had going against the Nuggets in the Western Conference like the last 3-4 years? And they can't even crack the top half?
Remember the year that the Nuggets won an NBA championship going into that playoffs? Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
The Clippers were favored to emerge from the West. Do you remember this?
Yep.
The Clippers.
Yes, they were.
The Clippers had this, oh, watch out for the Clippers. They're so talented. You know what? Part of me, I don't enjoy it, but I'm sort of snickering. All of the behind-the-scenes puppeteering that Kawhi Leonard has done. Remember how he demanded his own training room? He went out and handpicked Paul George.
Yep.
He's got all his own set of rules with L.A. How you doing now? How you doing now in L.A.?
It's rough. Because I don't know what the hell they do. I mean, they aren't. Derrick Jones Jr., is that going to be your answer to get your big three back with Paul George? I don't think it's going to work. But then you scroll up. And here's what's really interesting. So those teams were all 15th and beyond. At number 11, they have the Pelicans. What do you think of the New Orleans Pelicans?
That's that team that's always like, wow, they should be better. They're so deep.
They're like the Western Conference Atlanta Hawks from back in the day.
Yeah. They're one of the deepest teams in the NBA. The depth on that team, 1 through 10, makes you go, wow, they're dangerous. But for some reason, when you need that crucial win, they played OKC. Wasn't it OKC?
I think so.
In the playoffs? And they didn't give them anything.
Who did they play? So yeah, they finished the season 49-33. And yeah, they played OKC and they got swept in the first round.
They didn't give them anything. I think it's just one of those teams that's vastly talented on paper, but for some reason can't put it together. A lot of that hinges on Zion. And remember that Brandon Ingram that was hurt, and then Zion blew out his calf. Do you remember that?
Yep.
He blew out his calf in a game. He can't stay healthy. He can't stay healthy.
Here's a really interesting one. At number 9 in their power rankings after all of this, they have CBS Sports, the Memphis Grizzlies. And you're probably thinking, Memphis stunk last year. But do you remember, Vic? After Ja's suspension, he jumped back in that lineup. They won like 9 of 11 games. And then he got hurt for the rest of the year, and then they stunk again.
Yeah,
They're probably banking on the Ja Morant being back in the lineup thing and that all meshing together a lot better.
Yeah, they can't exist without him. They desperately need him. They did reinvent their team, though. Their roster is vastly different than it was 2 years ago when they contended against the Nuggets. 2 years ago, that Memphis team was the up-and-coming team. 2 years ago, that Memphis team was the OKC team.
Yep.
They were the young, promising, we can't do anything wrong, we're going to take over, and then it all fell apart. House of Cards.
At number 8, the Bucks, 7, the Sixers, and then at number 6 is the Nuggets. And here's what they said. Losing Kentavious Caldwell-Pope hurts big time, but Denver still has enough to be counted among the top contenders, if only on the fringes, with the best player in the league still leading the way. At number 6, does that sound right to you as of right now?
I'm fine with that.
Me too.
I mean, if people are going to get all up in arms about, oh, how dare you not give them a top 3 rank, I don't care. I'm fine with that. No problem whatsoever.
The top 5, so the only teams in front of the Nuggets. Dallas is at 5. Minnesota's at 4. The Knicks at 3. The Thunder at 2. And the Celtics at number 1. And all that, I think, is totally fair. You can flop some teams around in that top 5, but all that's fair.
You can argue the Nuggets and the Mavericks. You can do all that stuff. The bottom line is that the Nuggets have to prove that they can be just as good as they have been without KCP. They have to prove it.
Yeah.
It's easy for us to say it. And I can look at the roster and say, all right, Christian Brown moves up. Here comes Dario Saric and perhaps Westbrook or some other point guard. Their depth is improved, but is the team improved? We shall see.
The thing about the Nuggets and where they're at now, and this, I think, still hasn't been fixed, and it was going to be impossible to get fixed. I'll say that on the front end. A lot of teams might be in the same boat, too. But the Nuggets have to be incredibly fortunate health-wise again, don't they? Like, think about if you lose one of your, we'll call it the core 4 from the starting 5. If one of those guys goes down with an injury that keeps them out for an extended period of time, well, all the depth that you've just added with a Dario Saric or hopefully Westbrook or Gary Trent Jr. or whoever is going to be in this final roster spot, well, then that's gone. And then you're back in the same place of, well, we got to rely on Julian Strawther to take a step, and we have to, hopefully Deron Holmes can be a guy. Like, you're right back in that same place you were last year of counting on the complete unknowns of potential young players. But God, you lose one of those guys for an extended period of time, then you're back in the same boat and probably worse without KCP from last year, right?
Well, I think we learned one thing too, Brett, and it's very difficult to absorb this, and it's extremely difficult for head coach Michael Malone, who wants to win as much as he can. That's what coaches do. Sometimes you have to be content with your seeding going into the playoffs, and a top 5 seeding, I'll say top 4 because home court. A top 4, if you gave me the number 4 seed next year, I wouldn't tell you, oh, God, they must suck. That's fine. That's fine. As long as you're remotely close to the other 3, right? You're not like 20 games back.
Yeah.
If you're like last year, OKC, Minnesota, Denver, all pretty much the same record-wise. They're all the same. And then there was a drop-off after that. But look who represented the West in the NBA Finals. It was the number 5 seed.
Yeah.
Play your best in April and May. That's all you have to ask for. Play your best in April and May. And I don't know what the Nuggets do differently to rewire themselves this year to do that, because they did not play their best. Even in that Lakers series, they required some heroics to win that series. They did not play their best. I would argue they played some of their worst basketball in April and May.
I agree. I think it comes down to this. And I think the difference here is now that you've won a championship, you can look at things a different way. If you haven't won a championship yet, I think seeding is important. Playing in front of a home crowd is important, like just to have that sort of backing. But once you've gotten there, and this applies both to the Nuggets and the Avs, if you need to risk losing a few games in the regular season, which means sacrificing a couple spots seeding-wise, then do it. If that's what it takes to keep guys healthy, to not overwork people, to get younger guys who you hope to get playoff experience, to have them a little bit more seasoned for that moment, I would be totally willing to lose a few games in the short term with the long-term thinking in mind.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Micah Malone is wired that way. If he's in the middle of a battle, it just feels like there's no long-term thinking and stuff like that, right? It's just like, I need to go win this basketball game. Jokic, get back on the floor.
Well,
But-
I'm guilty of that too. When you're in the middle of a game, the concept of looking past that game, it doesn't hit coaches like it does some people. Coaches are there to win. They're not looking past these games. And I don't blame them. I'm the same way. When you're watching a Nuggets game, are you there saying, yeah, this is a great game, but in April, you're not thinking that way.
Yeah. Well, God, dude, I even think it's silly, like, when you think of it now, when there's a game in January, and let's say it's a game against the T-Wolves, you're like, this is a huge game. It's really, like, not. It's really not a huge game, but it feels like it in the moment.
Well, I'll give you an example. Do you remember the game where the Nuggets beat the T-Wolves late and Christian Brown dunked over Rudy Gobert? Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
In the moment, that felt like the biggest game of the year. Oh, my God.
Yep.
They just wrested away all control of the division, and they showed them who's boss. Remember that?
Yep.
Well, not really.
Yeah.
Not really.
At the end of the postseason, that didn't matter all that much.
Didn't do anything. That game didn't mean anything.
Even the fact that game pretty much gave you home court advantage over Minnesota, and it still didn't matter.
Didn't matter.
303.
Play your best in April and May.
Yep.
See, and the other thing, too, and this goes for all the teams, even the Avs, because the Avs did what the Nuggets did in the playoff run. They went 16-4, which is ridiculous. Not all championship runs are created equal. Not all playoff runs are created equal. It doesn't work that way, man. Most of the time, you have to labor. And maybe that's why the playoffs seem boring this year, and to some even the year before, because the championship teams dominated their run through the playoffs.
They did.
They didn't just show up, they dominated. Boston did, and the Nuggets did. 2 straight years where the championship teams just ate the competition.
This Saturday is the 4th annual Colorado Whiskey Fest at Douglas County Fairgrounds in Castle Rock. Come out and enjoy the taste of some of America's finest whiskey and bourbon, featuring many of Colorado's finest. Tickets are available at whiskeyfestcolorado.com. And make sure to say hi to Mike Sanford. He'll be there between noon and 2. Speaking of Mike Sanford, he joins us at 8:20, bringing us all the info from the Big 12 and Mountain West Media Days. We'll get to that in just a little bit. Stick around.
Vic Lombardi here for Dan Caplis. Like the Nuggets and the Avs, Dan believes talk is cheap. Results matter. Setting results. Believed to be the only lawyer in Colorado history to win 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. In his last 16 trials, he has won an average of over 10 times more than what the insurance company offered. So forget the offering, forget the settlement. Let's go to court and let's win you a lot more. That's what he does. Dan Caplis is a serious firm for serious cases. He accepts righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help, give him a call today, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Has offices set up and down the Front Range, including one amazing flagship offense in the Denver Tech Center. Go check it out. That's DanCaplisLaw.com, CAPLIS.
Mike Sanford joined the show at 8:20 this morning to give us all the info from Big 12 and Mountain West Media Days. I just saw this story on TMZ. Vic, you brought this up yesterday. Who was the viral sensation that we don't understand why she got famous, but she is super famous now? Who is she?
Hucktu?
Yes, that one. She was just, according to TMZ, reportedly paid $30,000 to appear at a nightclub.
Yeah. I'm not gonna get all. I want to. I want to get all like Puritan on you. I don't want to get all that.
$30,000 for saying a line on a man on the street interview.
The same quizzical look I give you for that, I gave you when remember what was the show with the Italians that did dumb stuff? Jersey Shore.
Yeah, The Sopranos.
Not that one. The Jersey Shore cast. When those guys, they would get paid ridiculous sums of money to show up in nightclubs, and I remember thinking, for what? For what?
So here's what's funny. I went to college with a girl that was on. Do you know what The Real World is? That show that used to be on MTV.
Oh yeah.
So she was one of the cast members on that, and then they had this challenge show that was afterwards. So she was on a bunch of those. I remember, she texted a couple of people in our friend group and said, we're going to be, me and some other people from this show that she was on are going to be at this bar in Omaha if you guys want to come and stop by. And they told us they were getting paid thousands of dollars just to be at a bar. And I'm like, that is such a bizarre concept to me. And I don't know what the appeal was. I'm like, I know her. She's a nice girl. Nothing super interesting though. Like
well, we're being a little hypocritical. We're being hypocritical because don't you get paid to do commercials on this station?
yeah, not $30,000.
Yeah, but you get paid, right?
Sure.
So why are you getting paid? Why are we, all of us, why are we getting paid to embrace a company and provide information about what that company offers? What's the reason?
That's a great question. I'd like to stop talking about this until people important are listening. Let's stop this immediately.
So ask yourself that question for Hucktua girl.
Yeah,
why is she being paid $30,000 to represent whatever bar she's at? What is she representing? What are they buying into? What?
You go and get a picture with this chick that was famous for 10 minutes? I guess.
You want to talk about a rise to stardom? Do you remember, and at least the Jersey Shore cast and some of these movies, Real World, all that stuff, at least you get to know the character. You get to understand who they are a little bit, even though you really don't know they are, but you get to watch and go with the flow. These people that come on, burst onto the scene like Hucktua girl, and the one I'm about to mention, just come out of nowhere and become like mini celebrities and show up at bars for price. How about Sons and Four guy? Do you remember him?
Oh, yeah, that was the worst.
Do you remember the appearance he made at bars?
Yes.
Do you remember the bar appearances
Didn't
where
they
he
make
was
like bobbleheads? They made like bobbleheads of him, right? Oh, you're right. That guy, you know what? I would actually take Hucktua girl before him.
So would I.
That guy's the worst.
I'll go two-step with Hucktua girl before I'll hang out with Sons and Four guy.
And he lives here, right? Isn't he a Denver guy?
Yes. Yeah, by the way, where was he last couple of years? Is anybody listening to this show? We have to be able to track him down. Does anybody know of his whereabouts over the last 2 years? He's been eerily silent. Where was he after Game 6 in Phoenix last year? Where was he this year when Phoenix did nothing?
He should have showed his face this year, yeah, because how many games did the Suns lose in this year?
Yeah, it was 4 games.
4 games.
They lost in 4.
Yeah, where is he? Because he was loud and proud.
Can I give you something else that just I think is super interesting? It's just a nice little trivia question for you real quick. So this is from Warren Sharp on Twitter. Most rushing touchdowns from outside the 10-yard line since 2021. Take your guess at who leads the way in the NFL. Most rushing touchdowns outside the 10-yard line since 2021.
I have 2 guesses.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson, Christian McCaffrey.
Josh Allen.
Incorrect. Christian McCaffrey has 7. He is he's near the top of the list. The leader there's 2 of them. They have 10. I'll give you one more guess. Think outside
Tyreek
the
Hill.
box. No.
Travis Kelce.
No.
Len
Rushing touchdowns.
Dawson. Go to
Oh, you said I thought you
Rushing.
said touchdowns.
No. Rushing
I'm so
rushing
sorry.
touchdowns outside the 10 since 2021.
Huck to a girl.
It is Deebo Samuel has 10 since 2021.
That's silly. I would have never guessed that ever.
Now, Derrick Henry also has 10, but Deebo Samuel, of all players, has the most rushing touchdowns outside the 10-yard line.
By the way, is there a bigger badass than Deebo Samuel? You want to, hey, we need a running back. We're hurting there. Okay, I got you. Not only do I got you, but I'm really good at this too. Hey, we need a slot. Can you play there? Yeah.
What a
I got you.
bizarre weapon to have in such a cool way. And San Francisco's got 2 of them. Like, Deebo and Christian McCaffrey are basically the same guy to me. They can do whatever you need them to do. I can run the football. I can catch the ball out of the backfield. I'll get 100 catches, or I can run the ball 15 times a day if you need me to. The question is, if I'm Deebo, and I think he kind of had this problem, he's like, I don't want to be a running back. That job hurts. I don't like that at all. And I'm just like, how do you amass these types of weapons? And can you do that with more wideouts who are super athletic? Like, could the Broncos feasibly take a Marvin Mims and put him in the backfield and be like, hey, it's 3rd and 6. Let's just give him a toss to the outside and have him find some open space. Like, what's happening there? Is Deebo Samuel leading the way outside of the 10-yard line and rushing touchdowns since 2021 is one of the most insane things I've ever heard. Just put the running or the wide receiver back there and he'll just make it happen because he's a beast.
It just goes to show you for the receivers that are that athletic and that talented. I think I could do the same thing with Christian McCaffrey, a receiver, if you wanted to move him outside. Hey, we need 2 or 3 games where you got to play in the slot. You got to play little receiver. Go ahead, do it. X, Y. What do you need? I mean, the multifaceted Swiss Army knife players that play for that San Francisco system. I mean, maybe that's why they thrive.
We were just talking about CU. You think you'll ever see Travis Hunter back there in the backfield occasionally? He probably could do it. He can do
Why not?
everything else. Anyway,
My son was sharing a story, by the way, quickly with Travis Hunter. So my son used to play pickup basketball all the time up in the CU Rec Center. And I got to say this about the CU Rec Center. It is single-handedly, the gym at the CU Rec Center is the nicest gym of all university rec centers in the world. Listen to my words. I want you to listen to those words again. It is the world's nicest gym for a university rec center. There is nothing that compares to the sights and scenes, and you have these big windows overlooking the flat. It's beautiful. You can write this down. Hell, record this. He's playing basketball. Travis Hunter shows up. And he said the sheer athleticism, you've seen videos on YouTube of Travis play. The sheer athleticism with which he can play, it's mind-boggling until you witness it firsthand. It boggles the mind how good and how athletic he is. I hope that kid, I love this concept of playing 2 positions, but I still think he's a corner. I still think he can be a Hall of Fame cornerback in the NFL if he really focused on that. I think trying to play both spots, it may hamper him initially. Maybe down the line, allow yourself to extend a receiver. And I'm not one of those, listen to this hater trying to limit him and put him in a bottle. I'm not doing that. I just want him to thrive in one position.
So do you think when you say that, is that because you don't want a 50% focus on one position, 50% on the other? Or do you think it's like
just
too much
taxing.
physically?
Yeah, it's too taxing. You watched a couple of games last year. What game was it where he ran out of breath? Stanford game.
Yeah.
He was trying to play both sides. He just ran out of it. Somebody just texted something that almost made me puke. I mean, seriously, I almost vomited.
There's a couple of different things. Yeah. Hang on. Before you get to that text, hang on one second.
Oh, my God.
Because last thing here on Travis Hunter. That Stanford game, it was noticeable. Wasn't that his first game back from the shoulder problem, too? So maybe conditioning was a little bit off. He was out for like a month before that game, I think, right?
Yeah, it was one of the first few games back, and he just couldn't run that much. Somebody says you forget he's only 165 pounds. He's not. He's heavier than 165. And have you seen Sauce Gardner? He's not exactly the Hulk.
Yeah.
But let me, the text that was just sent in when I praised and I gave you all the love and luster that CU Rec Center, that basketball court, someone texted in, yeah, it's nice until they pickleball it. If you dare pickleball the CU Rec Center basketball courts, listen to me, CU Regents, CU President, if I ever see pickleball being played on those basketball courts, ever, I will hold a sit-in boycott protest. I will sit in.
You'll chain yourself to the basketball hoop, like those.
I'll glue myself to the floor,
like those,
some of those wackos do in the NBA.
I was gonna say, like those hippies did to those trees back in like the 70s. Like 100%. You can't tear this down.
If you dare put pickleball courts on that sacred ground.
Can I ask you a question, by the way, for you pickleballers out there? I remember how crazy that was, when that first started up a year ago, 2 years ago, whatever it was, when it got really popular. I know it didn't start, but it got really popular. And I was like, I feel like this is a fad. Like, this is something that's going to come and go. It's going to wane in popularity.
It's actually a fun little game. Have you played it? It's a fun little game.
Has it waned in popularity, though, over the last year?
I don't think so. I think it's getting bigger. I think it's a fun little game. Listen, we play it all the time, family gatherings. It's like, playing bags or ping pong or, I don't know, hitting the piñata. It's a little activity. It's a game. That's all it is. It's a game. But for those of you who think you need athletic prowess to play, you make me laugh. Like, I'll go to some places and these dudes are wearing sleeves and like, yeah, dude. Like, come on, dude.
You're going 2 feet side to side.
I mean, it's the dumbest. You're not an athlete playing pickleball. Stop posing like you are. You're not.
Like
it's dumb.
I had a buddy of mine. He's like, I got a workout in. I played golf the other day, and I was like,
That's dumb.
And I said, did you walk? And he goes, no, I got a cart. And I was like, that's not a workout. That's a leisure activity.
That's the part that drives me crazy. Oh, the fastest growing sport in America is pickleball. No, you offended me by saying sport. Game. It's a game.
I will never.
Listen, it was invented, Brett. Listen, pickleball was invented because old people can't move. Because old people can't play tennis anymore, and it's too hard. That's the reason it was invented. The person who invented it basically said as much. Tennis is too hard, and we got to move. Yeah, that right there. That's what I'll do. I will glue myself to the floor if they dare pickleball that court and CU. I'll do it tomorrow. Try me.
I will never forget, Vic, when I was going through the channels on DirecTV, and I came across it, like, I don't know what it was, CBS Sports 2 or what. It was like an alternate channel, right?
Yeah.
And it said professional pickleball. I said, oh, I got to take a look at this. I got to find out what this is about. And here's what it looked like, okay?
Yeah.
It was doubles.
Sure. And they didn't move, right? They didn't move.
They were like this, and they went.
Yep. That's all they do. They stand in that spot and they just assign the ball to certain corners and they don't move. It's the whole athlete thing. What the definition of an athlete? Somebody on the text line, Golden Garrett, who listens to the show. Thank you all for listening and chiming in. Appreciate it. He writes in, there's a short-lived grocery store on Wadsworth that they turned into a huge pickleball arena. And I've been there. I was there with my kid. We went one day. We said, let's go have some fun. It was the middle of the winter. Let's go play this game. And I was there. And we're playing in one set, having a good time. In the court next to us, I kid you not, it was a man and a woman, and they're going through drills. They're doing drills, like with a whistle and everything. Like they had a whole basket of pickleball, and they're drilling. And I'm sitting there going, am I seeing this right? There are pickleball drills? For what?
Well,
what do you...
You got to work on your game.
A team?
You got to work on your game, Vic. I mean, come on.
I mean, could you imagine that second? I wanted it. I wanted to like trash the place when I saw that.
Somebody said, is ping pong a sport? It's in the Olympics. If you watch high-level ping pong, it looks impossible. Like, you watch the spin that people put on those. Like, Vic, when you're the guys that are backing up 20 feet,
sure,
that's a difficult, skill-oriented sport.
Well, as soon as somebody holds the paddle with that weird, like this.
Oh, yeah.
This
Give you one
when
of
you
these.
start holding the paddle like that, then I'm like, I'm out. I can't play against you. I don't know what that is.
Just that nice little jab that.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that. When you start holding the paddle like this, I'm like, okay. What is this, the martial arts?
That's like if you challenge some guy to like a game of pool, and he goes, "All right,
But
yeah, I'll
even
play,"
then-
and then he takes out his own cue, and you're like, "Uh-oh."
Yeah, we're in awe. We're in awe watching those people, right? Because the hand-eye coordination is through the roof. It's amazing, and it's amazing skill. They're not athletes. They're not athletes.
No.
Come on, I'll take any of those ping pongers right now. You want to race up that mountain? Let's go.
Not a lot of them are big people, though. When's the last time you saw like a really good
I'll race you up that mountain right now.
250-pound ping ponger? Like, they don't really exist. Watch Forrest Gump. Nobody looks like that. All right, 303-504-0925. Listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Mike Sanford in 20 minutes. Stick around. What do you
Hey.
think? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
You got me down a rabbit hole now, bro.
Why?
You got me down a rabbit. The Suns in 4 guys. Somebody sent me his Instagram, and he hasn't posted since 2022. He hasn't posted in 2 years.
Oh.
I'm going through his old posts, when things were hot.
Take that L on the way out.
And there's a photo, and we've seen this photo. July 6, 2021. This is a couple months after the Suns swept the Nuggets out of the playoffs. He is posing with Jamal Murray in a bar.
I remember that.
Boy, this makes me mad seeing this picture.
Do you think Jamal knew who he was?
I don't know.
Yeah, I remember
I
that
don't know.
too. That
But
guy
he
was
lives among us.
he was
lives
enemy
here.
number 1 for a long time. Let me ask you something before we get to Mike Sanford in 15 minutes, as he is live at in Vegas for Big 12 and Mountain West Media Days. We'll get all the updates from what's going on down there. Was reading this article on SI. So this is according to NFL.com's Coral Smith, who launched into her training camp preview of the Broncos on Monday, and she focused a lot on the Sutton contract impasse, okay? Here's just a blurb. With Jerry Jeudy's trade to the Browns, Courtland Sutton's role as the number 1 wide receiver in the offense only becomes more important. Unfortunately, the wide receiver is currently engaging in contract talks with the Broncos and has indicated that if a resolution is not reached by the start of camp, he hasn't ruled out holding out. Denver would much prefer he is present and on the field with his teammates at that point, especially considering they need to see his chemistry with the prospective quarterbacks, but without guarantees on his future, it remains to be seen how far Sutton is willing to go and how much time he could miss. I thought this was done.
I thought so too.
And I'm going to go back to a question that we were asking during the OTA period. On a scale of 1 to 10, how important is it that Courtland Sutton's on the field for the Broncos this year?
Well, what does it tell you about his? I don't know if the word is commitment, because if he's still hurt, then he's still hurt. But there was a group of Bronco players, a total of 12 of them, led by Jarrett Stidham, who actually have been working out at the TCU facility in Fort Worth, invited by Jarrett Stidham. And I'm looking at this picture. Stidham posted it on his Instagram. And the players involved, the receivers involved, Bo Nix was there. They had tight end Adam Troutman. Jaleel McLaughlin is there. The receivers, Tim Patrick, Marvin Mims, Jalen Virgil, Lil Jordan Humphrey, Michael Bandy, David Sills, no Courtland Sutton. Now, I don't know the extent of Courtland's ankle injury, because we were told during mandatory minicamp that he's been rehabbing that injury in Florida.
Yeah.
He looked fine to me, bro.
Right.
You know what? That's one of those, I'm injured. I can't do all this. I'm just going to do the one-on-one stuff. This is not a report. This is an opinion. I watched him. He looked perfectly fine.
Could I also say this? Do you think that he watched what happened to Tim Patrick in training camp the last couple of years and is scared about it?
So what, are you not going to go to training camp?
Well, is that why he's holding out contract-wise? Because he wants more guarantees for a couple of more years in case something like that were to happen.
Could be.
Because it would
But
be,
can you see-
because I know they're tight, and you watch that happen to one of your better friends on the team for 2 years in a row. It's got to be pretty brutal to watch from the outside.
Okay. Using that argument, why doesn't every player do that then?
Fair.
I mean, so he's more special than other players who are under contract that are out there working?
Well, we know this,
Why don't
Vic.
they just say, I might get hurt?
There is 100% players on rosters that are more special than others. There
Yes,
absolutely
that's
are.
true. That's
now,
true.
The question
But-
is Sutton one of those more important players? That's the question. Because he is one of the best players on this team. He's a top 5 player in the Broncos right now. But does that warrant holding a team hostage to the point to where you have the leverage to actually make it happen? And I think there might be something in Courtland's head where he values himself at a higher rate than the Broncos organization values him.
I think he's got Sean Payton in a tight spot. Here's why. He knows that his value on this team, his presence on the field, will make Bo Nix look better.
100%.
So without him on the field, you got a lot of unproven guys. Tim Patrick's coming off 2 ACLs. You got a lot of dudes running around that really haven't been there and done that. So if he plays, Bo Nix automatically will look better. So I think the message to the coach who took the shot with Bo Nix at number 12 is, hey, man, you want your kid to thrive? You want your kid, your quarterback to develop? Give me what I need.
Best argument that he can make is just that, right? It's don't think about it so much in the context of where you value me as a player. Think about what I can bring from a confidence factor to your young quarterback that you're trying to instill confidence in. If he knows I'm on the field and he's got some sort of safety valve, because let's be honest, maybe his best argument, Vic, is he walks up to Sean Payton's desk, he puts down a sheet of paper, and on that sheet of paper it says this: here's your wide receiving group without me. It's Tim Patrick, who hasn't played for 2 years. It's Josh Reynolds, who is a decent wide receiver, but sort of a journeyman in the league. It's little Jordan Humphrey. It's Marvin Mims and Troy Franklin and a whole bunch of unproven guys. You tell me how important I am to your quarterback's confidence this year. You tell me. And to be honest, it's not a bad pitching. It's not a bad pitch, but it still comes to, are you going to throw guaranteed dollars on a guy who's going to be in his 30s that might not be part of your long-term plans?
You know what I see Cortland Sutton as right now? Because the team, I've given you my opinion of the Broncos. I want to see improvement. I want to see compete. I want to see a team that can challenge, maybe vie for 8 wins, 9 wins again if they can. Great. But it's a development year. It's a development year for Bo Nix. And Cortland Sutton is Bo Nix's personal caddy.
Yeah.
It's his caddy. And it's his most insured, most experienced, most veteran, most seasoned receiver on the roster. He needs him. And if you don't want to bring his caddy back for the number he wants, it may hurt Bo Nix's development.
And I think even if Bo Nix makes mistakes, and this is, no matter what happens with the Sutton stuff, the re-emphasizing this year of what this coaching staff should be doing with Bo Nix is you're going to make mistakes, and that's okay. Don't get down on yourself. Don't feel like you're not doing well enough. None of that. Just know that mistakes are going to happen, and don't let it affect your confidence at all, whether Sutton's on the field or not.
Yes. The confidence is an issue, but the fact that Jarrett Stidham organized this offseason workout, you think he's probably sending a message, don't forget about me?
Probably. Yeah. I mean, look, Stidham, he probably thinks he's got a good shot to win this job this year. And I'm crossing all fingers and toes saying, please don't, because I don't see the point. Unless you think Stidham is really good. And if you thought that, he would have started way earlier last year than the last couple of games that didn't matter. But I'm like, please, do not do that. Don't play that game. Don't play the game with Zach Wilson either. Like, you drafted this guy at 12. Your team's not going to be very good. Play him. And a texter says, don't forget Sutton drops more than he catches. I don't know what you're watching. He's pretty sure-handed to me. I saw that guy grab one-handed grabs in the back of the end zone. Like, that's always a go-to, like, sort of slam on wide receivers. Well,
Drop one ball.
I'll just have you know, like, there's not a single receiver in the league outside of what Larry Fitzgerald, I think, was the wizard of this, but they drop balls occasionally. It happens. Even the great ones do. Sutton does not have a hands problem. In fact, it's his best asset. He's a possession guy. He can go up in traffic and make a catch. Like, Sutton's a good wideout. I've always said this about him. I think any team in the NFL would take a Cortland Sutton on their roster right now. Yeah.
But he's not a number one.
You wouldn't take him as a one.
Yeah.
That's all.
You know, as I look at this photo of these 12 guys working out, great, good on them. You know, they're getting their workouts. It just makes so much sense that the NFL is changing their offseason schedule where they're removing this stupid gap that exists between mini camp and training camp, and they're just pushing the schedule up so everything starts earlier and you actually have an offseason where you're not committed to this because it's so silly. You know, they left voluntary camp and then mini camp, and now they're getting together and doing another voluntary player-only camp. How many different camps? I mean, if you're a pro athlete, you are paid by what your body can achieve. I'm paying you for your body. All right, Brett? Have you ever been paid for your body?
every day. Why do you think I'm here?
You're getting paid millions of dollars because of your genetic makeup,
Nice.
your body.
Yep.
It's a wonderful body. Wouldn't you put it upon yourself to keep that body tuned up?
Of course.
In the off season, do you need someone telling you, like, if you have to have, this goes back, I hate this more than anything, the athlete that has to be coddled, the athlete that has to be begged to keep their bodies in shape. If you're one of those athletes, I don't know if I want you. Like, I don't know if you have the right mentality.
I've always thought about this in Hollywood with like actors. There's always been that, well, women need to be in shape in order to get big roles. And I was like, have you seen leading stars, leading actors who are men in movies? You know, like who plays Aquaman? What the hell's that guy's name?
Jason Momoa.
Yeah. I look just like him. You're absolutely right. No, his job is to stay in shape. That's what his job is to
Yes,
look like
Jake
an Adonis.
Gyllenhaal.
Yeah.
I saw some movie with Jake Gyllenhaal recently. I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
Roadhouse,
That was the
probably?
Roadhouse reboot.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the point is, it is literally your job, your investment, the money you make, the millions you bring in are right here. This is it.
Yep.
And if you can't take care of this, that's on you. It's not on the team.
By the way, thank you, Texture. That's the amazing stat I was looking for. Did you know that Larry Fitzgerald in his career, Vic, has more tackles than drop passes?
That's stupid.
That's how good that guy was.
That means he's going after guys who intercepted the football.
Yeah. 303-504-0925. All right, let's break it down. Mike Sanford's in Vegas right now for Big 12 and Mountain West Media Days. We get a full breakdown of that with Mike Sanford next. Oh, let's go out to Vegas, shall we? As we're joined on the Ramos Law Hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Mike Sanford joins the show. Hi, Mike.
Good morning, fellas. Guess what I'm looking at right now? Brett?
Is it the Sphere?
I'm looking at the stadium swim pool right now. I'm watching tennis. I'm watching preview for the Euro this morning from the 22nd floor, and there's 6 pools right below me. It's just absolutely beautiful out here.
Yeah, that Circus Sports Stadium swim. Pretty bleeping neat. I'm jealous. Now, as far as media days go, so what all went on yesterday? What'd you get up to?
Well, yeah, so yesterday flew right in, started out at Big 12 Media Days. Really, really cool setup. First year that they've had it in Las Vegas with the Big 12. Pac-12 used to be here, but the Pac-12 didn't actually have it at Allegiant Stadium, so the setup was outstanding. It was an event. Like a lot of times, media days are just a press conference and a couple breakout rooms. I've been to a few of those, Conference USA, those types of conferences. This was an event. They had mascots and they had cheerleaders, and Big 12's trying to go in. And Brett Yormark, the new, or relatively new Big 12 commissioner, made it very clear that he wants to be in the top 3 Power 5 conferences now, which are turned into Power 4 conferences.
Yeah, it's a fight for survival, Coach. I mean, if they're not, then when this all breaks down, and we know it's coming, it's around the corner. We keep talking about these super conferences. The Big 12 wants to play ball. Hey, what are the conversations surrounding the Buffs? Because the media poll has them ranked 10th, 11th going into the season. What have you heard from people when you say about their chances of winning, 8 games this year? I think if you can't get to a bowl game, it's a disaster, in my opinion. But what are they saying there on the ground?
Well, I think that there's expectation that this CU team is going to make a bowl game. Even boots on the ground, I'd say even the naysayers, the haters, think that it's a team that's going to get to 6 wins. But a lot of people think that this Big 12 conference, when you look at it really closely, there is so much parity in this conference. This isn't a Georgia, Alabama, LSU, and everybody else SEC. I mean, this is a real competitive conference that a lot of games are going to be must-watch because – frankly, they're going to be close ball games. And you even look at the Vegas odds. It's probably going to be the most watchable conference, in college football. Now, so that means there's going to be a lot of teams that hover around that 6 to 8 win mark. It's just going to be interesting to see who does end up coming away. And I think it's going to come down to line play. I think that if CU's offensive line is as good as what's being told, I think they're an 8 to 10 win team. If they're not, then I think we're in a similar spot that we were last year.
Yeah, it's interesting because you look at a lot of these publications that power rank the Big 12, and a lot of them have CU hovering around that 10 to 11 range. And I just wonder, I heard Dempsey and Company talking about this. Are you going to walk up to Prime and say, you've been projected to finish 11th? What do you think about that? Like, what do you think his response is to that question?
Do you guys actually think I should skip my obligations at Mountain West Media Day and actually go today for Prime's availability and ask that question? I think that'd be a good look.
The former coach.
Hey, I remember you.
Hey, didn't I fire you? Oh, that's right. Yeah, that guy. No, I think he's gonna get asked that question. I think that this is going to be a spectacle when Coach Prime takes the podium. It's going to be different than when Sonny Dykes yesterday took the podium, and it was just, there wasn't a lot of activity per se. When Coach Prime takes the podium, it is going to be an absolute spectacle, and there's going to be somebody chasing clout. Mind you, Coach Prime didn't make it last year to this event for the Pac-12 Media Days. He had an emergency surgery, so this is the first time he's really faced a complete national media, national situation. Somebody's going to have that question today, and I think it's going to go viral.
But, he loves this. This is his forte. This is his strength. When you talk about Prime and the advantage he has over all other coaches is his ability to talk in front of a gathering. I mean, this is his Super Bowl when you think about it. He loves this. The opportunity to speak to a massive media about his program. I'm curious where this is going to go. I agree. I think something viral will emerge from today's proceedings.
No, and you think about it. What happens in Las Vegas? There's massive boxing and MMA fights. I wouldn't be surprised if there was he had an entourage and actually had like entry music and came in with a rapper. You might have Floyd Mayweather, leading Coach Prime in. it's not gonna
Seriously.
the videos that are going to be coming from this today are going to be incredible. And I don't think he's just going to just show up and sit down and, all right, what do you guys got? I mean, it's going to be – it's Las Vegas. It's Coach Prime. It's the Big 12. It's Division I football, boys.
Mike, now you're stealing lines from every former coach in CU history. Can I ask a question just about the craft? Because Prime loves the moment. He loves talking. He loves talking as much as anything. But do most coaches, be honest, even when you were in the coaching ranks and now you're on the other side of the media, do most coaches just despise the media? Do they look at them as like, what a joke, asking these? What do they really think about these questions being lobbed their way?
You know, it's almost just one of those deals where you know it's part of your job. You know, me now being on this side and running into coaches that I know well, like Sonny Dykes, a good friend. I talked to him for a while yesterday, and they always ask me, hey, just let me know if you need any help, man. And meaning to get you back in the coaching industry, because what you're doing right now is as slimy as it gets, right?
They're like,
what I do know,
you're impoverished.
What I do know about coaches is that, like yesterday at the press conference, the amount of coach speak from the podium yesterday, it was unbearable. Like, I got absolutely nothing out of 90% of what I listened to at the podium. So I just started, working the Radio Row and getting around the players and just getting more boots on the ground, because what's said at the podium 90% of the time is just autopilot coach speak. And most coaches do everything in their power to leave media days without any moment that goes viral, because they don't want to affect their team in a negative way. And a lot of coaches, sometimes they open up their fat traps and it goes bad, and all of a sudden they got to cash a receipt sometime during the season.
Well, on that subject, Coach, it's a question I asked Vic earlier, because Deion's going to be confronted with some of this expectation talk and what this season should be. If I hit him with a syringe of truth serum and I said, honestly, how many wins do you expect this year? What do you think he says truthfully and honestly? What is it?
I think he says that he expects to win every football game that they play. And if you don't have that mindset, you don't have that mentality, then you're not on the level that we're at, and you're not on my level. I think that's really how he views it. And I don't think that's just coach speak. I think that he believes that they're going to win every game they play this year.
And part of that, just to follow up, another thing is there were 6 quarterbacks drafted in the top 12 last year in the draft. The worst record out of all of them was actually Caleb Williams, who was 7-5 at the end of the regular season. If you have what you claim to be the best quarterback in college football, the best quarterback in the country, you need to get to at least 7 or 8 wins, don't you? Like, isn't that a totally fair expectation given that and the claim of also the best all-around player in the country is on your roster?
Yeah, I'd argue that Caleb Williams, that's even a bit deceiving, because he won the dang Heisman Trophy the year before in double-digit wins.
Yeah.
Shadour's not going to have that to back up whatever happens this year. You have a 4-8 season with 52 sacks. So this is a huge year for Shadour, and it's a huge year for Coach Prime, because, frankly, Shadour's got the talent. He's got the requisite arm talent to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft. But there's got to be just good, clean decision making, particularly in the pocket. And it's got to correlate to wins. I think that this is a huge year, and I'm anxious to hear what Coach Prime said even today about Shadour and the expectations of what he's got to get better at.
Yeah, Coach, we know that last year the Buffs had to navigate a very difficult schedule in the Pac, and it was a tough conference. I get that, but I think there are too many assumptions being made this year. Moving to the Big 12 is going to be like a step down, and we can breathe now. And I say that's not the case at all. Can you just go through some of the teams on the Buff schedule? At Texas Tech, you think that's going to be easy? Are you crazy? Kansas State, Kansas. These are games that people assume are going to be easier than the Pac games, and I'm telling you right now, they are not easy places to play.
That was what I was most surprised about being at Media Days yesterday. It's just, this is now a conference that I'd say 10, 15 years ago, it was the Air Raid Conference, right? It was Mike Leach. It was Lincoln Riley. It was who could throw the ball 50 to 70 times and throw for 550 with 7 touchdowns. This has turned into a physical conference. Mm-hmm. And you look at the Kansas Jayhawks, and their quarterback's a really good football player, but Lance Leipold, the head coach that came from Wisconsin, Whitewater, and Buffalo, before he ended up at Kansas. This is a very physical team. Kansas State, Chris Kleiman, He comes from the same place that CU is going to be opening up with, North Dakota State. I mean, they're physical outfit. They want to corner the market of being the most physical team. And then Utah. I mean, Utah's going into this. Think about what Utah did the last 12, 15 years in their time in the Pac-12. They're always the best team in the offensive and defensive lines. So I think the top 5, 6 teams are going to all be very physical teams. They're going to run the football. They're going to play really good defense, and that's more what this conference has turned into. And whether that ends up being a strength that CU can throw the ball effectively, has great skill players in this league, or it ends up being a weakness because they just can't hold up on either side of the lines. I think you're right, Vic. This is not going to be an easy slate. This conference is going to be very physical.
What is the first thing as a coach you're going to be looking for? Let's just start with the opener of the season. What area will you look at most? We know what Shedeur can do. We know the skill positions, but are you going to pay all attention to the offense and the defensive lines to see if CU has definitely improved this year? Where are your eyes going to go?
My eyes are going to be on the very first snap of the season for the CU Buffs against North Dakota State. I'm going to be looking at who's playing tight end. Because the reality of a roster, if you want to run the football in college football in 2024, if you don't have a tight end, the numbers end up stacking against you. So a lot of times you have 5 offensive linemen and a 6-man defensive box, 6-man look. So the quarterback has to be the runner. The great equalizer is when you add a tight end or 2 or even 3 on a particular snap, you get your numbers back and you can run the football. I don't know who the tight end is right now. I still have no answer. That'd be a great question for me if I was going to Big 12 Media Days today. I'm obviously spending time at the Mountain West Conference Media Days and spending time with Coach Norvell and Torrey Horton and the Rams. But I'd love to see who that's going to be, because that's going to be really important to get their numbers back right. And they didn't have that last year.
And Coach, with you going to Mountain West too, I'm really curious what expectations are going to be for CSU this year. Norvell's heading into year 3. This is usually the year where you start to make a jump. You get a couple recruiting classes under your belt. You said they got guys like Torrey Horton. That's an NFL player that's on that roster. A quarterback that went from freshman to sophomore. What do you think CSU's expectation should be?
Yeah, so the preseason poll dropped about 25 minutes ago for the Mountain West Conference, and CSU was picked 5th, and right in the same neighborhood. So it was Boise State, UNLV, which I think they were in the championship game last year. But then it's Air Force, Wyoming, CSU, right in that 3, 4, 5, which is really exciting for Mountain West fans, in the Denver metro area in the state of Colorado, because I think this would be really competitive. I'll tell you this. I rode on the plane. I came in yesterday with Torrey Horton, the CSU contingent, Jack Howell. Torrey Horton walks down the middle of that aisle, get into his seat. I go, that's a first-round draft pick receiver.
Yeah.
He is a great-looking young man. Carries himself really well. He's a lot taller than I thought he'd be. I thought he'd be a 6'1.5", 6'2" guy. I mean, he's right in that 6'3" range. Big fan of his game. And Jack Howell's just a complete leader, great young man. I think CSU's going to make a jump this year. In fact, I actually think that CSU's going to end up in the top 3 when this thing's all said and done in this conference.
I got a chance to visit a couple weeks ago at the Weld Central Golf Tournament. He was out there, Braden Fowler Nicolosi, the quarterback. I'm impressed by that kid. And when remember, in that CU game, they switched quarterbacks. Remember, they played another quarterback to start the season, and this kid moved into the starter's role, and I thought he played well. He had some tough spots, some rough patches during the season, but I really like his game and the way he throws the ball. What are your thoughts on him and their skill positions? He told me, by the way, watch out. They brought in a tight end, you speak of tight ends, out of the transfer portal that is going to shock some people. He's that good.
Yeah, there's a history. I mean, you think about the history of tight end play at CSU. I mean, that's a place where the state of Colorado, you should be able to find really good tight ends from the high school ranks. And I think CSU's done that at a very high level for a long time. Braden Fowler Nicolosi, he's a really good player. He's athletic. He throws a beautiful deep ball. I watched him against Boise State in person. I saw him throw one down the field to Torrey Horton. Actually, Torrey Horton dropped as one of his few drops on the year with 96 total catches. But this guy's going to be really good. He was a young starter. Millen was the starter early on last season. He comes in. He did have 16 interceptions to only, I think, 21 touchdown passes. But he's got the full skill set, and he also has leadership traits. One thing that I noticed in the offseason, he put out a press release when everybody else was going into the portal from all these schools. he put out a little note from himself saying, "Hey, I'm committed to CSU. I'm committed to this community. I'm committed to making this thing go and getting a championship out of this program." And
That's
so
great.
he's the right kind of leader. He's got the right. You saw him, Vic, in person. He's got a great body type. He's an athlete. I think he's going to have a big year. And
Good
you know,
legs, Coach.
last year,
Really
this year could be big.
sturdy legs, good base to throw that ball. It's impressive to me. Hey, Texas, the opener. CSU travels to Austin Saturday, August 31st. That's one of those pay the bills games, right? Give me some money so we can pay the bills.
You got to keep the lights on in the building. That's the bottom line. And you got to keep that water cooler filled. I know that. I've been to programs that water cooler didn't have any water in it. You know, it's one of those games. It's gonna be a tough one. Texas might have the most complete roster outside of Georgia this season. So I think that's gonna be a tough one.
Just a reminder to you as you're out in Vegas right now. I just want to throw this out before you head home. Make sure you're aware of it. So you know the Mirage is going to close on the 17th, right? That's the last day the Mirage will be open. Well, they have, before they close, the casino must hand out the big cash prizes in unclaimed progressive jackpots from both slot machines and games. It's $1.6 million they have to give away before the 17th. So maybe go out there and try and get yourself some.
Hit the slots, Coach.
I despise slots. You know why? Because my tinfoil hat always comes on, and the man is against me every single time. Even if there's some promotion, they're trying to get you in there, Kaner, and I'm just not doing it. I'm going to go pay my respects to the Mirage, a great property.
It's also table games though. Also table games. You could just they got to get rid of 1.6 million, one way or the other.
So I could be just playing blackjack, and I have a 16 and the dealer has a 20, and they're like, "Here's 1.5 million."
Yes, exactly right. Exactly right.
Dude, I don't want you to blaspheme.
I appreciate the math.
You cannot blaspheme slot machines. My mom goes up to Blackhawk every Friday, plays the nickel slots, and she rakes. She pays the bills with those rakes. I mean, she rakes $250 a night. Some nights $300, $450. All I hear about the rakes up at Blackhawk and the nickel slots.
That sounds amazing. And nickel slots are more up my alley. I don't ever want to feed $5 to a machine that's completely rigged. I can play some nickel slots. I respect that about your mother.
All right, good.
It's Mike Sanford. He joins us live from Vegas for both Big 12 and Mountain West Media Days. Can we talk to you again tomorrow about Mountain West stuff too?
Yeah, I'll have even more information about CSU, and I'm going to have a chance to meet with Wyoming's new head coach, Jay Salvell, and Troy Calhoun. That seems like he's been at Air Force for now 37 years.
Yep. All right.
Did you watch England? Did you watch Spain and France yesterday at all?
I was actually working during that, Vic, but I did sneak into the stadium swim pool to catch a little Canada-Argentina, and I'm glad that the USA, even though they got eliminated, at least Canada's out too.
I'm with you, baby.
It's Mike Sanford again, live from Vegas. We'll talk to him again tomorrow. Appreciate it, Mike. Thank you, buddy.
Hey, appreciate you, fellas.
Mike Sanford joining us from Vegas.
Why was I rooting against Canada? I have no reason to root against Canada. They're friendly neighbors from the north. But maybe because, our team let us down, and I'm like, no, you don't get to do that.
You know what I don't like about the whole Canada thing is that we're always like, oh, there are friendly neighbors to the north. They always talk trash about us. Always. So you know what? Same back to you. Your country's cold and boring. How's that sound?
And you have the most lakes in the world. That's all you got going for you.
You know what I've never said before? I want to take a vacation. Where I'm going to go? I'm going to go up north to Canada. No, never. Never doing that. Sorry. Oh, Niagara Falls. Cool.
It actually is pretty cool. And Vancouver's a beautiful city.
Yeah, I'm
Toronto's
sure it is.
cool.
Yeah, it's beautiful. You know what else is really cool? Cancun, just a little bit farther south than here. I like that a lot better. 303-504-0925 back after this.
Look, guy, we have to stay strong. If you don't stand with your fellow Canadians, then you are a rat. Don't call me a rat, buddy. I'm not your buddy, friend. He's not your friend, guy. I'm not your guy, buddy. He's not your buddy, friend. I'm not your friend, guy. Let's give it up, guy. Don't call me your guy. I am not your guy, friend. I'm not your friend, buddy. I'm not your buddy, guy.
See, I can't do it. I can't give Canada the benefit of the doubt on anything. I know the way you speak about me. I know the way you speak about my country. I'm not extending any courtesy to you. Sorry.
I know you're looking at my butt.
Damn right.
Exactly what they're doing.
Hey.
Before we go on,
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the text line.
Yeah,
and
I want to
seen
read
a lot more of this.
I think I know what it is.
You know where I'm going. I'm going to Oklahoma. This guy's texting from Oklahoma. Is obviously a CU alum, CU fan from Oklahoma. I'm going to read the text, but before I read it, I want to say this. For years, doing talk radio in this town, CSU fans used to be some of the most annoying fans in town because they were always, woe is me. Why don't you give us our due? Why don't you talk about us? Well, I want you to know something, CSU fan. Congratulations. You are no longer the most annoying fan base in the metro area. No longer. In fact, you have been surpassed. You've been lapped. It's not even close. CU Honk is the most annoying fan in all of Denver.
Yeah.
Would you agree with me?
Yes, they've become that.
It's ridiculous and it's laughable how offended you people get and how hypocritical you are. Talk about you, well, you don't talk in loving terms. Don't talk about you, well, you're a hater. What do you want? And I'm going to read this from 4645. You guys can't honestly hear your praise of an awful CSU roster versus your constant skepticism of the number one QB in college? You think it's objective? It's the oldest damn thing and oddest thing. There's a huge group that literally have an altitude drinking game for your crazy-ass CU takes. Our crazy-ass CU takes? Nelly, we've been on the show this morning for, 1 hour, 47 minutes. Of that hour 47, what is the largest topic? What do we spend the most time talking about on the show?
I can't answer that question because I've been taking sips every time you guys bash CU, you haters. I'm hammered. You guys don't believe.
At any point today in the show, and maybe I'm wrong. Did we ever bash Shedeur Sanders in his game today?
Nope.
What did we say about CU? We said, you better win. You better damn win, and you better get to a bowl game, or it's a disaster. If that's too hard for you to stomach, Oklahoma, if that hurts your tummy, I don't know what to do for you. You better make a bowl game, or it's a disastrous season. The end.
Here's the other.
That's not skepticism. That's not bashing your team. That's not anti-Shedeur. That's telling you what you need to do.
Here's the other thing. And this matters, okay? This stuff matters. There isn't a lot of stuff coming from CSU that says we are going to blow expectations out of the water, that we have this guy and this guy and this guy that are some of the best players in the country. They're going to be top 5 draft picks next year. When you say things like that, higher expectations come with it. I'll give you an example. I was pretty tough on Sean Payton last year, despite that being year 1 for the Broncos. Why?
Because he made those expectations.
When he went through the offseason and he said, I'll say 2 things specifically, that Nathaniel Hackett did maybe the worst head coaching job in NFL history, and then he followed that up saying, if we don't make the playoffs, I'm going to be pissed. You set the expectations there. You just said the previous head coach knew nothing about what to do with his roster, and the roster was more talented than what he showed. That's one. Number 2, you said this team should be a playoff team. I held him to those expectations. That year started, and remember the game that they lost 70-24, whatever it was, to Miami? When you set forth those expectations, you don't get to go back afterwards and be like, well, guys, look what I was working. No, you told me that this is what we should be. After week 1, when you're yelling, "Do you believe now?" and then you lose 8 of your last 9 games, there's criticism that comes with that because you set forth the expectation.
What's up,
And
boss? You believe now?
I'm telling you this right now about CU. CU has all the capabilities of being a big surprise team this year. I think that Shedeur Sanders is one of the most talented quarterbacks in the country. I think Travis Hunter is the best player, period, in the country. But if that correlates to 5 wins this year and no bowl game, that is a complete
disaster.
and utter failure on the part of CU.
Let me let you in on a little secret, you CU honks. Let me let you in on a little media secret. Do you think we want them to lose? Do you think that, do you think we want to see that?
The first
5-win
3
season?
weeks last year was glorious. Are you
was
kidding?
the most glorious 3-week run we've had in talk radio forever. If CU wins 10 games and is in title contention, do you think that's good for our business or bad?
Incredibly
Do you
good
think
business.
do you think that opens up many more topics? It's awesome. It's awesome. I mean, whether you like them or not, you want the teams to win, because when the teams win and they win big and they win at a national level, my God, talk radio is great. But when they lose and they talk and talk and talk and don't back it up, guess what? We're going to show them. And we're going to let them hear it, because that's what we do. So for those of you who continue to say, you guys are just haters. Yeah, we're haters. I don't hate CU. I hate you.
Well, and here's what, I don't want to speak for Vic, but I think this is what he's getting at. To act like Dion, Prime, CU right now is beyond criticism is crazy. Because here's what really annoys me, and I think it annoys Vic. If you say any bit of criticism to some CU fans, they take that as hate instead of acknowledging a reality.
And they twist it and they make it uncomfortable. And it really pisses me off, because it shouldn't be uncomfortable. It's just football. That's it. I want CU to win. I think CU is going to go to a bowl game this year. I think CU is capable of winning 8 games. Half of you think, oh, he's crazy. The other half, 8, that's all? Look at their roster. Look at the portal. How offensive. And that's my problem with you.
Yeah, I don't get it. There's very founded excitement surrounding that program, and it should be. You are the talk of college football still, I would say, this year. Not just last year, this year. Trust me, after today, Vic, when Dion speaks, what's going to be the first story when you log into ESPN.com? It's going to be Prime's face right there on the cover. Yeah. It's going to be the first thing that you see. So all this excitement is a founded thing. But with the excitement comes expectation. If you do not live up to expectation, criticism comes with that. That's not hating. It's acknowledging where things should be, or at least where you said they should be.
Go ahead and put that on the list. I know Marty had his little list. We're going to have to start a list here for. I think the most annoying people in Denver are CU fans.
It's got it's a specific faction of them. I don't want to broad brush this to all CU fans, but there's a specific group, and I want to know the adjective that we put in front.
Blind? I don't know. Not real?
Help me out here,
Nelly.
Nelly.
What do you want to call them?
What do we put this specific group of CU fans? What's the name?
Vic only said it about 10 times. The CU honks.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, let's do that. CU honks is totally cool with that. So,
cheerleaders? Pom-poms? What, give me a name.
So our new hate list as of right now is Evan Turner, Jim Schlossnagel, remember him? And CU honks. That's the list as of right now with Nelly at the helm.
So this guy on Twitch says I'm moving the goalposts. Where am I moving the goalposts here? I just told you I want CU to win as many games as possible. I'm a fan. I want them to win.
He's referring to the fact that with the Broncos, we're saying we don't care about wins and losses as long as they show progress, but we're not using that same yardstick for CU. That's what he means.
Hey, the goalposts should be moved for CU. They should be. What are you talking about? This isn't year 1 taking over the bad roster anymore. This is heading into year 2. With another year of what I'm told is an amazing recruiting class, that you grabbed the transfer portal, grabbed all these offensive linemen, they should be moved. They have
we're just
to be.
echoing. Hey, we're echoing what we're being told, right? We're just echoing what we're told, that you're the most dominant transfer portal team in the country. We're told that the trenches are fixed. We're told that you got the number one quarterback and the best player. We're told all this. That's what we're told.
By the way, do you know who else I'm moving the goalposts for? CSU. Make a bowl game this year. Jay Norvell knows that. You're in year 3. There's no excuse to not have a bowl game right now.
100%.
Goalposts need to be moved for teams as they progress. That's how it works.
CSU needs to beat Wyoming. No more excuses. CSU
Yes.
needs to beat Wyoming. Very simple. See how easy that is? And the reason we're different in our approaches between the Broncos and the Buffs, the Broncos clearly are in a developmental year. Do you call this a development year for the Buffs? Or do you call this a year we got all our portal filled, got rid of all that old baggage and brought in our, what did he call the new suitcases?
Louis and Gucci.
Got all our Louis in. You better win.
If you didn't move the goalpost, then that's a terrible move as a fan on your part. Like, horrible. You don't think the goalpost moved a little bit for the Avalanche as they were on their ascent to a championship? You don't think that they didn't reach the goalpost you had for them this past season? Of course not.
Just read some of this. I love CU fans who are actually busting on their own because, they're smart. Be humble. Show some humility. Don't fall for this crap.
Wow, you're such a hater, Vic. Nothing Dion will ever do is good enough for you, you CU hater.
I mean, those that are uneducated like that, they fall for it.
But
they fall for it. It's amazing.
That's getting into some weird, hero worship kind of stuff that is super, super weird for me again. Super bizarre. We'll get back to this in just a second. 303-504-0925. You can also get in touch with us, courtesy the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app that is powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Back after this. Texter says, that might be the worst segment of radio I've ever heard. You don't listen to this program very often then. Certainly not the worst.
Mm-hmm.
We've been
the other
we've
texters,
been
by
worse
the way,
than
we're
that.
getting a lot of people just ripping CU fans, acknowledged CU fans who've been longtime fans who are embarrassed by their brethren. Embarrassed. And it gives me hope. It really does, because sometimes we say things and I wonder, God, am I really that off on this? Is it time for me to just lay down, throw some dirt on me, just lay down and call it? Because maybe I am. Maybe I'm so off. I often wonder that. I really do. The older you get, you start wondering, my mindset is so far-fetched that I just don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And then thankfully, I'll look at the text line or I'll listen to some people and they'll say, thank you for saying that. You're so right. And I really appreciate you guys chiming in. I appreciate people saying stuff like, hey, a CU fan here. I hate the honks. We haven't done blank. You guys are spot on. CU fans, some of these honks are like Lakers fans, always living in a fantasy land. They are Deion zealots. They're not CU fans. Says here, I'm a Buffs grad from the 80s, a former player. Mac had expectations of us as himself. We beat the Bug Eaters. We proved him right. We couldn't be honkers. There's a lot of people that want that cart before the horse, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Earn it. Then you could talk it. Win. Then you could talk.
Or even, here's the thing. You don't even have to, this is Deion's personality. I don't even think you have to earn it first. That's fine if you want to be loud about it. But when you, if you don't live up to expectations, you need to own that. That's all. That's it. By the way, some breaking news here in the last 15 minutes, Vic. Kawhi Leonard is going to withdraw from Team USA in the Olympics, which leaves an open roster spot. And it's rumored that perhaps local boy Derek White could get a shot at one of these roster spots for Team USA, which would be really, really cool. He was actually just in Parker doing a basketball camp. What was it, 2 days ago?
Yeah, that would be awesome. Have a Colorado representative at the Olympics. But a deeper question, why does Kawhi Leonard always step away from – what's going on with Kawhi Leonard?
I think he's got an ankle issue.
I mean, has he been healthy since he played in the NBA Finals for Toronto?
It doesn't feel like it, does it? Yeah, let me see. Let me look up the amount of games played for Kawhi since then.
Dude, I've never met a player who's regarded elite, right? He's been regarded elite, one of the elite players in this league, and is never available. So he's always sort of on the periphery. He's always like on the edges. Yeah, he could play, may not. It depends how he feels. You mean to tell me he goes to camp and now he stepped? It's weird to me.
So he played, actually, this was the most this past season that he's played since Toronto. So he played in all the years in LA. Year one was 2019. He played 57 games. Year two, 52. Year three, he didn't play at all with an ACL. Year four, it was 52. And year five, it was this past year, 68 games.
He doesn't play. He doesn't play. I mean, look at those numbers. He doesn't play. He hasn't played since he left Toronto. He doesn't play. Can't count on him.
See, and that's like the worst place that you can be as a franchise. Like, you have a star player. In fact, you know what? I'll just transition this over. Stephen A. Smith had his podcast. He did it with Udonis Haslem. And they were talking about Jokic versus Embiid. They end up, both of them say that they would take Embiid over Jokic, but listen to how the minute of this conversation went.
We can look at Joker and we can say he ain't in shape. I ain't never seen him up tired. Yeah. I ain't never seen him not being able to finish the game. Yeah. I've never seen him out there limping up and down the court like he can't keep up. I've never seen that from him.
He's healthy, though. And Embiid is I think Embiid worries so much about injury that his priority is to get to the playoffs healthy enough to play because he's that scared he won't be available. That's what I think is the issue with Embiid. I don't know this. I've never talked to him about this. I'll ask him about it the next time I see him. But I think that's the issue with Embiid. But as a player, as a talent, look, I love Jokic. Mm-hmm. There is no big man in the world that I want more than Embiid if Embiid is healthy.
Oh, hell no.
We're doing this
if
again.
Embiid is healthy, twice on Sunday.
There's no big man in today's game that I want more than him if he's healthy.
Oh, this is like taking Shaq, but saying I wish he had a jump shot.
That's right.
I ain't taking nothing away from Embiid. I'm taking Embiid.
That's right.
I'm just saying that little piece right there. If he had that, that'd be perfection.
That's the thing.
I can't hear this anymore. I can't do the if thing. I can't do it. He's not healthy.
Yeah.
He's never available. He's not consistently available. Maybe through no fault of his own. Maybe his body has betrayed him. I'm not 6 foot. I can't do anything about it. He's not available. It's the dumbest argument. You know, if Joel Embiid were perfectly healthy, he's not. Ever. Has he ever been in his career? Ever?
No. And
ever. In the history of his career, has he ever been healthy?
two things here. Number one, turn your camera back on. I can't see you. Number two, on the subject of, this kind of started with Kawhi first. Kawhi Leonard has the same problem. Like, he's an incredibly talented player who can do a little bit of everything, but you can't trust him to stay healthy. It's my number one thing. Like, I've said this before, if I'm a head coach, the number one thing I would look for from any player that I'd have is consistency. I got to know you're on the floor, first of all. Second of all, every time you're on the floor, are you the same type of guy, game in, game out? You can't say that for Kawhi Leonard, and you can't say that for Joel Embiid. And to cast that off to the side as, I always say it's loving the idea of something, but not it in practice. And I've been guilty of this in the past. Vic, I loved the idea of Jerry Jeudy because I'd watch him in practice and I'd be like, how is this guy not a superstar?
Yeah.
Like, he's got every skill and every talent you'd want in a wide receiver, but he was not trustworthy. He just wasn't. And that matters.
To be honest, therein lies the difference between Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. You know Nikola's going to be available.
Mm-hmm.
You got him. Whether he may have a cramp, he may have a foot issue, he's playing. You don't know about Jamal. You don't know. And it's that right there, that gap between that separates them greatly. Greatly. Availability is everything, man. It's everything. Especially in games down the stretch that means so much.
Yeah.
Give them all the credit in the world. You play hurt, you play through pain, all the credit in the world for doing so. But there's a reason at the end of the season, both Michael Malone and Calvin Booth said, we have to come up with a better plan to keep Jamal Murray healthy. That was a knock at Jamal.
Totally. And I don't understand, especially this part. And I would think former players, and Udonis Haslem he's a Jokic fan. Like, he's not some sort of hater on Jokic at all. If you've watched him speak about Nikola, even after like the Heat incident where he took out the Morris, I forget which Morris it was, the Morris brother. Haslem has always been like, no, Joker's a freak.
Yeah.
But I am always curious as to why, Vic, those guys who play against Jokic don't acknowledge his biggest asset, which is his basketball IQ. I would put that up against anybody in NBA history. I think that's how smart Nikola Jokic is. And I don't know how many other guys that have played that sport could think the way that Jokic does during a game, knowing where he's supposed to be, where his teammates are, and what the defense is going to do.
It's also why his window, we always place these years on windows, and everybody says, the Joker windows, you got 3-4 more years. No, you don't. If he wants to play, you got 8 more years, 10 more years.
Yep.
The way he plays, the style he plays, is this a guy who hangs on the rim?
Nope.
Are you kidding me? He can play this way until he's 50.
I don't believe in windows.
Hey, I want to ask you a question because you brought up Kawhi Leonard's a number of games played since leaving Toronto, and every year it's been 50 or less. How many games did he play this year?
Kawhi Leonard?
Yeah.
He played 68, actually, is one of his
Do you know
higher
why
years.
Do you know why he played 68?
Because of the awards.
Because the max, you got to get to 65 games to qualify for the max and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he would have played 65 games if those qualifiers were involved? He doesn't play. He doesn't want to play. He doesn't play basketball. He plays only when he wants to.
Joel Embiid, by the way, 68 games is the most he's played in a season in his career. And that came in 2021.
I mean, think about that. 68 games for Joel Embiid. The Denver Nuggets have a player who had back surgery, not once, but twice. The most invasive kind of surgery you can have as a professional athlete to your lower back. And he played 81 of 82 games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you want to play or not?
That's what it should be about.
That's where, I'm telling you, man, that's where the NFL has it over every other league. The guaranteed contract has allowed players to sort of skate when they shouldn't skate.
Yeah, the NFL, it's, maybe a nice portion of your contract is guaranteed, but not all of it. And we can find a way to get out of it if we want to.
We are looking at it firsthand, live and in person here in Denver, Colorado with the Rockies and guaranteed contracts and baseball players who have made a lot of money and skate.
Yeah, totally.
Skate.
303-504-0925, Shant Mazda text line. But just to go back to the beginning of this, Kawhi Leonard dropping out of Team USA due to an injury. Whoever gets that replacement, and again, one of the names rumored out there is Derek White, and I think that'd be incredible to have somebody from here on Team USA's roster. And look, Kawhi Leonard, a very good defender. You know who else is? Derek White is. Despite his size, it's amazing how good of a defender Derek White is. For being, how tall is he, by the way? Not that tall.
Derek White, I think he's 6'5", 6'6"? I think. I don't know. He
6'4".
started after college. 6'4"?
Yeah, 6'4". But to have somebody from here on that roster would be really, really cool. 303-504-0925. Reminder to you guys, this Saturday is the 4th annual Colorado Whiskey Fest at Douglas County Fairgrounds in Castle Rock. Come out and enjoy tastes of some of America's finest whiskey and bourbon, featuring many of Colorado's finest. Tickets available right now at whiskeyfestcolorado.com. And make sure to say hi to Mike Sanford. He will be there from noon to 2. Back after this. Hey, Vic, we're just talking about guys who can't stay healthy in the NBA. You know, Kawhi Leonard, Joel Embiid.
Mm-hmm.
You want to play a drinking game and take a drink if you've heard this? You got a coffee next to you or something?
Yeah, I got a coffee. Let's go.
All right, this from the New York Post. Ben Simmons is expected to be a 100% by the time the season starts.
Bro, don't make me laugh. I saw something. It was on Twitter last night, and I went down and I had to watch it. The top 5 shots in NBA history, and it went from 5 to 1, and like ridiculous shots. There was that one when Andre Miller played for the Cleveland Cavaliers. He like turned around in the final second, made a 3-quarter heave, ridiculous shot, just stupid type of.
Oh, so these aren't like big moment shots. These are just
these are
crazy.
just, like,
okay,
shot making skills,
Yeah.
like crazy shots. Number 1 on that list was Ben Simmons making a 3. Just a wide open 3. I couldn't stop laughing. It wasn't anything. It was just wide open. Nobody there. 3.
dude.
Number 1 shot making of all time.
I'm trying to go back to, you remember when he was first sort of in the league, he was healthy and he was like good. He was a good player for the 76ers. And then right before the injury started, I remember like high-profile ESPN NBA personalities are like, hey, man, if I had to draft one guy to start a franchise with right now in the NBA, it's Ben Simmons. And that was when he was good. And I still like that to myself. I'm like, so after watching Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors, your first pick is the guy who can't shoot. That seems like a really odd decision to make, like really bizarre.
If you play the guard position in the National Basketball Association, hell, any position, but guard more importantly, and you cannot shoot the basketball, go play pickleball.
No kidding. Like
I'm serious. I would be hey, listen, son, you can't make a wide open shot. Time to pick up that pickleball paddle. They sell some expensive ones for $300.
Okay, what if
Let's
you're
go work on that pickleball game.
What if you're like Tony Allen? Couldn't shoot, but like elite level defender. Is that guy okay?
There are plenty of those. He got through. I don't know if that would work in today's game. That was actually 10 years ago,
Yeah.
the Tony Allen type. Give me a player today who cannot shoot a lick. And when I say cannot shoot, I mean a lick.
And you're
Who's
talking
a
about
freak.
guard. You're talking about guard.
Yes. Do you remember some of those games where Ben Simmons would not shoot a floater because he
Yeah.
was afraid?
Well, I think the straw that broke the camel's back, he was like underneath the hoop for a huge bucket in a playoff game, wide open, and he passed to like the corner, remember?
Dude, it's my golf game right now. The chip yips. I'm afraid to chip.
You were the one who told me how to chip a different way. It really helped me, by the way.
And now I'm afraid. And now I've forgotten.
Who is the guard in the NBA right now who cannot shoot at all?
Well, like Patrick Beverly gets a lot of heat. He'll make some open shots if you leave him open. He'll make open shots. Now, he's not consistent, but he'll make them. He's a threat. But as a big man, you could get away with it, right? As a big man.
Of course, yeah. Because
DeAndre Jordan's not a Steph Curry lookalike.
Dude, Rudy Gobert's getting a max contract, and he can't shoot outside 2 feet. Like,
Exactly. Big man, completely different set of rules. But if you're a guard and you have no ability to shoot a basketball, what are we doing?
Like, I know this is still really old, Vic. Like, a Rondo was a guy who was kind of like that, but I don't know.
Yeah, but he made the occasional, he made enough.
Westbrook?
He's going down that road. As much as I want, it's funny. I had this conversation yesterday. This guy, he's anti-Westbrook for that reason. He said he's the worst three-point shooter in the NBA today. Volume shots, he's terrible.
Yeah.
And I said, I can't disagree with you. I don't disagree. I'm looking at this on paper saying, what are they doing? But the other part of it is they need everything he represents and not how he shoots. They need his competitiveness. They need his desire. They need somebody to push other players at practice. They need that. They need that dog. They need that.
Boom.
But his shooting sucks.
From Mark Spears, Celtics guard Derek White will be replacing Kawhi Leonard on Team USA. Already announced.
Let's go!
So there you go. Local kid joining Team USA's roster for the Olympics,
So they
Derek
picked
White.
him over Jaylen Brown.
They did.
Sometimes good role players like that are a much better fit. And people say, why not Jaylen Brown? Well, maybe Jaylen is the kind of guy, why am I not starting? Why am I not getting starters minutes?
Yeah,
Derek
maybe.
White's not going to Derek White's not going to walk in and say, do you think Derek White's going to pull at Anthony Edwards? Yeah, they're all going to revolve around me.
So on the Dream Team roster, I don't know it top to bottom right now. Were there maybe a couple of guys that you would consider role type of players who weren't like maybe superstars? All these guys are pretty good. Yeah, they're all, with the exception of Leitner. These guys are all like holy bleep type of players. Yeah.
Superstars. Isn't every Dream Teamer a Hall of Famer? Every single one?
Well, here you go. Well, outside of Leitner, right?
Outside of Leitner, he was the one college, they basically, Team USA said, we got to put a college kid on there.
Yeah.
That's why he was on there.
So the Admiral? Yeah, he was.
Hall of Famer.
Ewing?
Yep.
Bird?
Wait, Ewing's a Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah.
Am I missing something?
No, he's a Hall of Famer. Bird? Yes.
Of course.
Pippen? Yes. Jordan? Yes. Drexler? Yes. Malone? Yes. Stockton? Yes.
Yes.
Chris Mullin? Is he a Hall of Famer? He's really good.
Huh? Hold on a second. Let me ask this lady here. Hey, Siri. Is Chris Mullin a Hall of Famer? See what she answers. Yes, 2011. Thank you, lady.
Okay, and then it's Barkley and Magic. So, yeah, all Hall of Famers. Okay. No role players, just ass kickers. Cool. Just everybody going out there to ruin your life. But still, it's like, I think part of it is he's such a good defender. They lost Kawhi Leonard. Just have somebody ready to go and be a dog on defense for him if they need him to.
Listen, I've said this from the get-go. You can stack these teams like they did with the Dream Team years ago. First of all, the rest of the country, the rest of the world wasn't what it is today, talent-wise. It just wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't as stacked as it is today. That's number one. Number two, that team, it was a foreign concept, right? It was always, for years, it was just a bunch of college players, and now they said, let's do this. And they brought the artillery, man.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's best for the U.S. team to have some role players, for people to accept their positions, accept their playing time. The last thing you want, and it's a reason why Derek White is a better pick, in my opinion, than a guy like Jaylen Brown, he accepts his role.
Yep.
With a smile on his face.
So congrats to Derek White. Really, really cool for him to be announced now. He's filling in for the injured Kawhi Leonard who has left the roster. 303-504-0925. So.
Does it say why Kawhi left exactly?
Like I said, I think I saw something about an ankle. Hang on. Let's see.
He hadn't played in 2 months.
Kawhi Leonard gives unexpected message on his injuries. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, he's hurt. I don't know. I can't find specifically what was wrong. There's always something wrong, though, with Kawhi. It's just one of those guys. You ever had a friend of yours that's always like, dude, this hurts? And it's like every week it's something new.
Yeah,
that's Kawhi.
I'm the Kawhi Leonard.
I think it's just been your back lately, right? It used to be Mosier. Mosier's gotten pretty good at it now. Yeah. But, Mosier would come in, I have gout. I have a bee sting. My Achilles hurts. It's always something.
He's gone full sedentary. He's completely stopped moving to avoid any injury. Hey, how are you such a health freak? I don't do anything.
You got so healthy lately. All right.
Why don't you settle down for a second there, pork chop? I got stuff to do.
All right, so we discussed a lot of things today. And look, I know that at least for a certain faction of people listening to the show, you were annoyed in the way that we were discussing CU, and I can't for the life of me understand why. I don't think we said
I don't
anything.
apologize, by the way.
Me neither.
I don't apologize for a heavy-handed approach to it. CU fans, and not all of you, because we're seeing a lot reacting on the text line that agree with us wholeheartedly. Many of you are ashamed and embarrassed by some of these honks, I call them, who have come out of the woodwork, and you're not looking, you're blind. You're blind.
Yeah. There's a way that when you talk about a team like CU, and maybe this is part of it, Vic, at least, man, I think I can say I know it's part of it. You know what annoys you in sports a lot? You talk about this all the time. People are fans of what? The player and not the team, right? You're a LeBron fan, not a Laker fan. You're a Peyton Manning fan, not a Bronco fan. You're a, so on and so forth. I think there's a lot of people
big in
that
soccer too, by the way. That's huge in soccer.
A
Messi
Ronaldo fan.
Ronaldo fans.
Yeah.
I mean, not of the team, of the player.
I think there's a lot of Dion fans.
100%.
And
100%.
not necessarily CU fans. So if you criticize
100%.
Dion, that is a bigger sort of sticking point than actually criticizing the program as a whole.
Yes.
I think that's a big part of it.
Yep, 100%. And I made it known how much that kind of fandom. Yeah, listen, I'm not going to tell you how to fan. You fan however you want. But I live in Denver. Born and raised in Denver. It's my community. I root for Denver. I don't root for players. I want players to come together as a team. I admire players, love the hell out of players, respect players. But if they leave and go wear another uniform, you don't play for my team anymore. I don't hate you like Mosier. Like Mosier hates Arenado. I don't hate. But you're no longer, you're of no use to me.
Yeah.
I hate to say it that way, but you wear the Denver uniform. You wear the CU uniform. You represent this community. So I've never understood taking that fandom with said player to another place.
Just quickly here, you mentioned Arenado. Ryan McMahon was on with PhD yesterday, and they asked him a question. And Ryan Mack is obviously the representative of the Rockies in the All-Star game. He's having this career year. He's been playing phenomenally. He is having a better season than Nolan Arenado in St. Louis. And they asked him, do you still follow Nolan? Do you keep in touch? Here's what he said.
I don't check on him too much, man. I try to focus on this team. The only guy that I probably check on is Story. That's probably the only guy I keep up with. That's my guy.
What do you think about that?
Who says this?
That's Ryan McMahon on with PhD
Wow.
yesterday. What do you think? Let's play it one more time. Let's hear that again.
I don't check on him too much, man. I try to focus on this team.
Wow.
The only guy that I probably check on is Story. That's probably the only guy I keep up with. That's my guy.
You don't like him.
So
you
I
don't
still
like Nolan.
keep up with Trevor Story. I don't with Nolan.
Yeah, you don't like him. You didn't like the way it went down.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a core of players there. Ryan McMahon, Charlie Blackmon. There are a lot of guys that were here that they felt like they were cheated by Nolan Arenado. They felt like he walked.
Yep. I mean,
he basically, in essence, he basically did. I've never had any qualms with Nolan Arenado being traded and wanting out. I don't. But if you're a player on the team, he basically told all of his teammates, you guys aren't good enough for me. I got to go.
Oh, for sure. That's what it is. It's not only you aren't good enough, the franchise isn't willing to replace you with guys that I feel like are better than you, right?
Yeah.
There's a second part to that. Like, you're not good enough, and I wanted you out and replaced by somebody else.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. I mean, I'm not going to make a big deal out of Rymack not being in touch with Nolan Arenado. This doesn't have to be the love train. We're not on the love boat. Everybody lovey-dovey. Yeah, we check in, we hang out, we play fantasy football. I don't care.
The thing is, though, the difference, though, Vic, was if he just left it at that, I'm not, I don't follow Nolan, I just kind of focus on this team. That's one answer. But when he said, I don't follow him at all, I do follow Story. That's my guy. Like, to throw that in at the end is what I think, okay, now I got a little bit deeper insight on what that relationship really was between you two, especially after the way that they left. Like, Trevor, he left because the Rockies weren't giving him a contract. Like, that's what happened.
Not enough is said. Being able to follow the Nuggets as closely as I have the last few years and seeing how a team operates behind closed doors, in the locker room, when they're away from the locker room, when they go out to dinner, when they're hanging out, that culture, that we're all under the impression that these guys need to be friends. They don't need to be friends. They don't need to be friends. But they have to respect one another. They can't scoff at each other all the time. Once you start, look at this guy, look at what he's doing. I mean, why do you think, what's the number one reason Bones Highland was traded?
He didn't have the respect of the team. And they didn't like the way he went about his business either.
Exactly. Behind closed doors.
Yes. There's no room for complaining about selfish things like playing time when everybody else is sacrificing. That's what I think blew that all up.
Yes. You can get away with that if you're a superstar.
Sure.
If you're a superstar, if you're the guy who runs the show, yes. If you're a role player, no way.
By the definition, you have to stick to your role. You don't get a bigger role because you want one. That's just where you are. By the way, Harrison Wind was talking about the thing that you were discussing, Jamal Murray, and why they haven't given him that long-term extension yet. And here's what he said. He was on with PhD yesterday as well about the team is waiting after the Olympics to sign him.
My understanding of it is that they're just going to wait until after the Olympics to officially, ink the max contract, which is what I think it will be, as long as there's not a major injury or anything. I think both parties are on board with that. I don't think there's any hostility or
no. Stop right there. Both. Let me ask you a question.
Conflict or anything.
Stop. How can both parties be on board with something that's at risk for only one party?
Yeah.
If and this is where I disagree with Harrison. If you're Jamal Murray's camp, you want to play in the Olympics. You really do. But the risk that lingers, the risk that's out there is if you have a horrible injury, knock on wood, you flush a lot of money down the toilet.
Potentially. Like they still.
I'm telling you.
Well, and here's the thing. That risk is 100% on one side of the aisle, none on the other.
100%.
The Nuggets hold no risk in waiting this thing out.
Why wouldn't the Nuggets wait? What risk do the Nuggets have to wait 1 month to sign this contract?
Mm-hmm.
What exactly? He's going to go sign with another team in a month?
And that's where I'm kind of with you, that I think that this is, maybe it's subtle, but sending a message. Can I hear the rest of this just real quick, Nelly? Go ahead.
Both parties are on board with that. I don't think there's any hostility or, a rising conflict or anything. I just think the Nuggets look at it as, all right, we want to make sure, Jamal Murray, who has had a recent history of a lot of injuries, of course, the ACL a couple of years ago, the minor injuries here and there last season, and the calf strain in the playoffs. I think they look at it as, all right, we want to make sure he gets through the Olympics, and then, we can give him the max contract afterwards. So I think that's the situation. I fully expect him to re-up on a max deal after the Olympics, but I just think they're waiting for that to wrap up.
This is where you're right, though, Vic. Like, if it were up to Jamal Murray, this would have been signed yesterday.
Of course. Jason Tatum had his signed. Jason
Jason
Derek
Tatum.
White signed an extension. Guys all signed. The reason they haven't signed is clearly they're at odds over something.
I don't know if it's at odds contract-wise, but...
No, not the money.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the money. The money's the money. The money, you're going to pay him, and it is what it is. You're not going to change the money. That's a collective bargaining agreement. They're at odds over something.
Mm-hmm.
And that's okay. Sure. At the end of the world, they'll figure it out. But if Jamal Murray had it his way, he would have signed this the day after the season ended. You kidding me?
100%. Yeah. Like, the second the season ended, if they presented a contract, you just would have been like, fine, deal. Let's do it.
So, God forbid, devastating injury occurs during the Olympics. What do the Nuggets do?
Is next year the last year of that contract?
Yeah. He's got a year left and then the extension.
Man, I guess I don't like talking this way, depending on what
I know, but what would you do? You're running the team. You're Calvin Booth. You're running the team. And I know the Tim Connolly way. Tim Connolly was loyal to a fault at times.
Yes. Did you see what he did?
What would you do?
I think I'd still sign him just because I don't know what your other options would be. Like, here's what I don't know, Vic, and this is actually a really interesting question. Maybe we'll save this for tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say for whatever reason, let's say Jamal just says, you know what, bleep this, I don't want to come back to the Nuggets, and he wants to test free agency. He won't sign the contract. Okay, fine. Have the Nuggets graduated with Jokic to a place to where they can attract a big-name, max contract type free agent or not? Have they gotten in that space? Because they never were. They were in the overpay space before this. But now that they've won a championship, they have the best player in the world, could they be a team that, like, Who's somebody like Paul George?
Paul George.
Would he be like, oh, I'm totally down to go play with that team?
Yeah, Paul George chose Philly. He could have chosen 5 different teams.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson wasn't a max, but he chose Dallas.
Yeah.
He chose Dallas. Are the Nuggets at a point where teams players of that ilk will choose Denver? I don't know the answer to that. I assumed yes because you've got the best player in the world. Why wouldn't you want to play with him?
And you're
I
a
don't know the
championship
answer.
contender. Yeah.
Because we haven't arrived at that. We haven't had the opportunity to see that question answered yet.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't had that gob of money waiting for somebody.
It's funny you said that Tim Connelly, and I agree with you. At times he was loyal to a fault. That's one of the things about the year that the Nuggets won the championship. They made that trade in the offseason where they got rid of Will Barton. I don't know if Connelly would have done that. I have no idea. Calvin Booth did. But did you see who Minnesota signed the other day? Now this is a minimum deal, but you know who they brought in? It was PJ Dozier. And it's like, it's almost a guarantee. If you signed up for the Nuggets when Tim Connelly was here and you were a free agent, you're at least going to get a cup of coffee in Minnesota for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, between Monte Morris, PJ Dozier, you remember they got Bryn Forbes on that team the same offseason that Connelly left.
Yeah.
If you played for the Nuggets and you're in free agency, like you're going to get at least a phone call from Minnesota.
Yeah, I thought TC's done a wonderful job, and he still continues to do so with Minnesota. Perhaps we all get blinded by loyalty, and that's a great trait to have, by the way. It's not a negative one. It's a great trait to be loyal. I do want to say, though, there are so many things that go on behind the scenes of an NBA or an NHL or an NFL season that we are not aware of, and we become aware and like, oh, I get it now. So the Clippers, for example, they did not meet expectations this year. They drowned. Why? Well, it turns out Kawhi says yesterday he knew all season that Paul George was leaving. He knew all along that he was leaving, that he wasn't going to get the money that he wanted, and they dealt with it. Do you think that caused some turmoil on the team?
Yeah, probably.
Of course it did.
Yeah. Knowing that somebody wanted out, 100% it would. 303-504-0925. Got a fact checker coming your way next. Big 12 and Mountain West Media Days happening right now in Las Vegas. And if you jump on that Circa Sportsbook, where's that at? Oh, yeah, Las Vegas. That's right. And Mike Sanford was just at that Circa Sports Stadium swim. Go check it out if you ever catch a flight to Vegas. But they have odds, over-unders, for both CU and CSU on regular season wins. They're out right now. CU sitting at 5.5. If you think they make a bowl game, go ahead and toss it on the over. CSU is at 6.5, even money on the over on that one. So check all of that out on the Circa Sportsbook, middle of baseball season, every single day. A ton of odds and a ton of props to choose from. Tight money line splits, excellent customer service. Download the app or go to circasports.com. Hey, Vic, as far as bad contracts in this town, we've had this discussion. What's the worst over the past couple of years?
Mosier.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's one that's hanging out there and
busted it out.
I hope he's having fun in New Mexico right now, which is also known.
Hey,
New Mexico, Vic, I don't know if you know this, it's known as the Spain of the United States.
You think the Bears saying, God, I'm stuck with a bad contract?
Yeah, maybe. At this moment, maybe.
Love you, Moshe. Welcome back.
But honestly, what do you think is the worst contract right now in Denver sports? Because you have the options of, look, you can say Val, you can say, a lot of people would go to Michael Porter Jr., you could say Russell Wilson's contract, or you could say Chris Bryant's.
Oh, man, we brought this up before, and there are so many arguments for every one. If I were to put my finger on one contract that is most restrictive and makes me furious, it's Val's. Because that team is closest to a championship. The others are not. The Avs are. And the fact that you don't know if he's going to play, that money's just being occupied, that's the one for me. It's not nearly the money the others are either. It's not nearly.
I would say it is either Val's or Chris Bryant's. The reason I don't put Russell Wilson's into this is the actual contract, yes, it's hell and you're eating a whole bunch of money just to get rid of him. But the difference to me was Russell put effort forth and he wanted to win and he wanted to live up to the contract. It just didn't. Chris Bryant's bothers me because I think there's a motivational thing that is sticking. Like that always hurt. Doesn't seem like he's in a real hurry to get back in. And is playing poorly at the same time. But what if I brought up this name to you that has nothing to do with here? But do you remember that Cubs team that won the World Series? Do you remember a few of the players on that team? Chris Bryant was basically the leader of it. They had Anthony Rizzo, and they had somebody else in the middle of their infield. Do you remember who I'm talking about? Javi Baez.
Yep.
Javi Baez for the Cubs was a guy who hit .290 with 34 bombs, 111 RBIs. Next year, 281, 29 bombs, 85. And then he signed a contract with the Detroit Tigers. That contract, similar in nature to Chris Bryant's, it was a 6-year, $140 million deal. Javi Baez last year hit .222 with 9 homers, and this year is hitting $182 with 1. Here is a call of the Guardians, the Cleveland Guardians color commentator after Javi Baez was hit by a pitch yesterday.
He got hit. I tell you what, Salem's just all over the place. Baez chirping. Look, Javi, you're hitting way under 200. Nobody's hitting you on purpose.
Oh, that's so good.
For as much as the Chris Bryant contract makes Rockies fans furious, ask a Tigers fan about Javi Baez. Another former Cub from that team that they signed to a big deal, and it's just been a disaster. Disaster. Like, Javi Baez will swing at pitches, Vic, that hit like 8 feet in front of the plate. It's crazy. But both of those guys were revered as, like, the core pieces to championship puzzle that brought Chicago their first World Series in 100 years.
Okay, but what about this? So the reason why I don't think the Russell Wilson contract is as bad as the Chris Bryant contract is because Russell Wilson, say what you want, you may not have liked the way he played, but he could play.
Exactly.
At least he played.
Yeah.
He performed.
I'll say that about Javi Baez.
Him.
Javi Baez is playing, by the way. He's just playing poorly.
Here. You gave Russell Wilson, sorry, camera's off again. You gave Russell Wilson a lot of this. All right, here.
Yep.
He didn't play to these standards, but he played.
Mm-hmm. He showed up.
The other guy's not playing.
Yeah. And that
at all.
Again, when you question, and I think these are the most frustrating contracts, there's plenty of bad contracts in sports. There's always bad contracts in sports. But the separation between these two things, is the guy at least trying to live up to the deal? I never questioned that with Russell. Russell was not good enough. He was not even close to the contract he was given. But it was not an effort thing. I question effort at times with Chris Bryant. That's my problem.
I think it's the God, that's a slippery slope, especially in our business. And I try to be fair about this, but let me ask you, The worst thing you can do or say about an athlete, the worst, is that they did not bring forth the effort or the commitment or the discipline, and that they were skating, basically that word I used before.
Mm-hmm.
That's the worst thing you could say, right? You are questioning my character and my integrity.
Yeah.
How dare you? How dare you? But with Chris Bryant, what else am I supposed? What can you say?
Yeah. I mean, the only other option is that he is the most unlucky person in all of sports because he gets on the field and something else breaks immediately. You know what I mean? Like, we've certainly questioned that with other guys in baseball. Anthony Rendon is one that every Angels fan is like, what's going on here, dude? What's happening? You paid a ton of money, and then that guy who missed a whole bunch of games comes out in spring training and he goes, yeah, I'm just going to be honest, this isn't a priority for me. And you're like, dude, you can't say that. You can't say that out loud when you've missed as many games as you have. Can't. Anyway.
Now, it's a sad situation that, again, my answer to that question would be Val, just because the team is so, I mean, you could taste it, you could see it, they're close, they're still in that window exists, and that window right now is being shattered by a dude you can't rely on.
How about this, Vic? Here's the way I put Val's. Val's hurts the most because it feels like it has the most impact. Whether Chris Bryant's good or not, that's not the difference between the Rockies making the playoffs or not. You know, Russell Wilson, if he could have been better, yeah, maybe the Broncos could have been a team that made the postseason, but I don't know if they're like Super Bowl contending level, that sort of thing. Val's hurts because it's, to me, the difference between me saying I think the Avs can win a cup next year and not. And that's what the bummer is. 303-504-0925. Get a quick fact checker from Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
One of the greatest rivalries in all of sports is Vic Lombardi versus pickleball. And earlier, Vic, you said that if the CU Rec Center took out basketball courts and put in pickleball courts, that you would do a sit-in boycott. You would glue your hand to the court like that protester in Minnesota. So I want to see how you make sense of this. If you go to the CU Rec Center's website and you go to facilities rentals, they say the main CU Rec Center is home to 6 basketball courts with the capability of setting up courts for volleyball, pickleball, or badminton. So you can book the court for pickleball needs. Is that sit-in worthy?
No. Yeah, I will sit in if you go pickleball on those courts. Have you seen those courts? Have you been there?
Oh, they're lovely. They're gorgeous.
They're pristine. They're the most beautiful basketball courts in the country, in my opinion. With the landscape in the background, the flat iron. It's beautiful. It's a thing of beauty. Again, it's art. If you jack with those courts by throwing some pickle in there, no. Call me if they try that. Call me. If you're up there, you're patrolling the area, call me.
Can somebody just do this?
What do you think I am? I am.
Can somebody force, just make enough calls to see you to try and force their hand and see if they can change just a piece of it to a pickle? Because I want to see Vic with 2 super glued hands pressed against that court just to see what happens next. That's what I want to see.
Have you heard from some of these tennis players, these pro tennis players, what's happening to the sport?
Yeah.
Because of pickleball?
Wasn't Djokovic one of the guys that was like...
Djokovic, yeah. How it's the sport is eroding because of this trend, whatever the hell you want to call it. I don't mind the game, but you don't take away from basketball courts. You go get your own damn courts.
Yeah.
Go turn that cafeteria into a court, not my basketball court.
Good night, good night. Very good night.
I would actually love you shuffling your way through a buffet line and then you just hear...
Perfect.
All that's just behind you.
Why not? It's the one sport you could play after eating a full meal.
That's actually pretty true.
Oh, you're not moving.
You're just standing and turning your wrists occasionally. That's all it is.
It's like ping pong.
Like, what's the heaviest thing you could have? Like, if you just went to a fast food joint and just had a Big Mac, large fry, large Coke, horked all that down, 5 minutes later, you could be on the pickleball court. No problem.
You know, that's you know what? The distinction between what's a sport and what's not is exactly that. If you can have the full meal deal at any restaurant and go play right away, you're not a sport.
Check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane. Got Dempsey and Company coming your way next with a whole bunch of information, I'm sure, from Big 12 and Mountain West Media Day. So stay tuned to that throughout the day. You guys have a great Wednesday. We'll talk to you all tomorrow. Love you all very much. Goodbye.
What up, Denver? It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey and Company is the program on a shout-out Wednesday. I'm your host, Alex Ryan-Emmy, today and tomorrow. Y'all know me better as Raj with Josh Grismer, Steve Nelson, KJ Granderson, producing the heck out of the show Behind the Glass today. And as always, a day later than I normally see you in the week. So I was sad yesterday. I'm very happy today to see your smiling face. The namesake of the program, Christopher A. Dempsey. What is up, brother?
Hi, Raj. It's welcome back.
I missed a 2K Tuesday, and honestly, I'm devastated by it.
Yeah,
I got to be honest with you. I miss those days. It gets me buzzed up. We're going to have a great show on tap for you guys today.
It absolutely messed me up, Raj, that you wasn't here yesterday.
I know,
because
man.
My first two, I accidentally missed them. Luckily, one was already built in. And I was like, Raj is not here. It's messing me up.
I know. I wasn't even able to listen. I was so packed down with work yesterday. But we've got Mike Sanford coming on at 10:45. He's live from the Mountain West Conference. Media days. We've got Deion Sanders
12,
showing
yeah.
up at Big 12 today. All of that happening in Vegas at midst of a 117-degree day or whatever the heck it is out there at Circus Sportsbook. So Sanford's going to call in at 10:45. We've got NFL notes coming up at 11:15. I didn't think I was going to watch the HBO offseason Hard Knocks with the
Tell
Giants.
me you didn't watch
Dude,
it.
it's awesome.
You watched it?
It's so much better.
Why did you turn it on?
It's so much better than the other Hard Knocks.
Why?
Because
How?
it's drama that we haven't seen before. Like what's killed me with Hard Knocks year after year after year is that they've taken away some of the follow the individual storyline and kind of gone macro with it, and I've started to get a little bit bored. It follows the same superstars, and you don't get those weird, quirky storylines that you typically are used to talking about Hard Knocks 5, 7, 10 years ago.
Right.
The Giants situation, again, we'll hear about this coming up in NFL notes with the Saquon Barkley stuff. It gives you an insight into the NFL offseason that we've never seen before. I thought I was watching it just being like a nose-picking sports nerd. It's great. For a really bad team that I have no connection to whatsoever. Like, that's not a horse it's anywhere near the race for me. It's really good summer TV.
So you like phone calls and negotiations?
Well, because we haven't seen it before.
I mean, I like negotiations. I like a good negotiation, but
like, I'd love to have this on Jamal Murray right now. I would love to have Hard Knocks Jamal Murray.
I'm
Brother,
glad we're
why
here.
the heck aren't you signing your extension? So you're telling me, oh yeah, like you like phone calls and you like negotiate. Yeah, I would love to see that right now. Get a camera in the room. Show it to me now.
Okay, but
what's taking so long?
Yeah, but the difference is that the Giants, the Giants and Saquon Barkley, like, I don't have any sympathy for him. I haven't watched it. I'm not gonna watch it. But the clip that I did see was, I believe it was their general manager basically saying something to the effect of, basically trying to reason with him. Are you going to give us a chance to match? And I have no see. That's what I don't care about that, because the year before, when Saquon Barkley actually wanted a contract and you looked at him and basically gave him two birds, no. See, there's no drama in that for me, and I don't feel sorry for you because you could have had this guy, but you just chose to not do that. And so, am I going to sit there and watch him cry about that and feel sympathy for the Giants because Saquon left and went to the Philadelphia Eagles, the division rival? Nope. No. Now, Jamal Murray is, I don't know. Raj, my first instinct on the Jamal Murray thing is I think we're all just making way too big a deal about it. Like, there's so much chatter about this contract, and that's just the way these things work sometimes. Sometimes you can just hand it over and get it to him early, and sometimes you can't. It just depends on which I's need dotted and which T's need to be crossed. Now, if you think that if you're a conspiracy theorist a little bit, and I'll just put that in air quotes, not full-fledged, but you think that the Nuggets are slow rolling it so they can see what happens with him injury-wise or not injury-wise in the Olympics, I mean, okay, I'll partway grant you that, but I don't think that the organization is so cold-hearted to be able to do that. I think that there are just things in the contract that were not able to be worked out prior to the Olympics, and now he's going to be playing for Team Canada. It's a situation where you finish it and finalize it afterwards. Now, if that's going to be at a disadvantage to Jamal Murray, we'll see.
So I guess my question with Jamal Murray now revolves around what we've seen come out in the last about 35 minutes, originally from Shams and Woj. Kawhi Leonard no longer with Team USA, and this seems like it's a joint decision between Team USA and the Clippers. Like the official release said, hey, like the Clippers have said we're not going to be playing. Like Kawhi's out. We need to make sure he's ready for the season. I look at that, and we'll get into who's replacing him because he's a Colorado kid reportedly, and it would be really cool to see Derek White in Paris. Are they holding out on contract negotiations because if Jamal signs it, he thinks that the Nuggets are going to hold some sort of like authoritarian power over him and go like, listen, dude, you're on a minutes cap. You're not playing for Canada. And he doesn't want to do that. He just kind of wants to flex his muscles and say, hey, listen, you guys have floated me a contract. I'm going to wait on this thing because you know I'm not going anywhere. But God forbid I sign the contract and you guys now go, we paid you all your money. Now sit out. Don't go to Paris.
No. Just because
honestly,
I think. Go ahead.
If I'm Calvin Booth, I would have a really tough time not doing that.
What's to say? Which general manager wants their player playing in the Olympics?
Likely none.
Okay, so that's where it's. This is largely out of their hands. So here's what I think is happening with Kawhi. Kawhi has a little bit of an injury, obviously, and so there's concern given his injury history. There's concern because I think the last time we really saw him, he did play a lot of games last season, but we got to go back to Toronto for full prime time, super healthy Kawhi Leonard. I think he's a little bit injured. I think he doesn't want to play. I think it makes it easy for the Clippers to say, you know what, here's what we'll do. We'll backstop.
Doesn't want to play. Why even be part of the conversation then? Don't go to camp.
I think there is an injury situation though.
And there's not with Jamal?
Apparently not.
Didn't look that way in the playoffs.
Well, I mean, we're a couple months after that.
These feel like the same situations other than that
Kawhi
doesn't want to play.
No, because
Jamal wants to play.
No, because Kawhi's injury is showing up actively in USA training camp versus Jamal's is not. And Raj, here's how that will work if a team is really, really, really apprehensive about their player playing, but their player is very, very adamant about playing, which is what I think what Jamal definitely wants to play for Team Canada, then the deal is just you'll know it by the playing time. So if Jamal is kind of a bit player for Canada, just doesn't play like as much as Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or Nickeil Alexander-Walker or whatever player, then you're going to know that there was some sort of conversations on the backside of this that just said, hey, you can play him, but don't play him a ton. Nikola Jokic had the same thing for him just a couple of summers ago, where it's kind of like, all right, you can play, but just don't. 15 to 20 minutes a game will be wonderful if you can keep him around there. So we'll see with Jamal Murray, but I don't think that that's the case. Well, but time will tell.
Pat texting in, teams can't tell players not to play for their countries. That was instituted back when they started playing with pro players. Back in the early 90s.
They can impress it upon you that it's not going to be great if you go and play.
And Team USA, again, so I will read directly from Team USA's press release. Kawhi has been ramping up for the Olympics over the past several weeks and had a few strong practices in Las Vegas. He felt ready to compete. However, Kawhi respects that USA Basketball and the Clippers determined it's in his best interest to spend the remainder of the summer preparing for the upcoming season rather than participating in the Olympic Games in Paris. If that doesn't tell you that the Clippers went to Team USA and went, we don't want him playing, and Team USA went, okay, Steve Ballmer, I don't know what does.
Yeah, but Raj,
legally they can't, but they can go, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, get the guy the hell off the court.
Yeah, I think there's people covering up for people right now, is what I think. Like that's how I read it. And because if Kawhi 100% wanted to play and you weren't going to stop him from playing, then he would be playing.
The feel is that Jamal desperately wants to.
Yeah. Jamal hasn't participated in a ton of Canada, like
he wants
basketball.
to put the maple leaf on, man.
Yeah.
That's what he wants to do. And
Yeah.
it doesn't feel as though, because Kawhi has had the opportunity to do this in the past, it doesn't feel as though Kawhi is desperately wanting to play for the Stars and Stripes this time around.
Yeah, and you protect the player with the organization in USA Basketball taking the lead on this is why this particular player isn't playing versus Kawhi just leaving camp and then all of a sudden he's facing a whole bunch of criticism.
USA Basketball, however, replacing Kawhi Leonard with Colorado's own Derek White. They opt for Derek White over Finals MVP Jaylen Brown.
Raj, I told you this weeks ago.
2 minutes ago, Jaylen Brown tweets out 3 of those little monocle emojis. Like,
Yeah, well,
that's the Brian Windhorst. Like, something's going on here. Something's going on.
Yeah.
Jaylen Brown out. Colorado's own Derek White in.
Right.
Summer Olympian.
Which is what we said weeks ago on this program. That's what we said. And it would be for Kawhi Leonard. This exact scenario has happened, and Derek White is in.
For those who were not listening when we did this 2-3 weeks ago, why?
Because this team, unlike the Dream Team, is being made. It's being made more in the shape of how you would put together a roster for your individual team. So you have your star players, you have role players. Everybody has a hierarchy on there, and they have a specific role and job. And oh, by the way, Derek White was one of the best defensive players in the entirety of the NBA. Obviously, also a force on offense for the current NBA champions. So you're not putting chopped liver onto the roster, Jaylen Brown. And so I happen to love it because what you're replacing is a defensive player with a defensive player. Kawhi obviously has been known the entirety of his career as one of the better defenders, or in a couple of seasons, the best defender in the NBA. And so now you're just replacing him with a like player, basically is what you're doing. Versus Jaylen Brown, who is going to be a guy who is going to want to get a volume of shots up. And they don't want that. They don't want that for everybody on this basketball team. And you kind of have to have it this way, Raj, because you know, the Dream Team way back in the day when it's Jordan and Marlon Malone and Barkley and Stockton and Bird and Magic and all of them, they actually were, not only were they superstars, every single one of them, but they all had their own governor within them. So they sacrificed for the greater good of the team. With all due respect to the players in this generation, they do not do that. They don't. So if you put a bunch of them on it, if you put every single star that you can find on the team, then you're going to find a bunch of players who just take shots. And you can't have that. You need some sort of a team structure, especially because the Dream Team was playing against a world that could not play basketball. Those teams that they just ran right through because they weren't ready yet on the stage. Oh, but things are way different. Canada has a great team. Serbia has Nikola Jokic. Greece will be there. Greece just knocked off Slovenia, so see you later, Luka Doncic. They will not be in the Olympics. The teams that you are playing across the world now are so much better. Most of them have NBA players on them or NBA caliber players on them, and you had better bring a team that is ready to get into the weeds and get into the grind to be able to win these games.
I heard a comment about the upcoming Paris tournament saying it will be the greatest basketball tournament
I agree.
ever contested.
I agree. And Raj, in 4 years from now, they'll be able to say it again.
Are you sure?
Yes. Because the world is getting better.
Where's the 2032 Olympics? Is that LA? Or is that
2028?
2028.
2028.
Yeah,
is that LA?
Yeah, it's LA.
All right. 2028, I'll give you, because it's in the U.S., which means American players will play. The top American players will play. But if the U.S. wins gold in Paris, then wins gold in L.A., 2032 comes up. I don't know if that progression is guaranteed.
Yeah, see, I think it is. And the reason
why...
Because
the best players get bored, and we've seen that before.
No, but okay, but the comment is that the basketball tournament is the best on record. And I think that will always be the case. American players will always be good. That's it. I mean, the U.S. team will always be one of the favorites from here until the end of time. But worldwide, those players, those teams are just going to get better and better and better and better and better. And so thereby, this tournament continuing to be just a high-level basketball. I mean, over 100 international players in the NBA played last season. Over 100. And that's been that way for the last couple of seasons. And so if that's the influx of players from overseas and everywhere else that's in your league, and then they all disperse back to their teams, yeah, you're going to have so many great teams. And I don't think that's changing ever. I just don't.
I was watching some highlights that have been circulating around on Twitter of Nikola Jokic playing back in 2016 against Team USA in Olympic play, where he goes 25, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, 1 block, just a year after being taken in the second round. He looks exactly like he does now.
Yeah, and he's a smarter player now and a better player.
It's amazing. He torches Joel Embiid on the elbow, and Nikola is like a 19-year-old, and I know Joel's young there too.
Yeah.
But torches him.
Yeah. The U.S. plays Serbia in the first game, in the first game of group stage play. And so we're going to get that matchup right off the top.
Sorry, I don't think that's Joel. Is that Paul George? Even so, fine defensive player. Paul George I'm watching right now.
Yeah. No, it's just, these teams, they're not going to get worse, man. I mean, look, maybe you'll have a dip in some of the teams. So it's like, let's just take Serbia. When Nikola is not playing for Serbia anymore, it's going to be they won't be as good. I mean, that's just all there is to it. Even though that country really does have a lot of really high level basketball players, so you'll get a little bit of ebb and flow. But let's take France's team. Like that team is going to be clearly on the right. We just saw three of the first top 6 players in this year's NBA draft come from France. Oh, by the way, I haven't even talked about Victor Wembanyama, who was the number 1 overall pick last year.
How pissed off do you think they are that Joel's not playing for him?
I think Wemby makes it a soft landing. But I mean,
the triumvirate of Wemby, Gobert, and Embiid would be really difficult to play against.
Yeah, I mean, it would, and you could take Wemby and make him a 3.
He's the 3.
Yeah,
you play Gobert at the 5, Embiid at the 4, Wemby at the 3, and you how does one get to the basket?
And then you just block all the shots, right? Yeah, yep.
How does one get within 15 feet of the basket?
You think
those are the Vic always rails against genetics. He's like, they're getting out of hand. I would look at that setup and go, what are you supposed to do? It's a different sport now. It's a different sport.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's and we're starting to see some other videos of young kids coming up there like 7'5" and 7 foot. So there's a lot of tall kids coming up. But so genetics, obviously, yeah, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. But I don't think that in France, if you got them in a moment of honesty, I don't think that they would have thought that they had a really good shot at Joel Embiid playing for them more so than the U.S.
Kawhi Leonard out for Team USA. Legend high school's own Derek White, a 2024 Parisian Olympian.
From legend high school to Olympian.
The inaugural Legend
crazy.
Titan graduating class, Derek White. From Legend High School to the Olympics.
It's one of the greatest glow up stories you'll ever see in sports. It just is.
This Saturday is the 4th annual Colorado Whiskey Fest at Douglas County Fairgrounds in Castle Rock, just outside of where Legend is. Come out and enjoy some tastes of some of America's finest whiskey and bourbon, featuring many of Colorado's finest. Tickets are available now at whiskeyfestcolorado.com, and make sure to say hi to Coach Mike Sanford. He's going to be there between noon and 2. On the other side, some way too early predictions for the NBA and NHL seasons. He's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryan. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj and Dempsey, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are live from the Backus and Schenker studio. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. If you guys want to text into the program, please do so at 303-504-0925 on the Schomp Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour on that text line because it's coming up at 11:45. Text in your shout-outs. We've already shouted out one Colorado individual, Derek White, now named to the 2024 Team USA Olympic roster after Kawhi Leonard, that's right, KJ, pulls out with injury concerns going into next season. It seems like it was a three-headed monster decision there between Kawhi, Team USA, and the Clippers saying, hey, we're going to pull this guy out. We'll put someone else in. But Derek White getting in over his fellow NBA champion teammate and Jaylen Brown, who walked away with a finals MVP. Derek White is your newest Olympian this year. I want to play a little game here with you. Way too early NBA and NHL predictions for this year. And I just want to get your feeling on, now that we're pretty much done with free agency. I know that there's still a few vets around there that have to trickle down, namely, like, what are the Nuggets going to do with that final roster spot? Will it be Russell Westbrook? We know that they've got Dario Saric in the fold. There's a few guys that are still like dangling out there in both the NBA and on the ice in the NHL. But as it stands right now, we're pretty much done. All we have to do, look forward, predict some of these things. So give me, Demps, 5 playoff lock teams this year. It can be as easy as you want. It can be the top 2 seeds in each conference and then another wild card. I need 5 playoff locks in the NBA.
Denver Nuggets, Boston Celtics, Philadelphia 76ers.
That's 3.
Minnesota Timberwolves, Oklahoma City Thunder.
Pretty easy right there, right? Pretty simple to get those 5 teams.
Yep.
I think it would be impossible to get that on the side for the NHL. When I look at those at playoff lock teams, I'd like to put the Avs in there, but like, who the heck knows what's actually going to happen with Landeskog?
So there's a little variable.
No, they're going to make the playoffs, but like, they're not as locky as the Nuggets.
Right.
Like, the Nuggets are going to make it.
Yeah,
are they
they'll
going to
make
be
the
the 1 seed? No.
Right.
But they're going to make the playoffs. Like, if Landeskog can't come back and Nichushkin doesn't get reinstated, and then God forbid there's a catastrophic injury to McKinnon or Makar, then you look at the team and you go, oh no. Oh no. There's a lot of guys that play a lot of games in the NHL, but at this point, I can't put a bet on that being like, yeah, it's 100%. I think the Nuggets are closer to 100% than the Avs are. All right. So in the National Hockey League, I've got no doubt. I've got Florida as a lock, defending champions.
Okay, back again.
I've got the Rangers as a lock. Coming out of the Metro. I've got the Hurricanes coming out of the Metro as a lock, although I don't.
You got them as a lock?
They're making the playoffs, but they'll never win a cup. They're not going to win a cup, man. They don't have the guy. They will always. They are the San Jose Sharks of the 2010s and 2020s, man. That is who they are. They're like, oh yeah, it's a really good team, but like let's get serious. You're never going to win this thing. Come on.
Right.
I will lock in Edmonton as a playoff team.
Ooh.
And just to play a little dangerous, we're going to lock in Colorado.
Okay. Yeah, lock them in.
All right, so those are my 5 playoff locks in the NHL. Now, 5 playoff misses in the NBA. 5 teams that are guaranteed to miss the playoffs.
Yeah, that's a little harder because there's just a lot of teams that I think that they're going to be able to make the playoffs. Okay, so 5 teams that'll miss. Portland Trailblazers will miss. The Detroit Pistons will miss. The Charlotte Hornets will miss. I could just take the bottom of the East if I wanted.
There's always a surprise team that gets up there, though.
Yeah, exactly right.
Like,
nope, there is.
In the NHL this year, I didn't think there was any shot that Washington could make the playoffs this year. They made it. I didn't think that there was any shot that Philadelphia was going to make the playoffs. They finished 3 points out this year. Like, there's always a sneaky team that gets in there.
I'm gonna raise the degree of difficulty on myself and go for these last 2 from the Western Conference. The Golden State Warriors missed the playoffs.
So you got a team falling out.
And I will have the LA Clippers, that's not going out on a huge limb, but the LA Clippers missing the playoffs.
Huge limb? I wouldn't say that. Feels like it's a little bit more of a gamble than you're allowing or than you're like leading on to be.
Yeah.
Because CBS came out their power rankings. The Lakers are at 18.
Mm-hmm.
The Clippers, having missed out on bringing Paul George back.
Right.
On Kawhi going into the season with now an injury, but still having James Harden there, they're at 19.
Yeah. I just don't love what that looks like anymore. And they knew it too, Raj. I mean, there's a bigger conversation to be had, but yeah, without Paul George, I think they know they're not good enough. And I think they miss. I think they're fairly competitive, but they miss.
All right, those are your playoff misses. Portland,
Yeah,
Detroit,
exactly.
Charlotte, Golden State, and LA. Those last two are, I love those.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go easy off the bat. San Jose misses the playoffs. Chicago misses the playoffs. No shot. Anaheim will miss the playoffs in the West as well, but I'm going to go a little bit off the beaten path here. I'm going to grab a team that's going to fall out of the playoffs in the Eastern Conference. I think Washington falls out.
Ooh, okay.
Because I think that was a fluke last year with them just getting hot at the right time. And I think the New York Islanders fall out as well. So I think you're going to
Bye-bye, Patrick Waugh.
Yeah. So I think that the Rangers are locks to get in. I think that Hurricanes are locks to get in the Metro. I'm taking the Islanders. I'm taking the Capitals both out with 91 and 94 points because I got the Devils getting in the Metro as a 3 seed. And then I think that Philadelphia and Pittsburgh can compete with New York. So those are my 5 playoff misses. All right.
What about Buffalo?
Buffalo? No shot, man, dude. But I was so excited about the Buffalo Sabres
I
and
know.
what they were
I
building.
remember.
Because
you and Mitchie.
I know, man. I love that place.
Yeah.
I really do. They screw up at every turn. Those poor people in upstate New York, they just can't find a team that wins. They can't do it. You're not allowed to have it. You can be the nicest people in the world and have great wings and good beer and horrible weather. You just can't win at sports. All right, give me 3 players, Demps, that are going to play over 80 games this year. There were only 30 players in the league that played 80 or more games last year. The Nuggets had 2 of those guys. Michael Porter Jr. played 81. Peyton Watson played 80. Sorry, they had 3 of those.
Yeah,
Christian Brown played all 82.
And Reggie Jackson did too. The the Nuggets were 4.
I say 2. There were 4.
Yeah,
Jesus.
4s, and Nikola just missed. Nikola was 79.
Read a stat sheet, Rob.
But yeah, I mean, it's just that was one thing about the Nuggets. As beat up as they were, they had a number of players played almost the entirety of the season. Okay. I'm not going to put Nikola on that list because I think they're going to hold him out of some games. That will be more than 3. I'm going to put Michael Porter Jr. right back on that list. I think he'll play 81, 82 again. I mean, is his shoe going to be okay or not? The difference between 81 and 82. I will put Domantas Sabonis on that list. This dude just doesn't miss games. Whether he's injured or not, he just rolls himself out there on the basketball court. How many am I doing?
3.
3. Oh,
just
okay.
3. Because there were only 30 players last year that played that many games.
Okay. I am going to put, this one will be a gamble, but I like this gamble. I like Chet Holmgren as a gamble. He played all 82 this year after having missed his entire first season with the Oklahoma City Thunder with the foot injury. He's just so thin. I think nobody thought that he was going to be durable enough to do that. I think he's going to do it again. I think he's going to do it again, and he's going to do it again a lot of times in his career. I think he's more durable than he looks. And 82 last year, I got him in for 82 this year.
So MPJ, Sabonis, and Chet.
Yeah.
And Chet and MPJ are going to screw you on that, man. There's a good chance that Sabonis plays an 82-game season that both of those guys don't combine for 82. There's a really good shot that happens.
There's a universe for sure.
So I wanted to do this in the NHL of 80 games, but do you know how many players played 80 games or more last year in the National Hockey League?
How many?
190.
Shut up.
The guys just don't miss games. And I was talking about this. So I was talking about this with DMAC in Columbus yesterday when all that news came out over the weekend about Val Nichushkin and how he went on this YouTube show and talked about what happened in Seattle. And he said, listen, the team was going to pull me out of the remainder of the Seattle series and then put me back into the second round if we got through because he needed shots or something like that. I look at 100 and I said it was fishy. Like it didn't feel right. It still felt like it was like Val was trying to either remove some culpability or trying to act like he was a little bit of a victim in all of this. And sure, there might be some of that, some truth in that. When I look at 190 players playing 80 or more games, and I look at Zdeno Chara playing a Stanley Cup playoff series with a jaw wired shut, or guys playing on broken legs, Gabe Landeskog playing on a knee that didn't have cartilage in it. And you're telling me, Val, that the team was saying that you should sit out in a series that was very clearly not a walkover?
Right.
That's where I went.
And you were just like, okay, I'll do that.
I don't really buy that. Yeah. I don't really buy it. I
either.
said it to Tyler and DMAC yesterday. I went, I don't know, man. Like, teams, that's the time of year, especially in that sport. You play. You just play.
Yep.
Kadri broke his thumb and came back like 10 days later and scored a goal to win an overtime game in the Cup final.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen, man. It just simply doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So you're telling me, Val,
and like
the team was going to ask you to sit out?
The biggest tough guy sport, you sat out?
Dude, get out of town. All right. So I was going to do it with skaters, but a billion guys play 80 or more games. So I'm going to do this with games started by goaltender. More than 50 starts. There were 14 of those guys last year. Alexander Georgiev started 62. He's going to start more than 50 this year. So I've got Georgie starting over 50 games. I've got Ottinger starting over 50 games for Dallas. And I'm going to take a guy that has never started more than 40 games in his career and is going to jump all the way up into that 50 plus. Give me Jeremy Swayman with Boston, now that Linus Ullmark is gone.
Yeah.
Jeremy Swayman in Boston. So those are my previews. I wanted to get into fired coaches in a little bit, but speaking of coaches, we do have Mike Sanford live from Las Vegas, Mountain West Conference, Big 12 Conference Media Days. He's been there the last couple of days. We're going to get all of that and more on the other side. Dempsey, Raj, Altitude. Let's head on out to the desert, live from Las Vegas. Coach Mike Sanford, he's on the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Coach Sanford, you staying dry out there, or are you just sweating through every piece of clothing you got? We missed him. We got him. Trying once, trying twice. Mike Sanford.
Big. While we're waiting to get him, it's the Big 12 commissioner spoke yesterday, and it's had so many interesting things to say about. I guess what I wasn't dialed in on was the notion that he took a lot of arrows for killing the Pac-12 conference, but he pushed back on that pretty vehemently. Go ahead.
We've got Coach Sanford on the line now from Circus Sportsbook in Vegas. Coach, what's up, dude?
How we doing, fellas?
Hey, we're doing all right. What were you saying about killing the Pac-12 there, Demps?
The Big 12 commissioner taking a lot of arrows over the course of the offseason about being the individual that killed the Pac-12 by taking their teams, and now the Pac-12 has none. And, one of the things, actually the quote that he gave that really stood out to me was it had nothing to do with me or anything else other than we executed our plan and they didn't. And he really went after the inability of the Pac-12 to handle themselves in a way that might have saved themselves versus what he was able to poach from the conference. But anyways, Coach, what stood out to you yesterday?
Yeah, I would say that there's an audacity, a boldness to Brett Yormark in the Big 12 conference. Like, you saw that they don't want to take a back seat to anybody in what is now the Power Four. And I think he not only takes some shots, subtle shots at the Pac-12, which is no longer. He also took a couple shots at the ACC, and he said that we're going to be a top 3 conference from here on out. And just judging based off the actual event of media days yesterday at Allegiant Stadium, he understands branding and marketing very well. That was a tremendous event.
Coach, what did you learn most about Colorado's resurgence back into the Big 12, like being accepted as one of, again, they're coming off of a handful of years of irrelevance, for lack of a better term. Does it feel like the Big 12 looks at them as like a marquee program that's going to help them take on the SEC and the Big Ten?
The sentiment that I felt, both from Colorado and being there, seeing the CU helmet in that line of helmets of Big 12 conference teams, is that it's just like home sweet home for CU. It's back to where they should be. It seems comfortable. It almost seems more like they're a comfortable mainstay of the conference, more than your Houstons and your Cincinnatis, your Central Floridas. I think those teams are still trying to figure out the Big 12 landscape. And Colorado just fits in the Big 12. And I hate to say it because I loved Colorado in the Pac-12. I loved having the state of Colorado as part of the Pac-12, even when I was coaching at Stanford. But I just think that this is a great home, for CU for this foreseeable future.
Yeah, here. When I was in school, they were in the Big 12, and it was many years later that they moved to the Pac-10, which became the Pac-12. But we are supposed to hear from Colorado today, I believe at noon Mountain Time. Dion and whoever else, I don't know what the format is, if they put the players up first or the coach, or they're all up on the podium. But what's the buzz there with CU and what do we expect? How feisty do we expect them to be, given where the media picked them in the preseason poll?
Well, first of all, you know that Coach Prime and that team, in particular Shedeur and Travis Hunter, are going to love the fact that they're picked 11th because it's instant motivation. I'd say that being the pick that they ended up with as a preseason pick, I think it has more to do with just the unbelievable unknowns of the entire conference, which is also consistent with the unknowns of some of the positions, in particular of CU going into this 2024 season. I think a lot of people, the buzz is still is the offensive line, which has been retooled, put together essentially from scratch. Is it going to be able to gel, or are we going to see much of the same where you get into weeks 4, 5, 6, 7, and all of a sudden you start seeing diminishing returns because it's tough to play, it's that physical brand of football. I think there's also a mentality right now with adding Utah having teams like Kansas and Kansas State that are really physical, run the football, play great defense types of model of team. Is CU going to adapt to that? Or is CU's skill at the receiver position, at DB, at running back, are there skill and talent that's on the perimeter? Is that going to be stand outish in a league that is really becoming almost kind of Big Ten light?
Well, okay, I'm glad you went there because I wanted to walk down this road, which is just exactly how underrated the Big 12 is. I obviously, they're not the Big 10 or the SEC, but I think there's a lot of people out there who think the Big 12 is just, and I think it's a little bit more than that. But what's your read on the conference as a whole, talent-wise?
Yeah, just listening even to Brett Yormark, the commissioner, talking about some of the selling points of the conference for this coming fall is that it's going to be the most watchable conference because you're not going to have a top-heavy 2-3 teams and everybody else is just trying to figure it out. How can it get caught up with Georgia, Alabama, and LSU? This is a conference where I think every game is going to come down to the wire. I think that there are really good teams. Are there the elite teams that stand out in the preseason? Probably not. But if somebody comes out of the Big 12, in my opinion, with 11 or 12 wins at the end of the regular season, in a conference championship, I think you're going to be very game for whatever comes in the playoffs.
Coach, you were out at Big 12 yesterday, Mountain West today. Is there any shot that there's a team? This is a conference that you are very, very connected in, obviously, with your time at Boise State. Is there a team that can sneak into the college football playoff out of the Mountain West this year?
Yeah, I think the hopes are going to rest on Boise State, and I know that sounds like a homer take, and it might be, but they have arguably the best running back in all of college football, in Ashton Jeanty. After seeing Torrey Horton in person, it's confirmed what I thought of my film evaluation of him. He is a first-round draft pick at receiver, and if Braden Fowler Nicolosi can reduce the turnovers and just get more comfortable in his second year as a starter, I think that CSU is going to be. I think they're going to be a top 3 finisher in the Mountain West. But I also think Mountain West is the top 4 or 5 teams, including Fresno State, UNLV, CSU, Air Force, even Wyoming. I think is right on the fringe of that. I think that if one team can come out and the league doesn't cannibalize itself like a lot of people think the Big 12 will do as well, I think that you're going to have a team that potentially could be in the playoffs.
CSU's got some really, really difficult teams right off the bat. You have to go to Texas to start the season on ESPN. You have to take on Colorado at home, which is people are assuming is going to be a better team this year than they were last year. And you had your hands full last year, Coach Norvell, with Prime going in there. What's an unacceptable season for CSU, and what is a out kicking your coverage year? What's it look like?
Yeah, I would put, for just what I've seen from CSU, looking at them last year, I personally put the floor for CSU at 6 wins in a bowl game. And I think that's realistic. I think that's what should be the floor of what they have talent-wise coming back. But I think the ceiling could be an 8-9 win season, which would be music to the ears of many Rams faithful in the state of Colorado and the Metroplex. So I think that they have the ability to. I think I have them picked to finish 3rd in the conference. Fresno State 2nd. I think UNLV slips from last season.
Go ahead.
How, if CSU is to reach 8 or 9 wins, what's the formula to get them from a team that just makes a bowl game to a team that's had a really, really good season?
Well, yeah, I mean, the bowl game has been very elusive in Fort Collins for quite some time. So I think sometimes you got to take that first step before you take the big one. And I think this year is going to be that first step. I think it'll be a good bowl game. I think it'll be a competitive year. But are they going to be ready for like that 10-11 win mark? I think that's asking a lot of the team that's opening up at Texas. They got to get out of that game healthy, and they got to highlight and showcase a guy in Torrey Horton. He's that's got to be what that game is about, and then get ready to play in the Rocky Mountain Showdown.
Yeah, because I mean, this is a team that was 3 wins, Jay Norvell's first year, 5 wins last season. The talent overall on that team, from kind of top to bottom, looks just a lot better and a lot more competent in the system. I guess I just wonder, when you get to year 3 as a head coach, Where are the expectations, especially when it's been like a 3 and 5 win seasons the prior two?
Yeah, to me, it's bowl game. That's got to be the
That is it.
expectation
Okay.
for Rams fans, for the administration. It's a bowl game, and I have all the confidence in the world that CSU is going to make a bowl game this season, and just studying this conference, knowing this conference. The biggest jump that I think that Coach Norvell will make in his third year from his first and second is that he now has his offensive linemen in there. He has the guys that he wants to play with. Steve Adazio recruited an entirely different type of athlete at the offensive line position, and it was, from what I've heard, it was a big challenge to be able to get the coverage full, particularly in the offensive line. And I think year 3, you start having a bunch of returning starters. There's 4 out of 5 are returning from last year. That goes a long way to have that continuity to compete. Potentially with a CU and a Boise State, a Fresno State. And I think it's going to be fun to watch.
Mike Sanford, boots on the ground in Vegas at Mountain West Conference and Big 12 Media Days. Coach, we'll hear you throughout the rest of the day right here on Altitude 92.5. We appreciate you, brother.
Hey, appreciate you, Raj.
Chris Dempsey, Alex Ryanemi, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can listen to us on the mobile app powered by the Will Heights Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com. 16 days away from training camp. Football is back. Media day is going on for the Big 12 and Mountain West out there in Las Vegas. Just got off the phone on the Ramos Law Hotline with Coach Mike Sanford, giving us the latest from the desert. But as we set our eyes on the Broncos and the NFL, Bill Barnwell, ESPN staff writer, comes out with his skill position rankings. So this is a ranking of teams just based off of wide receivers, tight ends, and running back talent. Can you guess where Bill Barnwell has your Denver Broncos ranked going into this year? Last year, they were 24th. The year prior, they were 14th. So they fell 10 spots last year. How many spots will they fall this year, Chris Dempsey?
Oh man, if I'm being honest, if we're just
I'll give you a hint.
The track record for all of the roster evaluations has the Broncos pretty much last.
I will give you a hint.
Okay.
There are two AFC rivals that are ranked lower
than the Broncos?
Two AFC rivals, one of which is way closer than the other, ranked lower than the Broncos in terms of skill at wide receiver, running back, and tight end combined.
Okay. So I'm going to go, oh, that's interesting. Tennessee Titans, maybe?
Nope.
No? New England Patriots for sure.
Yes, the Patriots are ranked at number 31. Last year, they were 26th. 2022, they were 26th. We all expect the Patriots to be absolutely horrible this year and picking in the top 3 again coming this season. But one team I'm going
to just guess this because Raj, I'm going to just guess this out of the clear blue sky because of some of the personnel losses. I'm going to go with the Chargers.
The LA Chargers.
Yeah, because we don't know.
Ranked as the worst.
Right, yep. We don't know their skill position players anymore. We just don't.
Quentin Johnson is the best player that they have remaining, right? Like, they lose everyone. You looked at that team, you looked at Justin Herbert saying, oh, they've got all these weapons. You've got Eckler and
Keenan Allen.
You've got Keenan Allen. You have
Mike
a healthy
Williams,
Mike Williams. Like, what?
I know.
There's nothing that can stop these guys, and now they're all gone.
Yep.
And now what can you actually do with Herbert moving forward, making a bunch of money, new coach in there? Are they going to pound the ball? Like that's the big question. I didn't expect them to be ranked lower than the Broncos. Broncos have fallen 6 spots now to 30, and this is what Barnwell has to say about his rankings. There was a day when Denver had promising young group of playmakers, but that has passed. Jerry Jeudy never had his breakout before being traded to the Browns in March. Tim Patrick hasn't played in 2 years after 2 lower body injuries. Javonte Williams tore up his knee, came back, but only averaged 3.6 yards per carry while generating a minus 83 rush yards over expectation on 217 attempts last year. Greg Dulcich out of the tight end position caught 3 passes, and Marvin Mims, as I paraphrase, was horribly underused by the staff last year. Cortland Sutton's your biggest bright spot. You bring in Josh Reynolds, you have Jaleel McLaughlin, and then you utilize a mid-round draft pick on Audric Estime to try and bolster this running back group.
And Troy Franklin on the in the wide receiver room. You know, I think, Raj, that the Broncos and the Chargers exist in a similar space. And, you know, that space, although around here, there are some names on there that are which is why the Broncos aren't last, because Cortland Sutton's name still is a name that resonates not just in Denver but across the league to whatever degree. I think both of those teams have players that we just don't know who they are yet, and just nationally and even locally, we don't know who they are yet. Marvin Mims, he just said it in his own assessment there, was underused. Well, he was underused because he was sitting behind Jerry Jeudy. So that's not going to be a thing anymore. You know, what will he look like now that the volume of passes coming his way should rise exponentially? Same thing. Troy Franklin comes in as a very highly productive wide receiver in college with Bo Nix as his quarterback. But we don't know what that looks like in the pros.
Last time he tried that was with Locke and Okwebunam, and it was not a fit. Not in the pros.
No, but at least this one, did they both play in Missouri?
Yeah, they were together.
Yeah. I I don't know. I just think this is an unknown thing versus anything else. Whereas New England, it's you don't have dudes. you just don't have dudes. And I think in Los Angeles with the Chargers, we're going to just figure out what those players. Jim Harbaugh's not going to put a team on the field that has skill position players that can't do the job. We just don't know who they are yet. And so we'll find out probably quicker from them than we will from Denver. But I think both of those teams exist in the same space. With
all of those unknowns, and I'm gonna lock in on the wide receiver position here. Because I don't think that there's not a running back that they would add to this group that's going to shake things up. Like, you're going to find your 3 backs out of the 6 guys that are going into camp this year. You're not going to sign someone off the street. It's going to be Javonte and Estime and Jaleel, or P. Ryan's going to find his way onto the team. They're likely not going to sign someone off the street. But when you look at the wide receivers, you don't know what's happening with Courtland Sutton's contract situation right now. Would he hold out? Like, that would cost him around $2 million if he held out the entirety of training camp. And for a guy that does not have any more guaranteed money on his contract, that's something that you can't really, from a player's perspective, you can't gamble with. So the thought is that Courtland will be there 16 days from right now, and they're going to figure out something with this contract. Would you entertain the idea, because of all of these unknowns, for one reason or the other, would you go out and would you kick the tires on like a possession guy like Hunter Renfrow? Would you kick the tires on a Saints retread, a guy who has not been healthy in recent years, and Michael Thomas? Would you do that because of all of the unknowns and all of the assumed lack of depth at that position? Because over the last 2 years, what it's been? Deepest wide receiver room in the league. Mm-hmm. But then everyone gets injured and they don't have a passing game. So why not bring in entrenched veterans, especially one that knows Sean Payton and knows this offense and knows Lombardi as an OC?
Yeah.
Why not kick the tires on that type of guy?
Yeah, if it was Michael Thomas, I'd kick the tires on him.
But if you bring in that guy,
you're stunting the growth of your young
Franklin,
right. Yes.
Mims,
right.
Reynolds as a free agent.
Right. And so maybe I just need to take that back, because I have railed time and time on these airwaves against keeping Courtland Sutton just for that very reason. So I am going to take that back. I would not kick the tires on any of those players.
But I still don't feel comfortable going into the season with that as the wide receiver core.
It's okay.
Because I felt more confident last year going in. And you've now lost arguably your second or most talented wideout to Cleveland, although he was a bust here, a bona fide bust in Denver. He's now gone. So you've moved talent out the door and haven't necessarily replaced that. Depends what you think about Franklin, about an elevation of Mims, and certainly about bringing in a free agent in
Josh Reynolds.
Josh Reynolds from Detroit.
Yeah. You know what, Raj? I don't know if I like the wide receiver room or not. I want to like it, but they got to show us that they're like a bull on the field, and but you can't get to that if you keep putting roadblocks in front of the guys that need to be on the field to perform, so that you can figure out if they can move forward with you in a really real way. So yep, I'm taking that back. I would not kick the tires on any of those players. I would take this wide receiver room as is and try to get them to play up to the level. And because, Raj, I think at the beginning, right now, we can say what we want about each one of these individuals, but we have really no clue about what they are. Especially in this system, we have zero idea of what they'll look like. So if people are out there saying, I like this guy, but I don't like this guy, but I like this guy, but I don't like this guy, how? What? For what? Please give me evidence. Like solid, concrete evidence that has a real track record to say this guy can do the job versus this guy can't. I don't think that they have those individuals on the roster. And so for all of us, we just got to look at it and just say, well, all right, well, what's up? Well, let's put these guys on the field. And you can't put people in the way because if you did, now you're just prolonging this process. And what the Broncos need is the process to find out who they can go forward with to be as short as possible. And the more veterans you put in the way, the more you lengthen out that situation.
And the text coming through from the 286, how do you think Houston Texans fans felt last year with their wide receiver core before they knew what they had? And Nico Collins and Tank Dell, who, granted, you look at them as guys who are burgeoning all pros because of what happened with C.J. Stroud. But third-round draft picks. So you could say a better pedigree than what the Broncos have in Troy Franklin, a better pedigree than what they have, not necessarily Marvin Mims. Mims was a second-rounder, but you could...
Troy Franklin had a second-round grade on him. Now, look, he's got some issues that dropped him in the draft, and so the Broncos were able to get him where they were able to get him.
You can say the situations are similar, but obviously the X factor is Bo Nix C.J. Stroud? And if he is, then all of this doesn't matter. All of what we're talking about doesn't matter.
But the wide receivers still have to be able to perform, though, Raj. I mean, I think, and look, we joke a lot about Russell Wilson and what he did not do here in Denver, but Jerry Jeudy is as talented a wide receiver. Like he was super talented, but he couldn't perform, and so no matter how veteran the quarterback was, he couldn't perform with that player, with that quarterback, and so. Even if the quarterback is really good, like C.J. Stroud, and plays out of his mind like C.J. Stroud did, Tank Dell still has to make the catches. Nico Collins still have to make the catches out there. They still have to run the routes. They still have to
no farther than the Chargers.
You've got
the quarterback, but
do you have the? And so we'll see. So they do run hand in hand. Those guys are going to have to perform. I don't know, man. I'm a process guy. I can't wait to see it. I really can't wait to see it because I think at the end of the season, we're going to go, whoa. I think at least one of those dudes are going to go, okay, but they got something here. Can they now build off this one individual or two? I'm hoping it's at least two. See, but I think we're going to have that conversation at the end of the season.
I find myself in this weird situation because I have been the guy consistently that I think that the Broncos are going to win 5 or 6 games this year, and I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing in the world. Right? I really don't. And I do believe in Sean Payton and Bo Nix. I just don't know if it's going to translate in year one, and that's okay. That's the reason why I look at and I go, if you can get Thomas in here, who knows the system, can help out younger wide receivers, but not necessarily take away all that many touches from guys like Mims and Franklin, I think it's a great idea to bring in that type of guy because I don't have to worry about stunting growth immediately.
Is he going to want to get catches?
I don't know. He's 31,
you know what I'm saying?
know.
Like I don't know.
He's not Michael Thomas of 5 years ago. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And he's still a free agent. Does he look at himself as like an Odell Beckham Jr., where like I'm only going to go to a contender? Maybe. Like Odell held out to go to the Rams.
Yeah.
That's what he did. He held out and then found his way to an AFC championship contender in the Baltimore Ravens. Like maybe he's doing that. But if he's not in that mindset, I would go grab that dude. Renfrow would scare me more because Renfrow is a guy that can be he can be a security blanket. Like especially for a guy in Bo Nix that get the ball out of your hands quickly, don't turn it over, and don't necessarily look for the kill shot downfield. Renfrow lives in the 5 to 7 yard bubble. And that would be a guy that like, oh yeah, he's going to get like 7 or 8 targets a game because he's always there as a check down option. And then before you know it, you look at the box score and Marvin Mims has 2 targets and 1 catch for 17 yards. And we're blowing our heads up on Monday morning again.
Right.
I'd rather you take the experiment on reviving a Michael Thomas than getting him a security blanket in a guy like Hunter Renfrow.
Okay. All right, let's walk down this road. So here's how I would do that if you got rid of Courtland Sutton. That's it. That's the only way that I would do it because you can't start now stacking like veterans on the roster who will most certainly take touches away from the guys who need to get them, the young players that need to get them. So bring Michael Thomas on because I think you're exactly right, and I love the premise that you have here, which is he already knows the system, he can help, all those things. Love that, all those things. But then got to trade Courtland Sutton because you could potentially put 2 players on the field that nobody would bat an eye if you just threw all the footballs to them all game long. But neither one of those two guys projects as a player that would be very significant on your roster at the moment that your team is really ready to contend for something significant. So they can't both be here. You still need answers, but you can have one of them. But I would trade Cortland Sutton. You could get something for him, sign Michael Thomas, and that would be
1-year deal,
yes.
get the money
Right.
off the books,
Yeah.
and then we'll
Yeah.
see you in 2025, and hopefully you take the step forward, you make the playoffs in that year. You can watch us in the Safeway Twitch stream at twitch.tv/altitudesr. At Safeway's Pharmacy, we can provide you with essential travel health advice and immunizations before your next summer vacation. Get started in-store or online at Safeway.com. Also, you know what? Don't get got. You hear Moj missed out on his whole Europe vacation because his passport expires within 30 days of his trip.
Oh, yeah.
So
you
he's
can't
just
do
like
that.
chilling in Albuquerque right now. I don't know where he was supposed to go, but imagine you're like headed to Sicily for the next month.
Does he have family there?
In Albuquerque?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I've got family there. 6 hours down the road.
He's just hanging out in Albuquerque.
Just hanging out in New Mexico. He was going to Greece, but now it's New Mexico. Have fun in Albuquerque, man.
One of the
Rio Rancho or bust.
He knows. Is he just going to stay there? He just drive back to Colorado. Just what do you? Nah.
What do you do in New Mexico? You eat Twisters for breakfast. You ever had a
Big
Twisters?
time win.
You ever had a Twisters breakfast burrito? So Twisters is the place actually that if you guys watched Breaking Bad, they modeled and utilized all of the Twisters locations. It's like a fast food Mexican restaurant. That's what El Pollo Loco is all based on. But they have phenomenal breakfast burritos. Like, I think the best breakfast burrito in the state is either Sam's No. 3 or Santiago's.
Yeah.
This one's damn close. So if I was Moj right now, I'd be crushing 7 of those things a day. I would go to
might be.
I would go to Pinon Coffee. And again, I'm telling you guys, if you're going down to New Mexico, it's 6 hours down 25. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Pinon Coffee. The fact that we don't have one of those things here is almost as egregious as us not having a Tim Hortons.
That's going to change.
Double, maple glazed donut, and a dozen Timbits. And I'm the happiest guy on the planet. Dempsey Raj Altitude.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
Every day here on Dempsey and Company, you go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Before we get to that, text line is very, very upset with me. I called El Pollos Hermanos, which is the name of the restaurant in Breaking Bad, El Pollo Hermano.
Yep.
It's not El Pollo Loco.
It's not El Pollo.
El Pollo Loco is an actual chicken place.
Yes, it is.
That we have here in Colorado.
Yep, we do. Just got here, actually, not too long ago. It's in California, all over the place.
Pollito.
Remember, Tupac famously always called it El Pollo Loco. El Polo Loco.
You think I know that?
Yeah.
That is so far over my head.
You didn't know that? Okay, cool.
And apparently, Moj was going to Spain and not Greece, and now they've hung out in like Santa Fe and Albuquerque.
That's right.
Barcelona to...
Hopefully the Tamaya resort.
Yes. All right, KJ, what's up, man?
All right, so we'll continue our Dempsey and Cole Broncos training camp preview. And there was a story that came out, and obviously we've known about this for weeks now. Jarrett Stidham has put together a little brouhaha situation with the guys.
Brouhaha.
Down in Texas. They're throwing and, you know, all of the things down at TCU. And I think after kind of looking around and making sure I check things, I found some things interesting. So there were 12 Broncos there. Adam Troutman, Little Jordan Humphrey, Michael Burton, Tim Patrick, Cortland Sutton, Jaleel McLaughlin, Jalen Virgil, Michael Bandy, Marvin Mims Jr., David Seals V, and obviously Jarrett Stidham and Bo Nix. A couple of things to keep in mind here. No Greg Dulcich on this list.
Is he already injured?
Exactly.
No doubt.
Cortland Sutton apparently was there for the dinner that they had at Stidham's house Monday night, but Tuesday he didn't practice with them. And Zach Wilson was also not there, which is what I really want to get at here. Zach Wilson obviously just got engaged, so they're probably still enjoying that. Not a problem. But if he struggles at any point during training camp, could him not being out there building chemistry with the guys, hanging out, laughing, chilling, could this come back to haunt him, not from a fan perspective, but from Sean Payton's perspective?
I don't know if it haunts him from Sean Payton's perspective. I think Zach Wilson is, by nature of the Bo Nix draft pick, and Stidham being under contract and having been talked about in a glowing light by Payton and the rest of his offensive staff in terms of like doing things the right way and having a higher ceiling than what most guys thought of him in his time with the Raiders. You look at him and you say, all right, Stidham's probably a shoo-in, either to be the starter on day one or to be a backup, and we're obviously not going to cut the rookie quarterback. Are you really going to utilize a third roster spot for a QB or cut him and then bring him back on the practice squad? I think it's nearly impossible for Zach Wilson to make the team.
Yeah, I do too.
Just based off of like arm talent alone, I think it's impossible. Therefore, moot point of him missing it. Like, go hang out with your supermodel girlfriend, man, or fiance. Good on you.
Yeah, no, I'm with you 1,000%. I think this is as much as interesting as this was at the time that they traded for Zach Wilson. I think we're headed toward one. There's only one outcome here, and the two quarterbacks on your roster will be Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham. I mean that's only it.
Makes sense.
And so at that point in time, does Zach Wilson want to, like you said, be cut and maybe re-signed to a practice squad, or is there another team that gets an injury somewhere else, and he can kind of slot in as a backup on somebody else's roster? I think those are going to be ultimately his choices when training camp starts to wind down and the regular season starts to come upon us. But so yeah, I wouldn't show up down there either. No, why? I just got engaged. Let's go have fun.
And I like what Stidham's doing. I think this is a good move. I don't necessarily believe this is a plant my flag moment. I'm the guy. It's a top dog move. Like, don't get me wrong. Backup quarterbacks and third string quarterbacks do not organize passing academies or passing meetups with their own team. That doesn't happen on second and third string. That is a starter's mentality.
Yeah, much less getting people to get down there.
Yeah, no doubt. Like that's
Jarrett Stidham got people down there. Okay, it's great.
Good for you.
Yeah.
What I do think he's doing, I think he's pouring a wonderful foundation for being like the next Chase Daniel or Chad Henne, where you carve out a 15-year career and maybe you start, there's like parts of 3 to 5 seasons that you're the starter, either because you go to a team that just doesn't have a quarterback and they're kind of waiting for the next draft process to come about, or there's an injury to the incumbent starter and you happen to start like 14 games that year. I think that's what he's doing. I'm a pros pro. I'm here. It's a great living to be a career backup.
Right.
And he knows the writing on the wall.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they're going to give Bo Nix every opportunity to succeed. And you know what's probably good for Jarrett Stidham's long-term career?
Is if Bo Nix, thank you.
Is if Bo Nix succeeds, man.
I didn't even have to say that. That is exactly right.
It's not an alpha mentality, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not. I understand that. It's not an alpha mentality that might piss a few people off.
Yep.
But as a Bronco fan, you probably don't want him to have that type of mentality.
Right.
Because if he does, there's a chance he beats out Bo Nix, and now we're back at square one.
Yeah. No.
You got Brett Rippon at quarterback, or you got Trevor Siemian back at quarterback, and you're staring 8 and 9 in the face again.
Yeah. I think there's only one more iteration of these things that he could survive before the whole thing just goes away, because the coach will go away too. But I'm with you. The better Bo Nix plays and the more entrenched he is as the starter over time, over years, Jarrett Stidham just becomes more and more entrenched as the backup, and he hangs out, makes a bunch of money, lives in Colorado. Like, what a life. What a life.
KJ.
Well, New York Giants GM Joe Sheen has made it clear his plans for Saquon before he hit the open market earlier this offseason. And here's how that conversation went.
All right, so I just talked to Ed Barry, and I think just mulling over this, the right thing to do is let you test the market and see what your value is. I don't want to do the franchise thing or all that stuff again. I don't want to go through that. We've both been through that. You know, if you really want to be a Giant for life and you're interested in staying here and coming back, just see what your market is and then have Ed come back to us, and we'll see if we can come to an agreement.
All right, I appreciate that.
Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Can you give me your word on that, or you're not going to give us a chance?
What do you mean? Like circling back?
Yeah.
I mean, I already told you where I want to be, so.
Okay. All right. Well, let's do that. We'll go out and see what the market says. I think it's the right thing to do. I love you, man. I appreciate everything you did for the organization. You know, the 2 years I was here, and I'm not saying we're not going to get something done, but I think it's right if for some reason it doesn't work out, that you know that the organization thinks the world of you and everything you've done. But hopefully, you go out there, you see the market, and you say, you know what, I want to be here, and you give us a shout back.
All right, I appreciate you.
All right, Saquon, I'll talk to you.
All right, now I got a question for you guys.
Okay.
Before you guys go,
I'm gonna go fire. That's right.
How many running backs had over 1,200 plus rushing yards last season?
Oh boy,
4?
Christian McCaffrey, and
I have no idea.
That's it.
You guys hit it right on the head. Christian McCaffrey. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
And so, if the Giants feel that he was going to be their organizational guy, I get it, but the fact that he has already left and he is already on the downside of the production that he's supposed to be for a franchise running back, I think the New York Giants could win this divorce in the end. What do you guys say?
Let me just say this right off the top, KJ.
There's a 300-yard gap between C-Mac and Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry, yeah. You knew that whole conversation. Like, if I never even knew that this was a TV show, I would have thought that there must be a camera on that dude. because to be able to save face for the cameras, what you say is, hey, man, we're going to let you go out and test the market. And then, hey, if you know what, but we love you and we want you to come back to us. We're not saying that we're not going to get anything done, but we're extending this opportunity for you to go out there and see what you can get. Just do it. But we want you to be here. And if you want to be here, then we'll get you. Like, shut up, dude. You didn't want him in the first place. You're doing this for the camera. You don't want Saquon Barkley. Say sayonara to him. Don't try to save face by making it look like the Giants organization was doing Saquon this huge favor of, we're going to set you free. Set you free, butterfly. Go fly and find your way in this world. Stop it. You didn't want him. Just let him go and don't act. And do not get on the flip side. See, this is where you put Saquon in a bad situation. So on the flip side, you go, well, you know, and are you going to give us your word that you're also going to give us a chance? No. He should not give you his word that he would, and obviously he is gone. But why should he?
I think that's a fine question to ask as a GM. That's a fine question to ask. We could not come to terms.
Did they give him a chance the year before?
We could not come to, well, he told you right there. This is the reason why I love this. You know what? I don't give a damn about Saquon Barkley or the Giants. I don't give a crap about what the organization did to Saquon. I don't care. I love the insight that we're getting into.
There's no insight. He's trying to.
What do you mean? There's no insight.
None.
He said, "Listen, we did the franchise.
We
did the franchise thing last year. I'm not doing it again. We could not come to agreement on a deal. Therefore,
he's lying.
Go to the UFA market, and then if you go to the UFA market, come back and we'll see if we can match."
Raj,
what's so disrespectful about that?
Raj,
because
you're taking him at his word right now. You're taking him at his word. Like that thing, that whole exchange was super authentic to you because it wasn't. Because it wouldn't have gone down that way. If there were no cameras on there, it wouldn't have gone down that way. Absolutely not. But because the cameras are on, he's got to save face. He's going to try to have the organization save face, make them look like the good guys, and knowing good and well that Saquon was never coming back. Forget all that. Like, no. Oh, exchanges like that are the reason why I hate this iteration of Hard Knocks. Because you're just going to get things that are for the cameras rather than the actual real stuff.
All right, what's better, a new lie or old lie?
I don't know.
I have no idea. You tell me. I have no idea how to answer that question.
The reason I asked is because the way you opened the show, Raj, you said, I absolutely love this. And Dempsey's explaining, he's been explaining since the opening of the show and even now, that there's no way you could fall in love with such things. So all this is, the offseason version, is a new lie. This is a new lie. They're spinning it to you in a different way. So at the end of the day, I guess your answer, Raj, is you like a new lie.
Sure, I'm in. Why not?
You're being sold on something that is just absolutely not going to happen.
Keep me entertained, man.
Yeah, okay, it's entertaining.
I enjoyed the back and forth between the GM and Saquon. And Saquon seemed pissed off and didn't want to have to do anything with the Giants. I was cool. I loved watching them go in and test. Who's the kid that went? The second quarterback that went off the board from North Carolina, Drake May.
Yep.
I loved watching them go in and test Drake May on the offense and hearing him and Brian Daboll go back and forth and probably seeing the gears turning in their heads of like, we could have been in the situation where we wouldn't have had to move up and draft a guy like this. I enjoy that. I thought it was going to be crap. I thought it was good. I really did. I thought it was going to be a waste of my time, and I enjoyed it.
Raj, it was a waste of your time. It was. It was. You can't get that hour back.
Whatever. What else am I going to be doing? I'm waiting for 9 days for NCAA football to come out. Like I'm trying to find ways to mark off hours in my day. I'm trying to chop them off because that's all. Like I cease to exist 9 days from now. I will be buried in a console, buried in a controller when that thing comes out.
Right. Me as well.
It's going to be awesome. KJ, one more.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. You know, I'll hit on this real quick. So out of all the quarterbacks we saw on Hard Knocks, one of the quarterbacks we didn't see was Denver's own Bo Nix, and I'll just leave it there. So Bill Belichick, he was spotted at Taylor Swift's concert in Amsterdam, and he was sitting in the same suite as Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. And rumor has it that he hit up Kelce for the tickets. Now, why is this interesting? Andy Reid, he's in the last few years there. And I'm a firm believer that if for some reason, let's knock on our wood that it doesn't happen, but if for some reason the Chiefs were to go on to win the Super Bowl next year in three-peat, I believe that Andy Reid will retire. And that could set up for a world, as I put my tinfoil hat on, where Bill Belichick is trying to smooth his way into another championship situation. Could you guys see Bill Belichick as a potential predecessor in Kansas City?
Oh.
I mean, Bill's 72, man. He's 72. And Andy's 66.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like Andy Reid feels like he's on the way out. I think I would hang on to Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce as long as I possibly can.
Yeah.
And let that be my meal ticket until I'm done.
Yeah.
Belichick doesn't feel like a fit in KC to me.
No.
There's too much. Honestly, there's too much fun being had in Kansas City. How do you think Bill Belichick would deal?
Likes to have fun.
Yeah, but not when it comes to football, man. Not when it comes to football.
Yeah.
And Travis Kelce's hopping on PJs left, right, and center, going to Brussels to go to these Taylor Swift concerts. That's not going to stop anytime soon.
Nope.
And if it does, he's going to be in the middle of a whirlwind of National Enquirer reporters because there will be multiple albums written about him. Right? Like that's the
she will get him. Yeah.
She'll get him. So then it brings a circus into town. I don't think Belichick looks at Kansas City other than being like, that's a really good team with a really good quarterback. I might want to coach him. I think it's too much of a circus for him. It's a circus that works. It's a circus that sells out.
Yep.
But it's a little bit of a circus. And that does not scream Belichick to me.
Yeah, I agree. Just didn't feel like that's the fit for him if he's coming back to coach. And I mean, I guess don't we think he'll kick the tires on that though? On just not necessarily Kansas City, but just coming back to coach an NFL team. I mean,
yes,
he got pretty far down the road with the Falcons, right? So, but I agree with you. I don't think that's a fit.
Also, it does. The fit feels more like it's in media, man, because we see a cooler side of him, and he's dating young girls, like he's dating like 26-year-old girls. And that's the word for them. It's girls he's dating as a 72-year-old guy.
He needs to go to, let's see, here's his next destinations.
L.A.
Miami. L.A. Which neither one of those jobs are coming open anytime soon, so we can just scratch that off.
L.A. for TV. That's where you're going. You're going to be a studio analyst.
Yeah.
Or you're gonna do the Peyton's Places type of thing where you hop on for a 2-hour special. Dude, if you're Bill, just call it quits, man. You're done. You think you got time to hop on Tinder, swiping right, and having your age restriction be 22 to 32 years old when you're 50 years their senior? You got time to do that when you're trying to dig the Tennessee Titans out of the dregs of NFL society? You don't.
Can I just ask one question?
What?
Do you think that he was dating an old girl when he was still a coach?
I don't know, man. I have no idea.
Did they just pop on the scene after he was done?
Probably. He hopped on Raya.
Hey, quick question. Did he ask Vic Fangio for advice?
Hey!
I can't with these dudes,
Yeah,
man.
Josh. Bill's only there because his 24-year-old girlfriend wanted to see Taylor Swift. You can't do that if you're the head coach of an NFL franchise. You can do it when you're a free agent. You can do it when you're working one Sunday a week as an analyst.
Yeah.
Honestly, you asked me if he's going to kick the tires? Nah. The Leo of the NFL, as Nevada Putnam puts it. The Leo of the NFL, Bill Belichick. You think you're going to find that in Kansas City? Get real.
No, you're not.
KJ behind the glass, Chris Dempsey, I'm Alex Ryan. Text in your shout-outs on the other side, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. You can also have those in on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They are in your corner. Just open up the mobile app on iOS or Android. You'll see a little microphone on the bottom. Hit the microphone, speak into the phone, and KJ will hear your voice. Dempsey and Raj finishing things up here on a Wednesday mid-morning. It's a shout-out Wednesday. Also, this Saturday is the 4th annual Colorado Whiskey Fest at Douglas County Fairgrounds in Castle Rock. Come on out and enjoy tastes of some of America's finest whiskey and bourbon, featuring many of Colorado's finest. Tickets are available right now at whiskeyfestcolorado.com. And make sure to go and say hi to Coach Mike Sanford, who's going to be there between noon and 2 on this Saturday. We talked to Coach Sanford, who's out there at Mountain West Conference Media Days in Las Vegas. He was also dabbling over in the Big 12. We're supposed to hear from Deion Sanders coming up at noon, if I'm correct. So
noon.
I would assume PhD is going to either take that live or have immediate reaction to that on the other side once we finish up here. Coach Sanford just talked with Torrey Horton of the CSU Rams. He met up with him in the hallways, if I believe Circus Sports. It could be somewhere else there. But Horton, top 100 player in college football 25.
Yeah, he should be.
Sports.
He's really, really good.
Number 97.
Yeah. You know what the flex would be is it's just like, let's get CSU on that game and then see how many games you can win with CSU. I bet you can win. I bet you can
CSU would be a really good team to start as a dynasty. Like, not a 1-star.
Right.
Certainly not a 1-star, but like a little 3-star dynasty.
Yes.
2.5 at the worst, 3.5 at the best when
and
you're starting.
Build
I don't
them
know
into
what they
the
are.
college football playoff.
Dude, that might be the team to do it with.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out who to start. Like, CU's got to be the fun one. You want to have Travis and Shador and.
So they've been taking a lot of EA Sports is taking a little bit of arrows about how highly they have CU ranked at
Why
the
not?
16th
Why
best
not?
team.
It's a video game.
So many of the other fans are like, they were 4-8 last year. You got them 16?
Quit raining on my parade. Also, you can take the worst team in the country so long as you play on like rookie mode and go undefeated. So
yeah.
That's
If
the
you're
way she
good.
goes. If you're decent. I'm gonna wax all of you guys.
We'll
We got something
see.
in the works here at Altitude Sports Radio.
Mhm.
Wait, hold on, KJ, I saw your face over there. you took offense to that.
No,
I'm just gonna wipe the floor with you guys.
No, I didn't take offense to it, but I don't believe you.
You're just locking that up. You're locking it up.
Hey, dude, I'm not. Listen, I haven't played a football game. I'm dead serious. I haven't played a football game in 7 years. So when I get on the sticks, it's gonna be
rough.
It's gonna be rough.
Got some rust to knock off.
Well, hey, look, nobody's been on the sticks with college football, so we're all starting in the same place.
All right, it's time for shout-outs.
Who's killing it? Who's crushing it?
I love you, man. You're my boy, Blue.
Who's absolutely ballin'?
We just become best friends. Yep.
Baby, you are so money and you don't even know it.
Dempsey and Company present.
You want to go do karate in the garage?
Shout-outs.
We gave our show shout out to Legend High School's own Derek White for being the newest member of the 2024 Team USA men's basketball roster. He replaces Kawhi Leonard, who got pulled out today. Injury concerns with him, Team USA, and his LA Clippers, who officially re-signed James Harden as of about 25 minutes ago. So Kawhi Leonard out. Colorado's own Derek White, a 2024 Olympian. Shout out there.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that's our show shout out there. Typically, I don't do personal ones, but my best friend and his wife just welcomed their first child. So a shout out to the newest listener to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Wells Patrick Killam. Paige and Eric, love you guys very much, and congratulations.
That's awesome. All right, we're going to keep the video game thing going here because why not? Madden's also coming out later this year. And I know, Madden schmadden.
It's going to be the worst amount of sales in the last 20 years of that game.
And Sixers broadcaster, it's a lady by the name of Kate Scott. She's going to be one of 4 new voices on the Madden 25. She's going to be the first female woman to call play-by-play on the football side there with Madden. So it's a really, really big deal. We know how these games go. They get all the top-notch play-by-play and color commentary people. So congratulations to her, because that is a very high-profile, obviously, game. It has been for some time.
I want to give a unique shout out to Devontae Adams. He finally stood up to Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers has been whispering sweet nothings in his ear about trying to get to New York, and here's his way of quote unquote standing up to Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, he's in that ear, that's for sure. he's in the ear, but it's not as easy as it. Obviously we can get together and talk about the old times and potential of doing this and that, but like I said, I'm a Raider, and he knows that.
In the words of the late great Peter McNabb, it's over, pal.
It's over.
It's over, pal.
It's over for us
Exactly
as
right.
well. For KJ, for Chris Dempsey, I'm Alex Ryan. We'll be back. Same trio tomorrow. I'm back tomorrow. Coming up on the other side, Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC. Again, Deion Sanders about to take the mic in Las Vegas at Big 12 Media Days. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Oh, here we are. Gorgeous day, man. Tyler Columbus, what's going on, brother?
Hi, buddy.
Dan Tanner, hit you a little roll call. What's going on? Good to see you.
What's going on? Big 12 is getting going with Dion and the boys.
Yeah, buddy. Is he? He's talking right about now, right?
I think he's about to. Yeah,
dude. Is that a live thing we could do, or is that kind of we got to wait for it to be done sort of deal? You check it. Like, who's covering Big 12?
Mike Sanford is.
Well, no, I know, but like,
what media outlet is carrying it live?
Yeah,
it's I bet it's online though.
Okay, where?
Go to Big 12 Twitter. How about that?
Big 12 Twitter?
Yeah, try there.
Oh, listen, man, I'd love to get a little live Dion if that's at all possible. Dan, wow, I'm pushing Dan. I didn't even. That's my. He's like, I don't know. Maybe
we also got Shedeur speaking, right? So
I'd love to hear from Shedeur.
Pretty sure we got Dion and Shedeur about to speak within the next 10 to 20 minutes.
All right. Well, I'd love to hear what they got to say. I'm kind of done with like any kind of like CU negative stuff.
Oh, really? Really?
I am.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I swear to God.
I take a coffee bet on that. Within
who got to you?
Nobody.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody. You know what got to me? Time got to me. A little time has gone by. Whatever's happened has happened. I'm just ready to rock and roll with it, man.
What's the day today? Today's Wednesday?
Yeah.
All right. Coffee bet. By next Wednesday, you'll have something negative again.
You buy me a coffee, I'll get him to do it today.
Okay. All right.
Well, I'm moving forward, though.
I sent you that picture with the Rockies are into the game, and then I flip it off and go do something like you do with baseball, come back, it's a blowout.
I felt like that photo, Scott sent a random photo of him just watching the Rockies game last night.
Reds were on the TV.
I kind of felt like that photo was like a proof of life photo. Like somebody's kidnapped and it's like a proof of life. Like, hey, proof of life.
Well,
I am watching. You knew it.
I knew. I've seen
My
it.
man.
Yeah.
My man.
Were you with the kids or were you just watching by yourself?
You know what? I actually had my sister's kids last night.
Wait, what was the show you were watching?
It's a movie called If with Ryan Reynolds.
Imaginary Friends, If.
Yeah.
That's like a cartoon.
No, it's
but there's like real people and a cartoon.
Yeah.
A handful of them are cartoons.
Yeah.
It's
but it's your
guy.
I do love Ryan Reynolds. I am,
and John Krasinski's a producer.
Oh, I do like him too, man. Yeah, so I like both those dudes. It's probably good.
And
if Ryan Reynolds in it's probably good.
It is good.
Steve Carell's the star. Star If.
So it's good.
Yeah, it's cute. Really cute.
It was good enough that
good message at the end.
I bought it. I didn't just rent it. I bought it. I spent the whole extra $3.
So you could watch If anytime you want.
That's right.
Like I sent a baseball pic. I'm watching baseball, which I figured you'd be proud of me that I finally watched watching baseball.
Yeah.
Then D-Max sends one with his bare feet, which I had to drive you crazy when you saw the picture with his bare foot up there watching baseball.
Why? Because it takes away from OnlyFans?
Then Tyler sends a picture, If. And I saw the big purple thing. I knew exactly. And then Grizz sends a
sunset.
A sunset.
Yeah, because Grizz is probably with a lady. You know
but you know what that was? That was like you don't really work out in the off season unless you post a video of it. You don't really watch the Rockies unless you show proof
That's
of it.
the way I felt about that.
Well, it's so funny you say that because at 12:45, now we can do this at any time if you want, but 12:45, Rockies make D-Mac mad again is actually on the rundown for today. Because what did you say?
That'll be about a 12-minute long rant.
Yeah, I know. I got to watch myself on it because the degree of everybody caring, I know, I get. But you said something interesting. It was something, then you walked away, and it was something else with the Rockies.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
It was a game. It was 5-3 and it started. They got a double down.
Yeah.
The catcher, the young catcher guy, was a Goodman, hits a double.
Yeah, he can be a catcher. Yes, he plays all sorts of positions. Yes, Goodman.
It's a double down the left field, right down the third base line. They score a run from first.
Yeah.
It's 5-4.
Yeah.
I go away for a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like 10-4.
Yeah.
Like, what the heck happened?
It finished up 12-6.
Is that what it was? Yeah.
So there's the headline on ESPN.com is Hines, who has played in 2 games as a Major League Baseball player.
Right.
The headline on ESPN was Hines sets record. And the reason he set a record is he had 5 extra base hits in his first 2 games ever. That's the most extra base hits in the first 2 games
in anybody's career ever.
Major League Baseball history.
Yeah, so that guy's going to go to the Potomac League or whatever, the Adirondack League, and boom, see you later, right?
It happened against the Rockies, is my point. It's like, whenever you see somebody do something remarkable, well, there has to be somebody that provides that opportunity.
There's a whole lot of failure videos or records the Rockies have set this year, right? Most in the history of ninth-inning losses, so on and so forth. Real fast, sidebar, no dumb question. If your name is Hines and you're playing in the major leagues or any sport, NFL, don't you have to have 57 as your number?
I totally know what you're saying. He spells it Hinds, not H-E.
Yeah, but then everybody would know how it really is pronounced. He would know how everybody is supposed to be really pronounced.
I'm not gonna fight you 57. On it, but he doesn't spell it the same. He says it the same way, though.
Maybe he hates
57.
Hines is kind of the same thing, isn't it? You can't even say it differently. Hines.
The DS and the Z make the same sound.
Do they still do the glass bottles? I haven't seen a glass bottle in a long time.
Oh, my Lord.
Go to Mexico.
Got me.
Oh, Mexico. Well, that's for sure. But I was talking about the ketchup bottle. You got to hit it right on the 57.
Yeah, that's the trick. Yeah. That's the trick. That's when it's brand new.
Yeah.
That's the trick.
So, Diaz, 0 for 5.
So do you want to do it earlier, or do you want to
hold
off?
No, I can wait.
7 more minutes.
I can wait.
It reminded me when Grizz sent that picture of the sunset. Like I said, we're back and forth. Baseball, watching baseball. You know what? I was going to give you crap, and then I looked real close. Okay, he's got the kids there. He's watching a little if. That's cool. Yeah. And then the sunset from Grizz, which kind of is who he is.
Well, he's a sunset. Just those beautiful brown eyes and the sunset going down. I mean, I can't hate on that. I mean, it's Grizz.
Probably on the drive home too. Monday. Going down, heading west towards Denver on that long stretch of 70 where sun's starting to go down and just gets this beautiful burnt orange ball of fire up there. I got my daughter, and the first time she's ever heard that, I said, you know why they say the sunsets are orange? And she goes, no. I go,
God's a Broncos fan.
God's a Broncos fan.
There you go. That's right.
She goes, oh.
So we got tons of stuff to sort of chew on here today. If you want to text in, that's fine. That was funny what everybody was doing at that time of day. Can you imagine Grizz too? He's got the guitar out and he's just playing a little something. Grizz is like a really good guitar player.
No, you know what Grizz is? Grizz is
a beautiful person.
That's true, but Grizz is that dude sitting on the steps in Animal House playing the Cherry song. That's Grizz. My love is like a cherry.
Well, then who's Bluto? Then who's the guy around here who's going to take the guitar and smash it into 1,000 pieces?
Tyler's
happy to do
working on it.
Yeah, happy to do that. I happen to like Grizz though, so I'm not going to smash his.
No, I don't think Tyler ain't Bluto. That's like Lindahl's kind of like Bluto.
Oh, Lindahl could be Bluto.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Nobody loves guitars. Would he ever just...
Ooh.
Right. Of course, Grizz stole like 6 from the old place, didn't he?
I don't know. Maybe he thinks he's playing crappy guitar, so he smashes it.
It's been a minute. I mean, I'm in a band.
Who's a better guitar player, Andy or Grizz?
Depends what you define as good.
I've never seen Andy play an acoustic guitar, and I've been in a band with him. So I've just never seen it. I don't know if you'd want to pick up an acoustic guitar.
Are you more talented if you played the acoustic?
No, it's just such a different style. And I can't imagine Grizz with an electric guitar in his hands.
But I don't know, but doesn't acoustic guitars tend to say, okay, you can read music a little bit also? Andy can't read music. He teaches himself all the songs.
I'd rather be in a band with Andy than Grizz.
I don't know. I think Grizz is. Hold on. You got to think about the rebound ladies. I think Grizz is pulling the ladies a little bit better.
But you also got to tote a lot of equipment at the end of the night, also, and it's good to have Andy around.
True.
Well, that helps, I suppose. But
Andy's got a pickup.
Andy's a pretty damn cool guy to be in a band with. Can I just tell you that, man? Because
Why'd you quit on him?
I did. I did not quit.
That's not the story we've been told.
I know. I had a personal issue. I had to bow out at one gig, and we couldn't really. We tried. I still want to keep it together. I haven't quit on the band, even though we haven't played together in years.
But you gave your kit away.
Well, it was Andy's kit. It was Andy's wow, we're getting in the weeds on Fatty's Big Chance right here. So I gave Andy's drums back to Andy because I recently moved. But I still practice every day.
Who was Fatty?
But it was just it was me for a while, but it was a fictional. It's funny because when we named the band, both Andy and I were like in really good shape. So it was kind of ironic. We both kind of we both fit into the band name a little bit, but there was nobody in particular. It was just a cool name. Me and Andy had nothing to do with it. It was John, our lead singer, who came up with it.
That would actually be a good name of a band if you did have a bunch of fat dudes.
It'd be pretty funny.
Be pretty funny.
Yeah, at the time, none of us were fat. It would be more appropriate later on, but there was no fatty, frankly.
I think if you get it back going again,
I'd love to.
I think you get your old notebook out and see if you can turn them into real songs.
Dude, I tell you this. If we
get the piano out, get the love songs out.
We could, and if we put Grizz in the band, he could
be your arranger.
I mean, people would show up. I mean, that was part of our problem. Look at who was in the band. I mean, nobody, but you came to one of our gigs.
It
was in Littleton.
The one in Broadway.
I think you were like at our first. Oh, were you at Herman's Hideaway?
I went to Herman's, yeah.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah,
okay.
I got right after, because Andy, we played a song called Scotty something.
Scotty doesn't know.
Scotty
doesn't know.
And I basically walked in as you finished up that song.
Well, what'd you think of the band then?
It looked like a bunch of dudes that drank beer and played in a garage.
That's what we were aiming for. What's funny is we got a couple of like better musicians in the band, like real musicians, screwed the whole thing up. It's like, hey, we shouldn't sound this good. It shouldn't be like that. We were with guys, they had all this equipment and fancy stuff, and we're like, we need to stop doing this. Dude, we gotta get in the band. You guys could be in the band.
I'll bang that triangle.
Be fun, man. That'd be a hell of a fun thing to do.
You got the cymbals, I got the triangle.
Perfect combination.
You only need one percussion guy. You can do.
Oh, if you see a band with two drummers, they both kind of suck. I mean, that's kind of that deal.
When I went to Elton John's concert, it was really good. Had a good drummer, but they had a guy up above and beyond that just did quote unquote percussions, but it was the chimes, the little bells.
Yeah, that's kind of all right. That's not two drummers. That's something else.
Yeah, it was like 8 different things. He was hitting on it, and he was moving. He was jamming. I mean, I'm like, dude, you're playing a block wood.
They get into it, and they got like congas, and they got all sorts of. That's not two drummers. I'm fine with like a drummer and like a percussion dude.
Yeah.
Like that's cool. But like just two straight up drum sets on stage,
one of the coolest things I ever saw was the first time I ever saw this from. The last thing I'll tell you about bands. I went to Zach Brown.
Zach Brown.
Yeah,
there's both.
Zach Brown band.
I mean, either one works.
But I haven't seen Zach Bryan, but I went to Zach Brown band. And the dude's got the fiddle, it's country music, playing it.
Mm-hmm.
Dude bends it over, puts down the bow, and plays the fiddle like a guitar.
How about that?
It was one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life.
That is awesome.
It was unbelievable.
Oh, Zach Brown is so freaking talented, and the guys in his band are ridiculous. Zach Bryan, I've dug more into him.
Oh, he's good.
Is he okay? He is depressing, man. Like, I think it's good too.
You see, Hawk Tuah Girl got up there at the last concert.
I
Zach
saw
Bryan.
it. Hawk Tuah Girl is something else, man.
1 million followers. I don't know if you know that. Didn't even have social media. Got 1 million followers now.
Let me tell you my Hawk Tuah meme I saw today that I don't really want to share on air.
I think that's probably appropriate.
Yeah.
But I'm all for the Hawk Tuah Girl having a career as the Hawk Tuah Girl.
She got paid $30,000
By who?
To go judge a bikini contest.
I would tell her, ride that lightning wave as long as you can, man.
15 minutes of fame.
Oh, yeah.
She started a like her PR, whatever it is.
She's got a PR team?
No, she started like a PR company, right? And it's called 16 Minutes because she's trying to turn it into 16, not 15.
That's smart. So she might have little brains.
Dude, like, how long can you make the Hawk Tuah thing last? I mean, beyond the summer? I think if she makes it to Labor Day, she's done a great job.
If she makes it to the NFL season and sings As Far As I Can Go Banner, she's done it.
All right, man, we are locked and loaded. We're ready to rock and roll. Should Jamal Murray take a note from Kawhi Leonard? Details about that next. Hey, C-Mac for Mike Maroney. Hey, Mike Maroney. They've got the biggest discounts, lowest payments, and if you're looking for the lowest finance rate, we got it. It's Mike Maroney Ford, Chevrolet, and GMC, where Maroney means more. More peace of mind with a money-back guarantee. More convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado, and more value. How about this? A 23 Ford F-150, 1.9% APR, 72-month financing. A 24 Chevy Silverado 4x4, $399 a month, or up to $12,500 off on a 24 GMC Sierra. You can visit him today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. It's Mike Maroney, and Maroney means more. For details online, MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com.
Hey, we all want to look and feel our best in summertime, right? Well, if your body's not responding the way it once did in the workouts, if maybe you gained a few pounds, don't feel bad. That's not unique. Happens to the best of us. Call my friends over at Revitalize Health. Tyler Columbus here, and I've been working with them for 7 years because they're tremendous at what they do. And I would not keep going back for 7 years unless they made a huge difference in my life. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've got it all covered for you. They'll come up with a customized game plan for your body and your needs. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Yeah, I mean, just my understanding of it is that they're just going to wait until after the Olympics to officially, ink the max contract, which is what I think it will be, as long as there's not a major injury or anything. I think both parties are on board with that. I don't think there's any hostility or, a rising conflict or anything. The Nuggets look at it as, all right, we want to make sure, Jamal Murray, who has had a recent history of a lot of injuries, of course, the ACL a couple of years ago, the minor injuries here and there last season, and the calf strain in the playoffs. I think they look at it as, all right, we want to make sure he gets through the Olympics, and then, we can give him the max contract afterwards.
It's our guy Harrison Wind from DNVR speculating about Jamal Murray. A lot of speculation going on with Jamal Murray right now. Kawhi Leonard's stepping away from USA Basketball, so doesn't want to do that. Replaced by Derek White? How about that?
I heard it was Bronny.
Really? How'd that go over? Derek White steps in.
That's pretty awesome, man.
Good for him, man. What a year he's having.
I think Derek just hosted a huge basketball camp in Parker like last week.
Awesome. Parker resident, went to Legend High School, UCCS before he went to CU, and now on a championship team. And
that dude's on a ride.
Dude.
He's on a ride right now.
I think he signed a big deal relatively recently, and I love it, man. We should get on Derek White at some point, man. I don't know if you're connected to him one way or the other.
I don't have his number directly, but I've got a good friend. I could try. Yeah.
That'd be amazing. Yeah, we can congratulate him on the championship, check in about Paris. Like, right on.
I used to talk to him when he played for San Antonio. I remember he had a good first 2 or 3 games that one year where the Nuggets won in 7. And then they kind of got him the last 3 or 4. But after that, I always talked to him. I said, you should be playing here.
He would fit like a glove here, man.
Right? Well,
he'd have been great here.
Listen, Kawhi just signed a new deal too. Wasn't he and Paul George both up? They stuck with Kawhi and let Paul George go. I find it interesting. The day after they send out the big video of USA Basketball sends out a big video of them doing Thibs defensive drill, and it showed all these guys with USA doing these hardcore college get out and contest, up in the chili type of defensive drills.
Yeah.
And then the day after Kawhi walks away.
Okay, because I'm reading that it's the Clippers that put a little lean on team.
Oh, is that right?
Well,
since when do these guys listen to their teams? I mean, Kawhi's had a whole lot of injuries, so if there's ever a dude that should probably not play Olympic basketball, he's probably the guy.
Well, I don't know if things have changed though, Tyler, and I don't even know how to equate with football. But forever, you wanted to be on a USA team.
Yeah.
You wanted to play for some sort of world championship, Olympics, or something. So I got to believe it still means something for
I think it does.
Some of those guys.
No, I absolutely still think it means something. I mean, why is Nikola Jokic playing? Why is Jamal Murray playing? I think it means something. Now, I don't know if it's more like if they're feeling pressure that they don't want to let down their country, if they don't want to let down their friends that are on the team, or if it's they've got that much pride in it. But I don't think that's gone away, and I think basketball might be one of the few sports that the pros actually really do care. Do hockey guys care as much as the basketball guys? They seem to care also.
I think they really care.
I think listen, American players used to care a lot. I mean, they still talk about the 94 Dream Team, don't they? The admission of Isaiah Thomas. I think that burns Isaiah 30 years later.
Still lives with it.
That he was left off that team because of Jordan.
Well, let me ask you a question then. Tonight, U.S., Canada, in a friendly tune-up sort of game in Vegas. You guys interested? It's on FS1.
I didn't know that was going on tonight.
Tonight?
But now that you mentioned it, sure. What the hell else we got to watch right now?
Well, shouldn't Kreckman and Coach go to the game? They're both out there. They ought to both go there.
We're going to have Mike on sometime after 1 o'clock. Dan, how are we doing with Nate? Nate was a little touch and go whether he's going to, we don't know. But I totally agree. It's at T-Mobile. I heard it's super expensive to get into this game. I heard tickets were going upwards of like $600.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
USA, Canada. So Jamal's playing tonight. Tonight, Jamal Murray's in basketball action. Tonight. How you guys feel about that?
I'm going to watch. Yeah. I'm
Okay.
curious. I'm curious to watch it. Look,
You're not a little nervous if you're a Nuggets fan? You're not
no, I'm not going to
trepidation?
No,
or?
I'm not going into it. Look, I believe what Scott said yesterday is as true as it could ever be. These dudes got to play basketball. They got to play basketball, whether it's LA Fitness, whether it's on the Olympic team, wherever. And whenever you're playing basketball, you are at risk. I don't care where you are. Probably less at risk when you're around other guys that are pros at what they do.
How about this next Wednesday while we're on the air? USA, Serbia.
Ooh.
Wednesday, July.
Scott's rooting for Serbia.
Wednesday, July 17th, 10 a.m. our time.
Oh, we can watch it and then come in and talk
Hell
about it.
yeah. We have a little USA, Serbia watch along. That got your interest?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course it does. Now, these are showcase games. They don't mean anything. They're not for qualifications. These are, I guess, just tune-up games to get ready for the
Look
Olympics.
and see if Serbia and Canada are playing sometime.
They just have the U.S. schedule, but I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are, because here's who's in the showcase: Canada, Australia, Serbia, South Sudan, and Germany, and the United States. So 6 teams. It's got to be a round robin for everybody. I don't know. That's a great question. Dan, maybe a little help there. When does Canada play Serbia in this showcase? They got to be.
They got to.
They got to be, because there's got to be games all day.
As a Nuggets fan, you got to watch that, don't you?
Hell yeah. Damn right. I'm kind of pumped for it.
All right, I'm working on Derek right now. Sounds like he just got to Vegas.
Okay, Team USA. Hell yeah, I'm going to watch. I think it's stupid, but I'm going to watch it.
Well, I think from Jamal Murray's point of view, it's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Right.
I mean, if you got a $209 million contract on the line and the team is telling you, no, we're not going to give that to you, if in theory that's what the truth is, we're not going to give that to you until we know that you're healthy on the backside of this thing, I sure as hell wouldn't risk $209 million.
How about this kind of sneaking up on all of us? Like, this is happening from now through July 22nd. 16 round robin that involves the United States, Canada, and Serbia.
And it's in Vegas?
And it's in Vegas?
With the summer leagues in Vegas, too?
With the summer. Why the hell aren't we in Vegas right now? We should go to Vegas.
Hit up Circuit.
That's Philly.
We should be in Vegas, man.
By the way, Kawhi did sign a 3-year
Philly's
extension.
back in Philly, by the way.
Yeah, signed a 3-year extension for $152 million.
Dude,
so is he sitting there saying, my knee just, after the defensive drills, my knee just hurting too much? I owe it to these guys? Is it, man, I want to work this hard. I came here just to have fun and win a gold medal.
Derek White just signed a 4-year, $118 million deal.
Yeah, but is he 33?
Boys.
He's not.
Boys, I'm telling you, you know what we got to do as a show? Boy, could we ever make this happen? Do we need a sponsor in a major way? We should be in Vegas next Wednesday for USA Serbia and
Let's
Nuggets
go.
Summer League.
Hey,
are you kidding me? In Vegas?
I got some epic gear I could wear to that game. I got some epic stuff. I got American flag onesie.
I'm sorry, what?
That's right. I might be a little bit hot out there in Vegas, but yeah, I'll wear a American flag
Well, you
onesie.
got to paint your
PJs.
face, too, don't you think?
Oh, sure. Let's go. Paint the hair and everything. Cover up the bald spot.
What time is that game in
10 in Vegas, it'll be at 9 a.m.
So we wouldn't even miss the show.
We wouldn't even miss the show.
Well, we'd be close.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe we could just do the show from T-Mobile Arena. Do the show right there. Oh, man. Dan, how do we make this happen? Where's stores? Where's stores?
I was going to say Brandon's over there, but that office is dark. How about Case? Nope, no.
Dude, we were supposed to be in Vegas.
Steve?
Everybody else got to go. I mean, Sanford's there now. Nate's there.
Sanford went on his own
If
dime.
I remember correctly, you were the one that poo-pooed that trip.
Yeah, because timing-wise wasn't great, like right then and there. But next Wednesday? Dude, that is a sick trip.
Is there a bad time to be in Vegas? Really?
I'm not a big Vegas guy.
I'm not either.
Something like this would be cool.
Right. Like, here's the key to Vegas. You got to have something else to do. It cannot just be the gambling. If it's just the gambling, it's going to suck. It's not going to go great. But where Vegas is awesome is if you have other things to do, and then, the gambling and everything's kind of there too at the same time. That is when I've had the best times in Vegas.
I went to Vegas one time, 6 days.
Ooh.
6 days?
And you're still alive?
Oh,
yeah.
my Lord.
And gambled on the last night before we left in the morning.
Well, there you go.
But we went to like 15 shows set up by the pool.
I went to Vegas one time on a radio trip. And
wait, was that a dude's trip? And you went to
family.
15?
Yeah, that's back when they were selling family friendly.
I went and lost all my money in the first 3 hours and was in the fetal position for the next 2 nights, because I could not afford to leave the hotel room.
Yeah, that'll happen.
That wasn't good. I was positive I was going to get divorced after that one. This was.
So when you say you lost all your money, how much?
The ATM just stopped giving me money.
Oh, jeez. So you even lost that machine?
Lost on that machine, too.
That's the only machine I ever went on.
I mean, whatever your limit's your limit. But have you ever gone to an ATM and they're just like, nope,
No.
sorry.
We're protecting you from you.
Yep. It's like you cannot.
Kind of like a salary cap, right? Hey, we're protecting the owners from themselves.
Well, it looked like suspicious behavior because, what is happening here? I think the bank just, understands what your limits are and how much money you got in. And at some point thinks the card must have got stolen. They don't make allowances for being a gambling degenerate. I realized without cash, a lot of things in Vegas don't work.
So you're
that
saying
well.
we could do the show here Tuesday?
Yeah.
Leave right after the show,
dude. Yes.
Then go to the game, do the show from T-Mobile, and then leave a week from Wednesday.
When do the Nuggets play too? They play all their games next week.
Friday, Sunday,
Keep going.
Tuesday. Friday, Sunday, Tuesday, and probably Thursday.
You see the reports out of Nuggets Summer League? Our guy, why am I drawing a blank on
Trey?
our guy?
Trey Alexander.
He's showing out. He's showing out. That's what happens. You come on PhD, you're going to show out.
Came a little Oklahoma love, and he stepped it up.
Ryan McMahon went 1 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. But Rockies, that's good.
But he got a hit.
He did get a hit. Yeah, he was on the show yesterday,
as long as it wasn't an upside-down K, we're okay.
Yeah, he was trying.
Yeah.
We're going to have another dude. I don't know who we're going to have on. We're supposed to have another Summer League dude. Dude, there's a Nuggets game Tuesday and Thursday, and this is on Wednesday?
I believe so.
Come on.
Well, here, I can check for sure.
Come on, man. We got to do this, boys. Let's live a little. What else are we doing? Let's go. Let's go to Vegas. We leave after the show Tuesday. We watch the Nuggets Tuesday night. Get up in the morning and watch USA Serbia. Sick. And then we're watching the Nuggets on Thursday. We may have to take Friday off.
He is off.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We're off on Friday, too.
This week?
Yeah.
The 19th.
Or next week, I mean?
Next week. Next week. It's another altitude sports scramble.
Love it.
Yeah. Who wants to join us for this trip? Oh, my God. That would be amazing.
All right, we'll get it set up.
All right, here you go. They play Friday, Sunday, Tuesday.
Perfect. Who?
Thursdays. They play the Clippers Friday, Raptors Sunday.
Yeah.
Hornets Tuesday, Pacers Thursday.
All right. It's Summer League. Who knows?
Yeah, because if we have any clues on any of those teams.
We don't. It doesn't matter. Sounds great. And then we get Serbia, USA. And you know what we also get? We'll get all the games. I mean, it's just not U.S. That's probably the first game of the day. We'd see Jamal play. Canada's got to be playing somebody later that day.
Oh, what if we could catch Serbia, Canada?
Well, that's not going to happen, obviously, because Serbia plays U.S. that day. They're not going to play back-to-back days.
But I mean, while we're there, well, they would.
You know what I'm saying? But, Dan, look it up. When does Canada play Serbia in this little showcase tournament?
They don't. Not in the showcase.
What?
According to ProBallers.com.
So we got Canada against South Sudan, but we don't have Canada against Serbia?
Yeah, the Serbians are playing France, Australia, and the U.S.
Oh, that sucks. Oh, so it's not a complete round robin.
Right.
So teams are just dipping in.
warm up.
They're just dipping in for whatever they need, and they're not playing Canada. Oh, okay.
Well, here you go.
Gotcha.
Thursday, the Nuggets play at 2:30.
Oh, my God.
So then we could actually go to the game and then just fly out after the game.
What are we doing? Let's go. Wait, aren't you supposed to be working some of these games on TV?
Well, I'm doing the Friday game, 8 o'clock. Catch it on Altitude. Doing pre-post and that. Me and Demps will do Friday.
All right.
Been talking with LaFonso a little bit because his son's playing on that team.
Nice.
Awesome.
And then Sunday it's a 7:30 start. Tuesday, Marlo sits in with me or for me, and I'm off on the Tuesday game. That's a 4 o'clock game.
Perfect. Oh, 4 o'clock. That's rough. We'd have to leave Tuesday morning. Do the show there Tuesday.
We could probably pull that off.
We could do that. Let's go Tuesday morning. Let's get on the plane.
But who else is playing Tuesday night on this round robin? Maybe there's another one of those games we go to.
Of course.
Let Dan get on the press passes.
Dan, how close are we to getting this done? Where are we? We've been talking about it for 10 minutes.
I saw Dan's name on an email that says he's in charge.
That's right.
That's right.
I saw an email?
I saw Dan's name on an email said he's in charge.
Bigger story. Dan's in charge or you saw an email.
Hey, this is your opportunity,
No, I see
Dan.
the emails.
When in your life have you had an opportunity to make a decision like this? When?
Yeah, Dan.
You could be a man about it or not.
Nelly was also, he's right there. Call him in, and now all you need is 2 out of 3. You got a quorum.
Who's in charge? Dan and Nelly?
Yeah.
Dan, Nelly, and Springer.
Dan, Nelly, and well, you guys should come too.
It's done.
Oh, you're inviting us? Okay.
Just have KJ just run the board for like 12 hours a day. It's all right. He's the new guy. You know, he can figure it out.
I've been on the board for 16 hours straight. He'll be fine.
That would be a sick trip. We really I know we're kind of joking about it, but that
something?
would be a sick trip
All
to
day
go on.
radio, it would get done.
We just do it.
It would get done.
I know.
There's no question about it.
know.
Old school radio.
Like, what a
Get done.
perfect opportunity to do nuggets.
Yeah,
And
this is simple, guys. We got a lot of people listening. We got a lot of people out there that own businesses, right?
That own their own plane.
We got people out there. You
Call
want to
your
get some
Cherry Creek
advertising?
alumni.
You want to get some advertising? You can pay for it. You can sponsor it.
I guarantee you
I'll
one
even
of your
let you hang
Cherry Creek
out.
guys have their own plane.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I
only did that once.
I know a guy. I could call somebody. I know somebody's got their own plane.
You know what? It's
I
funny.
got that guy.
It's funny.
He can come with us.
You know, it's funny because I swear to God,
It's a 747.
without even saying anything, I know what you're talking about because I was thinking, I need to go back for my boys' trip. We're having it in Arkansas this summer. I wonder, and it's right by Bentonville. I was thinking, I wonder if, hey, you know, you guys a flight going down there?
Actually, we know a couple people who, you know, it's not just one. We got,
I'll hit up Peyton.
Oh, by the way.
Yeah.
We got to check this out. Is Peyton Manning now, and maybe we could tease this, is Peyton Manning now in the steakhouse business?
Oh, I did not see that. I know he's got
Omaha.
Is that right? Did not know that.
No, I don't know anything about what it's.
I thought you were implying something. Well, I know Omaha Steaks.
I'm driving down Broadway.
I'm implying that he says Omaha.
Oh.
I'm driving down Broadway, and it used to be the Marie Callender's. It's right there by that YMCA on Broadway across from the Acura building.
Yeah.
Big sign. Manny's Steak and something.
Really?
Coming soon. Manning's Steak and something.
Well, it's only a matter of time, you know.
Well, he checked. There is a Manning Steakhouse in New Orleans that's not related to his family, but it's called Manning's.
Oh, that's smart.
Is that or is it with? Because there is a Manning Steakhouse in New Orleans. Because I thought for sure it was his family. It's not.
Or his dad or something, right?
It's not. It's just called Manning's.
Well,
it's not related to
anybody
them.
knows out there. It's right there by that YMCA on Broadway and Mineral.
So listen. I'm not saying Peyton.
You know, so like you could just use like the Manning name. Like, why don't we do that? Why don't we go start like a Sakic steakhouse? You know, like just use his name.
Let's take a break. You're listening to 925 PHM, Columbus, Hastings, and Manning.
It's good. Hi, it's T-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation because every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. And this is what the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is all about. They are amazing. When the pills and herbals fail, they've got treatment rates over 90%. And a lot of guys just put it off. If you've been in this situation, this is not some sort of permanent condition. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you straighten things out. They've been doing so for nearly a decade, and you could be the next success story. Listen, you just got to call. Get more information about it. 720-440-7900. One more time, 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Find out that your life can be so much better at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, so we got a sales guy on this project?
Maybe.
Maybe? All right.
You see, you guys are tossing all this stuff out there. You don't got little kids you got to be responsible for.
Well, Scott's got a little kid.
True. He just doesn't love her that much.
She slept with me last night.
Oh, that was the best.
Oh, okay.
Hey, you're going to miss this.
Oh, I know.
That's that
I
country
read something
song.
online. Someday it's going to be the last time that you either pick him up and carry him, kiss him goodnight. So, yeah.
You're going to miss this.
Mama had to get up. She plays a golf league, so she had to get up like
good for her. Brankersall.
Huh?
What?
And so she slept over. I've tried. No. In the, we call it the boys' room, but it's where all the trophies and everything's at. And so Ellie slept with me with king size bed, and I mean I still, even in a king size bed with a 10-year-old, I've got like 2 feet by the length of the bed. She is like, and she is, I'm telling you, a furnace.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it depends. Could be good.
Well,
Depends
great
on
in the
the-
wintertime
Right.
when it's cold out, but
See a sideways sleeper? My kids will literally like flip upside down. Their feet will be where their head was by the time the night's all over.
When she's by herself, we'll go in there and she'll be completely sideways. The funny thing is, so I'm up. I went to bed probably 11 something. We're sound asleep, baby Bing. It's funny, right before I go to sleep, kid goes, Dad, do you remember the scariest dream you've ever had?
Oh.
So now I'm thinking, okay, there's a deeper emotion in thing that she wants to talk about.
I'm just saying that's a good no dumb question for later. Like a repeating dream that you could still remember to this day.
I got one. I told her what it was. And then I go to bed last night, sleep. It's about 1 o'clock. I wake up out of a dream, and it's an alligator got my daughter.
What?
Got her on the leg and has got a hold of her. And
That's dark.
My dad, who I'd just been with last week, is over there, pulls that alligator off. And I'm like trying to get to her. It's like I'm swimming. It's like in a room, but then I'm all of a sudden swimming in waist-high water and you can't move, trying to get there.
Dude.
And there's my dad, pulls the alligator off her leg. I grab her, pick her up, thinking, okay, tourniquet, something, baby. And he goes, look, he goes, no, it just held on, but it didn't bite. And there was no marks on her leg, and then woke straight up.
Hey, listen.
And then I was up from 1 to 4.
How about this?
Wide awake.
Let's just go to Vegas for 3 straight days, not go to sleep, so you have no creepy nightmares, and just watch some hoops.
Perfect.
In the middle of the summer. And let's have some, some fun. You know what kills me? I am, without a doubt, the most fun out of this whole crew here. This whole crew.
You think so?
Oh, it's not even close.
I'm pretty boring, I'm not going to lie.
Holy cow, are you, you, Dan, and Scott, you guys, Grizz, is playing love songs to the moon.
D-Mac's trying to make up for something. I don't know what it is, but
And
he's
how
in
old
a
are you,
phase of life, so he's
55?
making up.
Yeah, I'm 55 going on 22.
At 55, I would have crushed you at your 55.
Oh, well, I don't know what to say.
Well,
I mean,
I'll say
it.
I ain't 55 no more.
I don't know, man. You 55 and me making the run at 45 together?
I'm 39 going on 78.
All right. Well, I don't know how much fun Dan would. Dan, how much fun would you be on the road?
Oh, it'd be a great time.
You would be?
Oh, yeah.
He stays up in my room, smokes a doobie.
Yeah, he might
maybe
just
a little Malafine, and then
I'm sorry, huh?
Then he's going to walk the streets.
Oh, he's not just going to fall asleep?
You guys see that?
Look at these
those
lights.
Sounds like a great time.
All right, well, I'm not going to do any of that stuff.
Why is it talking to me?
Meanwhile, D-Mac's down there. Come up, baby! Daddy needs a new pair of shoes.
Dude, I'm just getting fired up even thinking about it.
Tyler's up in the room watching If.
That's right.
on his
That's
iPad.
right. Yeah. Maybe a FaceTime If with my daughter.
Oh my God. When did I become the most interesting person? That is a mistake.
No, you're trying to make up for something. That's what it is. That's what's going on.
I don't know, but I'm looking forward to these 3 days. Tuesday through Thursday in Vegas. Hoops. Jokic. See how Joker's doing? Joker! Oh, that'd be funny if I just go
and see if he knew.
Oh, he knows who I am. He knows who I am. But for him to acknowledge me would be pretty funny. It was funny with these guys because they try to be so cool. I saw Jamal at something, just not an official thing. And he gave me a little wink and that sort of thing. They know who we all are. Whether they want to acknowledge you or, give you the,
time of day.
Right.
Most guys are really chill when you see them out in a different environment. It's when you're in their realm that's when they get uptight. But you see them out on the street, you see them wherever. Most guys are pretty cool.
I bet if I saw Jokic, if I saw Nikola just out and about, it was just like, "What's up, Joker?" I bet I get a little fist bump. I bet I get a little high. I'm not saying
he's still trying to make up for something. Like, what's he trying to prove right now?
Yeah.
Like what are you trying to prove? Like, Nikola would give me a fist bump?
I'm just saying, you're around a dude like almost every day for 3 years. They're gonna say something to you. I mean, we're bonded. You know, when the parade
they made eye
is.
contact,
Speaking of bonding,
so they're locked in.
Man, I can't get the 2 dragons died, man. That was really sad.
Oh, stop!
I'm
behind.
Two
Stop!
dragons. 2 dragons.
Stop!
Yeah.
Stop!
It's really, really sad.
Dude.
I'm having a hard time.
You're killing me.
I'm having a hard time. Yeah.
You are killing me right now.
Well, having read the book, there's a lot more than 2 coming your way.
Well, I know, but man, these 2.
You're killing other people too, bro.
No, you know what? Hey, you're
Dude.
a day late, dollar short.
Dude.
I didn't say which dragons died.
I don't care. You're killing me.
Well, you should have watched it.
I got it, but that's Sunday, man. It's only Tuesday. It's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday. 24-hour rule.
Dude, you just killed my Dragon Buzz, bro.
No, now you can't wait to go home and watch it.
Well,
that's what you can't wait for now.
I will, but I'm behind on it a little bit.
I'm sorry, but look, I'm having a hard time about it. It was like they were bonded with these animals.
Man, what a buzzkill, man. I can't believe you just did that.
I'm sorry.
It's a show
I'm having a hard time.
I tell my family I got to watch my Dragons.
Well, then it's Wednesday. I mean, clearly you don't love it that much.
Because I've been watching my Rockies. I was going to make up for it.
You got to make choices in life.
Tomorrow
you
night.
want to watch Dragons fight, or do you want to watch the Rockies lose by 12 runs?
They only lost by 6 last night.
Yeah. No, really, no.
Well, guess what? The Dragons lost by 2.
I would like. Well, actually,
well, they got the death sentence.
It was
Shut
2
up
against 1.
Stop
3.
Stop.
3-2, lost by 1.
Here's my rant on the Rockies real quick. I'll give you the 30-second
I thought it was going to be about dragons.
No, I love the Dragons. I mean, I don't want to see any dragon die.
I know. Well, there was one dragon, though. It's okay. There's one dragon that's like, it's cool if that one dies.
You know, no dumb question. Like, why did the Dragons hang out in their dragon, pit when they could just do whatever they want? Like,
because they love their bonded.
Yeah, but it's like they're the most ferocious thing ever, and then they act like a horse.
No, but they're not. They're loving animals that just protect
That's why you got
their
to bond
family.
with the rider.
They're like any dog.
If you go
Yeah,
back
I know, but the rider gets off of them, and then they hand it over to like the servant people who put them in like the dragon
They're
pit.
like any good family dog, man. I mean, they just want to love. They want to protect. Somebody comes into their territory, they're going to get a little bit aggressive.
All right, let me give you this real quick. And
all they want is a little pat on the nose.
We've heard from Dion. We're gonna have some Dion coming up. We've heard from Dion because it's let's go see you.
Have you ever
on the
seen
way.
a dragon die yet?
Let me real quick. Rockies.
Okay. You'll die. Okay.
Real quick. When the Rockies suck, man, they really, really suck. Like and I think they think if we go on the road, nobody is paying attention to them. I mean, they suck so bad sometimes that I understand why people have a hard time being a fan. And yesterday was one of those games. Like, they just sucked pitching-wise. It was just terrible.
If you had a breakdown, maybe this is no dumb question, 100 people, and we'll use it for percentages, how many of them are baseball fans, how many are Rocky fans, and how many of them are fans of Coors Field?
And how many of them are just bored? Like seriously, especially the ones that are watching at home. How many people that are watching the Rockies at home are watching because you're passionately invested in the Rockies or because you're bored and it's summer and you don't know what the hell else to do with your time?
But a lot of sports is like that. It's on, so I'm watching.
Not really. No, no, that's not true. Name another sport that you don't feel invested in when you watch it.
Don't feel invested in?
Yeah.
Football, if it's not my team.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, that's fine. Okay, but that's fine about any sport. I mean, if it's not your team, that's true about any sport. But I'm talking about like your local team.
Yeah, but I think most fans are like that, though. It's on, I'm watching. Seriously,
no
people
dude.
got busy lives,
Fan
man.
stands for fanatics. That's what it is.
Well, I don't think most people are fanatics. Then.
Oh, I think people are passionately invested in their team.
I think the vast majority of sports fans, if it's convenient for them, they'll pay attention. That's it.
Well, those are people that are bored. I'm being serious. So I'm sure there's a lot of people out there like that will watch the Broncos because they're just bored. They don't like football. They don't really care about what's going on, but they're bored. So it's something to watch.
Kind of like the Super Bowl.
But that's 95% of Rockies fans. they're missing the fanatics. I know there are hardcore Rockies fans.
I got to think about that's a compelling question. I got to think about it a little bit. We got Mike Sanford in Vegas. We'll hear from Deion Sanders, and we'll try to see if we can't get our Vegas trip together before we get off the air today. Got things to work on. We got things to do. Plus, I did something yesterday that was so humiliating. You ever try something athletic and it's just so bad? You're just like, why'd I even try?
No.
Remember when I told you yesterday he's always talking about his athletic accomplishments?
Yeah, well, this was humble pie, like to the nth degree. I was gorging on humble pie yesterday. Details on the way. Oh, I'm seeing a sneak peek of what Deion had to say today. It's going to be worth it. Stick around. Mike Maroney, Chevrolet, GMC in Longmont. Hey, Mike Maroney means more during their Freedom Sale. More peace of mind with a money-back guarantee. More convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado. And more value with incredible deals on their most popular models. Hey, see you. Chevy Silverado, Trailblazer, Equinox, as well as GMC Acadia, Canyon, Terrain, and Yukon. Take up to $12,500 off MSRP on a new 2024 GMC Sierra, 1,500 elevation. You heard right. $12,500 off. It gets even better. Save thousands in finance charges with their lowest finance rates. Get to Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics, 1415 Vista View Drive in Longmont. For details, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC.com. All right, this has been kind of fun this week. We've been talking to guys on the Nuggets who are playing in Summer League basketball. PJ Hall, my man. What's going on, brothers? Good to have you on. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. It's Friday. How y'all doing?
We're doing okay. How's it going so far training with the Nuggets? Put us in the loop. I'm gonna your relationship with the guys on the team. What's good?
Yeah, man, everything's good. I'm glad to be here with everybody. We've started to gel pretty well at the same, play with a bunch of different guys of making different groups going at each other. It's been great. We've had competitive games, and it's been really fun to kind of learn from each other and get confident going to Summer League.
PJ, talk to me about the balance of trying to showcase yourself, yet trying to show yourself as a team player. Because I find Summer League fascinating. You got to go out there and showcase yourself, but you also got to prove yourself as a team player. How do you walk that line in these games?
Well, for me, I think it's kind of one and the same. I know that coming into this league, I'm a guy that has to come in and help other guys win. I'm not some guy coming in to take away from anybody else. So going in there, showing that I can affect winning, the little things, and affect the game in a positive way, whatever that may be. Just knocking down a shot, knocking down, and just setting screen, creating space to do that.
Hey, when you look at this, how much did you know about this team and what their expectations, and how did the coaches go about explaining what they want to see this summer?
Coming into it, I didn't know a whole lot other than the guys that I knew were going to be on, like Hunter and Julian and Jalen and stuff, and obviously Trey. But coming into these practices, getting more and more used to it, it's been great to see how each other play physically and how each other play with some skill and figure out how guys' tendencies are. And so now going into Summer League, having a feel for how each other play and feeding off of that.
Now, I know Hunter Tyson's a couple years older than you, but did you guys play together at Clemson at all?
Yeah, man, that's my roommate.
Oh,
well, there you go.
All right. Well, what's your relationship like with Hunter?
Did he like to shoot it all the time then too?
Yeah, man. I'll tell you what, we both got plenty of shots. Yeah, but that's my guy, and I was stoked to learn that I was going to be coming here and play with him once again. It's going to be fun, hanging out with him off the court, finding him on the court, and kind of having that chemistry built up in college bleed over to this.
Because he's from North Carolina, you're from South Carolina. Is that,
Correct.
We got
Correct. Yeah, he's from Monroe, and I'm from Roebuck.
All right, so what's the difference between people from North Carolina and South Carolina?
I don't know, but I've always heard that South Carolina is just a hair better. I don't know.
I'm not going to argue with that. Hey, your size, you're put together, you're built. They're going to try to work you in, play some power forward, play some backup center. And I know how they play in the offense in the NBA anymore. I mean, the ability to do both inside outside is kind of important, right?
Yeah, for me, I can do both. I can guard both, and for me, it's just doing what I'm asked. I know that going in there, like I said earlier, I'm here to help winning. I'm here to help make it easier on other guys. So coming in, doing what I'm asked, and spacing the floor, make it easier for the guys, and just help win.
All right, PJ. Well, man, it's nice to talk with you. Enjoy Vegas next week. I'm just looking at you. There's no way Hunter's got you in the weight room. I don't know if he can touch you. Is that right?
No, he can't even sniff him now. Yeah. he's not going to like hearing that, though.
Hey, obviously, so you're not afraid of the weight room. How about meeting all the weight coaches with the Nuggets? They get pretty serious, don't they?
Oh, yeah, they take it real serious now. Yeah, Felipe's great. And a great staff here. And I'll tell you what, we did a great job at Clemson of building up our players over the couple of years they're there so they're ready for whatever level they go to next.
Hey, man, so what are you weighing in at these days? They got you on Wikipedia at 240. Are you about that? Are you a little heavier, a little lighter?
I'm probably sitting right at 240.
What's Jokic? Sorry about that. What does Jokic go, Scott? What's Nicole at, you think?
I think probably about 280, 275.
Right?
Yeah, he's probably around 275. He's a big boy.
Yeah, what is that? When you're pushing guys around, talk to me about that. Like
center of gravity.
Yeah, big guys against big guys. Where does that strength and weight come from, PJ, in terms of really making your mark in there?
Well, I mean, for a guy like him, Nicole, he's so good at playing at his own pace, he forces you to do that. And so using his body to put you in positions to his spot and push you that way, use his weight's great. And obviously off of that, he's actually pretty light on his feet. People don't realize that. I haven't been able to play against him yet, but I'm really looking forward to it, and that's what I like to learn from people. I'm a little bit opposite of that. I have some skill, but I try to use a little more physicality. Obviously, he does that too, but he's incredible at using his body to get to his position.
Well, how much do you think being more physical than the average player could really help you in an NBA career, PJ?
I think a lot, especially defensively. Yeah, I mean, like going in there, making guys uncomfortable. Nobody quite likes to be pushed around on offense. So using that to my advantage, that's something I think is great for a guy like me to be able to use my physicality.
I agree.
Yeah, you know, it's big. You know, it's funny. Going back to what the last comment before that, I was talking to one of the guys that plays against Nikola in practice, warms him up, gets him ready. And I was talking to him, I said, people look at him and say, oh, he's just a, whatever, Gump, whatever, doughboy, whatever. And they don't realize how strong he really is.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, they have no idea. I mean, it's incredible. And it's also incredible to pair that with a skill. It's fun to watch, man. I can't wait to learn from him.
Do you give Hunter a hard time, like in Vegas at the pool, if he had to take his shirt off and get in the pool next to you? Would that be embarrassing for him?
No. Hey, Hunter's he's a little diced up. I tell you what.
Oh, okay. All right.
He's okay, but yeah, I'm
Popcorn muscles though.
yeah. He's more of the corn-free country boy. I look a little more weight room.
All right. Hey, really cool to catch up with you.
Well, let's ask you. Hey, Team USA is having a bunch of games there in Vegas while you're there. Are you guys going to try to? And in fact, I think it's USA Serbia on Wednesday in between your games.
Yep. Did you know that?
Is it open? Is it open gym?
No. Well,
but I mean, you're in the NBA now.
That's right.
You got peoples around you can hook you up.
That's right.
All right. Well, maybe a chance I might pop over there, but we'll have to see.
All right, man. Hey, PJ, great to catch up with you. Best of luck, my man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all.
Oh, you got it. PJ Hall, two-way contract for the Nuggets.
I've heard good things about him.
Well,
and he is built.
He looks it. I'm just looking at photos of him right now. That dude, he's not lying.
Yeah.
Like, that is something. I mean, aside from Aaron Gordon, right? Like, who else is just douche like that? They try to get Zeke there. You know, so much of this is like we tried with Zeke and we just couldn't get there with it.
I think Duran's got a chance to be like that. I do.
He is skinny, though.
I know he's skinny, but he plays explosive. He plays with power. And shoot, Scott, you know how this thing goes. These kids, they haven't even matured yet. I mean, their bodies are still getting there.
Yeah,
like
PJ's 22, I believe.
22. Like DJ's a big dude, but it just, he runs out of gas. Jay Huff, who's on the bench, man, he's like 7'2". He's great in warm-ups, Duncan.
He's kind of skinny.
Exactly. This dude is a little unique here, man. Like, who's the last guy we kind of had like this on the team?
It's a crowded couple positions right there. I mean, between center, power forward, what's going on? There's a lot of competition, man. I mean, they brought in 3 or 4 different guys just this offseason.
I know, man. It shows you what they think they need to improve on. And like last year, those bench guys like Braxton Key, Jay Huff, I mean, there just wasn't like, there was nobody like this.
If Key were 6'10" instead of 6'7",
right?
The way he played, went after offensive rebounds. I mean, he was a rebound magnet.
Mm-hmm.
That would help him.
But he's just going to get pushed around too much under the bucket. He's not.
No,
this guy won't be. Oh, he's got a nice little personality there too.
He reminds me a little bit of me. I hate to put the curse on him,
dude.
Because I went out of college. I think they list me at 6'10", 235, 240. He goes in, I think in the Pro Football Focus or whatever that is for college basketball, has him at like 6'10", 235.
Mm-hmm.
He averaged 18.3 his senior year. I averaged 18.6.
At 235, 6'10". That's not that big, though. I mean, but it's pure muscle.
No, for him it is, yeah.
Well, and hey, man, you just leave him with the Nuggets trainers for a couple months.
Oh, dude.
Dude, we're going to put 10, 15 on you. Because for a weight room guy who likes it anyways.
Yeah. He might add 5 or 10, but he'll go from 12% body fat to 8.
Right.
PJ Hall, interesting.
Yeah,
interesting.
He's got to keep it name on. I think Alexander we talked about yesterday.
Interesting.
I think 2 guys maybe keep an eye on.
Well, I'll be fascinated to see which one of these guys wins out, man. I don't know. Is this about Peyton Watson a little bit too?
A little bit.
Yeah. It feels I feel like this whole thing, all these guys coming in, Peyton Watson's a little bit different than some of these guys that come in, but it feels like what they're looking for is that defensive guy that Peyton Watson was kind of filling there. But they need some physicality so they can get down there and clog the paint.
If you look at the program, Lakers tried, didn't really have the people to do it. Minnesota tried and had success in the games they won. But the teams are looking at Denver and said, we can get physical with everybody except Gordon and Joker. and it bothers him. Physical play bothers Michael Porter, and it bothered him that entire Minnesota series.
Right.
So now they're adding guys you're hoping maybe with a little strength and size, and even Alexander, I think, his Murray size are bigger anyway. And then if you bring in Westbrook, who's legit 6'5", and ain't no one going to punk him. He's getting older, but I think he's still got a little nasty in him.
These are subtle moves, but it does give you an indication of where the Nuggets think they needed to get, where they thought improvement needs.
I mean, they haven't done anything with a backup point guard, but sure, they've done a whole lot with the big boys.
Yeah, Holmes too. If you really watch his game, pretty athletic, which again to me is maybe a heads up for Peyton Watson too.
Right.
Like, okay, Peyton.
Well, there's still two guys I read today on the Nuggets. Zeke Naji was in, I don't know if I said you guys the
gotta
article.
be trading him.
Zeke Naji was in both trades. One was the Serbian guard.
Okay.
Out of Charlotte.
Okay.
And the other one was Westbrook in L.A.
Yeah. Okay.
And the Serbian guard was his first year in the league last year, but he's still 30. But they say he's real hit. I mean, he's a Serbian dude, so he he knows how to play.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of time before Zeke, hey man, I got. He's a nice guy and everything, but
super sweet guy.
But this ain't.
Oh, time's out. Time's up.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, it's pro sports and it's cutthroat, and we go back again. The one word that should never be used in pro sports is loyalty, because there is none. It's about what's best for you.
And people need to remember that for the fans.
Denver's in it, and they're the only ones that are super loyal.
Yeah.
The fans are the ones that are super loyal. But teams can't be if you're in the business to win.
No, and players shouldn't be either, quite frankly.
No.
Players have absolutely no responsibility to be loyal
KCP
to
got
that team.
paid. Right? Bruce Brown got paid.
Good for them.
I mean, they're setting up their families for the rest of their life.
No problems whatsoever.
But when they were here, and you know what? When they have those reunion things like the 10th anniversary of the championship team would still have, you don't think the fans will remember Bruce Brown and KCP and get a monster hand when those guys show up?
Ain't no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen, sorry, random squirrel, hard transition here, but have you guys seen the 17-year-old on USA Basketball, Cooper Flagg?
Yes.
Have you been watching this
He's
guy
from
at all,
Maine.
Scott?
It's
Unbelievable.
amazing story from Maine.
I mean, he's only 6'8", but he looks bigger than that. He is absolutely not holding his own against these guys in practice. I mean, he is legit dealing out there.
And his story is his mom was a world-class player, and he's been more influenced by his mom. And they just decided to stay in Maine, although they moved in order for him to get better at basketball because he was so, ridiculously outplaying everybody. He's the only reason I know it, because my folks have been sending me information about this kid for a long time. Because in New England, it's ridiculous what this guy's done.
Where's he going to college?
Duke.
Yeah, it's Duke for sure. But I'm rolling my eyes a little bit because if he was eligible, he would have just been. He's gonna go to the NBA. I mean, he's gonna be one of those guys. Yeah, and he's out there with USA Basketball. Weren't they scrimmaging against Duke? Like it was USA Basketball against
I didn't see that
some young
part,
teams in, I believe.
I think that's what was going on. I think that's what the connection was recently.
Do they just kind of always do this?
Cooper Flagg. Flagg.
I mean, they've had the pros in there for a long time now, but do they just always find a little one-off random guy, college kid, young kid, just add to the team so it feels like we've got some amateurs around here?
I think they bring in up-and-coming college kids to train against.
But I mean, this dude looks like he can contribute. He really does.
There's no doubt about it. He's special. This kid is special. And he's got a twin brother.
Oh, is that right? Is he any good?
He's okay, but he's not like his twin.
Did he get the sympathy scholarship to Duke also?
I don't know about that. I'm not sure about that.
What was the guy? Is it Spencer Haywood that played for the Nuggets in 1 year, was the MVP, Rookie of the Year, averaged 30 and 20, played high school basketball in Detroit. I was talking to one of the people, and this is kind of funny. Think about this. The Celtics were in town and they needed someplace to practice, and they practiced at the high school where Spencer Haywood hadn't even gone to college yet. He's in high school.
Was he killing them?
Or maybe it was back from his freshman year, and he's destroying the Celtics. I guess Red Auerbach goes, "Who is this kid? Where's he going?" He goes, "Well, he's in high school. He's a high school senior this year." They said he was just killing this. So it can be done.
Can be done. The most remarkable person in basketball right now, have you seen the 16-year-old girl from China who's 7'3"?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. What? Tell me that's not going to translate in the WNBA.
She can barely move.
It doesn't matter.
But of course she's going to be fine.
She's
7'3". She doesn't even have to jump to dunk.
Okay, I'm getting some smiles from our sales guy out there, Dan, about the Vegas trip.
There we go.
I'm telling you, dreams can come true. You never know what's going to happen here. Plus, we're going to hear from Deion Sanders, who, again, has said remarkable things. Because Deion, according to Deion, is on a different plane, literally maybe a plane, and also a level than everybody else. We'll hear what he's got to say about himself coming up. I was talking to my guy Reed today from Premier Heating and Air. We're going to have some really cool promotions going on. Can't wait to give you more details about it. And every Saturday morning, I'm on talking about heating and air conditioning. And I got my guy Reed and Tom from American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. And they saved my bacon. Moving into a new joint, I needed it all. And the deal I got is incredible, but it's not special. It's what you would get too. So if you've got either an emergency or you just got to get some stuff done and be more efficient in your home, go with Premier. Incredible offers like get a free furnace when you buy an AC, 0% interest financing for 60 months, $89 AC tune-up and free diagnostic and repair. And what I needed was the whole kit and caboodle. And with that, if you go all the way like I needed to, a free Solo stove or a Traeger grill comes with your system purchase. Call 720-547-8009. That's 720-547-8009. PremierAirColorado.com. Are you looking up Cooper Flagg?
Yeah.
Pretty impressed. I'm surprised you hadn't heard of him.
No, I don't. But I don't remember names. I'm
okay.
I'm horrible at names. I had heard of this kid who was going to Duke, and
he's that kid.
Dude, they just showed a sequence. He goes, Anthony Davis pulls up a 3 on Davis, who challenged it. Swish. No, I mean nothing but net.
Mm-hmm.
Comes down, gets the rebound. The next play, kicks it ahead. Guy misses a 3. He tips it in, gets fouled by Bam Adebayo so for an and one.
Mm-hmm.
So he scores 6 points in 2 plays with 2 rebounds.
This is like, Dan, this is where we should mark this conversation. You should save this right here. Like, who's Cooper Flagg? And play this, and we'll laugh at it 3 years from now.
Right. You don't think, and they say he was taking pictures of all the Dukies that were at the thing, including Grant Hill, who's in charge of USA basketball. You don't think he's going to be all these people watching going, okay, our next big one is World Cup in 27. Okay, he'll be 2 or 3 years in the pro.
Yeah.
He'll be invited.
Yeah, he's one of these dudes. Fun to watch for sure. Story is kind of wild too, like how Maine.
It just blows my mind. I mean, I consider myself a pretty good athlete. Scott was a pretty damn good athlete. You know, made it on top of the world and respectively what we could do in our sports. Can you imagine being that good at 17 years old? I don't even understand how it happens.
There's a kid, and I'm terrible with names, and I don't even know what team he is, who's playing in one of these World Cup scramblers now. 17-year-old soccer player that is like world class.
16.
So
he scored.
Yeah,
for France.
And they showed pictures of him.
16.
He was a little kid that walked out with players in the last World Cup. He's like this little bitty kid, and they're walking out hand in hand with him and stuff like that.
I had to read it like 3 times when I was like reading about it.
Got braces.
16.
Yeah.
16. No, it's
insane.
I'll tell you my embarrassing story later, but I mean, it's...
And you know what? He probably never played on some club team that had to travel to different places.
Go on. Just get your story out. Go on.
No. We got to get to Dion. We'll get it later. We got no dumb questions coming up. Here is Prime, Big 12 Media Day, talking about, listen, man, it's just different. It's just different for Prime.
Do you feel an obligation with whom you are to perform at a higher level or coach at a higher level?
Yeah, Yes, I'm judged on a different scale. My wins are totally different than your wins. Your wins, you just judge in football. That's why I have to start out and give you education and academics and so forth. I have to give you those things so you understand there's a greater scope. I can't win 9 games and our GPA suffers. Our GPA can't be high, but we lose another 8 games. We can't not go and grab high school players and you got a bunch of guys in the portal, out of the portal that's getting incarcerated. My wins are different. We have to win in every area. That's the way we're judged. And I'm cool with that because we come a little different.
Oh, I promise not to say anything negative about CU today.
What was negative about that?
Nothing.
I mean, go ahead. You already owe me coffee. Just go ahead and get it out.
Nothing. That was awesome. Of course, his wins.
I'm gonna be honest. I really don't care about the GPA. I want some wins.
No, his wins are totally different than other people's wins.
He's setting this thing. He's saying it's more about football. I mean, come on. You can rip on Dion for a lot. I don't know about ripping him on that one. He's saying he cares about a lot of stuff. He cares about more than wins.
What Dion's thing is not what he says is wrong. It's how I think he puts in a thing. I think we'd all sit here and say he's under a different scope than maybe 95, 96% of the all college coaches.
Every coach. I would literally say every coach in America.
But to his admission, or what should be his admission, it's a line I have pointed out that I've helped direct onto myself.
Of course.
And he ought to, am I judged different? Yeah. Is it because of some of the things I do and the social media? I mean, I'm sure there's other coaches that have done social media, but not like Dion.
I want it that way, right? So, I am going to be judged differently. I am going to be under the biggest microscope in college football this year, and I think that is a literal truth. I can't think of a single other coach that's going to be under.
If you're mad about being judged differently, then don't do the things you're doing.
Dude, you don't think the new coach at Alabama is going to be on a different microscope than Deion Sanders?
I
don't
don't. I literally think Deion
come
Sanders is under
on,
the
man.
biggest microscope in college football.
Who's the new guy at Alabama?
You tell me.
I don't know.
The dude that came
Exactly.
from-
But that's my whole point.
No. Just
no,
no.
That's my entire point.
The guy
You
that
don't
came from
even-
Washington.
You don't even know the dude's name, right?
But I'm not the barometer of
yes,
that.
It is. It is the guy that came from Washington. But that's the entire point, D-Mac. You don't even know the dude's name. He's not under a bigger microscope than Deion Sanders.
Yes,
the
he
entire country
I don't
knows
know-
Deion Sanders.
I don't know names, but I knew where he came. I will say this: he'll
Kalen
DeBoer.
DeBoer.
Yes.
Now I know his name. I promise you, Kalen DeBoer at Alabama will be under a much brighter microscope than Deion Sanders
But
this year.
you're wrong.
You think
are.
nationally?
You are absolutely wrong. 100% wrong. They will not be talking about that dude the way they're talking about Deion Sanders.
I promise you they'll be talking about him way more this year than Deion Sanders. Way more.
You are so wrong.
It's
Hold on. Who's getting more impressions on the articles? Deion Sanders or Caleb DeBoer?
I don't know, but there's going to be
No,
more.
you do know. You do know.
I'm telling you the answer. There's going to be more attention to Kalen DeBoer.
Nationally, people will click the link about Deion Sanders tenfold more than they're going to click on Caleb DeBoer.
Dude, it was interesting for Prime last year, and now he has to be a football coach.
By the way, you've already lost your bet, just for the record.
How have I lost my bet?
But that's... Are you kidding?
I'm not saying anything negative. I'm telling you, this is
Dude,
not
honestly,
negative against CU.
T-Mac, I understand what you're saying. The program in Alabama is the biggest program in college football.
Correct.
And it's been that way for decades, okay? You are not wrong about that, but you are wrong about how the impressions. You are wrong about the eyeballs of the people that are going to click the articles. People that are not Alabama fans are not clicking on articles about that dude. But people that are not Colorado fans, everybody's clicking on articles about Deion Sanders.
Last year, maybe, but by the time CU was getting whacked by Washington State, people were barely paying attention.
Why is Shedeur Sanders on the cover of EA Sports?
Because he's a top 5 at worst draft prospect in the NFL.
Okay. So
That's Shedeur.
so Colorado football is not relevant this year.
I didn't say that. Of course, it's relevant, but there's going to be.
I thought that's what you just said.
No, I'm just saying the spotlight. Like his wins are now going to be judged as anybody's wins.
Oh, of course that's
the
true.
shine of the newness is gone. You're not going to have college game day at CU this year unless they win some serious games. You're not going to have big noon kickoff competing with ESPN this year like you did last year. You know that, right?
I could not agree more.
Oh, okay.
Could not agree
Guess
more.
where they're going to be
but
focused.
But you are so wrong. It's insane about the interest level. America couldn't care less about Caleb DeBoer. Alabama fans could. America cares about Deion Sanders.
Deion Sanders was the Hawk Tua girl last year. He ain't this year. By the time October...
he's trying.
Dude, you're delusional. You're delusional.
I think CU people are a little delusional about where they rank in terms of everybody's interests, okay? It was fun last year.
People are rooting for him.
I think the interest on CU this year is, do we get to see a train wreck
Exactly.
and the thing fall off the rails? So I think there's a whole lot. I think the interest isn't, well, Deion's going to a big program. Oh my gosh, look what he's doing. Starts 4-0, but everybody's excited. I think this year is this thing's about ready to derail.
Exactly
I
right.
don't want to miss it.
The north side of I-25 is getting jammed up because there's an accident on the south side. That's exactly what is going on with Deion Sanders this year.
Well,
and I'm not saying people are rooting for him or think he's going to succeed, but they damn sure it's a compelling story.
All right. Okay, I'm not saying it's not compelling, nor am I saying there's not going to be any interest whatsoever. But the most interest was last year, not this year. However, and I'll just ask a question. All right, no dumb question. Let me get. Well, I'm asking a question. We might as well start. Go ahead, Dan.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Who's going to get more attention this year? Deion Sanders or Shedeur Sanders?
Ooh.
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
I would like to think that Deion would put all the spotlight on Shedeur, but I don't think he will.
That's a good question.
I think it's Shedeur, and I don't think it's going to be close.
I think I think to CU's benefit, it should be on Shedeur.
It will be.
If it's not on Shedeur, then we've got the train wreck we just talked about.
So that's a good point. So if Shedeur wins out, you know what it means? Like if the most interest is in Shedeur, it means that dude's balling. It means that dude is staying relevant. It means that dude is in a Heisman race, right? And if he's not in a Heisman race, it will be Deion, because now we're talking about the train wreck, not the success.
Well, I read an article today, and they got Shedeur. Two different people. One was critical, and the other one was like a football thing. Has Shedeur as number one pick in the draft next year.
Yeah. It's him and Carson Beck.
Yeah.
Now.
So, yeah, the focus should be on Shedeur, win or lose the entire year. How's he doing? If they only win 3 or 4 games, but he's having a Heisman Trophy, it's going to be all about him.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's more about Deion this year, then you've got major problems at CU.
I think Deion Sanders is now going to have to succeed or fail this year and moving forward as a football coach. Sure, he'll always have celebrity status, but I think it's going to be far bigger attention-wise on Shedeur, who is going to be maybe the first pick in the draft. And that's the way it should be. But to your point, Deion, in all honesty, with all love, you are going to be evaluated on your wins and losses, and they're not going to be different than anybody else's wins or losses as a coach. Welcome to it. You're about to get evaluated right now. Because the big thing was we had 1 win, now we had 4. Well, you had 4, now what are you going to get?
I can agree with you that it'll be judged on wins and losses, but will you agree with this, that if it's about the losses, there's going to be a whole lot of people that's had to bite their tongue for the last 500 days or come out of the woodwork and say, told you.
Damn right.
Maybe, but what will happen inevitably is that more focus will just go on to teams that are being successful, and people won't care about programs that much, aside from us, who are local. But if we're just talking about the national scope of things, if CU and Deion falls apart, nobody's going to really care.
You know what? I actually even disagree on that one. I really do. Because I think until Deion gets fired, it will be like a national laughing stock. If it's really going bad, like what we're saying, it'll be a national laughing stock that people will not be able to stop talking about it.
If it's a laughing stock to be talking about. So, no dumb question. Say it becomes that way and Deion gets fired.
That ain't happening.
Does CU become invisible again?
They would. It's not going to happen, though. But, yes, they would go invisible again. If you lose Shedeur, you lose Deion, you lose Hunter, you lose Shiloh.
They'll have one more year. They'll have one more year because it'll be a compelling storyline of who takes over.
It's not going to happen, though. It's not going to happen. There's nothing Deion Sanders could do, in my opinion, that would get him fired.
I agree.
Mean, nothing.
I agree. I think even if they won 2 football games, he wouldn't get fired because the interest is so damn strong. Because the dollars are still coming in. Because people are still talking about him.
Yeah, for CU, you can't do better. There's no doubt you can't do better if you're CU. But that doesn't mean it's going to be all that interesting around the rest of the country. It's going to be interesting here.
Hey, you are Mr. Podcast. Follow my metrics about what you talk about. How are the metrics when you talk about CU?
They're great. CU's great.
Okay.
Here's what moves the needle. I know this. Broncos, just start there, almost anything. Nikola Jokic. / Nuggets, but more Nikola. And right there is CU in prime. Ain't no doubt about it. No doubt about it. It's equal with Jokic, and that's saying something.
Yep.
But the Broncos are still like the king of the castle.
It's a different kind of interest, and that's what we can all agree on. And I think that's what we're really debating, even though we shouldn't be debating it because we all agree. But it's a different kind of interest because the interest isn't in like, oh, we've got so much belief, this is our year, whatever. It's just the circus that you can't take your eyes off of.
The reason why I'm just laughing is he's saying his wins are different than other people's wins. He wants to be the star of the show so bad. You know, and at the end of the day, you're just the football coach, bro.
You can buy my coffee now.
No, because I'm not saying bad things about I'm still rooting for him.
You're killing him with truth.
I am killing you with truth on this. Who's the coach of Washington State right now? Who's the Washington State head coach?
Couldn't tell you.
Well, he just whacked Deion Sanders. We're not talking about Oregon. We're talking about Washington State. Who's the coach of Stanford last year? I'm just telling you, these coaches get evaluated at the end of the day on their wins and losses, and that's it. And his wins are the same as anybody else's wins, and so are his losses. They're not on a different scale.
That. We all agree on that.
No dumb question. Nuggets. CU and the Broncos both win 3 games next year.
Total?
Each.
Okay.
Each.
Fun scenarios you're bringing up. Go ahead.
Are there any changes in either team?
No.
In terms of coaching, no.
No.
There'll be assistant coaches blown out. Shermer won't be here anymore.
Deion, if you were talking about like how secure the jobs are in Colorado right now, Deion Sanders is number one, Sean Payton's number two. And that's crazy to say because Michael Malone and Bednar just both won championships, but their job security is far below both of those guys.
Yeah, nothing. Assistant coaches will get whacked. They'll Shermer would be 3 wins. Shermer's not even going to make it. Hey, who's the dude who didn't make it through the season last year? Sean, what's his face?
Lewis.
Sean Lewis didn't make it through the season last year. Shermer will be out on the skids by mid-October if things are going south there.
So, no dumb question. Who's backstabbing Shermer like he backstabbed Lewis during last season?
Oh, Deion has a large circle of people that'll be stabbing Shermer in the back left. Deion has like 7 dudes that are just his pals that I don't know what their jobs are. You realize that, right? Like he's just got a crew.
Does he really think he hasn't lost his bet today?
I would tend to side with you on
Oh,
that.
come on, man.
This isn't even close.
What, Dan?
You've been on a 10-minute
I'm
diatribe.
saying I agree with them too.
What? No way.
Dude, what? No way.
No way.
He's got 7 dudes. Why are they even there? Why do they even have a job? I don't know what they do.
But if I'm just telling the truth about things, how can I be?
You can be negative with the truth.
Wait, are
It's
you
not
serious?
negative. It's realistic.
But
Wait, hold on. Time out.
All
Does
right,
Deion's hold on.
We need an immediate poll. We need an immediate poll on the text line.
Wait.
No. We're doing this.
Well, I'm going
Send
to
it in on
lose
the
a
text
poll.
line.
You're setting me up for failure on a poll.
Well, hold on.
People just hate me, so they're just going to vote
That's
against
democracy.
me.
We're literally asking.
A poll doesn't matter.
We're saying we're taking this out of this room. We're giving it to the people.
No.
Send it in on the text line. Did D-Mac lose his bet?
Oh, my God.
I wanted to ask about bad dreams.
Oh, for no dumb questions?
It's over. Don't worry.
Worst dream that you kept having and it kept repeating itself.
Yeah. By the way, the bet was, as Dan reminded me, thank you. The bet was, D-Mac said he's done saying anything negative about Colorado football. He's done talking bad about
He
Deion
didn't say
Sanders.
whether it was going to be truth or negative.
Yeah, wait, hold on. See, I have yes, I agree. Right. Like, so if I tell you the truth about something, that's saying something negative?
Sure.
It can be.
If you went out and killed somebody and I said D-Mac killed somebody, like, what does that mean? Yes,
my
of course
God.
it's negative.
We actually have more from Deion.
And it's not true, by the way.
Oh.
What's not true?
You are so wrong about the interest level on Deion Sanders.
No, I'm hitting the nail on the head on that. But, like, does he have a few fellas around him that are just his guys?
Of course.
Okay, with kind of undefined jobs, but they're there, correct?
Sure.
Truth.
Are those the people that will be stabbing Pat Shermer in the back if things go south?
Wait, is that a positive?
I'm just saying what it is.
Wait, is that a positive?
Am I right or wrong
Are
on that?
questions negative?
Not necessarily.
Sure they are.
They're going to be if we're doing a lot of
okay, all right,
we're doing a lot of ifs.
This is a real positive for Deion. He's got 7 dudes. We don't know why he's got a job, but they're stabbing Pat Shermer in the back. But that was great, right? That was super positive.
Still pulling for him to beat Baylor or whoever the hell's in the Big 12,
Right.
16, whatever the hell they are. Well, I want to play more Deion next.
We'll come back and do that and talk about dreams.
Okay, it's PhD. Hey, it is D-Mac, and if you're looking for the lowest price, the lowest payment, we got you covered because Mike Maroney means more. The lowest finance rate, the biggest discounts, it's Mike Maroney, Ford, Chevrolet, and GMC. Again, Maroney means more. More peace of mind with a money-back guarantee, more convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado, and more value. Like a 23 Ford F-150. 1.9% APR, 72-month financing. Fantastic. How about a 24 Chevy Silverado 4x4, $399 a month, or up to $12,500 off on a 24 GMC Sierra. Visit them today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. For all the details, go online to MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Hey, we're going to have Coach on there, Dan, soon. Mike? Okay. He's out there at Sanford, out at Media Day. I got more Dion cuts to play for you.
I want to go through them all.
All right.
You want to know what?
Huh?
Because people are interested in what he has to say.
No doubt about it. This Saturday, our guy Mike Sanford will be back from Vegas and at the 4th annual Colorado Whiskey Fest at the Douglas County Fairgrounds in Castle Rock. So come on out and enjoy a taste of some of America's finest whiskey and bourbon, featuring many of Colorado's finest. Tickets are available at whiskeyfestcolorado.com. And say hi to Mike Sanford between noon and 2. All right, let's, this text, the truth according to who? We all know D-Mac's truth is usually the truth according to him. Well, who else would it be? I love when people, too, say, well, that's your opinion. It's like, yeah. Who did you think I was speaking for?
Yeah. The people. How'd you think you did on the poll?
Well, I'm sure I did terrible on the poll. But, like, I haven't looked. You didn't really put up a poll. Did Dan put up a poll?
No, it was just a text-in poll, and you got crushed.
Of course. But that's not just
He
people
didn't put up a poll. D-Mac didn't ask him to.
Oh, I know. Believe me. I've
never
become more aware of that than recently.
Pile on D-Mac Day. Gotcha. That's all right. It's all right.
I got to ask you no dumb question.
Okay.
So we got these cool cups from somebody from Altitude. Right?
I know exactly who we got them from.
Okay, Altitude Sports got our hand on.
D-Mac loves hanging with him.
So there's one.
Yep, I do.
There's one in the kitchen area.
Yeah.
That's out there. May have been used. Somebody washed it, but it says Chris Marlowe.
Yeah.
So why is somebody using somebody else's name's mug?
I can tell you exactly why.
Instead of make sure not just
get it to Chris. I can tell you exactly why. Because we've had delivery issues. I have been the go-between to get a lot of mugs to people that have worked here at good old KSE. I have done that job to the best of my abilities, but one of them was from Chris Marlowe. A lot of the mugs sat up in our green room, and all we needed was somebody who sees Chris Marlowe on a regular basis to simply bring him the mug.
No, but that's not what Scott's saying. Scott's saying you got a mug in the.
I know.
So you got a cupboard over there, right? And mugs, generally speaking, are free game. However, if it does have a name on the mug,
you shouldn't. And it was in, as you said, which I had no idea, the green room.
Now this isn't just on Scott.
I did not
Vic
know
Lombardi.
He had one.
Okay, fine. Vic Lombardi could have taken care of it. Chris Dempsey could have taken care of it. And frankly, if I want to stick it in my backpack, I guess I could have found Chris Marlowe, I suppose. I see Chris all the time in the basketball
Vic's going to see him on Tuesday.
So there's the mug was sitting there for a long time and nobody was nice enough to bring it to Chris. There was that issue. But then there's the bigger issue of who is the jackass that decided to use a mug that has somebody else's name on it.
Correct.
Mosier.
Yeah.
And that's when
I've used a lot of mugs out of there. And multiple times somebody's come out to you and been like, hey, that's my mug. And I'm like, well, okay, hold on.
Is your name on it?
Hold on. It's a mug in the cupboard full of giant all mugs, right? Free
Kind of
game.
like that cheese sandwich you
You
had the other
cannot
day.
expect, well, that one, I mean, I did that on purpose. But
you know what? I got a bit of a beef with you on that one because we do have styrofoam cups as well. And we did not have the room. We did have some generic coffee mugs in there.
No.
But if it's not a generic coffee mug, somebody brought it into work.
Is this a generic coffee mug?
No.
What is that? Let me see.
It's a it's a sadness mug.
No, that's somebody's mug.
Okay,
From Elementals.
So it's in that cupboard full of 25 different mugs.
Yeah, that's
right?
somebody's mug.
So that is not for that cupboard is no longer free game for anybody in the office.
You're just using somebody's mug that they brought in here. You
Right.
do with it whatever
agreed,
you want.
Agreed. I would agree somebody brought it in.
Yeah.
But they brought it in because they were saying, hey,
as a share?
Here's a mug for people to use.
No way, bro.
Then put your damn name on it.
Their name doesn't have to be
or
on
don't
it.
put it in the cupboard. Put it on your desk.
Dude, they brought in a quirky mug. You're using somebody's quirky mug. That's a quirky mug.
Hold on.
You're a quirky mug thief.
You're a quirky mug thief. That's right.
Fine. But, D-Mac uses the same mugs all the time.
I use mine. This is my mug. I put it in my spot.
So a couple weeks ago when you pulled one out of the dishwasher and you didn't even wash it and
When
you
did I
used
do
it
that?
and I called you out on it.
Was
and
that my mug?
No. Because
mug
I
was
called
it?
you out on it, and I said, hold on, are you going to use a dirty mug? You don't even know whose it was?
Then
and
pull
you
it
said,
out.
yeah, not a problem.
That is not true.
That is 100%.
Literally have not used a different coffee mug than this the entire time I've been here.
Oh, my gosh. You don't recall the conversation?
Well, it should
about
be
getting
it says Ride and Shine, which is a bike. Now, it's probably on loan from some bike shop. and he's supposed to return that
There's
coffee
never been
mug.
something more true than that.
It's supposed to that coffee mug is supposed to be returned sometime.
Trek Bicycle Boulder does not care if I return this particular mug to them whatsoever. What up, Chris?
No, you put
Isaac,
a mug in that cupboard. That's
Mason.
free game.
Okay, if
Unless
you say
it's got
so.
a name on it.
You're using a quirky mug, bro. That's somebody.
Yeah, you got your quirky mug thief.
I
mean, that's what can I
put
tell
it
you?
back in the dishwasher.
Frankly, I don't really care. You just use whatever. I see your point of view. Just know what you're doing. Is all.
If it's in the community shelf.
I mean, I'm not going to.
What'd you call it?
Community shelf.
I'm not going to really
so what
argue.
does community imply?
It's sure, but you just
Community.
have to understand. Whoever brought that in had no intentions of other people using it.
Yeah, no, they did. Absolutely.
I've got about 10 mugs I could bring in.
If you do,
just bring
hold
in
on.
and donate.
Where do you put that mug when you're done?
I have
in his office.
Where do you put that mug when you're done?
I put it in the styrofoam container where Sean Payton gave me ice cream for Christmas. I've kept that container and I keep it as a little storage facility
Do you
for
put
myself.
it on the community shelf?
I do not.
Oh, that's interesting.
Why is that interesting?
He didn't want anybody to use it.
Because if you didn't care, you would put it in the
But see,
community
that's a
shelf.
quirky
But I do
mug,
care.
and he knows there's quirky mug
That's
thieves.
my whole point. This person didn't care because it's on the community shelf.
I mean, that's a point.
You're just making fun of dumb people.
Dan, do you want your mug back?
Dude, I can say this, though. To defend you a little bit, we work in like the most, for as stupid as this conversation is, we work in A+ facility.
A+.
Literally everybody who has an office here, or everybody who works here has their own office, to defend you a little bit. So I am going to ride with you on that one.
It's community shelf. We all know what that means.
Like, you really could bring your coffee or your personal stuff into your own space.
If you put barbecue on that right over there, is that open game?
Oh, you're talking food, not property. That's a different thing.
So food in the refrigerator is individual.
No.
Yes.
But condiments in the refrigerator are community?
Oh, no, you're on the button. Fridge is a different story. You can't take food out of the fridge.
I haven't taken food. I've taken condiment.
Yeah, condiments is open season.
I think condiments should be open season.
But if you
yes.
keep a running tally in your
yes.
head about how long the yogurt's been in there, and you know it's been 10 days, then it's open season.
Yeah, might as well use it and get sick.
God, is that Sean Payton ice cream still in the freezer, by the way? Did anybody take that? There's a couple of pints that were still left.
We didn't get bought.
We're not into payola.
Can I just tell you how great Sean Payton has been this year so far? I mean, golly, he's just a different guy.
The other big key is the first time he's ever negative on Sean Payton that he should get all of his coffee.
Yeah.
That ain't happening anytime soon. This guy's knocking it out of the park.
I'll take a large Americano, by the way.
All right, we'll get some more of Dion here.
Is Americano just black coffee?
It's espresso with water.
Oh.
Yeah, it's got a little extra. Well, you can choose how many shots of energy you need to get it going.
You get a large, you get 4.
You might not think about a half Americano.
Yeah. My little wire today.
By the way, thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Okay, it is PhD on 92.5. What up? It's C-Mac, and yeah, man. All right, I'm just going to give away what I was trying to pull off because I wanted to do this triathlon this Sunday, and I was working out swimming, and I realized I suck at swimming. I'm just not that good, but listen, man, if I didn't lose the weight, I wouldn't realize the things I'm not that good at. So to think of like last December when I was so out of shape, the concept in less than 7 months having even close to the confidence to just get into a pool and try something that I'm not all that good at. So it's a success because of Soda Weight Loss at sodaweightloss.com, I can at least try to do things and get better at things I stink at. And going to the pool is one of them. So I'm in the position right now where that's not a big deal to me. I can figure out how to get better at swimming. But what I needed to figure out was just how to lose all that fat so I could be in a position to make myself, at least try to get better. Soda Weight Loss has done it for me, and they can do it for you too. It's an at-home program wherever you are with nutritionist support. So I'm trying things that I haven't done for a long time because I've lost weight. You can too. SotaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss, state of the art. We just got some new information.
I win.
Wow. Apparently, unbeknownst to me and most, there's quite a few coffee mugs that have been placed in the communal area because they were movie promotion And so they just stuck him in there.
I bet that's one of them.
Like this one right here.
Well, it's got to be. Look how quirky that sucker is. I mean, what is that? What stupid show is that promoting?
Great. Elemental.
Yeah.
What, huh?
Elemental 2 just came out, too. Really good.
Grow up.
Anxiety was in this
get a little culture in your life.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what's the show?
Pop culture. Elemental.
What's Elemental?
It's all your emotions. It's about a little girl growing up and all the different emotions
This is
that come to
sadness,
life.
okay? So this is when she feels sad.
And
this is
the one lady from The Office, the bigger lady.
No, it's Inside Out.
Is it Inside? Okay, Inside Out. Yeah, Elemental's the one with the fire and the water guy. Yeah, Inside Out. What's the lady that sits right? Is it Phyllis?
Yeah, she's a little heavier.
Yeah, it's Phyllis. Phyllis is the voice of sadness.
Oh, man. Okay. So how old would my daughter have to be for me to know this show?
I don't know.
What network is this on?
Well, the first one came out 10 years ago, so probably 24 to 25.
You know, they actually use these in schools now. They've got a little sign on the door, like to tell the teacher how you're feeling. You'll point to one of these and be like, "This is what I'm experiencing right now.
Okay,
I'm feeling sad." Blue. What do you think red means?
I stop.
Anger.
Okay.
Red means I'm angry.
Who's a great character in the movie?
Yeah.
That's a really good character.
Dan, please tell me you don't know anything that they're talking about right now.
I've heard of the movie, never seen it, don't know anything about it.
Okay.
Are you a bad
but
uncle?
I don't have kids.
So you're a bad uncle.
No, I'm a great uncle.
You never do anything with your sister's children.
No, he does stuff with he's constantly talking about stuff with his nieces and nephews.
I play like outside and do adventurous stuff.
Oh, you've never taken your nephew and niece when they were real little to a movie?
We went to the Spider-Man movie a couple years ago.
I had two nephews at my house last night.
That was
spent the night.
Is that for you? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm sure that's really good theater for a 7-year-old.
She liked it.
I'm just saying, it's just another day of me being the coolest guy here. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, crushing it.
Oh, I'm killing it today. I don't know anything about little girl movies. I don't know anything about
kid movies.
I don't know anything about them.
Why you got a gender?
Oh, fine.
Little kid movies.
I don't know anything about them.
Yeah.
I'm proud of that.
Well, I feel bad for you.
Oh, just don't. I'll be thinking about that at the bar tonight when I'm hanging out with a buddy of mine who invited me out. Don't feel bad for me.
I was thinking about going. There's a new one just. Minions. Minions 4 comes out.
Crushing it in the box office right now.
I'm thinking about going to Minions.
Crushing it.
Gru. It's Joker. How have you not seen Minions? And your guy Joker's in the movie.
Hold on, you know who voices Minions though, right?
Yeah, Steve Carell.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to see that either.
Why?
Because I don't have a little kid in my life.
It's a good movie.
If you're a little kid.
Well, so
because you realize how stupid little kids are, right?
Yeah.
Overall.
Yeah.
They go for the same storyline. I've seen them all. Not maybe, definitely.
Maybe.
You realize every kid movie has the same exact storyline. Same exact
Good
storyline.
overcomes evil?
Every time. Looks bad for a while. Usually there's a dead mom out there or a dead dad, but usually it's a dead mom.
You're going back to the Bambi scenario.
Bambi, Dory, whatever. I mean, it's every damn Despicable Me. I mean, whatever. It's always like some sort of single parent sort of issue where the kid, and usually the little kid's smarter than the adult.
Yeah. They teach the adult something.
Correct. Because adults in these movies are morons.
What, you've never learned from your kids?
A genius.
Go see the movie. It's all going to work out in about 90 minutes. It's going to be good.
So you're telling me you've never seen Ricky, Nicky, Dickie, and Don?
No. Ricky, Nicky, Dickie, and Don?
Yeah.
What's Ricky, Nicky, Dickie, and Don?
It's a Netflix, it was a series, Nickelodeon series, and they were 4 twins.
I don't know this one.
Nope.
Oh, yeah.
We never did the Nickelodeon stuff.
Yeah, Ricky, Nicky, Dickie, and Don.
You know what I've never seen a single episode of? SpongeBob. Never seen that one.
I love SpongeBob.
You know what I'm going to be watching tonight?
Probably the Rockies.
I'm going to be watching the Rockies starting at 5:10, and then after that I'll be watching USA Canada.
Oh, you don't care about the Dragons?
I got to get the Dragons in there. I was going to do that tomorrow night, but you're already kind of screwing me over on the Dragon information. Thanks.
Do you think the Dragons were going to fight at some point? I mean, come on.
I get it, but I just want to see it play out. Tomorrow night was going to be my Dragon night. Tonight was going to be my baseball, basketball, and a buddy at the bar night. I was going to squeeze the buddy in the bar night and then just.
Why don't you watch basketball at the bar with your buddy?
Well, I hope they have it on.
Well, you can pick the right bar that will.
Yeah, you're right about that, actually. I can figure that out. Got a couple of go-to places now. Dude, my life is rocking. It's just dialed in. It's so good. And it was so bad last year at this time, but it's so good right now. It's ridiculous.
Aren't you afraid of the other shoe falling?
I know. I think about it all the time. I think about it all the time. Like it's where is this going to fall apart? I'll screw it up. I'll do something dumb. I know myself. I just keep riding.
But you probably wouldn't do anything dumb if you actually went and saw Minions. Now let's go back to what Tyler said. Have you seen SpongeBob SquarePants?
It's like a half episode. It's so stupid. I mean, there's nothing.
Awesome.
Okay.
SpongeBob is like it's a cultural icon, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I've never seen it. My kids never got into it.
I love SpongeBob SquarePants.
What's our guy? Bobo had a tattoo. SpongeBob.
Yeah, how many episodes of SpongeBob could I possibly watch?
Well, there's about 10,000.
I get him right, check. Like, is there a twist? Is something really the Krusty Krab place going to happen that I don't know of?
Well, you never know when they're going to try to go and steal the.
You guys. You know what I like? I like sports and dragons. I do. All right, but you don't know. I don't think you know what's going to happen in sports.
Sure, you do. You watch the Rockies every night.
Wow. I can't even argue.
Yeah, you're pretty sure. But you know what's going to happen in sports about 85% of the time.
Do you think so?
Well, with the Rockies.
Yeah, I know. God, it's so frustrating.
Broncos next year, you'll know about 85% of the time.
I've got a buddy who has bet on every single Rockies game this year, bet them to lose on the money line every single game. He's doing all right.
Yeah. That's a good way to handle it. Well, odds are in your favor.
He's actually a Rockies fan, though. He's one of the few that actually cares. And he says that's how he hedges his emotions, right? Because he's expecting the Rockies to lose.
I don't know what the lines are on the Rockies, though. What are the lines? What are they? I get it. They're betting to lose, but
I don't know. You bet enough of them to lose over time, you're going to make money.
Yeah, but you still got to bet the line on. Well, they're not going to disappoint you on that one either. Like last night, 5-0, 5-0. They're losing. Oh, this game's over. 5-4. Oh, they came back. 12-6.
Do they do odds in baseball? They do. It's money odds, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
110 to win 100, or 130 to win 100.
All that stuff. Yeah.
Wait, is that different than every other sport?
But other sports also will take point spreads, and I mean they don't do run spreads, do they?
No, I think they do. Don't they?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's run spreads?
Oh yeah, of course.
How do you do that?
You can bet on the innings. You can bet like first run scored. Yeah, you can bet literally anything you want.
Great question. First and foremost.
Sorry, Dion just had to slip in there.
No, good transition. Let's hit up some more Dion.
All right, D-Mac saying he's the coolest person because he's the least informed and most out of the loop is laughable. Yeah, you got me on that one. I am well uninformed on kids' movies.
Call me crazy. I think bonding with my kids is cool.
Yeah, I'm done with that. It's the hay's in the barn on that one. Ain't nothing I can do. Either they're going to dig me or they're not at this point.
So you told your sons, hey, call me when you get engaged, right? I mean, they're at the age now you say, hey, just call me when you get engaged.
But don't call if you have grandkids.
Oh, my God, the grandkids. Oh, my Lord. What a nightmare that would be. Couldn't believe my wife the other night said she can't wait to, have my, if you had a baby, that'd be great. It's my younger son. I'm like, wow, I'm looking at her like, what are you talking about?
Hey, Dad, we just moved out in a little.
My God.
I'll buy you. That way, could you watch them every Wednesday night?
Exactly. When am I going to go drink at the bar and watch USA Hoops? You know what I like doing now? Whatever I damn please is what I like doing now. So if that makes me out of touch, fine. You want to hear more Dion? All right. If he thinks they can finish the season stronger than last year.
That wouldn't be hard to do.
Well, they lost 8 games. Tyler, how many games did they lose in a row? And then don't be a hater.
I honestly don't know. 7?
Something like that?
7 of 8? Something like
they won 3, right?
They won 4 total games.
They won 4. Yeah, so that's, I don't know, 7 straight games.
I don't want to be a hater here. But here's how do you do better than
do you know what the over-under is this year?
I bet it's
5.5.
I bet it is 5.5.
It is 5.5.
Oh,
okay. But if you think about that, it's a pretty insane turnaround. Like, why does Vegas actually think that? You know, I mean, you were a 1-win team 2 years ago. You won 4 games this year.
Because you won 4 last year.
It's a pretty big turnaround, though.
You're going to a crap league.
Is it really, though, Tyler? Is it really that big of a turnaround?
Yeah. For CU? Hell yeah.
Come on, man. TCU is, you caught TCU barely.
He's been there for a year.
This whole, we won so many more games than the year before. It's like, wow, that's the bar, huh? That's the level of expectation? I don't think even Dion would agree with that. I don't think he would think that's a big deal.
No,
but
it's not the expectation, but I mean, we live in reality, right?
Yeah, but 4 games, bro. I mean, is it that big of a deal? We won 4 games compared to 1?
You win 6 games this year. It's pass-fail. You passed.
I think they're going to pass. I think they're going to win. I think I'd bet the over on 5.5.
Okay, so would that be success?
Yeah, that'd be fine. That'd be good.
Hold on,
Sure.
Isn't that what we just said?
Yeah, that's success.
So,
I'm
hold
agreeing.
on, but I mean, you're saying 5.5 wins, that's not a big deal. I mean, 6 is?
Is it a big deal? No, I don't think it's a big deal. I think that's what should be expected. So if you do what's expected, is it a big deal?
You're a crap program if you don't win 6 games.
Is there?
When is that a big deal?
No, you're absolutely right. But I mean, do you think there's any other coach that could come into Colorado and in year 2, the expectation would have been 6 wins?
Oh my God, you guys, you people have lowered the bar so much. It's unbelievable.
Lowered the bar, dude. We've been living in hell.
I get it. You
do
really
mean? Lowering the bar?
have. Oh no, the bar's been. Well, let me put it this way.
I'm living where the bar is.
Dude, why aren't we having conversations when it comes to CU about a 9-10 win season to get in a 12-team playoff?
Because he's been there for a year.
I got it. But look what has happened to you people. You CU people.
What's that?
You've been damaged.
Dude.
I feel sorry for you.
I would be an idiot to expect an 8-win season. That would be idiocy. Idiocracy?
Yeah, but I get it. But why isn't that your expectation, though, of success?
That would be my expectation by year 4. Absolutely.
Year 4?
Dude, I live in reality.
Holy cow.
You don't flip around the worst program in America to a 9-win team in 1 year.
Well, do you ever wonder why you even cheer or root for him in the first place?
No.
Why do you?
Because I've got passion, I got blood, I got sweat, I got tears. It's invested.
Okay.
If Nick Saban took over CU, would you not expect him more than 6 wins in the second year?
Yes, of course.
No, I actually would not. No.
Really?
Absolutely not. Take a look at what happened to Nick Saban when he got to Alabama.
He took a crap program over. They were a 500 team the first year and bowl team the second year.
Yeah.
That's
what exactly point? Right.
Second year.
All right.
That's exactly right.
At what point?
But that's what we're saying with CU. 6 wins, bowl team.
All right, fine. At what point should we expect 9 wins a year from CU?
I just told you.
4 years from now.
Yeah. No, not
or
from
in
now.
year 4.
In year 4.
All right. Okay.
What do you expect from the Broncos right now?
5 wins.
Why do you watch?
Playoffs 2025 and a championship game, Super Bowl possibilities in 2026. That's exactly what I expect.
So 4-year plan.
3. This is year 1 as far as I'm concerned because you had to get rid of Russell Wilson. So to me, this is year 1.
Oh, did Dion not have to get rid of the entire program?
Dude, I'm not arguing with you. If you think that's what it takes, fine.
No, I'm just pointing it out.
I'm just surprised
it's the exact same thing.
I am surprised CU people this year, right now, in a weaker conference with the number 1 perhaps drafted quarterback and another top 10 guy in Travis Hunter. I am a little surprised CU people aren't saying, no, we should have a 9-win season this year.
You would literally be living in la-la land if anybody expected that. You are living in la-la land.
I got to throw this out since I mentioned Saban a while ago. I don't even know if you guys know. So first year he takes over Alabama, they were a down program.
Mm-hmm.
He goes 7-6.
I played him in a bowl game that year.
Everybody excited. He went 7-6. Do you know the least amount of wins he had?
After that?
After that year?
I'm going to guess it was 9. And that's a stretch. It might be 10.
12. No, he had 10-3 one time, 11-2 twice, 3 times.
But also, hold on.
Nick Saban, 10 wins once, 11 3 times. Everything else was 12 or more.
Nick Saban took
27
over
years.
A bad Alabama team. Was it still Alabama? Yeah.
Yeah. And he got 7 wins in the first season.
Right. At Alabama.
Okay. So what are you saying?
You don't get to compare Colorado to Alabama.
Who should we compare Colorado to?
The worst teams in America.
All right. Okay. All right.
How could you not compare them to the worst teams in America?
We can if you want to, or just ignore them, which we have been for the most part.
You can't ignore them. It's impossible.
No, but I don't.
That's my whole point with Deion, though.
I'm trying to be pro CU today, but you're telling me I should get fired up if they win 6 games, and I'm just like,
I'm telling you to live in reality, because that's the problem. That's why Deion is set up to fail right now. Because the only real what people that are delusional are thinking across America is, Deion needs to win 9 or 10 games.
Deion is set up for failure because he likes to fuse himself.
Sure.
That's Deion's biggest problem. Deion has pulled the spotlight and say, hey, look at me. So everybody's looking at you. And there may not be people that know. All they hear is the noise. That we've turned to a country that we're going to stare at the noise. That's all we do right now. And so when you're banging the drum yourself, everybody's going to look and say, oh, yeah, they got to be good. Look how they're talking.
You know how many games Alabama won the year before Saban got there?
6.
How many did CU win?
Before Prime, 1. I can't stop hearing about how going from 1 to 4 is amazing.
That's the whole point. You know what Saban did? He increased it by 1 win in year 1.
All right,
in year 1. He increased it by 1 win.
And never won more than at least 10 the rest of the 26 years.
But he took over freaking Alabama.
All right, but
but Alabama before that, they went in the 4 years before him. Go to 2003, 4, 9, 6, 6, 10 and 2, 6 and 7, and then 7, 6, 12, 14, 10, 12, 13, 11, 12, 14, 14, 13, 14, 11, 13, 13, 11, 12.
Right.
And now we can even talk about conference. We didn't even talk about conference. The least amount of games he ever won in the conference, I think, was 5.
Was Pac-12 one of the best conferences in America last year?
Definitely.
Okay. So going from 1 win to 4 wins is not
They only won 1 game in that conference. They won 1 game in the conference, dude.
Hold on now.
1.
So one of the best conferences was the Pac-12 last year?
Yeah.
How many conferences you counting? Are you counting just the Power 5?
4. Yeah.
So what were they, 3rd or 4th? 3rd?
They were pretty damn good, man.
They're better than the Big Ten.
Maybe top to bottom.
They're better than the SEC.
No.
But
SEC was 1, Pac-12 was 2 last year.
Yeah, Pac-12 was kind of ridiculous. Oh, dude. I mean, well, first of all, Washington was in the championship game. They were playing Oregon to get there.
I don't think it's debatable.
They took 3 quarterbacks in the top, out of the draft. I mean, Washington, Penix got worked by Michigan, okay, but, so what? Look at the season. It was unreal.
So the Pac-10 was better than the Big Ten with all these little measurements you do by individual standards. You don't take a national championship into account.
You take it into account, but you're asking overall who was better, and I'm telling you, the Pac-12 was better than the Big Ten.
Does Washington beat Ohio State in that Pac-12?
I don't know. Probably not. Maybe not. Who knows? Maybe. I don't know. Ohio State's put up some stinkers over the years. You never know what they're going to do. Michigan had it going this year. Okay, good for them. But
you can find stronger programs, but I mean, if we're talking about the conference as a whole, Pac-12 was on fire.
Dude, it was ridiculous. But still, that being said, you beat a down Arizona State team. You lost to Stanford with a big lead. You got worked by Washington State.
Here's what I can promise you. If Nick Saban took over the University of Colorado last year, that team does not win more than 6 games.
You don't think there should have been at least 3 Pac-12 wins last year? You don't think they should have beat Stanford?
I do think they should have won those games.
Did they lose to Cal?
Can I go real fast? Because I don't know how to do this with you guys. Pac-12 last year as a conference was 89 and 66.
Well, they play each other.
89 and 66.
They're going to lose.
Pac-10 last year was 103 and 77. So the Pac-12 was better than the Big Ten?
You got to go top to bottom on rankings. The Pac-12, almost every single team was in the top 25.
Yeah, like the top 4 teams in the Big Ten were really, really good, and they were whooping up on basically everybody. You had more parity.
It's a top to bottom thing.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about the entire conference, right?
So the top 4 Pac-12, who are they?
Pac-12 last year, top Washington, Oregon.
And they lost to the top over Big Ten. Okay.
Okay.
Wait, no. You're picking the best teams. We're talking about the entire conference.
Well, they represent the conference.
The conference as an entirety.
All right, so CU's in that conference. Where were they?
Bottom, last. I don't know who the worst Big Ten team was. Look it up. I don't know who it was. Purdue? It was probably not Purdue. I don't know. Big Ten, worst team. Northwestern? Northwestern still in the Big Ten?
I think so.
I'm looking at an official power ranking right now. It's got SEC number 1, Pac-12 number 2, Big Ten 3, ACC 4,
that makes
Big
sense.
12 5.
That makes sense to me last year for sure.
Yep.
All right, so Maryland, Rutgers.
Rutgers? Who's the worst team in the Big Ten last year?
Indiana.
Okay.
Who had a great year the year before, didn't they?
So,
because
these are conference. These are conference.
The
records.
Pac-12 had 4 teams that very easily could made it into the playoffs. 4 teams.
Piece of cake. I'm just saying, could CU have beat the worst team in the Big Ten?
Could they have beaten Purdue?
I don't know.
Was Purdue the worst team in the Big Ten last year?
But see, you're living in a different reality. I don't expect Colorado to be good. I don't expect that. I expect them to grow.
Well, my point, kind of in a sideways way, is the conference stronger than the Big Ten, meaning the worst team of the Pac-12 would take care of business against the worst team in the Big Ten? Like the depth is just so strong in the Pac-12 that would be.
I'm not betting on CU to beat anybody last year. I mean,
all right. Well, who else won one Big Ten game last year in the Big Ten?
No idea.
Because that's what CU did. Not this year, though.
Northwestern actually beat Utah in a bowl last year.
Get out of here. Did they really?
14-7.
Oh, my God. Actually, that's pretty impressive.
How about this? Missouri actually beat Ohio State.
They're in the SEC.
14-3.
That's bananas, but that's
Maryland beat Auburn last year.
Indiana was the worst in the Big Ten.
Indiana was the worst. What was their record?
1 win.
1-8 in the
Michigan
conference.
State had 2 wins. Rutgers had 3 wins. Maryland had 4 wins. The Big Ten only had 3 teams with 7 wins.
Well, we get to see this year. There's no way the Big 12, Big 16. Hey, by the way, Coach Sanford, are we going to have him on or not? We're not hearing from Mike?
He must be hustling out there because I haven't heard from him.
All right. Well, we do have Let's Football Go, more NFL Broncos stuff with Dan coming up next.
Hey guys, Tyler here. My friends over at Phil Long Ford. They're the best car dealership in Colorado. You're going to love your experience over there. I know car shopping can suck at times. You might look forward to buying a new car, but the experience, it just sucks. You go in, you haggle, it takes all day. You waste an entire weekend sometimes. Got to go to multiple car dealerships. Not at Phil Long Ford. The inventory is incredibly strong. Seriously, incredibly strong. Whatever you need, it is there at Phil Long Ford. Cars, trucks, vans, pickups, SUVs, electric vehicles, an incredible electric fleet. Guys, check out that Ford F-150 Lightning if you haven't. It is amazing. Unbelievably fast. I'm talking pin your head to the back of the seat fast. It's got an award-winning service department over at Phil Long Ford, so your car's always going to stay in tip-top shape if you keep it serviced with them. Great interest rates, great incentive deals, and you can shop from the comfort of your own home. I've been buying all my cars from Phil Long Ford since my rookie year. I keep going back because they take care of me, and they're going to take care of you as well. One-stop shopping. Don't waste your time. Don't waste any brain cells. Go to Phil Long Ford, get the best price, find the car that you want. Shop from the comfort of your own home, right there on your couch. Pull up your phone, go to phillongford.com. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over.
Octua. Okay, thank you to MountainHighAppliance.com, offering every major appliance line and brand. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner is here.
All right, fellas, Scotty sent this over. I wanted to play this for you. So just take you back to the good old days when the Broncos were dominating the Patriots in the playoffs. So here is Gronk and Julian Edelman discussing just how good Von Miller was in his prime.
Von Miller, how badass of a player was he?
Von Miller is ridiculous, bro. I think he has the fastest get off in all of football on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
He's a smaller guy. He's a smaller outside linebacker, defensive end. He could play it all. If you got a hold of him, yeah, you could block him. But that's if you got a hold of him. He was so slippery. He was so slimy. And I'm talking like in a good way. I mean, because you couldn't get your hands on him because he was just that quick and agile.
Low to the ground.
Yeah, I swear, he was like getting off on the snap count before every offensive player would get off.
Because of Von Miller and his get off, we actually had to introduce double Denver, which was the on-2 silent count for when we were playing in away games in like a stadium where you couldn't hear. We had to put in a double Denver because he wasn't just like getting off the ball. He was reading while he was getting off the ball. That's what made him that good.
Does it make you miss the good old days with Von?
Makes you miss
in the playoffs.
Well, Tyler would know firsthand. I'm just waiting for Tyler to comment because he had to do it.
I think that was a great description of Von, man. I mean, he could be a little bit of a lightweight if you get your hands on him for sure. Like in the running game, Von is incredibly dangerous because he'll slip right underneath you. He's the only guy that plays the running game like he does if he's pass rushing, meaning he avoids the contact. If you do get your hands on him, you can control him. But man, the get off for Von, it's truly he changed the game because when you would play Von, especially when he was younger, if you played him at home versus on the road, it was a different animal. When he played at home and he got that silent bob head count, that's when it's all over because he would time that center's head bob and he'd be off before the offensive tackles are.
So what was it like? And I know it's one-on-ones and it's not game situation, but that's probably as close as you would get to it, right? Like, what was your strategy against Von? Like, what would you mentally go into when you had to face him?
You know, I'm definitely not trying to say a humble brag because Von gave me my medicine many, many times, but Von really wasn't the type of dude that I dreaded. I dreaded the bigger, stronger guys like DeMarcus Ware because I was an athlete, right? That's how I was a basketball player playing football, basically. I used my athleticism. I used my feet, my footwork. So I usually did okay against Von because I had the speed for it. But the bigger, stronger guys that just wanted to bull rush me right down the middle of my chest, hey, that's the MO. You want to beat Tyler, run down the middle of his chest.
Is that why you destroyed Elvis Dumerville's career?
Yeah, that's why I did that.
But isn't that what happened in that particular thing? Isn't that what Elvis was really good at?
Elvis was a nightmare for me.
Right,
long nightmare arms, because he was short, but he had arms like
long
Elvis
arms.
could almost touch the floor standing up with his hands.
Crazy.
I mean, it was insane. So he had the leverage. He was already naturally lower, and his arms. When he got that long arm on me, we called it an arm bar. I was like a little kid with the big brother where he's got his hand on your forehead and you're like reaching out trying to punch him, but you can't hit him. It was a disaster.
So you'd rather face Von than Elvis Dumerville?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's cool.
Yeah. But did Elvis Dumerville, and I know we still got the fax machine gate.
That was so ridiculous.
With him here. But he just kind of fade away.
No, not really, man.
Even
when he went to Baltimore, he had some great years. I mean, he had some great years.
I do.
Just seemed like he was like really good and then just, okay.
It might have just, I don't know. I guess I'd have to look at the numbers and I don't know them off the top of my head. Sometimes when guys go to just go away, you just kind of lose track of them unless they're kind of like Shaquille Barrett superstars. I would guess that Elvis was probably just as good in Baltimore as he was in Denver. I'd say it's probably like that. I think it just stands out to us how good he was here because he was here. That's all. Are you looking at the numbers right now?
How old is Elvis right now?
Elvis, it's got to be close to 40 at this point,
40,
I'd say.
yeah.
Is he 40? Yeah, about that.
He's getting up there.
I mean, he's like the same age as you-ish.
Yeah. No, Elvis is older than me.
Are you looking up his numbers?
Yeah, I'm trying to
I'll give you a second if you want.
He had in his career 105 sacks.
When he went to Baltimore, He had a 9.5 sack season.
Okay.
He had the most sacks he ever had in one season in Baltimore. He had a 17 sack season.
In Baltimore.
Well, he had a 17 in Denver in 2009.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Had a 6 sack season after that. Had 3 sack season, and then his final year he had 6.5.
Pretty similar career in Baltimore and Denver then.
Pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Matter of fact.
Such a good dude, too. Not good with the fax machine, though. That was. Do people still remember that story?
I don't know. They should.
Okay. There was a negotiation going back and forth with the Broncos and Elvis Dumervil, and the technology at the time said you had to fax something into the NFL office.
It had to be time stamped by a certain time.
Correct. Elvis, it was coming down to the wire, and upon advice of his agent, instead of just being at the Starbucks at Arapahoe in Peoria, near the facility on the most important day financially of his life, he was in Miami. They got the terms settled for whatever dumb reason back in the day by NFL rules. You had to get something faxed to the league office by like 1 p.m. It was in the middle of the afternoon. It was ridiculous. There was a problem.
I'm not sure it had to be faxed. I really don't think that was a necessity.
It had to be signed.
Yes.
This is where the fax comes
back
into
then
it.
It was fax.
It had to be signed and then sent into the league office, and everything was operating by fax, not DocuSign at the time. Had Elvis been near the facility and could have gone to the facility and signed it, as soon as the Broncos stuck that in their fax machine, it would have been fine. So even if the Broncos had it screwed up, the fax machine ate it, whatever. If they had proof that a signed contract was being faxed by the deadline, it's fine. The problem was in Miami because they had a problem with the fax machine at Kinko's and wherever he was trying to sign the contract. They had a mess up in the fax machine in Florida.
You got to put that on everyone, though. I mean, it's
ridiculous.
It's insane, but you got to put that on the team. You got to put that on the agent. You put that on Elvis. What the hell? Why would you guys take it down to the final 10 minutes?
Well, Elway had vowed that he wouldn't do that, changed his mind over a 48-hour period because they just didn't want to lose Elvis. They lost him, even though they had an agreement because of the league rules. It would have cost, the Broncos would have had some sort of penalty worth millions and millions of dollars if they were to have done it. If I don't know, there's some sort of weird rule why they would have had to pay Elvis a lot more money or something else. And that's why they lost him.
Well, and
ridiculous
going
reason.
back to that time and doing radio, a lot of the perception was he delayed the signing and everything else because he really didn't want to come back anyway.
Maybe, but he really did want to sign that contract right then and there.
I think he wanted the money, right?
So, but I think he got as much or more in Baltimore, didn't he?
I think he probably did fine, but I think he would have preferred to stay in Denver. What year was that, too? What year was that going on? I think the Broncos
must have been 2012. Okay.
So the Broncos were really good. Why would he want to leave?
I don't know, man. It's one of the wildest stories that literally has ever happened. See, you say the DocuSign thing. I don't know. That was my era, man. And I literally remember signing my contract, taking a photo of it on my phone, scanning it, and emailing it to my agent.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it was a screw up with the Kinkos in Florida that mucked the whole thing up.
You've got months to figure this thing out.
Dude.
You take it down to the last 45 seconds.
You're right when you say it was bad on everybody. It really, and Elvis did end up firing his agent relatively shortly after that because it was such a massive mess up. And frankly, Elway shouldn't have been going back and forth either. Either it's this or it's not. The fact that Elway
play hardball if you want to play hardball, but not in the last hour.
Correct. I totally agree with you. It was poorly done on all sides. And I fought this battle about that. We were doing radio at the time, and I was like, if you're his agent, why didn't you have Elvis? Seriously, if this is the biggest day, and it has to be done, because we are going down the wire. It did go down to like the last day.
Or how about just fly to Denver?
That's what I said. Why not? Yes, be in Colorado that day. I'm not joking when I'm saying just hang out at Peoria and Arapahoe at the Starbucks. I'm saying hang out somewhere.
Yeah.
Just be like, I'm a minute away to sign a document that is...
Unless you don't really want to be there.
I guess, but it's like, I don't know.
I mean, if he didn't want to be there, he didn't have to agree to the contract at all.
Right.
He could have just gone straight to free agency. He was about to come.
I just think they really seriously horrible advice and no common sense by Elvis to just be in Denver.
If you remember, he had agreed to a salary cut from 12 to 8 million.
I forget the
and that's why we all thought, well, the agent must have got something else and didn't want to sign it.
Is that what it was over a salary cut? It wasn't free agency?
With the clock ticking on a compromise, Elvis Dumervil agreed to accept a salary reduction from 12 to 8 for 2013.
Whatever. The whole thing is the dumbest thing that's ever happened.
Yeah, I don't know if Broncos fans understand how stupid that is. Or there you go, if you need a little Broncos history lesson. But it might have been one of the dumbest things in Broncos. The stupidest reason to lose a great player who wanted... I mean, he was going to sign the contract.
Yeah, he did sign it. He literally signed it.
Well, here you go. So this is why we think it was what I always thought at the time was the agent. They reached agreement 35 minutes before the deadline, but Dumervil's agent failed to send the fax through on time. His agent, and according to Darlington, in a bind at 159, they had to waive him. Otherwise, they were forced to pay him the full $12 million.
Oh, that makes sense.
There you go.
Okay,
right. I knew it was going to cost.
So it wasn't a new contract. They were literally because money's owed. It's probably the new league year.
It was something like that. But it was millions.
Well, here you go.
So stupid.
But the fax machine apparently on the Fricks, the Broncos front office frankly attempted to get Dumervil's agent to send the paperwork through a more modern channel. So I think this was all
on the agent.
I think this is all on the agent.
Okay.
And they didn't want to take. In reality, didn't want to take the pay cut.
Which makes sense for.
Well, then
wow. So your conspiracy theory is the agent didn't want Elvis to take the deal. Elvis wanted to take the deal, so the agent screwed it up on purpose. So the agent would theoretically get more money from the next team, even though it would change Elvis's life. That is a deep conspiracy theory. That's a good one, though.
So you said the Broncos wanted to play for $8 million?
Yeah.
The next deal he ended up signing with Baltimore, he played for $8.5.
But I like Scott's conspiracy theory. His is tastier. That the agent was thinking of a better way for him to make more money. The agent, that being said, so he screwed it up on purpose.
I don't understand that. How does the agent make more money?
Because he thought he could just get Elvis more money in free agency, and he ended up not. Not much.
5% or whatever. If you guys have a cap on agents,
but there had to be a reason why Elvis fired his agent too. Good stuff. Good lesson.
I don't think he fires the agent unless he wanted to be here, though.
It's PhD on 92.5. All right, C-Mac for Old Chicago. All right, tonight, this afternoon, right now, it's Old Chicago with their unbelievable scratch-made crust. It's pizza crust made from scratch. Legendary. Starts with the good dough. Then you pick from three options: Chicago style, tavern thin, OC thick, that's deep dish for you, and one of my favorites, the ale crust infused with real beer. Delicious. Build your own melty, cheesy, perfect pizza. Try it specialty like the Chicago 7. It's Old Chicago. And everything is so expensive these days. At Old Chicago, they've got the unbeatable lunch deal. For $9.99, you get that 2-topping individual pizza with the handmade crust, crisp garden salad, icy fountain drink, all under $10. Listen, man, they got it all going. The 99 unbelievable lunch, the scratch-made crust. It's Old Chicago, raising the bar on pizza since 1976. All right, Dan, what we got? Mike Van Gundy? What's he doing?
Mike Gundy.
Mike Van Gundy. Sorry.
Head coach of the
Mike Gundy,
Oklahoma State Cowboys.
I just put Van in front of Gundy.
Van Gundy back on the bench somewhere.
I heard that.
LA or something.
Is he really?
I think so.
Yeah.
He's not calling games anymore?
No,
he got fired.
I knew that.
Yeah.
I forgot that.
Yeah. He got fired, and so did Mark Jackson.
Yep.
Mark Jackson, he of the...
No love lost on that one.
He of the MVP voting. I thought it was just like an all-star team I was voting for, whatever.
Do we
that
not
was.
like Steve, though?
Steve?
Kerr?
Steve who?
Oh?
Okay, I'm merging Van Gundy.
Who are you talking about?
I was merging Van Gundy. I like Van Gundy on the broadcast.
Jeff Van Gundy.
Yeah.
His brother Mike's
Stan.
on. Stan. Oh, my Lord. Really?
Listen, if this show is having me have to correct names,
we're in trouble.
We're in trouble.
Mike Gundy.
OSU head coach.
OSU head coach.
Who Alfred hates.
Samsonite.
Do you know why?
Yeah.
I don't want to even talk about it, but I know why too.
Wait, he hates Mike Gundy?
Oh yeah. For good reasons, but that's another story for another day.
I want to know.
I'll tell you off the air. It's a little bit more serious. So
okay.
Here he is. So I don't like him because my guy Al doesn't like him, so I don't like him. I've been some foxhole guy.
I'm a man, I'm 40.
Yeah, I'm a man, I'm 40. All that
Star running back in Oklahoma State, going to be a big draft prospect, gets DUI. This is Mike Gundy's response to it.
Okay.
And then I start thinking about being a parent. I have a 28, I have a 23, and a 19. And first I thought, okay, so I looked it up on my phone. What would be the legal limit? Like in Oklahoma is 0.08, and Ollie was 0.1. So I looked it up, and it was based on body weight. Not to get into the legal side of it, but I thought really 2 or 3 beers or 4. I'm not justifying what Ollie did. I'm telling you what decision I made. Well, I thought I've probably done that 1,000 times in my life, and I, it's just fine. So I got lucky. People get lucky.
He's justifying the fact. So
wow.
There's outrage going on because Mike Gundy said that he's not going to punish this kid at all. If there's going to be any punishment, he's going to have to carry the ball 50 times in the first game, right? Now, the justification is, well, I've driven drunk 1,000 times too.
1,000 times.
Another example of the reality that we tend to wash over. That if you can play, we're going to let you, you can slide.
That's right.
That's what
that's your third string running back.
And it also shows you
really
don't care about your program.
You care about winning. You care about your contract. You care about how much you're getting paid.
What an amazingly stupid thing to actually say out loud, even if it's true.
Yeah.
Which I assume it is.
We've got him in classes. We've got counseling. We're going to handle him for him. He's going to sit out our first game of the year.
No. I've done it 1,000 times.
I mean, look. The reality is, unfortunately, he's right. The majority of Americans have driven off 2 or 3 beers many times. 1,000 times, many times, handful of times. I don't know.
I think there's a difference between a handful of times I made some mistakes that I regret and 1,000 times that it's no big deal.
But to Scott's point, the third string running back does that off the team. Suspended 4 games, whatever. But certainly it is not. His other justification was these guys are employees now, right? So he said he's making a whole lot of money to play football for Oklahoma State. So we're paying him a lot of money. He needs to play football for Oklahoma State.
Well, and listen, it starts the first responsibility with Gundy. Okay, that's one. Boom, boom. If he is making NIL money, who's the people sponsoring? What have they done too?
College.
I feel like
Bob's Beer Suds and Grill that pays him $50,000 a year. Are they happy about this?
I feel like Mike Gundy once a year has a foot in the mouth moment with the press.
And you know 2, 3, 4 beers is really 4, 5, 6 beers. 1,000 times.
Well, a guy's lying. The police will tell you this. I've talked to officers about this. Anybody who says they've only had a couple beers is lying.
Right.
Right.
No kidding. 2, 3,
the rule
4,
of 3,
10
right?
beers.
Rule of 3. You either add 3 or subtract 3, no matter whatever you're exaggerating on.
I'm trying swimming workouts right now. Tried it yesterday for the first time.
Why?
I want to do a triathlon. I haven't really swum.
Get a noodle.
Dude,
Go to the,
I need a noodle. Like, it was embarrassing. It was so bad.
How many laps?
You got a community pool?
Right
down the street from
I
you.
do,
Not
as
far.
it turns out. I mean, I got to pay like a daily entrance fee, but
You can join it, can't you?
yeah, I can. I can get a swim pass. Be like,
And they got a big gym there. Hoops gym.
no. That's no. They
Further
do.
down?
It's a different place. I'm just saying. It starts with like taking your shirt off, and then you're in there and you feel like you're gonna drown.
That's why you need a noodle.
Dude, I needed a noodle.
Put a wetsuit on. It's buoyant.
I know. I got one. You should
Go to
see-
the local pool, hanging out
Yeah.
at the community center,
I'm
wearing
like-
a wetsuit, doing laps with the kids.
I could not believe how bad I am at stupid swimming. It's 30. I was trying to do 30 laps. How many laps do you think I got in?
4.
I slugged 30 out eventually, but I can't do a flip turn. So I'm like stopping at everything, and I'm like,
Well, if you're doing a triathlon, there's no walls out in the lake.
I know.
Turn.
I'm
in
afraid
Hawaii,
I'm going to
you just got to
drown.
worry about a shark.
They got spotters.
Are you doing the Ironman?
No, it was.
Oh my
it was no. Are you nuts?
How far you got to swim in a triathlon?
Well, I thought it was a sprint. It was only 750 meters, and I figured I could I looked at it today. If I do it, it's a mile swim. I don't think.
And that's
I
like 30
can swim.
laps, isn't it?
No, it's like 60. A mile swim is like 60.
My daughter had to do a mile swim the other day in a competition.
How'd she do?
Well, it blows my mind. I mean, it's not just her, but all these kids. They
That's
they go for 45 straight minutes without stopping.
That's incredible. And they could do the flip turns and all that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can't do any of it. It was so humbling. It was so terrible. It was so embarrassing. And I've done it before. I've actually done it before, but I haven't done it in a long
I
time.
think I'd have a panic attack in open water. I think I would.
I think I would too.
You've done it.
I know I've done it, but like I struck, and I'm in good shape, and I just could not. It just was so bad. So should I go try it on Sunday?
So
or
what's
not?
the Ironman? Is it 5 mile swim?
Ironman? It's 2.2, something like that.
It's the smallest part, right?
Yeah, but it's hard. It's hard. It's 2 miles.
People that are swimmers complain that they get screwed.
Yeah, because that is correct. If it was more like 5 mile swim,
yeah,
and like a 13-mile run, not a marathon, they're right about that. Like you can figure it out. So the question is, no dumb question, should I try to do something on Sunday where I'm not really sure if I can make it or not?
Sure.
In water?
Well, give us a couple days. You talk about your athletic adventures again.
All right. Well, I'm about to hit the pool right now.
It's kind of like a Russell Wilson workout. Does he work out unless he posts a video? No.
Hell no. I'll have some video later on today.
Yeah.
We're talking
I
about
saw
it.
where there's a water cup now. It's got a magnet thing you can lift
Yeah.
up. You can put your phone on it, and you
Yeah.
can film yourself while you're in the gym.
I am not doing that. There ain't no way I'm going to do that. I would never film myself. It would be too humiliating. I don't want to know what I look like trying
So
to
after you
work
get
out.
out of the water and then you gotta do the run, doesn't your nipples chafe?
All right, question that we will address tomorrow. For
Vaseline.
those who could listen today,
Or a Band-Aid.
I can't tell you how grateful we are to have you on board. Hopefully we'll be back tomorrow. It's Altitude Sports Radio 925.
Survivors.
See ya.
Well, I thought I've probably done that 1,000 times in my life, and I, it's just fine. So I got lucky. People get lucky.
All right, welcome in, everybody. It's Wednesday. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. I am Nate Kreckman. Coach Sanford is here. Did you just take off one headset and immediately walk over here and put another headset on?
I did exactly that.
Exactly
I did 5
that.
hours of live stream work with Bronco Nation News, and I am ready for 3 elite hours with one Nate Kreckman.
That's a lie. You don't have anything left in the tank.
You don't know me. You don't know me well enough, Nathan. Are you a Nathan or a Nathaniel?
I'm a Nathaniel, actually.
I apologize.
No, it's okay. We're particular about it. The problem is like Hackett denigrated it for all of us. He brought us as a Nathaniel community. He brought us down. And
it depends. I think in the hip-hop dancing community, I think that Nathaniel Hackett's done great work.
It starts with me.
For the name.
He's not as good as that guy who was the assistant at San Jose State, though. That guy is he's still winning. Do you remember that guy? He was on Brennan's staff at San Jose State. He was one of MC Hammer's backup dancers.
Coach Mo.
Yeah.
Coach Mo's a legend.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was a high school head coach in Oakland for years.
Okay.
Yeah, great dude. He gets his name. Alonzo.
Got his start, though, as MC Hammer's backup dancer. I suppose Hammer's eventually.
Where would you put that on your resume?
Top, very top.
With the picture.
Like I had the pants. They were sequined. I had the side to side and everything else like that. Hell of a perimeter defender. Nobody could get by me. Yeah, I would put that at the very top. Where would you put it on your illustrious resume?
I think it would be right in between volunteer wingback coach at Meade High School.
Wingback coach.
And wide receiver / quarterback / recruiting coordinator / passing game coordinator at Stanford.
I
carried all those titles concurrently.
I am aware. I've read the resume before. You know what? I had this topic written down, and I was going to save it for a little bit later in the show. But I figured we might as well get to it right now. By the way, Coach Sanford and I were live at Circa Resort and Casino, Mountain West Football Media Day. We should probably tell the audience what the hell that we're up to today. But we're here at Circa today. Mountain West Football Media Day is happening. Big 12 down the road a little bit at Allegiant Stadium. We're going to hear from Dion today as well on the show. But we're going to talk to Jordan Bertinoli from Wyoming. We're going to talk to Jack Howell or Torrey Horton, one of them from CSU. We'll check in with Air Force today. We've got it all going on. But I wanted to get to this very important topic here today, as I'm pleased to be joined by my buddy Mike Sanford. So earlier today, I had a chance to interview Spencer Petras, who is the quarterback now at Utah State. He was at Iowa for 6 years, and because he had a shoulder injury his last year, he couldn't play at Iowa, so he got yet another medical waiver, whatever.
Hardship.
Exactly.
The ship was hard.
It's very much so. It was a hardship. And he ends up at Utah State, where he didn't have his coach anymore, and that's a whole other story.
I actually just spoke with Spencer Petras.
He's great.
And I think he's going to be the first player in the history of college football that goes from being starting quarterback to head coach the next season.
This is the conversation that I had with him, because I told him in the back half of our interview, and I'm glad you recognized it as well, you sound like a coach.
He's Coachy McCoacherson.
Seriously.
The ultimate coach.
And then he explained to me, he's like, well, let me tell you why I kind of sound like a coach. Because last year, so he was hurt at Iowa. He'd started 31 games playing at Iowa in Kirk Ferentz's offense.
Beat me twice when I was at Minnesota.
So you guys scored fewer than, 13 points?
It wasn't great. It's good defense, I'll tell you that.
It is good defense. We know that about Iowa.
And an elite punter, Torrey Taylor, elite punter.
So what I tell him that, I'm like, you sound like a football coach. He's like, well, it kind of makes sense. I was the scout team linebackers coach at Iowa last year.
That's a big deal.
And I was like, wow. I was like, the only guy that I know that has a line that good on his resume is Mike Sanford, because he's the wingbacks coach at Meade High School. That's almost as good. But here's the question that I ask you, Mike Sanford, longtime college football coach. When somebody tells me that they were a scout team linebackers coach, my reaction, number one, is I didn't know that existed. And number two, football has too many coaches.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right.
There's too many coaches.
Well, now the NCAA just decided that there are no such thing as non-countable coaches that can't do on-the-field activity. So all the analysts, QCs, they're all coaching. like there's going to be 30 coaches coaching 22 players.
What's the game day rule in terms of like how many bodies can be in the box?
Every rule in NCAA history has been made to be broken.
Sure.
So the rule has gotten. I mean, are there rules in college athletics?
Well,
anymore,
what
Dave?
I remember last year was at Colorado when Sean Lewis was demoted or whatever it is that we're calling him, and then Dion wanted to have Pat Shurmur calling plays. There was some contention as to how many bodies could be in the box or whatever. I remember seeing that, and there was a number. I'm fuzzy on it. It's a lot of information.
Well, if you remember, the tight end coach at the time, I'm drawing a blank on his name, but former head coach at the University of Minnesota back in the day, but he was you know it.
Tim
Brewster.
Yeah, Tim Brewster.
So Tim Brewster, he got the old headset snatched away from him because he was no longer able to be on the headset.
Persona non grata on the headset.
And he is also no longer on the CU Buff staff. He is now at Charlotte. So yeah,
it's a gig.
It's there's a headset rule.
What is that? The Conference USA? Charlotte?
Charlotte is AAC now.
Oh, they're in the American.
They're the American.
Okay. All right. I did not know that. See, it's hard to keep track of all these sorts of things.
And it's really hard for me, even as a coach, to keep track of the headset rules.
So like along those lines, it's game day, okay? You were a headset guy. You were a play caller, so you were always on headset. Was there ever a time where you heard a voice on the headset and you were like, who the hell is that?
It did happen, yes. And it was a former colleague of a head coach that I worked for. I won't name any names.
Okay.
That was kind of brought in a kind of a rehab, volunteer assignment. I hear him talking in the headset. I'm trying to call plays. And I lost it. I lost it.
That's too much headset access.
Way too much.
Okay. Does the scout team linebackers coach, he doesn't get a headset?
I would take Spencer Petras on the headset over the voice that was talking in the headset that I was interrupted by trying to call plays. Spencer Petras, I mean, if I were a head coach right now, I'm hiring Spencer Petras.
This is one of the other things I was thinking about, okay, is I'm here. I'm Mountain West Football Media Day, okay? You know everybody, like, or everybody knows you, or everybody knows your dad, or everybody worked with your dad. Mike Sanford, for those that are listening right now, he's the damn mayor of Mountain West Media Day, okay? People just love having this guy around, all right? Everybody knows him.
Does it make you sick? I hate having this guy around, and I have to pretend that I claim him as part of Altitude.
Exactly.
This guy's the worst.
I'm just stuck with this guy.
Hey, Mr. Congeniality's walking in again. Here he is.
So I'm watching this, and I'm like, of all the people, all the jobs that you've had, all the kids that you've coached, all the people that were on staff, all the different people around the university, like, there's only so many people you can know in a lifetime. There's only so many names you can remember. Like, especially as you age, old pieces of information become less essential and get shoved out. Other things have to go in. It's just the way that cranial space works. Yet somehow I remember, like, stupid details about, like, the 80s Pittsburgh Pirates. But that's neither here nor there. My point here being is that, like, do you remember, like, the names of every kid you ever coached?
Well, you've seen it in real time.
Yeah.
There are 5 sports information directors that I've worked with.
Yeah.
That I don't know their names, even though I knew their names at one point. And then I have to ask them, hey, did I work with you at Stanford? Wait, was that? You witnessed it.
What school was that?
It was Nevada, the Wolfpack, Aaron Juarez. We were together at Stanford and Boise State. He had to, like, tell me. He's like, Coach, we were together at Stanford.
These are places where we were actually coworkers.
Yeah, we worked together.
Yeah.
So, I use the chief, the guy, the boss, killer, buddy. I use all the different things when I just don't know a name. It's tough being the mayor.
Gets you through.
It's challenging being Mr. Congeniality.
Yeah. You can always my man him.
My guy's kind of my. That's
my
like,
guy.
Yeah.
You go right to my guy. Yeah. You just pull him in for the bro hug.
What is it?
Don't overdo buddy.
But I hate buddy.
That starts to sound derogatory.
When somebody calls me buddy, like coaching in Southern America, I coached in Kentucky, and I'd have people like at the neighborhood I lived in, like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?" I'm like, I'm not your buddy. I'm not like a small child play toy. You can call me Mike. You can call me Coach. You call me jerk. Just don't call me buddy.
You don't. Okay, mine's boss.
You hate boss.
I don't care for boss one bit.
Why don't you like that, boss?
It's see the moment you boss me, I chief you right back.
Oh, okay, chief.
Okay,
I like chief.
I fire back with a chief the moment that I get a boss, and yet my go-to is always guy.
Yeah, guy.
Yeah,
like guy.
Yeah.
Hey, guy.
Who doesn't like a good
Who's
guy?
your favorite guy of all time? There are some famous guys.
Do you want to do Remember Some Guys today here on the show? Remember some Boise State guys today here
I'm talking
on
about
the show.
the name guy.
Just, I'm trying to think. Who's a good guy that's out there? There was Guy Lafleur.
Yes?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Guy Lafleur, the famed hockey player, obviously. I never met a guy like Guy Lafleur.
But have you met a Guy like Guy?
Do they say that, by the way, like in Montreal? Just like what do you think there, Guy? Is that how they do that thing?
Oh, 100%.
So, clearly
Guy Fieri?
Guy Fieri. Yes.
No, Fieri.
You got to say it correctly.
Yeah, you got
to do the thing.
Yeah, chief.
As the mayor of Flavortown.
the
mayor of Mountain West Media Day meets the mayor of Flavortown.
Guy Ritchie, a British filmmaker.
Guy Ritchie did Lock, Stock and Snatch and assorted other movies. The Gentleman, I believe, most recently.
Do you know much about Guy Pearce?
No.
Highly versatile and talented actor.
Guy Pearce?
Yeah.
What would I know him from?
It says something about 1967, so probably nothing.
Okay.
Probably, unless you're. I didn't know you're 50s and 60s movies buff.
Player in a Sean Connery James Bond movie. Maybe I would know who he is.
CU buff Guy Thomas 2 years ago. Defensive end.
I don't remember Guy Thomas.
And it was awesome. I'd be like,
CU.
What's up, Guy? How are you doing, my guy? And he was like, I'm not, like, my name's Guy, but I'm not your guy.
You ran that joke into the ground?
Okay, all right.
So he didn't like being Guy?
No, he didn't. He
was stuck
with it. He was good.
It.
He was good.
All right.
He was just fine.
This has been segment number 1 of the Crackman and Lindahl
What exactly
show today.
did we get accomplished in segment 1?
I think an awful lot. First off, we learned that scout team linebackers coaches exist. That's the thing I didn't know before today.
And that you can go from playing 5 years in the Big Ten to being a scout team linebacker coach and then go play quarterback after that.
By the way, Scott Hastings comes in with Ray Guy.
Ray Guy.
Hall of Fame punter.
Fantastic
Number 8.
of the football.
Only punter in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, Ray Guy. Guy is as a last name. Don't overlook the versatility of all the guys. We're doing a guy draft today here on the show. We got a lot to get into, all right? Colorado State picked to finish 5th in the preseason media poll. Air Force picked to finish 4th. Here in the Mountain West, Wyoming right there in 6th. So kind of the middle class right there on the Front Range. Plus Deion's talking across the street. Deion, he is of the belief that there's a little bit more pressure on him. We'll get to that coming up here in just a few minutes. Got some Broncos stuff that we got to dive into. Plus, we're going to talk Raiders with our buddy Adam Hill before the hour is up. Here on the Crackman and Lindahl Show, we're live in Las Vegas, Circa Resort. Mike Sanford's here. He's already done 18 hours of content today. We'll see what he's got left to go on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nate Kreckman, Mike Sanford. We are live at Circa Resort and Casino. Mountain West Football Media Day is going. We'll talk to our buddy Adam Hill of the Las Vegas Review-Journal before the hour is up. Of what I understand, Adam has already binged almost all of Receiver on night number 1. Or at least the Davante Adams scenes in Receiver. So we'll get his full review as to everything that is going on over there, including an interesting revelation that Davante Adams made today. We'll talk about that coming up at 2:45 here on the show. Coach, we're at Mountain West Football Media Day. You are doing the altitude thing right now. You were working with Bronco Nation News earlier today. Boise State picked to win the Mountain West. 38 first-place votes of the panel that voted. I believe there were 46 media members that voted. By the way, I did pick Boise State to win the Mountain West this year.
I appreciate the support.
Hey, it's the least I can do. UNLV, although I think I picked you guys to win it last year as well.
I appreciate you being right.
2 years in a row. UNLV picked to finish second. We live in a world where UNLV football is good.
It was time.
Yeah.
You build it, they will come. The facilities, the stadium.
I didn't realize this. So last year, UNLV goes to the Mountain West Championship in Barry Odom's first year. Jane Mayava, Mountain West Freshman of the Year. They lose that game to Boise State, but they go to the Guaranteed Rate Bowl, lost to Kansas. That was the 5th bowl game in UNLV football history. That's wild. That it is just, you think of all the years of UNLV football, get to 6 wins, and they only have ever done it 5 times in their history.
I have an interesting question. Name the last UNLV head football coach that left for a better job as opposed to being fired.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, it'll be Barry Odom after this year.
If it goes well.
If it goes well.
Yep.
Yes. We
Tony
know that.
Sanchez. Bobby Houck.
Where is Tony Sanchez now?
Fired. Now he's at New Mexico State.
Okay.
But he got fired from UNLV.
Okay.
He's the head coach at New Mexico State.
Bobby Houck, he was at Montana, I believe, before he came to UNLV. Where's
he fired.
Now?
He got fired. He's back at Montana.
Back at Montana.
As the head football coach.
Okay.
Was in the FCS championship game last year.
Hell yeah.
I think they won it.
That's pretty good.
Mike Sanford. That name sounds familiar.
Where did he go after UNLV?
He got fired. That's my dad. He got fired after 5 years.
What was his next job after UNLV?
He went to Utah State. Under Gary Anderson, the first edition.
Okay.
And they won the WAC championship that year.
Yeah, they did some winning.
Chucky Keaton
in that place back
Robert
then.
Turbin, Bobby Wagner.
The Turbinator. Wow.
He's here. He's in our presence here at Media Days.
Has he still got the guns?
He's piped up.
Okay, good.
A little bit more impressive than, say, you or I.
Chucky Keaton he was a fun player. He could never stay healthy.
Yeah.
That was the thing that killed that poor dude. Maybe Barry Odom's going to do it. Where's Marcus Arroyo now, by the way?
Fired, and he is now the offensive coordinator of ASU.
Man, your recall for where people are in assorted random college football jobs is very impressive.
It's on par with some of your meaningless baseball stats, I would say.
I think that part of it's debatable, but neither here nor there. UNLV picked to finish second. Fresno State, Jeff Tedford back at Fresno State, picked to finish third.
I got them second.
This season. Did you really?
Yep.
Okay. It's the quarterback question at UNLV?
Yep.
That's a pretty big question. Jade Mayav is at USC now. Air Force, CSU, Wyoming, 4, 5, and 6. All right. Let's talk about CSU here for a minute, Coach. And we were talking about this on Monday on the show of, the home portion of the schedule is very winnable for CSU. I'm looking at a team right now that I think could be like a 7-win team this season, has a real possibility. Getting to 8 or 9, how do they do it?
I think it's going to be because of the growth of a Braden Fowler Nicolosi.
Hell yeah.
I think the man can spin the football. And speaking of somebody who can do something at an incredible rate with the football, standing right next to us, Boise State kicker Jonah Dalmas, who just launched a football over the Circa Stadium swim pool.
What's the distance on that? Joe, are you doing anything? Can you put a headset on? Do you look at this guy? Wow, what a pro! I actually have another engagement I'm supposed to be a part of right now.
Sorry, I'm talking to the Lou Groza Award. I'll be right back.
Jonah Dalmas, the kicker from Boise State, who, by the way, just completely, just totally power moved us.
That was great. Is this rock bottom, Nate?
He is, at the very least, it's a good kicker.
A very good kicker.
He's 18 field goals away from an NCAA record.
18.
That's very doable.
Oh, he's going to do it.
Yeah.
He doesn't miss.
He's going to get it done. And today he kicked a ball over the pool.
The entire pool, 65 yards.
65 yards was the distance?
I used my iPhone to measure it.
Did you really?
No. Would have been great, though. Well, only the best here at Mountain West Media Days.
And you call my numbers meaningless.
The best part was seeing all the inebriated individuals in the pool watching the ball go over their head in a drunken stupor and then make the judgment call if it was through the pipes or not.
I believe they all said it was good.
It reminded me about just every college referee that I've had over the years.
Every single guy yelled, "Get in the hole," when that thing got kicked. CSU, though. All right, let's talk about the schedule a little bit right here. Okay.
Tough opener.
Yeah. You got to go on the road to Texas. You're not going to win that game. Okay. UNC at home, you'll win.
Yep.
You got the Buffs in Fort Collins.
Toss-up game.
Toss-up game. Agreed. UTEP at home, you got to win that game.
Winner.
Have to win that game. You're going to go on the road to Oregon State after a bye.
I got CSU winning.
You like the Rammies in that one?
I am not very high on the old Beavs.
Pounding the Beavers? Okay. San Jose State on October 12th in Fort Collins, rebuilding San Jose State team.
Big W.
Yep. On the road at Air Force October 19th, always tough.
Yes, but Air Force is in the down cycle, in my opinion, having lost, 18 starters?
That Air Force team, I mean, that senior class, I think they won 40 games in 4 years. They have a lot of upperclassmen. They're dudes that have been waiting to play. That's the funny thing about this Air Force team this year. I'm looking forward to talking to Troy Calhoun tomorrow. By the way, Troy Calhoun rolled by the desk today and he spouted off like 3 Nuggets takes, just like back to back to back on me.
Did you share any of them?
He's concerned about the starting 5.
Okay,
that's it. I'll let him.
Not a big Christian Brown guy.
Expand on it. I don't think it was a diss on Christian Brown. I think he was just a big KCP guy.
I can understand it.
I mean, we can all agree, right? Like, no matter what, the starting 5 is not as good as it was. It's as optimistic and as hopeful as you can be for Christian Brown. He cannot replace what KCP does at this stage of his basketball life. That's not an unfair statement to make right there. I don't even know if Christian Brown would disagree with you all that much. New Mexico at home.
Big one.
At Nevada.
Ooh. When?
October 2nd, rebuilding team in Reno.
When?
Yeah. Wyoming at home.
I think that's a toss-up game.
Have to get that game.
You got to.
Yeah, rivalry game, always a toss-up game. At Fresno in October is going to be tough. Utah State on November 30th, excuse me. Phil Steele's got some typos in here.
So is CSU playing against a former scout team linebacker coach?
I believe they
on
are.
That date?
Spencer Petras. That is correct. So at least the home portion of the schedule right there, we're giving them 6-7 wins.
They're going to a bowl.
You got to beat CU.
They got to go to a bowl.
But this is just like, okay, cool, you went to a bowl. When is Colorado State in their beautiful stadium with their funding and their beautiful facilities in beautiful Fort Collins, Colorado? When are they going to compete for a Mountain West championship again? Because they should be winning them.
You got to crawl before you can walk. When's the last bowl game that CSU went to?
It's been a lot of crawling. The New Mexico Bowl of 2017.
That is 7 years ago.
7 years ago.
So, that is the next right step for Jay Norvell in this CSU team.
Was Mike Bobo coaching the team back then? I think he was.
That was Bobo ball.
Yeah.
Tough one to say.
Went to the Idaho.
I don't recommend saying that 4 times repeatedly.
Went to the famous Idaho Bowl the year before. I mean, really, they had been on a good run. They were a bowl eligibility that they were rolling through, but they haven't been to a bowl game since 2017. We're going to talk to John Weber,
Did you realize that?
New AD from CSU tomorrow. I don't think if you would have asked me, I'd have been like, I don't know, like 2019, something like that.
2017.
2017 was their last bowl game. Yeah, it's It flat out has to be better, and that's what sucks about this is like, okay, Jay Norvell going into year 3 on the job right now, he's hot seat right away this year. And that's the world that Jay's living in right now. And you look at last year, you blow the CU game in double overtime, you blow the UNLV game in the final minute, you lose the Hawaii game in the final minute. But if you get every single one of those games, you're bowl eligible and all that. Now that said, your Boise win was a little fluky.
It was banana land.
Yeah, a little bit last year, but a dub nonetheless. That's this program right now. Like it is right there. They're always auditioning for another power conference. That's the place that they're trying to get. I think they've got the quarterback right now. They have probably the best wide receiver in this conference in Torrey
Maybe
Hort.
in the country.
Maybe in the country. He was a 91, by the way, on the EA Sports college football
Both
game.
he and Ashton Genty of Boise State.
Both got
91s.
91s, which is a really, really good number. But it's straight up for Jay Norvell. It's put up or shut up time this year.
It is, and I think it's a bowl game. I think because when you haven't been to a bowl game in 7 years, that is the next right step.
Yeah,
and that's what Jay Norvell and this team is more than capable of achieving with that schedule. And I think you look at the beginning of that schedule, you say, "Oh, Texas." After that, there's some. I mean, every game is going to be a winnable game.
Right?
Is there a game out there that you don't think is winnable if they catch their stride?
Nope. I don't think so. I think at Fresno's a really tough game.
Agreed.
Okay,
but winnable if you play great.
Yes,
and if you're in your state of confidence and you're building and your quarterback's playing at a high level, I think that's a winnable game.
One of the other parts of the Mountain West schedule this year is that Oregon State and Washington State are now on everybody's schedule. Okay, Oregon State, new coach, came in late to the process. Lot of bodies transferred out. I mean, they were still losing guys as of what feels like just like a few weeks ago up there at Oregon State. I don't know what to make out of those two teams right now. We're going to find out tonight, actually. We're going to the Beavs and Cougs party tonight.
Have you ever been more excited for a party in your life?
I mean,
were you as excited for your wedding?
It's a media event with cocktails.
And what's it called?
What is it, After Dark with the Beavs and the Cougs?
You betcha. You betcha.
We're going tonight.
I truly don't know in my lifetime I've been more excited for an event.
We're headed right to the Bellagio right after this show. Yeah. If you had to ask me, would you rather go to the USA-Canada game tonight or would you rather go over to the Beavs and Cougs party?
USA's playing Canada tonight?
They are, over at T-Mobile.
I wouldn't know because I'm so excited about Beavs and Cougs
Beavs
After
and
Dark.
Cougs.
After hours with Beavs and Cougs.
Who cares that Jamal Murray is going to be in the house tonight here in Las Vegas? Actually, I don't even know. Is he playing? I haven't even looked it up. Kawhi's not on Team USA anymore, by the way.
What happened to Kawhi?
Apparently the Clippers had a funny feeling about that knee and told him, man, you're done.
They clipped him. The USA roster. Gave him the old heave-ho.
Ty Lue was on the coaching staff and got a little look at Kawhi in practice. Just like, nah, we're good. Sent him home. And Colorado's own Derek White is joining Team USA.
That's a big come up for Derek White.
That's a good get for Team USA, being able to add that kind of defense at this part of the competition. Very exciting. So yeah, USA Canada is going on. Plus, did you hear the crowd downstairs before for the England-Netherlands
What
game?
happened?
It was bonkers. England scored in the 91st minute to advance to down the Dutch 2-1.
Van der Hoeven gets you every time. Vendervost.
It'll be England and Spain and their damn 16-year-old playing for the Euro Championship this weekend.
2 years older than my daughter.
He's 16.
2 years older.
Did you see that kid last night?
Ridiculous.
Good God, man. I know it was yesterday during the day, but I saw the highlights at night because I was traveling all day. We are live in Las Vegas. We got to talk about the Raiders. Our buddy Adam Hill's going to stop by. We got to find out what's going on with Devontae Adams and receiver. We got to find out if this team has any chance of being worse than the Broncos this year. Minshew Mania takes Las Vegas. Max Crosby hosting the Pass Rush Summit. All that good stuff. We'll be talking Raiders coming up here in just a few minutes as we join you live from the Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. That's Mike Sanford. I'm Nate Crackman. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, we're live today at Circa Hotel, Resort, and Casino, Las Vegas, where it is a mere 100, what is it, 117, 118?
A balmy 117.
Outside right now, according to the Las Vegas Review-Journal. 5th consecutive day north of 115.
But you know what? It's a dry heat. It's a comfortable dry heat out here.
Meaning that it feels like an oven.
It is.
The
we are
moment
baking.
you walk outside. I've not been outside yet today. I have stayed in the air conditioning the entire day. The only thing that's going to get me to go outside is after dark with the Beavs and the Cougs.
And we're going to go outside for that.
That is.
We might even go. We should go outside and watch the fountains too. Right after. We could have our own rendition of Ocean's 11.
Stumble our way up and down the strip.
Sanford and Kreckman.
Get in a fight with a guy in a Mickey Mouse costume. Sure, we could go do something like that.
Is there anything stranger than the Mickey Mouse turtles costumes that come up?
It's
on the strip.
I mean, between that and the assorted adult entertainment that is just handed to you as you walk down the street, it's all right there. It's a beautiful community. Joining us right now is Las Vegas's favorite son, in fact.
It sounded sarcastic about my town. I didn't like that. I don't like that walking up to that
Wow.
slander.
Wow. There you go. It's let's get defensive right away.
Go Raiders.
Adam Hill of the Las Vegas Review-Journal is with us.
Some of those Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are my high school classmates, so I don't really appreciate the bashing on their profession.
How are they doing? Are they financially pretty stable? Is it a lucrative industry?
I don't think they're mentally stable. So I think that's the first hurdle to clear.
Is it $15 a picture these days?
They're actually I mean, if we want to dive into this, we could dive into it.
What's the market? I want to know the market.
So there's actually rules. Like they can't set a price. It's illegal. And if you also notice down here on Fremont where we are, which by the way, this is my part of town. I love it. And Circa is my spot. But this is my part of town. There's circles on the ground. If you look at those when you go out there, they have circles drawn out where they have to stay within those boundaries, and they have to be there. They can only be there for an hour, and then they got to move on.
Are you talking about the actual Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or
the characters that are out there? Yes. Next time you go out there,
they have to stay in a circle.
There's a circle that is drawn because they used to just wander, and it was chaos.
Yeah.
So we're basically like stay in this little drawn cage.
Power Rangers.
Yeah, on the ground, and stay in there, and then you can only stay an hour. Then you got to move on to the next one, and you can't have a set price. You can only ask for a tip. So you can't be like, hey, you just took my photo. It's a $50 photo. Like, no, it's whatever tip you want to give. But it was a problem for a while. We've done a decent job of trying to set some boundaries.
So it's basically on the tourist. If you wander into the circle, that's on you, man.
That's on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you should know that tips are accepted.
Have you seen the guy? I know I do terrestrial also, so I got to be careful here. But he charges $20, which you're not supposed to have a set fee, but this is okay in this case. You can kick him as hard as you want in a certain region.
Where is this individual?
Usually Saturday nights right outside the circle.
Because after 3 hours of being on with Nate Kreckman, I'm going to find said individual.
I can see that. Now, there is a certain very high-profile sports executive in town that's not happy with me because I compared that guy to slap fighting, which is accurate in my mind. He didn't like the comparison.
So Dana's not a fan of yours?
Not right now. We actually had a good talk last week. But,
good.
Yeah, but he didn't like that I compared the guy that you could kick in the junk to slap fighting. I don't see a difference.
It's the same profession.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same. It's just one guy's got a camera.
And I think the $20 is more than most of the slap fighters get, honestly. We learned about how low. I'm just taking over the show.
You need to do a wage investigation on the slam fighters?
No,
is that it?
We did it.
You did?
It. And there's a reason why, which is hilarious. So the Nevada Athletic Commission fined a bunch of them for failed drug tests. Shocking. I
can't believe it.
Shocking. And it was like.
Are we talking meth? I mean,
2 of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
40% of their purse, and it was like $600.
Oh.
So you're like, wait a minute.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's how we learned how little they were making.
Well, that's gross exploitation.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That said, let's talk about the NFL.
You can buy a lot of meth for $600, I think. I've heard. I don't know.
Here's my question. Who got less sleep last night, Mike Sanford or Adam Hill, who stayed up all night watching receiver?
It's me. I know it's me, I think. I mean, I'm going to assume. That was a dumb decision by me, by the way.
You binged the whole season
did.
last night.
Well, I wanted to make so obviously I'm dedicated to my craft, as you
Yes.
can tell by this interview that I've done. Very, very serious in my profession. I wanted to make sure nothing earth-shattering involving Davante Adams. As somebody who covers the Raiders,
Yeah.
I didn't want to episode 7. He said this crazy thing, and then I learned about it when I wake up. So it came out at 12:01. Started watching it right then. I fast-forwarded a lot of scenes that weren't Davante. I'm going to go back and watch it.
Okay.
But I
Poor
went
George
to all
Kittle.
I know. Well, I watched some of it.
Okay.
But I got to all the Davante scenes and made sure that I watched the entire series as it involved Davante Adams, which is good. I mean, I love those kind of shows anyway. It's not as good as New York Giants Hard Knocks, which might be my favorite show of all
phenomenal.
time. It's my favorite show
That
ever.
is so good.
That's so good. But it was good, and all these shows are well made. I'm obsessed with all these different kind of
Quarterback
shows, so
or receiver?
Quarterback was special in terms of it was the first time they did it, and it was a great look. I think this one's really good. Part of the issue that I have, and it's obviously a very selfish perspective, like I was there for a lot of it, right? So a lot of it is, yeah, I know this, and I have to think like not everybody does.
Yeah.
Like I'm like there's me asking a question.
Okay,
to Davante.
for example, something that you wrote today in the Las Vegas Review-Journal that Davante Adams said. I absolutely clicked on it. I got you some numbers
Appreciate
here.
you.
But Adam, tell us, and again, we're talking to Adam Hill, Las Vegas Review-Journal, covering the Raiders. Last year, when the quarterback change was made, and they went from Jimmy Garoppolo to Aiden O'Connell, Davante Adams had a voice in that decision, or at the very least had an opinion on the decision.
So in
what
the
went
show,
down?
In the show, they say, hey, Antonio Pierce made the switch to Aiden O'Connell today. What'd you think of it? And he said, what did I think of it? I signed off on it. So, I knew that because I had talked to Davante at the time, and off the record he had said that. But I actually had to go back and look at our stories to say, was this on the record or off the record? Did we write this?
Yeah.
Or not? So I was like, I guess this is kind of new because people don't know that. But so that's the kind of things I'm talking about where I was a little too close to the situation, but I still loved it. And obviously with the other guys, I'm not that close. So I'm going to love it even more watching them.
What was?
But there's cool things you learn, right? Like I didn't know how hurt Davante was after that in that Chargers game last year when he left and he came back. They show some behind the scenes of making the decision if he's coming back in the game. I knew he was hurt from talking to him that week. I don't know how bad it was. And then you see cool things that you don't think of. Like these are really regular people. So he's in the X-ray room. One of the Raiders' offensive control assistants comes down and said, "Hey, your wife wants to know how are you? What should we tell her?" Like you don't think of those things, right? It's such a fascinating thing.
Sure.
They're regular people. Obviously, the family is interested in how he's doing.
They're concerned.
But you don't think about that.
Yeah.
And I thought that was those things are really cool to me.
So, Davante Adams now. What is he as an NFL wide receiver? Because, he went through a 3-4 year stretch where we're talking that's a top 3, top 2, maybe the best wide receiver in the entire game.
He's still catching 100 passes with guys like Brian Hoyer and Aiden O'Connell throwing him balls.
He's going into his age 31
yeah.
season, I believe.
Justin Jefferson's right there, but I still think watching Davante Adams practice every day is insane.
Uh-huh.
The guy, to me, is still the best receiver in the league.
In fact, interviewing Torrey Horton today, that is his number 1 wide receiver.
He says it's Davante Adams?
Davante Adams.
I mean, a lot of guys say that. We just talked to Ricky White, who was saying the same thing. So,
yeah.
His ability to get off on the line of scrimmage it's like you sit there watching it every day. You're just like, how does he do that? It's crazy.
Who gets the better of the matchups, him or Surtain, when they go up against each other?
Well, early it was Davante.
Yeah.
Surtain's been really good, but again, I think Davante's getting open. Just because he's not catching the passes doesn't mean he's not doing his job.
Right.
So it's tough to judge.
Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell, who's starting week 1?
So worst case scenario, the worst thing that can happen to the Raiders this year is that they win either 7 or 8 games and Gardner Minshew is the quarterback the whole year.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what's going to happen.
Probably. But I do think Aiden O'Connell's leading right now. They were both awful at minicamp. Awful. There's no two ways about it. The defense is really good, but the quarterbacks were bad. So one of them is going to have to do a lot better. But I think right now Aiden O'Connell's in the lead. He's taking the first reps. If it's a tie, Aiden O'Connell's going to be the starting quarterback. And I know you can bet that right now on the board that Gardner Minshew is the favorite to start. I would say Aiden O'Connell has a slight lean there. And you just can't go through a season where you go into next year saying, can Aiden O'Connell play? Then we got to figure that out next year. Like, you have to find out if he can play this year.
Talking to Adam Hill right now. We're finding out what's going on, everything that's going on with the Raiders these days. Is that sort of the fate that this team is destined to? I think their total is 6.5.
They're going to win 7 games.
They're just going to live in purgatory once again.
Yes, that's what they are.
Yeah.
They have a really good roster, I think.
I think so, too.
You look around, like their defensive line is as good as it gets.
Yep.
The linebackers, Robert Spillane played above his head last year, but I think he's coming into his own. He's really good. Jack Jones was a absolute difference maker, a playmaker on defense at corner. Their safeties, underrated as hell, but really, really good. Like, the offensive line is league average. They're dead average, but that's okay when you have so many weapons around.
Yeah.
They just don't have a quarterback. They're going to win 7 or 8 games. Like, that's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to be. If they had a quarterback, they'd win more. If they got rid of some guys, they'd win less. But that's what they're going to be.
Is Antonio Pierce, is he merely here? Is he just here for the vibes?
Yes.
Because
yes.
I mean, what else is he offering up right now?
So he brought in some guys with experience around him.
Yeah.
As a game coach last year, he was a mess. He just was.
In what ways?
So, like, there was fourth down decisions were awful. And I'll say, and I've told this several interviews, and people are like, you're going way in the weeds, but it's important too. They had a second quarter play, a 1st and 10. They gained 9 yards. He thought they gained 10. He challenged. You cannot challenge in that.
I remember this play. Yeah.
Why are you trying to challenge to turn a 2nd and 1 to a 1st and 10? First of all, I'd usually rather have a 2nd and 1 anyway. But you're challenging in a second quarter in your own territory
for a yard
to get a 1st and 10 instead of a second.
Yeah.
Just get the first down.
Yeah.
Don't waste the challenge. And they lost. They lost the challenge. That's irrelevant. I don't care if you win the challenge. You can't do that. Those are things you just can't do as a coach.
Yeah.
And fourth down decisions were, I think, pretty poor. He did a great job rallying this team. The emotions are unbelievable. The locker room that he created, I will tell you, genuinely different. And if you can keep that going, that's fine. But I think if you start losing some games, it's tough to keep those vibes going. Tough to keep everybody happy. And you can't run on emotion when it's lost. You just can't do it.
Okay, but given what this team was of Josh McDaniels, Derek Carr, Darren Waller, the assorted characters that were in that place, compared to what that locker room was a year ago, 2 years ago,
far better.
You would certainly think so. The question is the team actually any better?
It's far better, and I don't – this is going to sound like a knock on Antonio Pierce. It's not. Antonio Pierce absolutely changed things. He's absolutely motivational. He's inspirational. All those things are absolutely true. But was it that it was Antonio Pierce or that it was not Josh McDaniels?
All right, now to transition to the
good question.
Yeah.
The one that got away for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
How has Brock Bowers looked?
He's good. It's really good.
Yeah.
And that's without even live tackle football, which is his greatest trait is run after catch.
They're moving him all over the place. I think they're going to hand him the ball a lot, which is good because you're not going to be able to throw it to him. They're putting him, they're putting him at fullback. They're putting him at like H-back. They're putting him like offset from the lot. He's running in motion a lot. They're going to move him all over the field. They're going to get him the ball in a lot of different ways. But Michael Mayer is one of the most improved players on the roster too, and he's looked really, really good in the offseason. So
battled some health last year.
Yeah, the foot at the end of last year, he really, really struggled with, and he wanted to be in the field and he couldn't. Couldn't figure out how to get him involved earlier in the year. Made some really impressive catches. They showed it in receiver again yesterday, a catch in the end zone just over a defender to win the game. Really impressive play. He looks really good right now. Also, I was very critical of the Tyree Wilson pick last year. He is a beast right now. He did a lot of work in the offseason. He's huge. He's going to play inside a lot more. So that's on the defensive side to look at. But yeah, Brock Bowers, they're going to put him in a lot of different spots to allow him to succeed.
So obviously, had Sean Payton passed on Bo Nix and taken Brock Bowers, Nix was going to go 13 to Tom Telesco and the Raiders, right?
I don't know.
Not willing to go out on that limb?
They were very, very Jaden Daniels or bust.
That was who they were into?
Yeah.
Well, was there any Michael Penix heat?
A little bit. They talked about it. They discussed it for sure. And it would have been a decision they had to make for sure. No question.
Yeah.
They might have taken the 35-year-old with 2 new knees in Michael Penix.
Brock Bowers fell in their damn lap.
Them's are fighting words for me, Adam.
I love Michael Penix.
I just thought about him. How if he plays from a clean pocket in Devontae Adams, there's no better downfield thrower.
His
maybe
ball
in the NFL.
His ball is beautiful. Yeah. But I love, and I'm sorry you're gonna get out of here. I know, but my favorite thing is people are comparing the Michael Penix pick to Jordan Love. Like, hey, just let him play, let him develop. Michael Penix and Jordan Love are the same age right now. That's crazy.
You're not going to find a bigger Michael Penix and Jordan Love fan on the planet than Mike Sanford. I can promise you that. Adam Hill, you have an actual radio show you have to go do.
I do.
So we appreciate it. Adam Hill of the Las Vegas Review-Journal, everybody. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. Mike Sanford's in for Andy. We're live in Vegas. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hour number 2, we are live at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. It is Nate Kreckman and Mike Sanford here with you on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Mountain West Football Media Day. This hour, we're going to check in with the Wyoming Cowboys as big ol' Jordan Bertinoli, number 96, 6'4", 290, going to sit down and chat with us.
Isn't that the guy who won the hot dog competition in the absence of Joey Chestnut?
I believe Jordan Bertinoli, actually, he hosts The Blitz. It's right after the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Yes, it's that guy. No, Jordan Bertinoli, 23 years of age, just had a baby.
Himself.
Himself.
Modern miracle.
It's incredible. But he's going to join us here on the show today. We're going to preview the upcoming season for the Wyoming Cowboys' new head coach in Jay Sawvell. Of course, I believe at least you can listen to Wyoming football on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950 through the course of the year. We'll talk to CSU coming up at 5 o'clock, Air Force at 5:20 here at Mountain West Football Media Day. Okay. Spring, do we have the Mike Gundy audio? Do we have that handy? So Mike Gundy had his opportunity to speak at Big 12 Football Media Day yesterday over at Allegiant Stadium. And Ollie Gordon II, one of the best running backs in the entire country, preseason Heisman Trophy hopeful, was recently arrested on suspicion of DUI. Early in the morning of June 30th, Gordon arrested near Oklahoma City. BAC between .11 and .10. He still went to Big 12 Media Day, gave his apology. Mike Gundy talked about it, said it was important that he show up. He said he will not be suspended. He said if there's any punishment, it'll be making him carry the ball 50 times in the first game. And then Gundy had some other things to say about his running back, and as he was sort of explaining away a youthful indiscretion, to be sure, but Mike Gundy kind of stepped in it with one particular thing that he said. Roll this one, Spring.
So I looked it up on my phone. What would be the legal limit? Like in Oklahoma is .08, and Ollie was .1. So I looked it up, and it was based on body weight. Not to get into the legal side of it, but I thought really 2 or 3 beers or 4. I'm not justifying what Ollie did. I'm telling you what decision I made. Well, I thought I've probably done that 1,000 times in my life. And I, it's just fine. So I got lucky. People get lucky. Ollie made a decision that he wished he could have done better. But when I talked to Ollie, I told him, I said, you're lucky you got out light because you make a lot of money to play football.
Something that I have done 1,000 times in my life. It was just fine, says Mike Gundy. Okay. Again, first off, the body weight thing and all of that it doesn't matter because Ollie Gordon is 20. So he's not allowed to be drinking at all.
Not allowed here in Circa for Mountain West Media Days.
Couldn't even come in here to Circa. That's what's wild about this. Torrey Horton from CSU, he's here. Last year he couldn't come because he wasn't 21 years of age. And then Gundy just drops in, I've probably done that 1,000 times in my life.
Do you think that might be a conservative estimate?
That's a good point right there. Gundy took to Twitter to explain his comment yesterday. He said, my intended point today at Big 12 Media Days was that we are all guilty of making bad decisions. It was not a reference to something specific.
I think 1,000 times is fairly specific.
Also, I've probably done that 1,000 times, was what he said. Not we are all guilty of making bad decisions. It was not a reference to something specific. You were talking about yourself, Coach. That's what you were doing right there. Yeah, so maybe not the best way to explain away a player's DUI.
Yeah, Gundy's one of those guys that for whatever reason has been a made man for a long time.
Sure has been.
And no matter what he does, no matter what he says, he's just a made man.
He is right now.
It was T. Boone Pickens forever that had his back.
Did you realize he is tied for the second longest tenured head coach in college football?
Who's number one?
Kirk Ferentz is number 1.
3 Troy Calhoun
at Iowa. Gundy and Kyle Whittingham are tied at number 2. Troy Calhoun is number 3 on that list right now, going into his 18th season at Air Force. Longest tenured in one single job in college football. Obviously, Saban was above them on that list. I think Saban started in 2006 at Alabama, and obviously not anymore. So there you go. Mike Gundy. Not referencing anybody specific, even though I just said I in the sentence. All right, man. Stick to I'm a man, I'm 40 next time.
Yeah, I'm just disappointed. I was there when this all went down.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't have a chance to hear it live and in person.
Mm-hmm.
Because it happened on Radio Row. It happened, on the side, little pop-up interviews. I wish it would have been at the podium. Would have been great.
So Deion talked at the podium today. Deion Sanders talked about the pressure that he is under at the University of Colorado, as he had a chance to talk over at Allegiant Stadium. And he talked about the pressure on him to win, the value of wins. Here is Deion Sanders from earlier today. Roll that one, Spring.
Do you feel an obligation with whom you are to perform at a higher level or coach at a higher level?
Yeah, yes. I'm judged on a different scale. My wins are totally different than your wins. Your wins, you just judge in football. That's why I have to start out and give you education and academics and so forth. I have to give you those things so you understand there's a greater scope. I can't win 9 games and our GPA suffers. Our GPA can't be high, but we lose another 8 games. We can't not go and grab high school players and you got a bunch of guys in the portal, out of the portal that's getting incarcerated. My wins are different. We have to win in every area. That's the way we're judged. And I'm cool with that because we come a little different.
Judged on a different scale. I'm willing to bet you today Deion Sanders' press conference garnered probably more press coverage than any other press conference over at Big 12 Media Day, any gathering here at Mountain West Media Day. I promise you, if any college football coach, and pretty much all of them, are in Las Vegas right now, Deion Sanders got the most attention, and he's coming off of a 4-win season. He's coming off of a 1-8 finish in conference play. He's judged on a different scale. Yeah, and my counterpoint would be that scale is more generous to you right now than what you actually did on the field last year. What he is trying to say is that there's increased scrutiny upon him, but in reality, like, his celebrity and what he is, it gets him a longer leash as well. It goes both ways for Deion Sanders. That's the part of it I don't think he's recognizing in that answer right there.
Look, it's a very unique question to ask him, and I do think that the intent of the question was to talk about if he's evaluated different than his peers in college football.
Yeah.
But the answer was more about talking about GPA, talking about incarcerations.
Well, and this is the other thing that's funny about his answer right there is he acts like those issues are unique to him. Coach, you've been in this game for a long time. You have never seen either yourself when you were a head coach on any staff that you ever worked for, you never saw a staff remain on, a head coach remain on coming off of a 3-win season, but all the boosters were like, yeah, but look at the GPA.
It just doesn't exist.
Look at the grad rate. It's through the roof.
And even more now with the portal era that we're in right now. I mean, does anybody really have a GPA anymore? Does anybody really go to in-person classes anymore? We have people walking by right now.
That part of it doesn't apply to you. And also on the flip side, if you win games, unless there's something explicitly criminal that's happening in your program, and certainly we know a bit about that in the Mountain West right now, but unless there's something like that happening, you're going to keep your job. Dubs above everything. That's all the people with the deep pockets care about in college football. So, what he referenced right there, yes, I agree, Deion's under that pressure. So is every single coach in college football.
At every level.
Yes. Nothing that he just said right there is unique to him.
I think you could answer the question to say that, the magnifying glass is squarely on me because of who I am.
Yeah.
But he didn't really answer it that way.
No, that's not what he said. He acted as though the pressures of being a head coach only exist for Deion Sanders. Strange answer that he gave to that question right there. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk to Jordan Bertinoli, defensive lineman from the University of Wyoming, as they get set for as they get set for the upcoming season right here. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, let's do it. We are live at Mountain West Football Media Day at the Circa Resort and Casino. Nate Kreckman, Mike Sanford, very pleased to be joined right now. Big number 96 of your Wyoming Cowboys, Casper, Wyoming's own Jordan Bertinoli. Jordan, how are you, man?
Doing great. Glad to be here.
Thank you so much for giving us a few minutes. Let's start with just the big life news. You are a new dad.
Yeah.
How is that going for you so far?
It's been great trying to take advantage of sleep when I can, but
I know you're the guy that goes to Las Vegas and sleeps.
Yeah.
I did the same
Exactly.
thing when my kids were babies. It was just like, I'm going to bed. You people leave me alone right now. So that's a little bit unique. How has it impacted your off-season preparation, less sleep and maybe less time to focus on football? How are you sort of compartmentalizing everything?
Yeah, I've really had to get better at balancing my time at the facility doing football things, but then also the time with my family and giving Briannon a break. Briannon's my wife, but giving her a break so that she's not just stuck with her all day. So I'll go home and I'll take a little shift while Briannon gets away and goes and works out or something like that. But yeah, really just the balance aspect of it, just balancing both things.
The timing of having a baby amongst being a college football player, but more than that, the release of NCAA Football 25. How you're gonna have to say goodbye to the sticks, man. I mean, is that there's no time anymore for video games?
Yeah. I really haven't been playing any video games, but I have been really looking forward to that game coming out.
Yeah, you're gonna be facing a life decision head on.
Exactly.
You get to hear from your teammates how cool it is.
Yeah,
that's the whole thing.
That's probably what's gonna happen.
By the way, did you find out what your rating was on the game?
I did not.
Okay.
Did they come out?
It's I know some of them are out there.
I saw like the top 100 came out.
Okay.
No, I didn't make the cut. For
Damn.
Hey, chip on your shoulder.
Yeah, exactly.
No different. You had to come in as a walk-on.
Oh yeah.
Something to play for this year. Preseason all-conference. Congratulations on that. But the big story is you guys got yourself a new head coach.
Yeah.
Jay Sawvell goes from defensive coordinator now to being your head coach. Craig Bohl has retired. What's the transition been like?
It's been great seeing Sawvell kind of take the reins. But Coach Bohl obviously gave me the opportunity to come play at Wyoming, so super grateful for him. Didn't have any D1 offers coming out of high school, so came in as a walk-on. He gave me the scholarship, and so always going to be in debt to him. He's the whole reason that I'm here in the first place. But working with Sawvell over the last 4 years and him being a part of the program, when he first got here, he took all the defensive guys one-on-one and just kind of asked us what our goals were and kind of got to know us. And then that was obviously when he came in as DC. So when he got the head coaching job, I got to see him do that with the offensive guys. And that was super cool to see that he's still the same guy, he's not going to get the head coaching job and just turn into somebody else. He's still going to be the same.
They call that taking the head coach pill. It's like you get the head coaching job, you took the head coach pill, and you're immediately the worst human being on planet Earth. I've been that guy before. I think there might be some remnants of said pill.
Everybody likes you, and then they don't like you anymore. Solve my problems. That's what they say to you now. That's your job. What's the program all about under Coach Sawvell? How has it maybe been different than it was under Coach Bohl, if at all? Because it's the same staff essentially.
Yeah, no, it really is the same staff. We didn't have much turnover at all, but I think that the culture is honestly the same. Sawvell being under Coach Bohl for so long, we still got that same Cowboy tough mentality, and I think that we're going to keep that for forever. So.
Yeah, speaking of Cowboy tough, there's a lot of pride in that just phrase for not only the players that play at Wyoming, but the state of Wyoming.
Yeah.
I've learned that living in northern Colorado, about 50 miles from the border.
Yeah.
There are some diehard, passionate Wyoming fans.
Oh, yeah.
What does Cowboy tough mean to you?
Yeah, to me, it just means being a gritty dude out on the field and just always giving your best foot forward. But more than that, just if you get knocked down, you're going to get back up. And no matter how many times, you're always going to get back up and give your best effort, and then you're always just going to work hard.
On top of that, you guys play in Wyoming. It's cold. It's
windy.
Yeah. It's bitter. You're a Casper, Wyoming guy. You've only ever known what it's all about up there in Wyoming. But, for example, I'm looking at the schedule right now. October 26th, right before Halloween, Utah State coming in. November 23rd, Thanksgiving time, Boise State coming in. When those conditions exist, blowing snow, wind, cold, miserable, dark, up there in Laramie, what does that do to you? What does that do to you guys when you walk out into War Memorial Stadium and that's the environment you walk into?
Yeah, it's honestly so great, and our fans are literally the best at Wyoming, and it makes it so much fun every single home game knowing that they're going to show out no matter who we're playing, but then also they're just going to always be so loud and just yelling, and so it always makes you want to give your best. But yeah, coming out in those times, those night games are always dark and such a beautiful sight to see, but yeah, it's so much fun.
They still come out even when deer season opens. Yeah. Do they or do they not? Do the crowds get a little bit smaller?
They might get a little bit smaller.
So it was funny back in the early 2000s when that program was building under Joe Glenn. Yeah. Unbelievable September attendance. I mean, I played in a September game. Then 4 years later, I came back in a November game. Like,
nobody there.
Where is everybody? I'm like, it's hunting season.
Yeah.
Did you grow up hunting? Your family or?
Yeah, not as much. Like I haven't ever been like big game hunting. Like I'll go shoot coyotes or some prairie dogs.
Just the menaces.
Yeah.
The menaces to our to our.
Exactly.
Jordan Bertinoli is our guest right now. We're talking Wyoming football. They're going to open August 31st on the road at Arizona State. Boy, you talk about a difference in fan bases right there between the Pokes and the Sun Devils right there. Idaho and BYU coming in. By the way, September 14th, BYU. That's a fun little rivalry right there. That's old school stuff right there, Wyoming and BYU. That's old WAC. That's old Mountain West. What is this team trying to do in the month of September in particular to set yourselves up as you guys sort of gel and get ready for the season?
Yeah, as the season comes around, our mentality is really just going 1-0 each week. We're going to take one game at a time, one opponent at a time, and just go 1-0 for that week. And that's kind of our mentality going into it. We don't want to look too far ahead, and we just want to keep our foot down and keep working.
To pivot a little bit here, you went against Frank Crum of now the Denver Broncos on a daily basis. Give us a little scouting report for the people in the Denver area that are one of the biggest people that were human beings that was even at the Senior Bowl when I went down there. But tell us a bit about Frank Crum.
Yeah, Frank's a great player, and I've played with him for so many years now, and he's gotten better every single year, and he's honestly very quick at that size too, a super athletic tackle, and so if you're in Denver, you should be pretty happy that he's on the Denver Broncos.
I mean, your offensive line, you guys have basically outside of left tackle where Frank Crum was playing, you guys got a bunch of returning starters over on that side of the ball. You got good skill position talent back in place. Harrison Whaley is back carrying the football for you guys. I think the big question there is at quarterback, and Evan Svoboda steps into the starting role after being the backup last year. He's 6'5", he's 245, he's got a big-time arm. That's going to remind everybody of another guy that used to wear a Wyoming uniform. And, oh, by the way, he just happened to take his number 17. Tell us about Evan Svoboda. Giant dude. But also, when you play quarterback at Wyoming, there's kind of a target on your back.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And anybody's going to be compared to Josh Allen being a Wyoming quarterback. That's what everybody expects you to live up to. And I think that there's no better dude to live up to those expectations than Evan. And I've really seen him take a huge step forward in his leadership role, like not being the backup quarterback and being the starting quarterback. And I feel like all the fans and all the Mountain West people out there kind of got a sneak peek of him when we went to Texas last year. He played that whole game, and we obviously had Texas 10-10 in the fourth quarter.
You're right there.
And we were right there. So that's a huge tribute to him and just kind of a little sneak peek on what he's able to do.
Well, Jordan Bertinoli, thank you so much for stopping by. Give us a few minutes. You're going home tonight, so the sleep ends, unfortunately for you.
Nothing better than leaving Vegas and your sleep ends.
It's funny how that works when you're a new dad. But big number 96 from the Wyoming Cowboys, Jordan Bertinoli. Jordan, seriously, man, thank you so much. Best of luck this season.
Thank you so much.
All right, man. Jordan Bertinoli, the big fella, joining us there from the University of Wyoming here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Very good to have him stop by and hang out with us here at Mountain West Media Day at Circa Resort and Casino. This Wyoming team, by the way, Coach, picked to finish 6th in the Mountain West this year. I mean, if Svoboda works out at quarterback, given the talent they've got returning on the defensive side of the ball, Wyoming's another one of those teams that could be right there in the Mountain West.
And I think you're going to see a seamless transition between Jay Sawvell taking over for retired Craig Bull.
Yep.
There's a lot of continuity, namely Craig Bull's son being named the defensive coordinator with the promotion of former defensive coordinator Jay Sawvell. I think this team's going to be competitive. It's interesting when you look at the preseason poll of the Mountain West Conference. You called them the middle class, but I think it's the upper middle class. I think there's a big drop-off. I think it's Air Force, CSU, Wyoming are right in that 4, 5, 6 area. I think CSU kind of creeps into the top 3. I really do, and I think that Wyoming will have some continuity and be a pretty good football team this fall.
Hey, Avalanche faithful, if you want to check out the Colorado Avalanche at home next season, tickets for the 24-25 season are on sale this Friday. And the team needs you to pack Ball Arena for every game. Check out the big matchups this season. And make sure to grab your seats to the games you're looking forward to the most at ColoradoAvalanche.com. And to get you excited for the 24-25 season, the Avs are giving you an opportunity to win tickets to 2 home games. Listen all day tomorrow and find out how you can enter to win tickets to an Avalanche game. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are live in Las Vegas at the Circa Resort and Casino. Nice job working the Frank Crum question in on the Jordan Bertinoli interview right there. Big old left tackle, undrafted rookie free agent with the Broncos. Mike, let's get into a little Bronco stuff right here.
Let's.
I love an off-season list. I love a ranking, okay? And I'm diving into this a little bit today. There's a bevy of these things. They're all over. All right, so I just want to run through really quickly here. Bill Barnwell today on ESPN did a ranking of running back, wide receiver, tight end talent for every NFL. Essentially skill position talent right there.
This is not going to be good news.
Probably not, no. Well, here is a little bit of good news. The Broncos didn't finish 32nd.
31st.
Actually, 30th.
Okay.
30th.
So you're telling me there's a chance.
That's right. You'll take 30 every single time. In fact,
a rookie quarterback with the 30th best skill around him.
Chargers at 32, Patriots at 31, Broncos at 30. It's funny as Bill Barnwell writes this right here. He says, the days when Denver had a promising young group of playmakers have passed. Jerry Jeudy never had his breakout before being traded to the Browns in March. Tim Patrick hasn't played in 2 years. Javonte Williams tore up his knee and averaged 3.6 yards per carry. Greg Dulcich caught 3 passes. Even Marvin Mims didn't do much behind Jeudy in the lineup. The offense was basically some magic catches by Cortland Sutton. It's so funny because that was the way that the Broncos were framed. It felt like for like a solid 2-3 years, especially when Russell Wilson was initially acquired here. And the conversation was, hey, look at this brilliant young skill position group that Russell Wilson is going to have a chance to elevate here in Denver. And I'm telling you, man, it not only did it never happen, I was sitting there going, what brilliant young skill position group are they talking about? It became this narrative. It just became this like simple talking point that I think if you were really looking at the team up close, you would have never seen. And yet that's what the conversation about this thing became. And so it's funny, Bill Barnwell sort of frames it as, well, this group never lived up to expectation. What expectation were they supposed to live up to? They haven't had talent at skill positions, I don't know, consistently since what, Emmanuel Sanders?
I think those statements were made squarely about the drafting of Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah.
Jerry Jeudy himself
was
was
a 15th overall pick. He's got to be a star.
Well, and an absolute stud in college. He was a great college receiver. He looked like a can't-miss prospect when he was drafted.
Yeah.
That would be the only player that I would see being a part of that highly talented, explosive young group that never materialized.
Yeah, it flat out didn't work. And, yeah, Tim Patrick, had a flash. But Tim Patrick always looked like he was going to be a good, just a ham and egger out there. He's not a
good three,
a big play kind of threat. That's never really what he has been as a player in his career. Courtland Sutton had a Pro Bowl season early on, but then once injuries hit, he just flat out hasn't been the same player.
So you would say that Tim Patrick, with a healthy Tim Patrick, is a good number 3 receiver in the National Football League.
Probably, yeah.
Courtland Sutton, at his best, is a good number 2.
Is a good number 2.
When is the last time the Broncos have had a 1?
Demaryius Thomas.
How long ago was that?
20. I mean, last time he probably really played like it, 2016-17.
I mean, you're talking 8 years of not having a number 1 wide receiver.
One of the narratives about the NFL draft today is, you can always find receiver talent. Okay, there's so much good receiver talent. You'll see, 5, 6, 7 receivers taken in the first round. The second round is still a rich ground, fertile ground to go and get quality wide receivers, and yet Broncos haven't been able to find those dudes.
Well, and you got to think, if you keep chasing the quarterback,
right,
you're expending your opportunity to go draft a Marvin Harrison Jr., to draft a Rome Odunze, a Malik Neighbors,
a Brock Bowers.
Who really is a receiver.
That was available to you right there at number 13, but you couldn't dare to exist in a world where you could live without Bo Nix.
But
the Broncos.
Will he be a Bo Nix?
Will you get a Bo Nix from watching Bo Nix? That's the question. It's so wild. And look, I'm not going to say – I'm not writing off Marvin Mims. In fact, and you watched some of the OTAs as well. When I was out there for minicamp and OTAs, I thought Marvin Mims looked like the most impressive wide receiver on the field.
Big fan.
Yeah.
But is he really a 1?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
That's what I don't know, and I can tell you this: he pops. Like, he looks different than the other dudes on the field.
He's got juice. He's got to make you miss.
I'll include Josh Reynolds in that conversation, who again is going to go out on the field and make you tough catches. He's also going to drop some tough catches. We know that's
especially if you make it to the NFC Championship game.
Just hang on to that ball and. Suddenly Dan Campbell doesn't look so dumb. Yeah.
I really do like the skill set of Marvin Mims, but he is a bit of a gadget player. He's a guy that you create touches for, screen game. That's exactly how he was used last year in his very limited role with the Broncos in 23. I think that the next step for him is to be a legitimate number 1 receiver. And I know that's kind of something I keep saying, like the number 1 receiver.
Sure.
What does that mean? It means like you need to get that 10-yard gain on 3rd and 10. You are going to that human being, and you're going to find a way to formation that person to get the correct coverage, whether they're playing inside or outside. I just don't know if Marvin Mims has that type of body to be a true number 1.
ESPN has been giving us the top 10 at every position group in the NFL over the last 3 days. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll tell you exactly how many votes, and I mean just votes, the Broncos have gotten on any of those top 10 lists. That's coming up next. We're live at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Nate Kreckman, Mike Sanford, Altitude Sports Radio.
All right, let's talk a little bit about your weekend plans. It's Wednesday. You can see the weekend coming. Do you have a couple date nights between now and then? Is Saturday kind of the designated date night? Have you been going on a few less date nights because you've been dealing with erectile dysfunction? Well, if this is the case for you, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just okay and an amazing experience. And if you want that amazing experience, the guys that can figure it out for you are at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that'll work when pills or herbals fail, and they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. If you need someone to talk to about this, and look, don't let this spiral into depression or pulling away from people that you love, or maybe even just not participating in the relationship, you can find help at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They know what they're talking about. They've been serving Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've treated successfully tens of thousands of men. Your initial visit's easy. $99 includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TMPSA test, and if you're advised, they'll give you a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work, that visit was free. Give them a call, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We're in Las Vegas, Circa Resort and Casino, Mountain West Football Media Day. Nate Kreckman, Mike Sanford, pleased to be joined right now. College football on Fox, plus the Petros and Money Show in L.A. Petros Papadakis has stopped by.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
It is great to have you on the show.
I didn't know if I was going to come down here. I'm not supposed to be here till tomorrow.
Glad you made it.
And I just floated down here to see what was going on. Had a little talk with Jeff Tedford. Chopped it up with the new coach of Utah State, and I think Nevada. Everybody's new. Yeah,
there's a new coach
Nevada's
at Utah State too.
There's new coaches everywhere.
Yeah, Utah State got a new coach about a week ago.
They weren't planning on that.
So a lot of different stuff going on, but always interesting. College football changes so much, and I guess no matter what era you're from, the one thing that's constant about this sport is like life. It's always changing, constantly, rapidly morphing. Like the games that you and I played in, most of the stuff that we did is illegal now. Oh, yeah. And I've had to adjust, calling games through all that period, and so we do have to adjust to change, and that's part of this. One interesting thing about this conference is it hasn't changed, and everything else is so dramatically different. But it used to be doing this job. I mean, we go around in the spring and, go see Mike Stoops in Tucson or something, and you'd have a pretty good idea what everybody's team was going to be like in the fall. And that's not the case anymore. It's really more of a scramble drill to figure out who's who around this time of year.
As I was getting ready for this and starting to learn these teams, like I'd look at a team, I'd look at their stats from a year ago, and then be like, oh, wow, your fourth leading receiver is now your best receiver.
He's the guy.
Back. And then you Google it, and you're like, oh, this dude's at Syracuse, and this dude's at Tulsa, and guys are all over the place. And that it really is one of the things that I'm going to be curious to see as this era sort of continues is just continuity year to year. What can you actually build on as a team? What are coaches saying about that part of the challenge?
Well, I mean, what they usually say is, everybody in Casablanca's got problems, because they all have the same problems. Now, you can get them going, and coaches love to complain because coaches, they have a lot of problems. There's a lot of guys on a college football team, and every one of them has holes, and there's so much responsibility involved. But it's interesting, for every guy, and just looking at the rosters, and it's terrible, and it's even worse in basketball because there's less roster spots, but we're developing players at places, and then after a couple years, they're going somewhere else. Yep. And who can blame those guys? So I would say, like, for every Ike Larson, right, the good safety who's at Utah State and he's sticking around, there's maybe 5 guys that are doing the opposite thing. And it really makes it for a difficult job for these coaches to try to get everybody on the same page and moving together. And then there's also these really huge sea change shifts in philosophy. Like Colorado State is still trying to work their way through that. They had a running personnel.
Yeah, with Adazio.
Adazio.
Their offensive line was built completely different than what Jay Norvell's looking for.
50 tight ends, and then you show up and you're like, all you tight ends, your defensive ends, or you guys got to leave.
Their offensive line, when Jay Norvell got to Fort Collins, was a bunch of fire hydrants.
Right.
And he wants long, athletic guys that can get to the second level and outside zone, and it takes 3 years.
And then look at Nevada. It was the opposite, right? Wilson had an air raid team that Norvell left, and he wanted to turn it into something different. He wasn't able to pull that off. But there's a lot of that, too, like Navy coach Ken Niumatalolo. What's he going to be like as a head coach again in San Jose State? They're not going to run the option.
You wouldn't think.
They're calling
wish
it.
They would, though.
They're calling
how
it
fun would it be?
Spread and shred. Whatever.
Spread and shred, yeah. That's
sounds awesome.
Sounds like a chopped salad.
Let's go. Sounds like something I did growing up in Seal Beach, California, man.
Are you a Seal Beach guy? Surfing the river all the time?
Oh, you betcha.
It's interesting because there's a lot of that, right? And then you have Air Force. We know what they're going to be like. And, of course, Calhoun's going to say, we're terrible. We can't play. And they're going to be 9-10 win team.
He's been doing it for 19 years.
We just, I don't even know if we'll field a team. Yeah. And then Fresno looks like Fresno.
Yeah, they'll be good.
And Spencer's a young guy, but Boise looks like Boise. It kind of feels that way too. We'll see when the season starts.
One thing that you did bring up is there are examples like Ike Larson at Utah State that stayed.
Right.
I actually recruited him at Utah State in 2019, and now he's here at Media Days.
He must really like Logan, right?
Yeah, he's from there.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
He literally right down the road. But guys like Ashton Genty, Torrey Horton, those two players, you got to imagine their NIL offerings had to have been enormous. Like those guys are I think they're first-round draft pick talent.
Think about this. And actually, USC, here we go. Jaden Mayava.
Oh, yes.
Mountain West Freshman of the Year last year at UNLV. He goes to SC. He's not going to start, is he?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Isn't that wild? And yet, because, opportunities are there when you go to USC and leave UNLV, like you're going to trade basically playing time for Cha-ching.
If that's how it worked out for him. Like, I'm not intimately familiar with this situation. I saw him play. I did a few of the games at UNLV last year. Really impressed with Barry Odom as a whole and everything that they did and implemented last year, creating immediate success. I expect it to continue. I don't know. Where these kids go and why and how is almost inexplicable in a lot of these situations. Some of these things make sense, and a lot of it goes back to, this kid knew this coach from this time, and he was there, and you could trace people in our business. It's like looking at a flight map. But I think more and more, and we all did this when we were young, right? We all made weird, impetuous decisions. And that's happening in college where you can if you don't like something the strength coach said to you, you might transfer. I mean, guys have been doing that recently, and then you see them. It's almost like now we're in a casino. It's almost like at the end of the day, it turns into that guy at the end of the night at the casino with the crazy wild eyes, running to the
that mayor made out of Ben me last night,
running to the ATM in the middle of the night.
I didn't have to go to the ATM
to take another shot at
Just
it.
You never leave a hot table. You got to stay on a heater.
But you guys know, from your experience in football, if you stay where you are and work hard and continue to develop, that's probably your best chance for success.
Yeah, you're right.
Really, and if playing the Plinko, remember that Price is Right game of transferring and trying to find this one moment where you could fulfill this maybe elusive potential, I think it's really bad for athletes, and it's a real tough balance that we're striking now, because it used to be, a coach went, he recruited you, your parents trusted him, you go with the coach, and hopefully that guy stays in place and you develop him and create a relationship. I mean, that's what's supposed to happen in a perfect world. And right now, we got the Wild West. It's not even the Wild West. It's like Cowboy Bebop. And we got a lot going on, and it's hard to keep track of.
Petros, what's the pulse around your alma mater, USC football program, going into the Big Ten? What awaits, from a physicality standpoint, fitting the run? I know the D'Anton Lynn hire was a good hire.
I like that hire. I like the Matt Entz hire. If we're really going to get into the weird assistant talk,
North Dakota State head coach to being a linebacker coach.
Right. I mean, those are real coaches. I mean,
real coaches.
USC has not had a structure that is comparable to anything you'd want in decades. I mean, even when Pete Carroll was there, USC is a mess. They don't have the right protocol. They don't answer to people in the right way. Everybody knows some judge or DA or somebody. You know what USC's like. Yeah,
it's Hollywood.
You know what it's like, and you knew what it was like before the internet. And the truth is, it stayed like that because all the people at SC never really went anywhere, and they never wanted to hire any outsiders because they didn't want anybody to see their underwear and look underneath the curtain, because they had a lot of disreputable, ugly things going on. Varsity Blues, things like that came up, and it's just been really bad. So now, finally, I mean, I know Mike Bone, and who you guys know, was a administrator, but, to me, he seemed kind of like a guy who was concussed. He didn't, he didn't impress me. He was the first at USC. We had never had a real athletic director, right? It was always some ex-jock who was a star. Yes. Pat Hayden, Mike Garrett, Lynn Swan, and they were already behind the eight ball because they didn't have the experience in modern administration. So they hired Mike Bone. He had experience, but
there were some issues.
A lot of issues, right? So now they have Jen Cohen. Long story short, she's the first and
she's
only.
Real.
Yeah, she can actually do the job. But it's such a hazmat cleanup there to figure out, who's in charge. You don't answer to Lincoln Riley. You answer to Jen Cohen. You don't answer to this SID. No. The SID answers to this person. They've got to figure that part of it out, And on the field, they made some good defensive hires. Is their identity under Lincoln Riley, who's a play caller by nature, going to all of a sudden turn into something that's going to grit its teeth when you deal with all 4 seasons in one game in Camp Randall? I don't know, and I think UCLA might even be in worse shape, so we'll see. I think the Northwestern teams are in a lot better shape,
especially Oregon,
entering the Big Ten with the way they've played on the lines the last few years.
Petros Papadakis, one more question quickly. What are the Lakers trying to get out of this upcoming season?
Hey, look, you ever see remember American Beauty, that movie?
Sure.
Where the wife starts cheating on with the king of real estate, and they're in the hotel room, and he's going, "You like getting nailed by the king?" That's us. That is all of us in Los Angeles.
Annette Bening.
We are Annette Bening. We are just getting nailed by the king constantly. We are just LeBron. The Lakers' leadership.
Oh my gosh.
Since Dr. Buss passed, is so weak that LeBron and his people have been able to go in and basically run a coup, which is whatever. Like, I don't care if that's the money you want to make and all. What really bothers me about it is that there's like at least 20, 30 high-ranking members of the sports media, I guess if you'd call it, engagement farming, that just carry water for him. And that's the part of it that's really gross. I mean, Bronny James is 6'1". He wasn't first-team all-league in his league.
He averaged 4 points a game.
No. In high school.
Oh, in high school, yeah.
He wasn't first-team all-league.
And we're not
and
talking
they put
about
him in a McDonald's All-American game.
And we're not talking about D.C.,
this is
New York City.
This is a crime. No, what's happening is a crime. And it's just going to be perpetuated. But I do feel like, it's one thing to hire your son as a scouting guy or coaching and all that. My God, Dave Robinson was our tight end coach when John Robinson was at SC when I was first there. But, on the field of play, in the court of play, that meritocracy, I feel like this does hurt the credibility of the NBA. And the media is just so gross about it.
Covering everything Little Bronny.
We're getting nailed by the king is basically what's happening.
Woj went out of his way to just explain that thing away on draft night. It was bizarre.
But Woj isn't on their team. See, he's on the edge. Shams is their guy.
Shams.
Woj doesn't break anything with LeBron. Woj isn't clutch related.
Shams is right there with Annette Bening. There's no question.
You could smell that guy from. You think Wayne Newton smells like cologne? Wait till you get in the same room as Shams Charania.
Petros Papadakis, everybody. The physical comedy that was provided on the
I don't know. I don't know how
answer.
loose you guys get on the altitude.
Pretty strong. Pretty strong.
My pleasure for being here. God bless you guys.
When it comes to Lakers talk, we'll always welcome it. Petros, thanks, man. Petros Papadakis,
God bless the
everybody.
Sanford family. Great football family in America.
Good people. The
best Greek family I know, the Papadakis.
Yeah, man.
Mike Sanford, in for Andy. I'm Nate. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Hour number 3, it is the best 5 o'clock hour in the biz, the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Nate Kreckman, Mike Sanford, and pleased to be joined right now by the senior safety from Colorado State University. Big Jack Howell joins us on the show right now. Jack, how you doing, man?
Doing great, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much. I believe this is your last interview of the day, and you get cut loose. So I'll just start with the most obvious question, so then we can regurgitate it. What question have you been asked the most today?
Ooh. I would say, having to hype up Torrey and be like, his ranking's 91 in Madden or NCAA. So, me and him joke all the time.
So you've been his EA Sports hype man all day?
I've been his hype man all day, exactly. And then probably the second most would be CU questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's start with the ranking of Torrey Horton. What do you think about that 91, and what do you think about the Buffs?
Since it's the last time, I'll be really nice to him. I think he should be even higher.
I agree.
I don't think 91 is good enough for that dude. I think he's the best receiver in college football. I would have him up there with I think like Shedeur is the highest, maybe 90, 94 or something around there. But I would put him up there. But yeah, he's the man. He can do it all. He has the best hands, best route running. He's tough. He's fast. He does it all.
All right. So we know Torrey's the 91 guy.
Right.
But I will ask you this question then. What group is better right now for CSU? Receiver or safety?
Oh, safety.
See, that's a good answer because between yourself and Blackburn, I mean, you guys are thumpers out there. How good's this secondary going to be able to be this year?
It's going to be really good. We got an experienced secondary. It's nice playing with your brother, when you can look over and you don't really have to say anything, don't have to give a hand signal, just a little head nod and know exactly what each other are talking about. And, this is going on to year 4 playing with each other. And so, we've been roommates in hotel rooms every single time. We're with each other 3-4 days a week. That's my brother, and I always got his back. And it's fun being able to play with your brother like that.
Were you involved in the bowling outing with Travis Hunter and Blackburn? Were you there?
No,
you didn't get the invite.
I did not. We weren't sure if it was like a setup or what was going on at the time because there was all those death threats and stuff, but. I was going to come and be in the parking lot in case he needed any help.
If something went down?
If something went down. But, shout out to Travis Hunter. Dude's a stand-up dude. Despite how we feel about CU, that was really cool what he did when he's getting all that hate and reaching out to Henry was a stand-up move.
How many strays did you catch on social media through that whole thing?
I probably had like 200 DMs. Mine weren't as death threatish as Henry's, but it was a lot of like, man, you're trash, you're this. I'm like, I don't know who you are, but yeah, there was a lot, and then a lot of people just thought I was Henry. So they're like, that hit that you had on Travis, man, that wasn't cool. And I was just like,
you're like, no, it's the other white safety.
Exactly.
You got the wrong white safety.
Exactly.
So the Howell family synonymous with CSU football, and yourself being a player at Valor Christian, won a state championship.
Yep.
2? One in wrestling as well.
No.
In the mix.
Yeah,
in the mix. Let's
in
go.
The mix, yep.
But, Father John played at CSU, was a legend, went on to play 7-8 years in the National Football League for the Bucks, I believe, and a couple of the teams. But what does the program, CSU's program, mean to you going into the latter part of your career and wanting to leave a legacy of getting this program over the hump? First bowl game in 7 years.
I've been telling everyone, CSU was really one of the only teams that took a chance on me. And so, having a program that's loyal to you from the start is everything. And so I've just been as loyal as I could be, and that means giving back. And so obviously on this later part of my career, it's my last year. I want to leave them in good hands, and biggest part is just leading these younger dudes and showing them the ways. So when I'm gone next year, CSU doesn't miss a beat, and they're right back to where they were. And same leadership and. Letting them know, what the accountability is and where it needs to be held.
We're talking to CSU senior safety Jack Howell here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio here in Denver. Jack, when I think back on your season last year, I think about what could have been. And I think about missed opportunities that you guys had, games that had you closed them out, things would have looked so much different for this program. That was my view from the outside. You played those games. How do you think of last year when you reflect back on it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, last year was definitely a learning year. A lot of people kind of want to run and hide from, some games like that, but the reality of it is we could have been an 8-win football team, and we let off the gas a couple times, or our minds got clouded, and we just didn't finish the football game. CU, UNLV, Hawaii, those are all games we want to have back, but the best part about it is there's always another year for football, and luckily I get another year here, and I just want to show everyone the kind of coach that Coach Norvell is, and I know the whole team feels that way, that we want to show how good of a coach he is, and we feel like we've kind of failed over the past couple years, and we want to show just who he is.
Transitioning to the state of Colorado in high school football, there's no denying that the state's overlooked in recruiting. You even said yourself there's one program that really took a chance on you, and that's CSU. With CU being much more of a national recruiting and portal recruiting type brand, what kind of opportunity do you think there is for CSU to essentially put a fence around the state of Colorado and really invest in the recruitment of high school athletes, at least in this time period that these programs are in right now?
Yeah, I think recruits should know, that Colorado State should be the destination if you're in Colorado, and they want you, and they want you first and foremost, and we want Colorado kids. I mean, our team is built off of 3 Colorado kids, being myself, Henry Blackburn, and Chase Wilson. Not to say that we don't have a lot of other great players and a lot of players that mean a lot to the team, but you look at the defense, and that's kind of the guys, the leaders on that team on that side of the ball. So. We pride ourselves being from Colorado, and, it is overlooked. It's very overlooked, and it's fun to see when you get to college, those players go out and ball out. And so, if you're a recruit, you need to look at Colorado State and look what they do with Colorado kids.
Speaking of your linebackers, you mentioned Chase Wilson right there. Boom Jock, though, going to get a bigger opportunity this year. You look at the front line, Newark Gatkuth came on as a playmaker late in the season last year, and Cam Barito is an absolute stud. Like last year, you guys 95th in the country in total defense, but the experience that you have coming back, even having lost Mo Kamara, you got to think you got a chance to be a much better defense this year than you were last season.
100%. I think we let the standard slip last year, and we should have been a lot better defense than what we were. And that comes down to the players at the end of the day, and that comes down on me letting that slip. And so, we don't want the same thing to happen, and we have a whole lot of returners coming back, and, it should be a great, successful year. You mentioned Newer. That I think he's just as good as Mo, and people just got to see that. And, he's literally baby Mo, and he's got 2 more years. And, when it's all said and done, he's going to be just right up there with him. Cam Barito is like a bulldog. You can't move that guy out of the way. He's just an absolute beast. Boom Jock, young linebacker, really a leader on the team, stepping up. He's starting to see how things are done. And then Chase Wilson kind of anchoring it down and, showing what Ram defense is supposed to look like.
What have you seen since spring ball and over the summer player run practices from your quarterback, Braden Fowler-Nicolosi? Just a lot of talent, made some strides last year, and it seems like this is going to be his first year to get the start going into the year. He's an incumbent starter. What kind of growth have you seen from Fowler-Nicolosi?
Yeah, I think, everyone knows that Braden's got an arm on him. He can sling it. He throws the ball in some tight places. He's got an arm. He can launch it downfield. But the aspect that he needed to work on, just because he was young, was the mindset, right, as far as decision making and kind of that whole process. And what he's done this offseason is great. He's understanding what a defense is and what they're trying to get out of him, what they're trying to do to the offense, and he's starting to understand where he needs to go with the ball, how fast it needs to come out, the rhythm, the timing, and with a playmaker like him and that capability with that arm, I'm really excited to have him show off what he's got.
Jack Howell, Colorado State, senior safety. They're going to open up August 31st. No big deal. You just got to go down to Texas and go play the Longhorns there in week number 1. Going to be an awful lot of fun.
Maybe the Longhorns have to play the Rams.
That's
right.
That's a good way of being able to look at it right there. UNC in week 2, and then, I guess that week 3 game there at Canvas Stadium in Fort Collins. I guess we kind of got that one circled a little bit as well, as you will take on the Buffs. As a Colorado kid, You know what that game was a year ago. You know what that rivalry currently is. I mean, you guys lit a fire under that thing last year. Played one of the best games of the entire season in college football. Again, just came up the slightest bit short. You don't want to look ahead to anything, but also how big is the chip on this program's shoulder to go and get that win this year?
Oh, it's very big. We feel like we owe them something, and obviously, tensions were really high last year. But at the end of the day, it's just another game, and it's just another team, and we obviously want to go out there and smack them in the mouth and shut them up. That's priority number one. Is we don't like them, they don't like us, and that's how football's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be played. We owe them something.
So your brother going on to be a wrestler at University of Iowa, one of the best wrestling programs in college wrestling. Played in the state championship for the Cherry Creek team. Excited for your brother? How tough is that going to be a wrestler in that program for your brother?
Yeah, he's going to be going through it. I'm excited for him. I don't think there could be a better fit for him. Both those coaches, the Brands coaches, they're awesome. And from what I heard about him, Jake just wants to go in there and learn as much as he can from everyone. And that culture is just, they just produce warriors, just absolute studs. And so I'm excited. I think he's going to be in great hands. And obviously, as an older brother, you want to see your younger brother going to a good place, somewhere he'll be taken care of. And it seems like a real family there. And that dude's a stud, so I'm excited for everyone to see, what little brother's about.
Does young Jake have some hands on him? Could we see him in the octagon here in Vegas someday soon?
I think you could. We train quite a bit, like in the off season, and he does have some hands on him despite being a wrestler. So maybe one day.
3-round fight. Who wins today?
Jake, I love you, but older brother. Here's the thing. Here's what I tell everyone. Jake might be able to beat someone that I couldn't beat, but Jake can't beat me because it's that older brother mentality.
You've got it.
He just panics and freaks out against me.
And you got the mustache. He doesn't.
Exactly. He drives him crazy. He can't grow facial hair, but yeah, I think he could probably beat some dudes that I couldn't beat.
Speaking for all the little brothers of America, I hate you guys. All right, bunch of jerk older brothers. Jack Howell, everybody, CSU. You got a flight you got to go catch. Thanks so much for giving us a few minutes. We really appreciate it, man.
Thank you, guys. Had a blast.
All right, Jack Howell, Colorado State. They'll open up against Texas on August 31st. Crackman and Lindahl. Mike Sanford's in for Andy. I'm Nate. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, back with you, Mountain West Football Media Day. Nate Kreckman and Mike Sanford, coach filling in for Andy today. We are pleased to be joined right now by the senior wide receiver from the Air Force Falcons. Brandon Engel joins us right now here on the show. Brandon, welcome to the program. Let's make sure Brandon's mic is on first. I'm new to this radio thing. There you are, Brandon. Brandon, Air Force wide receiver. When a lot of people hear that, they think, wow, you do a lot of blocking, run a lot of routes, and don't get the ball thrown to you all that terribly often. That's maybe what some on the outside would say. How do you describe your job as a wide receiver at Air Force?
Yeah, I just described it as you got to earn your touches, and then when you get one, you get a chance to go deep. So
That's how it's done right there. No, the numbers last year, 10 catches, 178 yards. Jared Rosnos put up big-time numbers. What did he average? Over 31 yards a catch. Yep. Tops in the nation last year. When you play in that system, you know, you have to occasionally know, like, I have a chance to really pop the top on this play, given the look you're getting from the defense, knowing what you guys are going to throw at them, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So, Brandon, been dying to ask you this question.
All right.
You're in a very disciplined environment on a daily basis. You left the base. You're in Las Vegas. What does that look like for an Air Force Academy student here in Las Vegas?
Yeah, it's pretty different. You get to hang out with all these guys from the other teams, and yeah, they're a little wilding out around here, so it's a little different. Yeah, no, it's a good change of pace for sure. Because I mean, you get in that like Air Force Academy mindset, and you're just kind of locked in. You feel like you need to do like some studying or something during the summer, even though you're off. But no, it's a good change of pace. You know, they set us up pretty well here. So
did you get out to the pool, get to watch?
Yeah, we had a little social out there. We've been hanging out.
This has got to be heaven.
No, this is amazing.
This has got to be the best. Best 2 days of your life. Not maybe your life, but the last couple of years of your life.
No, it's up there for sure.
Brandon, what's your major? What are you studying at Air Force?
Business management.
Business management. So what is a business management major do? What is going to be your job after you graduate?
I just put in for my jobs this past semester.
Okay.
So I put finance, acquisitions, and contracting as my top 3, and I'll figure out in October if I got one of those. So.
Okay. Acquisitions explain that to me.
So that's just acquiring any piece to acquire to finish up the mission, whether that's parts to a plane or down to toilet paper, whatever we need.
Okay, somebody's got to be the toilet paper guy. No, it absolutely does make sense.
No job too big, no job too small.
That's what I'm talking about right there. What time does your day start during the football season?
You'll get up about 6:30. Go to breakfast, and then you got class from 7:30 to about 12. And then you get lunch, and then it's 1 to 8. You're down at football, then study till about 12.
1 to 8?
Yeah, you're down there, so you'll get rehab. I know for a lot of the veteran guys, your body doesn't work like it used to. So
sure,
it's about 1 to 2 there. You got film from like 2 to 3:15, and then weight room, and then you got practice, and then you're watching film after and getting rehab again. So you're not out of the facility till about 7:38.
And then you're doing homework?
Yeah, homework till about 12, then you go rinse, repeat. So
boom, back to work.
What was the most challenging aspect of just getting into the academy, starting out in the prep school, of all the different phases that you have to go through to essentially become a Falcon? What was the most challenging part?
Yeah, it's just you're taking so many credit hours. That's probably
the academics.
Yeah, you're juggling so much, and you got to realize that you're not going to be able to get everything done. And that's why they do it to you. It's like, okay, what are you going to prioritize, and what are you going to do with your time management? So you gotta take care of the big stones first, and then worry about the little ones, throw them on the wayside. So that was probably the biggest thing for me, because I wanted to get everything done, but they purposely do it on the they don't have enough time in the day to do it. And so that was probably the
How about
biggest
like your first month? Like
it was hectic. You're staying up till 1 or 2, just trying to figure out how to do random like electrical engineering homework. You got physics the next day, and then because you don't have days off, you have class every day 7 to 11. So
it's absolutely wild. I learned something really interesting. I was talking to Chris Gobrecht, who just retired as the women's basketball coach at Air Force, and one of the things that she told me was midweek home games, she was like, we're screwed. Because she just knew her players were going to be so exhausted going into that game versus if they're on the road, they get to travel a little bit, they might get more sleep, everything else. But instead, like on a game day, you still have to do everything. Now, in football, you don't necessarily have that challenge, but that's another part of it. And what is that part of it like of it doesn't matter what you guys are doing. It doesn't matter if you're getting ready to play in a conference championship game or a rivalry game against another service academy or whatever it is. Like, what is that like to just have it never slow down?
You get used to it after a while, honestly. You're used to taking 2 or 3 tests a week, and then, I mean, in their big tests, you may fail one, then you got to go on to the next practice and then focus on you got to separate it. You work on football when you're down there, and then you work on school later, because if you try to juggle both at the same time, it's in different headspace. You're just not going to be successful in either of them.
So you're a senior. What do you tell the freshmen and sophomores that are going through that hard part of it that you've already gone through? What do you tell those guys?
Yeah, take it day by day and just put your head down, because I didn't think I'd already be 4 years in right now, and it flew by, really. So, I mean, there's going to be days where you look at it and you're like, oh, my gosh, am I even going to make it through the end of the week, because you got 4 exams and you got 3 on one day, and then you got to go to get practice and you're getting scout team and you're getting worked. And you just got to put your head down and figure out what the end goal is. Like, I want to play at a big-time program, and I want to network with people and be set up for the rest of my life. And that's kind of what you got to put in your head.
So the football side, the weight training, the off-season conditioning, does that, for all intents and purposes, replace some of the military physical aspects of or do you go through some of that as well?
It's a mix, yeah. So, I mean, you still go through basic training when you first get there, but then once after
How hard
that,
is basic?
It's just a change of pace. It's just like you're always on the go. Like, you're waking up early. You're learning how to, make hospital corners on the bed, and like they're flipping your bed if it's wrong, and you got to do it again. It's frustrating.
How good are your hospital corners?
They're phenomenal. I went
10 out of 10?
I went through 2 basic trainings, so I went through the prep school one and the academy one, so I'm pretty good.
So I ask you this: when you walked into your room here at the Circa, do you immediately evaluate the quality of the bed and the bed making?
I do not anymore. I just I shove my feet underneath them and rip them up when I get into the sheets.
There you go.
Freedom.
Yeah.
Freedom.
don't have any flashbacks or anything like that. This team this year, you guys do not have a lot of returning dudes, and yet you go through the depth chart. It's an upper class team. It looks to me like this is an Air Force team full of guys that have sort of been waiting for their opportunity. What kind of potential do some of these new starters have, given that really they've sort of been waiting for their chance at Air Force?
Yeah, they have a lot of potential just because they've seen the program and how it works, and they understand what the Air Force standard is. And so they're just waiting to, execute on a Saturday and make some plays. So I think it's going to be pretty exciting to watch.
Air Force football, everybody. They're going to open up Merrimack August 31st. Conference play opens September 7th against San Jose State on the road at Baylor September 14th. You guys did the thing where you had the great start a year ago. What did you learn from that experience and how to finish?
Yeah, you can't get ahead of yourself. We were on cloud 9 being on 8-0, and we were looking at 12-0 and maybe being in the Orange Bowl and all these bowl predictions, top 15 maybe. You can't get ahead of yourself. You take it one day at a time. Don't be Superman. Just do your job.
In order of prioritizing the Mountain West Conference Championship and the Commander-in-Chief Trophy, how are they equally important?
It's tough. You want to win both. That's as simple as you can put it. But, I mean, Army and Navy, you got to win those games every year. And then it's hard. You're playing great teams every Saturday in the conference. And so, you can never take a Saturday off. And you can't look at, I got Army in 2 weeks and then lose the week before. So it's tough. You got to take it 1 week at a time. If you can win both, though, it'd be pretty nice.
How many have you gotten in your time at Air Force? Commander-in-Chief trophies?
One, sophomore year.
Sophomore year.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, on pace last year to get it done.
Yeah.
Let's make sure we get it done this fall. I have
Yeah.
full belief that you guys will get it done.
One more question here, Brandon Engel of Air Force. And maybe you don't know the answer to this question, but you're out on the field. You know what opponents are saying to you guys. You're on this Air Force offense. How much does everybody else playing against you hate you guys? Let's be honest.
It's a pretty good amount. Yeah, no,
I coached against them. I hate their guts. Yeah.
I don't think any defense likes playing against us on Saturdays, but there's plenty of defenses. We got to work pretty hard to play against too. So, yeah, it's good.
It's actually even worse for the offensive coordinator, which I always was, is just never having a chance to
get the ball.
You can't get the ball back. There's no rhythm. You throw 2 incomplete passes, you're like, this game's over.
Yeah, we'll be back on the field in a half hour. This is cool. Thanks. Brandon Engel, everybody, wide receiver, senior, Air Force. They open up against Merrimack August 31st. Brandon, man, thank you so much.
Thanks very much for having me.
That was good stuff right there with Brandon Engel. You're cut loose, dude. Fly home. You're done. Brandon Engel, wrapping it up here at Media Day. Crackman and Lindahl Show. We're live in Las Vegas, Circa Resort and Casino. Good stuff right there. Yeah, that's the thing, man. Everybody hates playing against Air Force. Nobody has a good time playing against Air Force.
It's a challenge, man.
Yeah.
It's a challenge, especially when you play them on their base.
Yeah.
You play them you're going to a military base for all intents and purposes.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying with your very undisciplined individuals attack them on their base. It doesn't go well. I'm 0-3.
You coached him when you were against him when you were at CU, right?
Yeah, it didn't go great.
Yeah.
And at Boise State didn't go well.
Boise State.
Utah State didn't go well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
UNLV didn't go well. I'm 0-4.
They'll be starting a new quarterback this year. I believe their top 3 leading rushers from last season are gone. They're replacing a lot of talent. By the way, Petros Papadakis earlier gave the perfect preview of what Troy Calhoun's going to say about his team tomorrow. He is.
And he also perfectly summarized the situation in the Los Angeles Lakers.
That he did. If anybody missed it, I'm pretty sure that's going to make it into promo material. Do you like getting nailed by the king? Is the line that will not die on this radio show, everybody. It is true. It is a heritage franchise that has just sold their soul to LeBron James and Clutch Sports. It's wild.
It is.
They're not even trying.
I mean, I grew up in Southern California. I can't stomach anything Los Angeles Lakers right now. Petros grew up around it. He's going to the Great Western Forum back in the day. I mean, you saw just how disgusted he was with the franchise and the current state of it. And also a little bit USC football as well.
Yeah. Not thrilled with things. And the Dodgers are good. They've got that going for themselves right now. Dodgers and Phillies, by the way, continuing that series, even though the Phillies beat the ever-living snot out of them last night.
Do have some breaking news.
What do you got for me?
The United States men's national team has fired Greg Berhalter.
He's out, indeed. Not terribly shocking, given what the conversation was after the failure in the Copa America. Okay. Here's my view on U.S. soccer, Coach. You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't.
Please explain.
U.S. soccer, and I know right now, the men's national team has the best collection of talent they have ever had, okay? Yeah, but you are still decades behind your competition right now. And I don't think you can simply make up for it through, 1 or 2 national team cycles of having mostly European club quality players on your team, which is largely what they have. However, it comes down to culture, right? It comes down to program. It comes down to what you have in place. Getting rid of Berhalter, even with his failures, it's just more tumultuous for U.S. soccer rather than ever finding their footing and staying with a direction. And I think that's one of the biggest issues is the amount of turnover that has happened in U.S. soccer and the fact that as much as we want to look at the individual talent that is on the team, and it is good, it's not there. It's not what the rest of the world is at right now, where Spain can throw a 16-year-old out there, and the dude already looks like he's one of the best players in the world.
What U.S. soccer needs is a Sean Payton-like reset where you make a king.
Yeah.
And you make him the king of the castle. And he completely revamps everything from development, from the youth academies to even location and where they train. Why wouldn't they train at altitude? Like, why wouldn't they play their home matches at altitude? I mean, make Mile High your home stadium and Power Field. There's so many things that just don't make any sense.
Laramie in 72-20.
Laramie would be the War Memorial.
Hell yes.
Could you imagine Lionel Messi at War Memorial in Laramie? What a scene that would be.
He would have a terrible time, wouldn't he? Yep. Greg Berhalter is out. Derek White is an Olympian. Kawhi Leonard is not going to be with Team USA. He has left because the Clippers looked at his knee and said, get the heck out of there. By the way, USA-Canada tonight, T-Mobile Arena right here in Las Vegas.
We're talking the
basketball, the bouncing ball.
Yeah, So pumpkin pounders.
Just like
the pumpkin pounders.
Is that what the football guys call the basketball team?
Yeah, you're a pumpkin pounder. That's all you are. You ever heard that?
I've never heard this expression.
I actually just learned it on an all-inclusive vacation down in Cancun from an Oklahoman. Yeah, you one of them pumpkin pounders? Nope, not a pumpkin pounder. You?
It sounds like it really could be something else.
Yeah, it sure could.
It's the problem.
Yeah, it's got American Pie kind of vibes, if you will.
Use your imagination as much as you want to right there. Let's get back to this Broncos stuff, okay? All right. Aaron Schatz, under 25 talent list.
What's his last name?
Aaron Schatz.
Is that like the past tense of?
Could be.
Yep.
It has a C. It has a C in it.
Okay. I just went off the way it sounded.
Ends with a Z.
Yeah.
But
so like
to your point.
Yeah, he Schatz.
Bit of a pumpkin pounder.
He's shat himself.
Yeah. So Aaron Schatz has put out a list of the under 25 talent list in the NFL. He has ranked the Broncos at number 26. On the part of the listing where he says, here are the blue chip players for the Broncos. One is Pat Surtain. The other one is Bo Nix.
Bo Nix?
First off, are we sure Bo Nix is under 25? The other part of it, I know he's 24. But the other part of it is, do we know Bo Nix is a blue chip player?
We're going to find out.
QB6 in the NFL draft, are we calling that guy a blue chip player? That feels a little bit early.
But right now, who else can you point to?
Exactly. On this team now.
And I think that blue chip is predicated on hope.
Yeah.
And that's what this season's got to be about.
Marvin Mims.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a top 50 wide receiver in the National Football League right now.
Javonte Williams and Greg Dulcich are both 24. I'd call them both old 24 right now.
Yeah, and there are big question marks about their return to full health.
Nick Benito at 24.
I like Benito.
I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that Nick Benito has a big-time season. Riley Moss is 24. We haven't seen him play. Jaquan McMillan is 24. He popped a little bit last year. It's wild when you look at that and you're like, this team is rebuilding, and then you look at the list of under 25 talent on this team, and you're like, you don't have any under 25 talent. Outside of Surtain, you don't really have any talent on this team. Quality NFL talent. You got some guys, to be sure. I think John Franklin Myers is a guy. I think Malcolm Roach is a guy. You got some dudes there, but, I mean, in terms of, like, star difference maker, right now, if you're an offensive coordinator, you're game planning for the Denver Broncos, okay? All right, well, stay away from number 2. What do you do after that? Just take the rest of the week off? You're good, right? I mean, I know I'm oversimplifying everything right that, but that's kind of it. Like, when you're preparing for most teams in the NFL, there's a bunch of dudes
Elite
that are going to scare you out there.
You have to have a plan as an offensive coordinator for Max Crosby.
Right.
You might have to have a plan for a super
Chris Jones,
an interior defensive lineman.
Exactly.
This is not a front that you have to game plan for a
necessarily
particular player.
Right. And that's one of those things that just it puts the Broncos behind the 8 ball right now. It's a stark reminder of like, oh yeah, these dudes they've got to stay the path. Back to our U.S. soccer conversation, stay the damn path, make some drafts, have an actual vision for what you want to do, and slowly creep back to that place.
Yeah, I think my negativity on the Broncos is about expiring. I'm kind of tired of it a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm at a point now where there is a young collection of personnel.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to see what they can do.
Well,
that's where I want to be. I want to be in 2024. Let's just see what these guys can do.
Here's the funny thing, though, Coach. I wouldn't even necessarily call myself negative on this because they're actually doing what I think they needed to do.
Yeah. No, it's a reality. It's the pill you had to swallow.
I actually like the direction they're going right now. Now, it took horrible missteps to be able to get to this place before you finally completely turfed out. But there actually is an acknowledgement of what they are and what they have to do right now. It's just going to be rough on the way there. By the way, one more thing.
Especially when we hear from Adam Hill that the Raiders are probably going to be a 7-8 win team. Where do you think 2 of those are coming?
Yeah, they've won 6 in a row against the Broncos. Running backs, defensive tackles, edge rushers. ESPN has given their top 10 list. at each of those position groups, running backs, defensive tackles, and edge rushers. This is from a panel of executives, coaches, and scouts voting on this. I've gone through all 3 lists that have been released so far, Coach. Not only did the Broncos not have a player in the top 10, not have a player on the honorable mention part of the list, they literally didn't get a vote yet. A single solitary vote for any of those groups.
How many vote getters in that extra category were there?
Quite a few.
Ooh.
Quite a few. There's a lot of names.
Is there a case to be made for any particular player in those position groups?
Not really. On this team, not really. No, that's, again, one of the other issues with this team right now is I can't sit here and yell that Javonte Williams, coming off a year with 3.6 yards per carry, should be a top 10 running back in the game. You know, I can't be sitting here yelling that DJ Jones should be a top 10 defensive lineman or that Nick Bonito or Baron Browning or Jonathan Cooper should be a top 10 edge rusher. The production it does not match what you have to be to even get consideration in conversations like this. That's what's wild about the talent group that's on this team right now. Yeah.
And it's surrounding Bo Nix in a rookie year.
Yeah. Best of luck to that dude. One more segment to wrap things up here on a Wednesday afternoon. We're live in Las Vegas, Circa Resort and Casino. Mike Sanford, Nate Crackman, Altitude Sports Radio. This Saturday, the 4th annual Colorado Whiskey Fest at Douglas County Fairgrounds in Castle Rock. Come out and enjoy tastes of some of America's finest whiskey and bourbon, featuring many of Colorado's finest. Tickets available at whiskeyfestcolorado.com. And make sure to say hi to Mike Sanford between noon and 2. So you're going directly from being the mayor of Mountain West Media Day to the mayor of Colorado Whiskey Fest?
It's somebody's got to do these hard tasks. It's not for everybody. It's not for the faint of heart. Hopefully I can mix in some good nights sleep between now and Whiskey Fest.
Try and mix that in a little bit?
Yeah, it's going to be tough tonight. You know why? Because we have Beeves and Cougs.
That's right, late night
hours.
with the Beeves and Cougs. First
We're
off,
after hours.
I find
what
sleep,
do you do after hours?
I find sleep to be a pretty lame mixer. What do I do after hours? I do sleep. That's actually what I do. Generally. Okay. Have a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old. I like going to bed generally.
I'm like a 9 o'clock bedtime guy in my normal habitat.
It's the part of aging where suddenly like wanting to get to bed, that tide has turned in my life in the last couple of years. It's weird, but I'm into it. I have to say, my appreciation of sleep is higher than it's ever been in my life.
It's just a great thing.
It's incredible.
It's a great spot.
Yeah.
It's really a good location.
It's
bed.
It's truly incredible.
Yeah, it's easy to find on the GPS. Just type in bed.
Nothing hurts there.
No, it's great. I just haven't seen it enough in this trip down here to Mountain West Conference Media Days in Las Vegas.
How many hours of radio do you have to do tomorrow between here and Bronco Nation News and
probably another 8
assorted other appearances?
Just a cool 8 hours.
So tonight we're headed over to the Bellagio after the show.
We sure are.
We are off
Brothers in Arms.
Beeves and Cougs After Dark, I believe we're calling this
after
thing?
Hours.
After Hours?
After Hours.
After Dark sounds even better to me.
Yeah.
With the Beeves and the Cougs. But we're going to learn about Oregon State. We're going to learn about Washington State. 2 programs that are in the weirdest place of almost anybody else in college football, other than they have money coming out of their ears. They just
Thus the open bar for the members of the media?
Very much so, which is amazing. They don't really have anybody that wants them around. That's what's so weird about it. They have the scheduling alliance with the Mountain West this year. I don't think they're going to dominate. I really don't.
I think it's going to be an uphill battle.
I think they're, like a top half of the league quality team, but that's kind of all they are. They're not a Power 5 quality team right now, especially Oregon State. They have lost so many bodies.
Yeah, once they lost their status as a Power 5 program,
yeah,
the roster started to immediately resemble that. And that's a problem.
Yeah, no, it's a tough situation that they got stuck with.
You're not putting the toothpaste back in the help me out with that one.
Toothpaste back in the tube.
Tube!
Or, as John Elway once said, toothpaste back in the toothpaste bottle.
That's where I was going.
John Elway gets his toothpaste out of bottles. Okay? The rest of us get it out of tubes. But that's because he's the Duke, all right? Yeah, Trent Bray, by the way, he got that job late.
Pretty late.
In the cycle because the Mel Tucker mess at Michigan State then went down, and so Jonathan Smith jumps ship there late. And you should always go and take a job at Michigan State. Of course you should.
It's a good gig.
You always want to, take Matt Ishbia's money away from him. You should absolutely go and do a thing like that. However, again, the Beavs are in a tough spot right now.
Has there been a program more in all different types of scandals over the last 15 years than Michigan State? Because you think about Mark D'Antoni, he did some very good things there.
Yeah.
Run out because of scandal.
Mm-hmm.
Mel Tucker, run out.
Yep.
Because of scandal. Who's in the scandal conversation?
Well, the training staff at Michigan State, you had some big time problems that was going on there.
Well, yeah, that was not even the football program.
bigger problems than anything else we're talking about going out with the football program. And yet it's so funny because they could go get a guy like Jonathan Smith from Oregon State just because, again, you're in the Big Ten. You have a massive television deal. You have huge huge pocketed donors, everything else like that. Okay.
You have an incredibly knowing fan base that does the Go Green, Go White chant for hours on end. I'm sure you heard it in Champaign several times.
Mel Tucker, As far as I know, I mean, it's in a lawsuit right now, but he's still taking their money, right? I think he is.
I think they fired him with cause.
With cause?
And
I mean, he's going to sue to get a settlement, right?
Well, that's what he's attempting to do.
Yeah.
But when you hire somebody to come that's a sexual assault survivor, you probably got to be a little bit more cautious.
I would say, yeah, don't attempt to have phone sex with the university-hired sexual assault consultant.
Not on the day one, how to be a successful Division I head coach manual.
Not a good move right there for Mel Tucker. Who knew it? Midnight Mel didn't make good decisions.
Might he be at after hours tonight?
We're going to find out. Could Mel Tucker be there?
Midnight Mel.
Is LeBron James going to be there?
We got Beavs, Cougs, and Mel. After hours.
We don't know who is going to be at after hours with the Beavs and Cougs.
I know Ryan Leaf's going to be there.
I saw him on the list.
Excited.
I'm excited about that. Ryan Leaf will be in the house. That'll be fun.
I know Nathaniel Kreckman.
I will be there.
Will be there.
The mayor of Mountain West Media Day will become the mayor of Beavs and Cougs tonight. I think you have to run that title by your wife first. That's going to do it for us. That's how you end the show. That's how it's done, everybody. That will do it for the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Mike Sanford in for Andy. He'll be back with me tomorrow from 3 to 6. The Blitz is coming up next. Thanks again to Jordan Bertinoli, who was with us on the show. Jack Howell was with us on the show. Brandon Engel was with us today on the show. Was anybody else? Petro stopped by.
Yeah.
Adam Hill was on the show. We talked Raiders.
Getting nailed by the king.
One more time, Spring.
That drop is good.
Do you like getting nailed by the king?
I wish everybody could understand. He did the scene.
He recreated it.
He did
in the middle of a very crowded
Mountain West Media
Day.
He did
he put
Annette
his
Benning
ankles,
move.
His ankles were sprawled and up in the air. And on that note, happy Mountain West Media Day.
Have a good night, everybody. The Blitz with our Bertinoli, Mark Bertinoli, is coming up next. Good night, everybody.